transmigrating into the universe Emperor Frieza, starting at the peak. Oh ho ho ho! The iconic sneer echoed through the galaxy. Want to play transformation? In the ancestor of the Saiyans. Super Shenron blacklisted? No problem. Son Wukong struggles to find a sacrificial object. Vegeta stubbornly guards his hair color. King Kai escapes in terror, and Champa calls for help. Even the angel Whis imitates his laughter. Frieza's evil reign is unstoppable. Chapter 1. I am Frieza. On a planet called Pachin, a disc-shaped spaceship is currently floating in the atmosphere. King Frieza. The cleanup of Pachin has been completed. A fat man, entirely pink with numerous flesh lumps, bent over to report to Frieza. What he didn't realize was that just moments ago, Frieza's body had been occupied by a person named Ho-Chin. Ho-Chin didn't know why this situation occurred, but he clearly understood one thing. He had become the first major boss in the Dragon Ball world at a cosmic level. A born devil, a villain character. This opening feels a bit off. It's not the usual story of obtaining Saiyan bloodline and breaking through limits to eventually reach the pinnacle of the universe. In short, he is an alternative, genderless alternative. Even if he turned into a female Saiyan, he wouldn't be able to accept it. After a long while, Frieza from now on referred to as Frieza learned through memories that he had wiped out planet Vegeta many years ago, and Vegeta had already grown up. This means he is about to face the battle on Namek. And it was that battle that made his rival, the dead monkey Saiyan son Goku. And he, the cosmic emperor Frieza, had become a half-mechanical laughingstock. As a transmigrator well-versed in the Dragon Ball story, how could he allow such a thing to happen? Does he not care about his reputation as a transmigrator? Looking at his vehicle, the baby stroller, Frieza felt extremely uncomfortable. Bang! The stroller instantly exploded, and he officially stood on the ground. Creak, creak. With each step, a rusty friction sound came from beneath his feet. Knowing that this is the BGM of his Frost Demon race, he still found it very unpleasant. He also couldn't stand his body that red muscle looked like it had atrophied, wrinkled, and he really didn't understand why the original Frieza could accept such a body. Dodoria, send the order to return to Ice Planet. His voice wasn't loud, but he believed Dodoria would respond immediately. The top dog wasn't just talk. Yes, King Frieza. 3 days later, the spaceship landed on Ice Planet. Frieza opened his eyes. For these 3 days, he had been familiarizing himself with this body, and just now, he had finally mastered it perfectly. Feeling the surging combat power within him excited him to the point of wanting to roar. A combat power of 530,000 was already so powerful. How exhilarating would it be when he releases the suppressed transformation? Frieza was a bit impatient because he found this to be quite a comfortable thing. King Frieza, Ice Planet has arrived. King Cold is waiting for you in the palace. A glance sent Dodoria's heart racing. Tell him to mind his own business. Bang! A red beam shot from his eyes, and the spaceship immediately blasted a large hole. A cold wind that Dodoria couldn't withstand blew into the spaceship, but Frieza felt a sense of familiarity. Ignoring Dodoria, who was about to become an ice sculpture, Frieza flew out, moving so fast that Dodoria could only see a black disappear from view. Frieza arrived at the coldest place on Ice Planet, feeling the refreshing sensation from his body, and he laughed happily. Oh ho ho ho. The laughter abruptly stopped. This was definitely not the laughter he wanted. It was utterly despicable. All his good mood was shattered by this laugh. Frieza felt that the environment here was very suitable for transformation, and it minimized the harm to him. So, he prepared to transform into the strongest form. In his view, the strongest form was a bit shorter, but it looked the most pleasing. First form, his body grew taller, and his muscles swelled, resembling King Cold now. Second form, he resembled an alien, with a long head, and his muscles were still red. Final form, he became petite and delicate, his eyes extremely fierce, with ears shaped like 2 inverted bowls, and oddly rectangular. 2 lines appeared on his face, stretching from his eyes down to his chin, looking as if he had been crying. Very unpleasant. On his head, shoulders, abdomen, arms, and calves, there were purple gem-like muscles. His long tail looked very powerful. His entire Bados lines became very graceful. It's just a pity that the Frost Demon race reproduces asexually. Damn, Cursing, his mood improved slightly to AS for his full power combat strength of 120 million. It was still impressive, but in the future, it would be nothing. Frieza began to recklessly showcase his strength. He needed to quickly restore his power to its peak. Hiding his strength? Forget it. 60 million, 90 million, 100 million. Roar, roar, roar. When his combat power reached 120 million, he felt a pain all over his body. It was the agony from his body being unable to endure this surge in power. Boom. After a real shout, Frieza slowly adapted to the power within his body, and the pain subsided. Phew. I've finally completed the first step next. I need to maintain this form and quickly adapt to this state, or there will be no possibility of further advancement. If it weren't for the temperature of Ice Planet being of great help to him, he might not have transformed so smoothly. This transformation was not like in the original story, where he was beaten badly and his energy reduced significantly. This was a real 120 million combat power. Bang! He punched the ice surface, creating a deep pit that seemed bottomless, and the colder temperature rushed in, making Frieza's body tremble with comfort. Without any hesitation, Frieza jumped directly into the deep pit. He understood clearly that only in a colder environment could he stabilize this form completely, and only after adapting to this power could he further enhance his combat strength. 1 month later, the ice surface that had returned to normal exploded again, and Frieza's petite and delicate body returned to the surface. At this moment, his breathing had stabilized. Not bad. The original Frieza was just too comfortable, not willing to endure even this little hardship. Beep beep. The battle power detector that had been tossed aside sent information. Although this thing is easily destroyed by combat power, as long as one doesn't actively measure data exceeding the limit, it won't explode. Vegeta, Raditz has been killed, but he transmitted very important information. There is something on Earth called Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. What? Hurry and turn off the detector. Frieza couldn't help but smirk. Ho. Chapter 2. Journey to Planet Yardrat. Has the plot begun? But I am no longer the Frieza of the past. Feeling the surging power within him, Frieza wanted to laugh, ho again. This habit is bad, it needs to change. Maintaining peak combat power, he returned to the royal palace in just a few breaths. Looking at the Kurdish king sitting on the throne, Frieza sneered. An old man who shows no ambition actually suppresses power to the first transformation stage. It's precisely your way of doing things that got you wiped out by that useless Trunks as soon as you appeared. What a disgrace. Family ties? Non-existent. You think you can gain the affection of the Frost demon race just by relying on that little bit of blood relationship from asexual reproduction? What a joke. Not to mention that Frieza always harbored the thought of replacing him. He simply could not accept having multiple fathers. However, the Kurdish king's actual combat power was quite impressive, with nearly 150 million in power at the first transformation stage, which was the key reason Frieza had not acted yet. Frieza, why did you suddenly transform into your strongest form? Your body won't be able to handle it. Frieza scoffed at the Kurdish king's words. It was precisely this statement that had caused Frieza's strength to stagnate, to the point where even transforming into his strongest form felt a bit forced. He would no longer be deceived by such lies. Ho. What do you want from me? Frieza was utterly speechless at this uncontrollable smirk. Planet Paramech has offered exquisite red wine, and I know you like it, so I've saved quite a bit for you. Frieza's eyes twitched. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat the king at the moment, he would definitely give him a good beating. This guy has been living too comfortably, becoming someone who only knows how to enjoy himself. Gula had already established a force larger than the Kurdish kings, yet this fellow still showed no signs of vigilance. Not that he didn't have any, at least the Kurdish king wanted to kill that unfilial Gula. Similarly, he had not acted because he couldn't defeat him. Just leave it to Dodoria. I'm leaving. Oh. Very well. This time, he only laughed twice. The disc-shaped spaceship was flying at high speed, and this time Frieza's destination was Planet Yardrat. There, the martial arts were on par with Earth, with a meticulous mastery of energy, and they also had an excellent travel skill. Instant transmission. Frieza could not stand this slow, starry travel. It was simply a waste of life. For a whole month, Frieza spent his time in the spaceship, constantly trying to sense the existence of energy. For someone with his extraordinary talent, Once he understood the principle of energy, mastering it was actually very easy. However, lacking systematic training, he could currently only suppress his own energy to around 60 million. King Frieza, we've arrived at planet Yarrat. Do you need to exterminate the natives? Dodoria once again felt the ruthlessness of the Cosmic Emperor. Just a glance made him tremble. Return to base, you are no longer needed here. Without caring about Dodoria's response, Frieza blasted a hole in the spaceship and flew off into the distance. He didn't care at all how they would get back after the ship was damaged. This was not something Frieza needed to worry about in any case. He had been feeling quite displeased since his arrival. Looking at the reddish-skinned Yardration before him, Frieza found him somewhat more pleasing to the eye. Oh ho ho ho! Are you the strongest person on this planet? Husa broke out in a cold sweat from Frieza's laughter, but dared not show any signs of fear. King Frieza has descended upon our planet. On behalf of the people of planet Yardrat, welcome your arrival and thank you for your mercy in not killing us. Oh ho! I never said I wouldn't kill you. Bang! With a thud of his tail against the ground, a bottomless crack appeared, reaching half the length of the planet. However, if you can teach me the principles of using energy and instant transmission, I might consider sparing you. Oh ho! Damn Frieza! Stay calm, don't show any signs of discomfort. He was the cold-blooded and merciless Frieza. No problem. I will teach you everything I know without reservation. Energy is everywhere, and every living being possesses energy. What we can do is control it. 3 days later, Frieza successfully lowered his energy to the minimum, with the detector showing his combat power at 5. Well, I've become a weakling with a power level of only 5. This statement made Husa break out in a cold sweat. If you, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, are a weakling, then what are they? Bacteria? Next is the principle of instant transmission. Just as he finished explaining, Frieza vanished. Frieza reappeared. What other tricks do you have? Give me something challenging. How about the star change? Tell me. A day later, Husu watched Frieza, glowing with a purple aura, sweating profusely. So powerful. This method of enhancing power is quite similar to the Kaioken, but does not impose a burden on the body. Not bad, not bad. Oh ho ho ho. Is there more? That's it. This is the strongest skill I know, and even I haven't mastered it. What Husa didn't mention was that the star change was actually a legendary skill, and its creator was merely a concept. Frieza vanished again, appearing in the universe outside planet Yardrat, where a purple energy sphere was forming on his index finger. Planet-destroying ball. Husu felt the threat of death, but he couldn't muster any resistance. Minutes later, that terrifying pressure disappeared. I am the new Frieza and shouldn't resort to such onslaughter. Even if Son Goku learns instant transmission, so what? I have confidence that I can defeat him. Finding ample justification to show mercy to his subordinates, Frieza instantly used instant transmission to leave. His next destination, planet Namek. He wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for the plot to unfold, since he had the advantage of foresight. Why not use it wisely? On some nameless planet, an old, frail green being sat on a stone bench, sighing heavily. Slug was very depressed as lifespan was running out, and he desperately wanted to regain his youth. However, the sudden appearance of Frieza made his cold sweat trickle down to his feet. Oh ho ho ho! Bang! With a swish of his tail, Slug was sent flying, and Frieza felt quite troubled. He sensed the energy of the Namekians, but only detected Slug's energy. Just as he was about to say something, that damned laughter erupted again. Angered, he sent Slug flying, dragging a long, deep groove across the ground. This energy must belong to the Namekians. It's similar to Slug's, but lacks any evil aura. Only Slug, who had been knocked unconscious by Frieza's tail, was left behind, while Frieza had long since disappeared. Swish! Naru swung his hoe, missing Frieza's head by a mere 0.001 centimeters. If Frieza had been just a bit taller, he would have undoubtedly been the first time traveler to get hit on the head by a hoe. Naru was the strongest person on the entire planet Namek, and the power of his hoe was considerable when he swung it for farming. Naru vowed that the petite person who had voluntarily run under his hoe was definitely the first. Oh ho ho ho! Chapter 3. This Peculiar Wish. Oh ho ho! Forget it! This habit has become ingrained, and I can't change it, so I won't. Namekian, you are quite rude. That evil exterior, that chilling gaze, all showcased Frieza's malevolent side. Who are you? And how did you appear on planet Namek? Slap. Nero was knocked unconscious. A combat power of a mere 42,000, yet you were so arrogant. Consider this a small lesson for you. Oh ho ho ho. Well, I'm used to it, and it's quite nice to hear. The key is that it has a strong mocking effect. Lightly touching the ground, Frieza slowly flew toward a giant building not far away, which looked a bit like a worm's body and was somewhat disgusting. Universal Emperor Frieza. What brings you to Namek? The Grand Elder recognized Frieza's identity at a glance, though it was a bit off from the time he had predicted. Under normal circumstances, Frieza was supposed to arrive on Namek a year and a half later. Grand Elder of Namek, you're uglier than me and so fat. Grand Elder. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the Grand Elder's forehead. He had never imagined that Frieza would say such a thing, insulting him and belittling himself at the same time. King Frieza, please forgive Neru's rudeness, and also forgive my appearance if it makes you uncomfortable. How may I serve you? Oh ho ho ho. You sure know how to talk, so gather the Dragon Balls. That request isn't too difficult, right? Only after completing the warrior trials. Your request is quite simple. I'll have someone bring the Dragon Balls right away. Under Frieza's sharp gaze, the Grand Elder decisively changed his mind to hell with the trials. Nero, get someone else to collect the Dragon Balls. That trash is knocked out by my tail and won't wake up for 10 days or half a month. Rarely, Frieza didn't show his signature smile. After all, this result was caused by him. Cassis, bring all the Dragon Balls to me. There's a distinguished guest who needs them. The Grand Elder lowered his head, looking at Frieza, who was not even as tall as his calf, and managed to force a smile that looked worse than crying. King Frieza, Cassis will be here with the Dragon Balls shortly. Please wait a moment. Oh ho, well done. You seem to have some potential. Frieza, although reluctant, allowed the Grand Elder's rough hand to touch his smooth head. To become stronger, Frieza decided to endure. King Frieza, your power is too great. I'm not capable of helping you unlock your potential. The Grand Elder spoke the truth besides. How could he dare to touch Frieza's head? Wasn't that like the old man eating arsenic, wishing for a shorter life? Frieza was very displeased, extremely displeased. He had barely decided to put aside his pride and let this ugly guy touch his head, only for it to turn out like this. You better pray that the Dragon Balls can grant my wish. Otherwise, you and this planet will meet a miserable end. Oh ho ho ho. His laughter became more natural. This was acceptable. The Grand Elder smiled awkwardly, knowing the abilities of Purunga. Well, he wasn't omnipotent, and he was truly worried that Frieza would state an impossible wish. Alas, why was Namek so full of misfortune? Just when Frieza was getting impatient, 6 Namekians, who looked almost identical to Neru, arrived, each holding a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball. Cut the nonsense. Summon the dragon right now. As soon as Frieza's words left his mouth, the approaching individuals were about to get angry, but the Grand Elder immediately coughed and said, "Listen to King Frieza, summon Purunga immediately." The Grand Elder was the progenitor of all those Namekians. No one dared to defy his words. Thus, the 7 placed the Dragon Balls on the ground, and one of them recited the incantation to summon the dragon in Namekian. Once that person finished speaking, the Dragon Balls shone brightly 3 times, and a beam of light shot into the sky, followed by the sky turning pitch black. A dragon, which appeared to Frieza as an evil giant combining Western elements, appeared before him. It looked quite intimidating, but Frieza knew this creature was just a facade. He could smash it to bits with one punch. Seeing that Purunga had been summoned, the Grand Elder immediately said to Frieza, "King Frieza, you may state your wish now." Oh ho ho ho. Very well, for my first wish, I want to increase my height by 30 centimeters. As soon as Frieza's wish was stated, the scene fell into complete silence. Frieza's gaze hardened, sending chills down everyone's spine. Cassis, who summoned the dragon, did not dare to be negligent and quickly repeated Frieza's wish in Namekian. This wish is simple. All right, your wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. A burst of light enveloped Frieza, and when the light faded, he had been stretched from just under 1.5 meters to 1.8 meters. Finally able to look down at people, this feeling was somewhat pleasant. Glancing around, Frieza suddenly felt like killing the Namekians all seemed taller than him. My second wish is to have a gender, male gender. The entire place fell silent. After several seconds passed, Cassis suddenly snapped back to reality. wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly expressed Frieza's request. This wish cannot be granted. The Frost Demon race is too powerful, and their physiological characteristics cannot be changed. Frieza's face darkened. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't accept this reality when it actually happened. With a battle power of 120 million unleashed without restraint, he truly wanted to smash this useless dragon into bits with one punch. Calm down, don't be impulsive, oh ho. Suppressing his laughter, Frieza reigned in his anger again. Then let me have a human appearance. He was quite dissatisfied with his naked, exposed appearance. This wish also cannot be granted. Please choose another wish. He had guessed it. Frieza was just trying out. He didn't hold any expectations. Unlock my potential. Frieza thought that by unlocking his potential, he would be able to continue training without being stuck at this power level for too long. This time, Porunga did not let him down, as another burst of light enveloped him. Your potential has been unlocked. Please state your next wish. Frieza thought for a moment, but still didn't propose the wish for immortality, which was certainly impossible. Only the Super Dragon could fulfill such a wish. Create a body that is exactly like mine, completely obedient to my commands and without any thoughts. Everyone was puzzled by this wish. Could this be the so-called perfect wanton simulation doll in the universe? This wish is simple. All three wishes have been granted. Goodbye. Porunga couldn't wait to leave. Such a bizarre wish was something he had never heard or seen before. Of the three wishes, only one was something a normal person could request. The key was that Frieza gave him such a messed-up feeling that he almost couldn't hold back his urge to urinate. Chapter 4. Deep inside is emotion. King Frieza, your wish has been fulfilled. Is there anything else I can assist you with? The elder lowered his head to look at Frieza, his tone very respectful. Frieza noticed that he still needed to keep his head up to talk to this Namekian elder. It was quite unpleasant. With a light tap on the ground, Frieza floated up, looking down at the elder. This feels much more comfortable. Your Namek seems to have many magical wonders. Can these magics be learned? Frieza thought of Den's healing technique. As for created Dragon Balls, he was not interested, because the creator of the Dragon Balls cannot make wishes, and they are not the Super Dragon Balls, which are of little use to him. The magic of our Namekian clan is generated after awakening our bloodline. Whether it can be learned by outsiders, we really haven't tried before. Seeing the anger brewing in Frieza's triangular eyes, the elder quickly added, King Frieza, please do not be angry. You can try to learn these techniques. I believe that with your unparalleled talent, it won't be too difficult to master these magics. Beads of sweat the size of beans hung on the elder's forehead, fearing that if Frieza got angry, they would face extinction. Oh ho ho! Tell me about your magics. Let me choose. Hearing Frieza's words, the elder did not dare to delay and quickly listed several types of magic. Detection technique, healing technique, body extension technique, potential activation, egg resurrection technique, space storage. When Frieza heard about the egg resurrection technique, he imagined an egg being pushed out from a tiny throat covered in mucus, which was extremely disgusting. Healing technique and space storage, just these two. After thinking, Frieza added the body extension technique. Even though it was a bit disgusting, it could be quite useful. And the detection technique, which could check battle power, was quite practical. Blue, Cassis, Aluk, Beachy, you four are responsible for teaching these four skills to King Frieza. King Frieza. These four are the best at using these four skills. Looking at the four identical-looking individuals, Frieza was suspicious of how they distinguished themselves. Could it be different lines on their bodies? One day later, the four of them were lying in four large pits. If it weren't for their breathing, no one would think they were still alive. It wasn't that Frieza couldn't learn those skills. On the contrary, he mastered all of them and was far more proficient than the Namekians. What frustrated Frieza was that the healing technique could only be used on others and was ineffective on himself. The space storage had a limit of only 2 cubic meters. He didn't try the body extension technique. He did not have a hobby for self-harm. However, he thought it probably wouldn't be much better. After wasting a day learning useless skills, well, at least he now had a place to store the clone created by the Dragon Balls. And the detection technique was still useful. It is worth mentioning that this clone only had Frieza's appearance, without any traits of the Frost Demon race, and had no combat power. For this, Frieza was so angry he nearly bit his own teeth to pieces. Even the Namekian dragon was so unreliable. One could only imagine the Earth dragon. Frieza really wanted to find the Super Dragon Balls, but this seemed a bit difficult. He would have to go to the 6th universe. And although Frieza had a battle power of 120 million, he was actually quite weak. At least there were many who could bully him in the King Kai's planet. Don't be fooled by King Kai's average achievements. He still had a battle power of 800 million. As for Dragon Ball Super, it was measured in trillions, and the power could scare even Dodoria. If you were to ask what Frieza currently wanted a wish from a Super Dragon, would he tell others that he only needed a gender? He wasn't asking for much, either male or female. In the Elder's room, Elder, are you sure Frieza won't kill us? A person who looked almost identical to Piccolo asked the Elder. The Elder's eyes became very profound, as if he could see the distant past and future. It shouldn't happen. King Frieza did not destroy the planet Yardrat. He seems to have changed from before. From deep within his heart, I feel the emotions of humanity, as if to validate the Elder's words. Frieza instantly teleported back to the ice planet. He pinpointed a machine that emitted special energy, which he had placed on the ice planet to experiment with his teleportation technique. Bang! With one punch, he blasted a large hole in the ground and jumped in without hesitation. This time, he wasn't training himself, but was there to place that clone. Using the principle of asexual reproduction, Frieza placed a cell into the clone, allowing it to absorb that cell in the extreme cold environment. Whether or not this would create a puppet clone that completely obeyed him, he wasn't very sure. At least it was an attempt. Oh ho ho, don't let me down, Frieza number 2. After saying this, Frieza's figure had already vanished from this space, leaving behind the frozen Frieza number 2. Dodoria had been feeling troubled lately. He felt abandoned by King Frieza. As the top lackey of the Emperor, his battle power was not enough to control Frieza's army, so he could only obediently stay in Frieza's headquarters. Whoosh! Frieza suddenly appeared next to Dodoria, making the troubled Dodoria nearly tear up. King Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Dodoria, you seem quite surprised. Frieza casually said as he sat on his throne. Go to the planet Metamor. Yes, King Frieza. At that moment, Dodoria felt revitalized, able to act tough again. No, it was more like he was taking advantage of Frieza's power. It seemed there were no good words for it. Where is Vegeta now? Frieza held a glass of red wine, savoring a sip. It seemed to taste quite good. Dodoria immediately tapped a few times on the control panel, and an image appeared on the screen. It was Vegeta sitting in a spherical spaceship, remaining in sleep mode. It seemed Vegeta was still flying through space. After all, only a few days had passed. In the original story, Vegeta flew for a year. Frieza did not intend to directly end Vegeta and Goku. If he lost these two, what would be the point of his crossing into the Dragon Ball world? Hohohoho. I am looking forward to your growth, Vegeta. Dodoria. This is the key point. It must be highlighted for examination. As the publicly recognized Emperor of the Universe, Frieza's spaceship was certainly the fastest and most comfortable. It took only 3 months to arrive at the planet Metamor. If he had known which energy belonged to Metamor, he wouldn't have needed to spend so much time on the spaceship, go back to headquarters, and wait for orders. Hearing this again, Dodoria's heart immediately sank halfway, but he did not dare express any dissent and respectfully sat on the spaceship to leave. As for why Frieza no longer needed a spaceship, he wouldn't inquire at all, unless he wanted to die. Chapter 5, the fusion technique of Metamor. Frieza came to Metamor naturally for the fusion technique. Otherwise, why would he have the dragon give him a mindless clone? He even wanted to get the Patera earrings from Akaishin. If he could obtain godhood, it would be even better if there were no time limit after fusion. Frieza had already grown beyond aesthetic standards. So why bother worrying about whether the movements of the Metamor fusion technique were beautiful or not? As long as he could become stronger, that was enough. In the original story, after being revived, Frieza comprehended the transformation into Golden Frieza after 4 months of training. It was only when he truly transformed into Frieza that he realized it was impossible to reach the level depicted in the original story. The prerequisite was to perfectly master the strongest form and then endure years of mental torment day and night. Only when his rage and potential were infinitely stimulated could he achieve such a significant power increase. And even then, it was just a preliminary mastery of the golden form. He didn't want to be trapped in a meatball and hung from a big tree, watching a group of little angels singing nursery rhymes every day. As for the potential that the Namekian dragon developed for him, it was simply a joke. Whenever he thought about it, he wished he could instantly teleport back to Namek and punch that treacherous, ugly dragon to pieces, because this potential only allowed him to continue getting stronger. But the speed was terrifying. Through meditation training on the spaceship, his combat power only increased by 1 million, from 120 million to 121 million. To be clear, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku would easily achieve increases in the hundreds of millions or even billions, so this 1 million was embarrassing to mention. Hey, give me the fusion technique. Standing in front of two big-headed dolls, Frieza coldly demanded. The person in front of him had a combat power of only 100,000, wearing a small vest, loose pants, and a particularly large head. Hey, are you an alien? If you want to learn our fusion technique, you have to fight me. Smack. Without any hesitation, Frieza swatted him down to the depths of the ground with his tail. I've never heard such a cheap request before. The other Metamor person, seeing this scene, had his eyes bulge out, filled with blood vessels, and looked incredulous. Can I speak now? Frieza impatiently scanned the remaining big-headed doll with a cold gaze. I can, but I need to wait for Adit to wake up. This fusion technique requires 2 people. The Metamorian quickly jumped down into the pit to carry his unconscious companion. He won't wake up for a few days, you know. Should I wake him up again? Oh ho ho ho. The signature laughter almost made the Metamorian cry. It was simply too scary. Splash. Adit was thrown into the nearby lake, the cold water rushing into his lungs and choking him awake. Boom. Adit unleashed all his combat power, bursting out of the water's surface, his gaze darting towards Frieza. He and T even reacted to that strike before losing consciousness. Hurry up and fuse. I hope you won't disappoint me. Frieza's cold gaze and impatient tone made Adit shudder as he jumped back to the ground. Stop trembling. Once we fuse, we will definitely defeat him. Let's fuse now. Then, the 2 big-headed dolls struck a pose for fusion in front of Frieza. Fusion. Frieza thought to himself. Indeed, very ugly. Boom. A warrior with abdominal muscles resembling a rice field was born, still wearing a black vest with golden patterns, and he looked quite stylish. Feeling the intensity of the energy, it was about 5 million. This meant that the boost from the fusion technique was 50 times the normal combat power, equivalent to a Super Saiyan transformation. Not bad, Frieza thought. If his clone's cultivation improved and he performed another fusion technique, he could instantly have 6 billion in combat power, making it no problem to fight against little puppets. Of course, this was just based on the data reference of the current 2 people's fusion technique. Whether there was an upper limit was something Frieza couldn't know at this point. Ha ha ha. Now I am neither Adit nor meat. I am a meat Adit. The alien. Let me show you the power of our fusion technique. This was the after effect of the fusion technique, the arrogance that came with sudden strength. Smack. Again, he swatted him into the ground. A meat Adit? Why not call yourself a meat butterfly? The principle of the fusion technique was simple. One could see a glimpse from the original work, and he just wanted to confirm in person if there were any discrepancies. In the end, there was not a single discrepancy. Frieza was a bit annoyed at having wasted 3 months of cosmic travel time. To vent his anger, he instantly teleported to the awakened Shrag and stomped him down into the depths of the ground, confirming that the other party was not dead and would remain unconscious for a long time. Frieza finally felt much better. Poor Shrag had only just woken up for a few days, and his head was still in a fog, only to be knocked out again by Frieza. 5 months later, a Saiyan who looked exactly like Goku arrived on Shrag's planet, and he did not notice the deep pit where Shrag was unconscious. This planet was quite suitable for planting a tree of might, and there were no powerful beings around, so he decided to plant it here. Frieza did not know about this, as he had already returned to the ice planet and entered a deeper, colder place for seclusion. As for the Frieza Force, he temporarily entrusted it to King Cold, since that old fellow was always lazing around. In order to be able to live well in the future, Frieza was working hard. First, He had to at least be able to speak to the Kaioshin, or else how could he possibly get the fusion earrings? As for the god of destruction, he was very self-aware. There was no possibility of negotiating terms with him anytime soon. The only thing he could do was to help him complete some unsavory tasks. While Frieza was in seclusion training, time quietly passed, and Vegeta also arrived on Earth. The plot of the original story unfolded smoothly, with Vegeta starting off arrogant and leaving in despair without a single deviation. The only difference was that after Vegeta returned, what he heard was not that Frieza had gone to Namek, but that King Cold was happily heading to Namek. Vegeta did not know King Cold at all, nor did he know how strong he was. He only learned from Chio-E that King Cold was Frieza's father and that his combat power was even more terrifying than Frieza's. Moreover, King Cold had brought out his subordinates, a 5-man team called the Kudo Team, with the weakest among them easily beating down Jinyu. Dodoria and Zarbon had become little soldiers under King Cold, especially Dodoria, who was always crying. He looked like a concubine who had fallen out of favor and was relegated to the Cold Palace. Vegeta was furious. Just the image of Dodoria's fat body and his pitiful face in his mind scared him. He decided to go to Namek to give Dodoria a good beating, and if he could fish for the Dragon Balls in the chaos, that would be even better. Chapter 6: The Tragedy of Namek. Frieza's return. Boom! X2 Vegeta and Dodoria's spaceships landed successively on Namek. Vegeta was there to teach Dodoria a lesson, as his combat power had now reached 24,000, while that fat Dodoria was only at 20,000. Poor Dodoria was still unaware that the Saiyan monkey had set his sights on him, continuing to charge at the front lines among the grunts, killing one Namekian after another. He only had one wish, for Frieza to return soon. He missed the days of wielding power through Frieza, even if it meant being a dog under someone else's influence. At least he wasn't a real dog. In the distance, a fierce battle erupted in the direction where Vegeta and Dodoria landed, which Dodoria, positioned at the front lines, witnessed. After just saving a young Namekian from 2 little brats, he had been searching for those little brats. Without hesitation, he activated his scouter and found one was Chio-E with a combat power of 18,000. The other felt somewhat familiar, presumably Vegeta, also at 18,000. Suppressed energy state. Oh ho. These two have come too. I must teach them a lesson and finally vent my frustrations. He dared to chuckle, for laughing multiple times was Frieza's exclusive laugh. His red body suddenly erupted with a white energy wave, flying at high speed towards the scene of the battle. Just as he arrived, Dodoria saw Vegeta kill Chio-E with a single energy wave, and his scouter displayed a data reading of 24,000. This made Dodoria slam the brakes and run away without looking back. Are you kidding? He came to show off, not to seek punishment. Dodoria, don't run. I, the prince, will destroy you today. Vegeta unleashed his full power, getting closer and closer to Dodoria. Bang! A green-haired Sabo suddenly appeared, elbowing Vegeta into the ground. At this time, Sabo had not transformed, and his combat power was only 21,000, managing to hit Vegeta thanks to a sneak attack. Sabo, your power is weak. It doesn't hurt at all. Vegeta burst out from the ground, showing no signs of injury aside from some dust. Sabo was also feeling frustrated. He was originally close to Frieza, but now could only act as a lowly squad leader. Now, even someone he looked down upon like Vegeta was mocking him. How could he accept that? Vegeta, you're seeking death. With a loud roar, Sabo transformed, mainly because he had been suppressed for too long and needed to release. Originally not handsome, but at least normal, after transforming, Sabo turned into a frog-faced monster with bulging muscles all over. He looked extremely ugly and terrifying. Moreover, his combat power skyrocketed to 29,000, surpassing Vegeta by 5,000. In a flurry of operations, even under full effort, Vegeta was still unable to match Sabo's increased power after transformation, getting hit again and again. While Vegeta suddenly spat out blood, his white energy aura vanished, and he fainted. Poor Vegeta had turned into a tragic figure, beaten to the brink of death by Sabo. This scene was witnessed by Krillin and Gohan, who were hiding behind a rock, both stunned. They had arrived on Namek earlier than Vegeta and noticed many evil energy signatures upon landing, making them too afraid to act recklessly. The only time they intervened was when they couldn't help but rush out to save Child. Now, seeing the powerful Vegeta being brutally beaten, they dared not show themselves. They could only hope that Goku would arrive on Namek soon to save them. Goku, hurry up. Namek is so dangerous. Your best buddy is now trembling. Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. Bulma looked at the laser beams occasionally crossing the sky, feeling utterly helpless. Meanwhile, what was Goku doing? Oh, he was wriggling on the spaceship like a maggot, targeting a small bag not far away, which contained a few senzu beans. On the ice star, it was nothing but cold, an endless expanse of ice that made one's scalp tingle. Bang! Suddenly, the entire ice star shook, and a large hole was broken in the ice surface, with endless cold winds howling out from the hole. A figure, about the same height as Goku, appeared, mostly pale with some purple on the shoulders and head. His pupils were red as blood, and though small, they looked particularly eerie. Hohohoho. Scouter activated. Combat power reached 250 million. Not bad, not bad. Turns out, getting stronger feels great. Unfortunately, I still want that kind of feeling. Touching the smooth surface without any protrusions or seams, Frieza's eyes suddenly shot out two red beams. Whoosh! The ice star was nearly sliced in half by Frieza. After venting some of his anger, Frieza took out a communicator from his storage space and put it on his ear, with a glass lens covering his left eye. Damn, this ear is also weird. Being rectangular, how ridiculous. Beep beep beep. Dodoria, where have you been? Dodoria, who was flying towards King Cold's spaceship with Sabo, suddenly froze. This long-lost voice made him so excited he wanted to cry out loud. Sabo, not understanding Dodoria as sudden outburst, irritably stopped to ask, "Hey, are you having a seizure? We need to hurry and bring Vegeta back to King Cold." Dodoria ignored Sabo and performed a perfect 90-degree bow in midair. Frieza, I am currently on Namek because King Cold wants to gather the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Frieza, I am so unfortunate as your personal secretary and lackey. I have now become a mere squad leader. Woo, hearing Dodoria's whimpering cries, Frieza felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Well, that was just a feeling. Because he was completely hairless, there was no such thing as body hair. However, upon hearing that King Cold was actually doing what he was supposed to do in the original story, he felt quite upset. He had initially owed a favor to the Grand Elder of Namek, and it hadn't been long since then, yet he was already being overshadowed by his so-called father. Whether the Namekians lived or died was of no concern to him. Mainly, he felt that King Cold was overstepping. Why not enjoy fine wine and delicacies on the Ice Star instead of running to the main storyline to boost his presence? What was he thinking? Now, his combat power had doubled, and as long as he had a moment to breathe, he could definitely eliminate King Cold. You have to know, Trunks from the future was about the same as he was now. If he had to give a number, it should be around 240 million. Since future Trunks could kill King Cold, there was no reason he couldn't. Oh ho ho! After my return, my first battle will be against my so-called father. Killing my father for the greater good. Ha! It should be boundless power. No, wait, since this uses energy, it should be boundless energy. Alas, too bad this energy can't be used in that way. If it could, it would be perfect. Dam akidato diama. Not a good son. Chapter 7. Venting unnamed Fury Frieza sensed Dodoria's energy, but soon realized that this guy's energy was too weak to detect. With no other choice, Frieza set his sights on King Cold and quickly sensed him. Swish! Frieza disappeared from the ice planet and reappeared inside King Cold's spaceship. King Cold was startled to see his unexpected son appear out of nowhere, completely unaware of how Frieza had arrived. Is this some kind of magic, Frieza? King Cold was surprised by Frieza's sudden appearance, but since his combat power was stronger than his son's, he felt no fear. What he didn't know was that Frieza was deliberately suppressing his energy to below 100 million to confuse King Cold. It was normal for the Ice Clan to suppress their combat power, so King Cold had no suspicions. I heard you're collecting Dragon Balls. After saying this, Frieza glanced around and spotted 6 Dragon Balls in a corner of the spaceship, identical in size to the ones he had seen before. They ranged from 2-star to 7-star, missing only the last one from the Grand Elder. Phew, as long as the Grand Elder is still fine, he wouldn't be completely ungrateful. Although he didn't care much. After all, Frieza already had a bad reputation, so one more wouldn't matter. However, this was something he had to do himself. King Cold did it, and then he would take the blame? Not happening. Frieza, your father is about to gain immortality, thanks to your subordinate, King Cold said, while sipping red wine. Looking very gentlemanly. In the spaceship, there was a 5-person squad, King Cold's ace team, the Cold Squad. The weakest could easily defeat Captain Ginyu, and the strongest had reached a combat power of 3 million. However, this level of power was nothing more than trash in Frieza's eyes. Do you know? You did what I was planning to do. It really annoys me. Frieza's attitude was quite terrible, which also made the Cold Squad very displeased. They knew they could flaunt their power in the universe and look down on most people, but Frieza was definitely not one of them. If he were still that Frieza in a baby carriage, the leader of the Cold Squad could still look down on him. But now, why is the sky green today? Frieza, you may have forgotten, but I am your father. King Cold maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, but only he knew whether he was angry or not. It was just nominal. The blood of the Ice Clan had never exceeded 0 degrees. Besides, weren't you always thinking about killing Cooler? Isn't he your son? Creak. Frieza stepped closer to King Cold, casually grabbing a glass of red wine from the distant bar. Frieza, what do you want? You should know that my combat power far exceeds yours. King Cold hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. He was just the kind of guy who was instantly killed by a powerful attack without having time to transform. Hohohoho. You're really foolish. Suddenly, Frieza's energy surged violently, and the overwhelming aura blew the Cold Squad members away, crashing them against the spaceship. Although the spaceship was very advanced and sturdy, it still couldn't withstand the energy released when Frieza exploded with power. Puff, puff, puff. The slightly stronger members were blasted out of the spaceship, leaving 5 holes in total. The remaining weaklings, relying solely on advanced weapons, couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded without even having time to scream. Puff! King Cold looked down as a purple energy blade pierced through his chest. The intense pain made him spit out a mouthful of blood, which quickly turned into ice crystals upon hitting the ground, showing just how low the temperature of the Ice Clan's blood was. Seeing this, Frieza became even more irritated. It seemed that even if the dragon could grant him a gender, his other half wouldn't be able to withstand this low temperature. I've started to miss you. Hohohoho. Frieza increased the power in his hand, quickly swinging the purple energy blade, instantly slicing King Cold into many pieces. Whether intentional or not, King Cold's head remained intact. Frieza, however, what awaited him was Frieza's purple energy wave. Amidst the soaring energy wave, King Cold was obliterated, the extreme heat leaving not a single cell behind. After doing all this, Frieza still couldn't suppress the evil fire in his heart. His blood-red eyes shot out 5 beams of death, targeting the surviving members of the Cold Squad in the spaceship. Originally, you didn't have to die, but you chose to escape. The Cold Squad cursed loudly. I didn't run away. It was you who blasted us away. What kind of grudge is this? Killing your own father isn't enough? You have to deal with us lackeys too. Please no. Boom. X5 the world fell silent. Phew. The wine glass in Frieza's left hand showed no signs of damage as he downed the wine in one gulp. This feeling was incredibly satisfying. Indeed, the best way to vent frustration is through destruction. Should I destroy planet Namek too? Nah, forget it. This is the world of Dragon Balls, where Goku's transformation battle takes place. Super Saiyan, with golden hair, green eyes, and that fierce gaze, looking down on everything with arrogance. A childhood idol, but now, I'm so strong that I could easily defeat them. By the way, Shrag should have woken up, even though his combat power is a bit weak. But he can still be a stepping stone for Goku. So, without hesitation, when Dodoria excitedly brought the beaten-up Vegeta to the spaceship, Frieza vanished once again. Lord Frieza, please don't abandon your most loyal servant. Dodoria thought bitterly, feeling more miserable than eating bitter melon. After feeling abandoned by Frieza once again, Big tears rolled down his cheeks. Disgusting Sabin. Bang! A flying kick landed on Dodoria's plump body, sending him flying out of the spaceship. Sabin, when Lord Frieza returns, I will make you know my strength. Sabin spat out a thick phlegm. Ha! You worthless dog relying on power. At that moment, a figure appeared in the path of the thick phlegm. Chapter 8. The tragic Slag Dales has an appearance identical to Sun Wukong, and it's unknown whether he is Bardock's illegitimate child. Initially, Dales found an uninhabited planet and planted a spirit tree on it. The spirit tree is a magical species that can absorb the essence of a planet. The day the spirit tree matures is also the day the planet exhausts its vitality. Once the spirit tree withers, the planet will disintegrate and become dust in the universe. Dales accidentally encountered the growing spirit tree and claimed it for himself. This was the fourth time he had planted a spirit tree, and at this point, Dales had nearly 30,000 combat power. This combat power surpassed all Saiyans. Considering that during the time when planet Vegeta had not exploded, King Vegeta had only about 10,000 combat power. Dales was proud. Even his 5 subordinates were stronger than King Vegeta, and he felt that the revival of planet Vegeta depended solely on him. However, reality was against him. If he had discovered Slag's existence when he landed on the planet, he would have left without hesitation. However, Slag had been knocked underground by Frieza and had lost consciousness, with his combat power approaching 0. But when the spirit tree was planted and began to draw energy from the planet, it awakened Slag. After opening his eyes, Slag first doubted his life and then felt some roots extracting his vitality. How could he endure this? He was the Super Namekian, King Slag. Boom! With a loud bang, Slag's frail body made a grand appearance. Even though Slag's combat power had been significantly weakened, he was still not someone Dales and the others could handle. It should be noted that during his peak, Slag had a combat power of 60 million. And although he was severely aged now, he still had several million, if not 10 million. Dales was tragic. After sacrificing 5 subordinates, he fled in his spaceship without even having time to collect the spirit tree seeds. Slag did not have the energy to pursue him, mainly due to the severe injuries from Frieza's 2 finishing attacks. Looking at the formerly barren planet now growing a large tree, filled with red fruits, Slag became excited. The spirit tree. It really is the spirit tree. Haha, my era, King Slag's era, is about to return. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Slag kept eating the fruits of the spirit tree, quickly consuming nearly half. Although his combat power didn't increase much after eating nearly half of the fruits, he restored his youthful body, and his combat power increased from 60 million to 65 million. This increase was already substantial. If Dales knew, he would probably cry out in the bathroom. Ha ha! As long as I finish the remaining fruits and plant them on other planets, the whole universe will be mine. What is Frieza? Get ready to tremble. Slag was bursting with confidence, venting the frustration from earlier. Suddenly, a sinister, mocking laugh appeared behind him. Hohohoho! Congratulations, Sir Slag. Slag turned around with great difficulty, his body moving as slow as rust. Frieza. Frieza floated in the air, as Slag was taller than him. Frieza secretly resented, wishing he had let the dragon, Shenron, make him a few meters taller. Come on, let me tremble. Hohohoho! With a wave of his hand, all the fruits on the spirit tree were collected into his storage space. Even the spirit tree seeds were taken. Soon, the spirit tree began to wither at a visible speed, and the planet started showing signs of weathering. No, you can't do this. Schloch was shocked. He had no ability to survive in the universe. Thus, Slag unleashed all his combat power and flew toward the distance, where his personal spaceship was located. It was a bug-like spaceship similar to Piccolo's. Unfortunately, Frieza would not allow him to escape. With a slight acceleration, he reached Slag's side and grabbed his antenna. Go! Whoosh! Frieza and Slag disappeared simultaneously. When they reappeared, Slag saw a dark yellow thick phlegm flying towards him. Instinctively, he closed his large mouth, but it just happened to be contained in his mouth. Frieza's temple veins throbbed, utterly disgusted. Bang! A long tail struck Slag's head hard, directly smashing a large hole in the spaceship, sending Slag back deep underground. Shaking from the force of the blow, Slag instinctively swallowed, feeling awful. Being beaten by Frieza was one thing. Lacking strength meant he had to obediently take the beating. But what was that thick phlegm all about? Gag. Slag began to enlarge, and then charged into the sky. He kept digging at his throat, attempting to vomit it out. Bang! Something fleshy seemed to have hit the top of his head and then slid down his body into the spaceship. Frieza's eyes twitched. This Dodoria actually rolled down from the sky. Is this what they call the #1 lackey? Seems a bit embarrassing. Come, shrink down a bit. Let us sit down and have a good talk. The enlarged Slag had a combat power of only 100 million, which was nothing more than a target to be killed in Frieza's eyes. However, this combat power was just right for training Sun Wukong. Without a strong opponent, King Frieza would be quite bored. The key was that Sun Wukong could also draw out the androids, bring forth Cell, and even summon Majin Buu, among other plots. This was the best stepping stone on the road to becoming stronger. Slag had regained his youth, but was insulted, so humiliated by Frieza. How could he obey? Roaring. Slag was ready to fight Frieza for 300 rounds. Want to talk to me? Beat me first. Slap. Slag fell face first on the ground, shaking the entire planet 3 times, with countless cracks appearing on the surface. Such a bizarre request. I can satisfy you. Hohohoho. Slap, slap, slap. Standing on Slag's back, Frieza's tail slapped down on Slag's bald head. Before long, a giant green figure resembling a Buddha appeared. If there were multiple halos behind his head, it would look even more like it. King Frieza, you finally returned. I've missed you so much. Dodoria came running with tears and snot, his big feet trampling along Slag's antennae, leaving multiple footprints on Slag's antennae with his heavy weight. Goose, are you trying to disgust me to death? With his arms crossed over his chest, Frieza leaned back, flicking his tail. Dodoria disappeared into the sky faster than before. This scene left Sabo shocked and trembling. It seemed that the thick phlegm he just spat out was the real culprit. By the way, Vegeta, this guy dared to betray King Frieza. If I catch the traitor, I might be able to save my life. No, it's a small life. Huh? Where is Vegeta? Damn it, don't play with me. You can't hide from me. Chapter 9, the appearance of the Ginyu Force in the sky above Namek. 5 round spherical spaceships were flying in formation, about to break through the atmosphere of Namek. As soon as Frieza contacted Dodoria, Dodoria immediately relayed the good news to the Ginyu Force. After studying their design for a long time, they were ridiculed by the good Force and, in a fit of rage, were severely punished. They felt so frustrated. If King Frieza were here, he might not praise them, but he would at least respect their hard work, right? Upon hearing the news of King Frieza's appearance, the 5 of them immediately burst out of the healing pods, disregarding their injuries, and hurriedly set off towards Namek. After all, their injuries weren't serious. They could recover quickly even without the healing pods. Staying in the healing pods was mainly because they were too embarrassed. They desperately needed recognition, especially the recognition from strong individuals. So, 10 minutes later, they arrived at Namek and dived right in. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 ships landed exactly on the enlarged slug. Each limb took a hit, plus the one on the abdomen, resulting in 5 indentations. This scene made Frieza's eyelids twitch. Fortunately, Namekians reproduce asexually. Otherwise, would Slug become a eunuch? Who knows? The doors of the 5 spherical spaceships opened, and 5 individuals of varying heights emerged. The tallest was Berta, with a combat power of 44,000, known as the fastest man in the universe, though the exact seconds were unclear. The shortest was Gudo, with a combat power of 18,000, the weakest member of the Ginyu Force, who relied solely on his super abilities to enter the team. However, in Frieza's eyes, he was just a filler. His abilities were of no use. The one with the best hairstyle was Jees, with long white hair and a combat power of 50,000. Also the vice captain of the Ginyu Force. The most muscular and simplest-minded was Raikum, who had a long face and pineapple hair, and, in the original story, he had mercilessly beaten Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin. However, his combat power was only 40,000, making him the second weakest in the Ginyu Force. The last one, looking like he had no brain, was the captain of the Jinyu force, Jinyu. No one knew if this was his true form, as he possessed the skill to switch bodies. The Jinyu force was named after him, and he had the highest combat power at 120,000, being the main contributor to the team's overall power. Jinyu. When the five jumped together, they shouted their names and struck a ridiculous pose. A gust of wind blew, and a cold sweat appeared on Frieza's forehead. In the anime, Frieza had witnessed their comical group actions, and after observing them in person, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was just too shocking. With a whip of his tail, Slug, who had been playing dead and doubting life, suddenly resurrected with a bang. He quickly returned to his normal size, appearing very servile, even afraid to restore the dents caused by the spaceship. Next, you will replace me and act as if you are fully collecting the Dragon Balls, but absolutely must not go towards the Northwest Tower. Do you understand? Slug was trembling all over, sweat pouring down like it was free, and he bent over sharply, almost hitting his head on the ground. I understand. Actually, using Japanese would be more appropriate, but I just don't want to. Seeing Slug's bowing appearance, Frieza couldn't help but kick him again. Are you paying tribute to me? After saying that, he didn't care about the disappearing Slug and turned back to the spaceship. Dodoria, why is this spaceship so shabby? How are you the #1 lackey? After finally crawling back, every part of Dodoria's body hurt, but he instantly felt energized. His head didn't hurt anymore, his legs weren't sore, and he was filled with vigor. Rest assured, King Frieza, I will have headquarters send a more luxurious spaceship over right away. Dodoria found his value again. He could once more bask in power and authority, and this feeling was simply delightful. Mr. Zabon, I think you aren't handsome at all. Don't be a nuisance in front of me anymore. Go help Jinyu and the others with logistics. Frieza looked at the green-skinned Zabon, especially with his long braid, completely shattering his worldview. Zabon immediately bowed at a 75-degree angle, mainly because he didn't dare to bow too deeply, as Slug was a cautionary tale. Zabon jogged over to Jinyu and the others, now particularly afraid of Frieza. Vegeta was missing, and he thought he was doomed. Now that he had narrowly escaped with his life, his little life, he was already satisfied. As for whether he was good-looking, that didn't matter at all to Frieza, who had no gender. Boom! An energy blast hit Zabon. In that energy blast, Zabon nearly vaporized, but fortunately, Slug saved him and put him into a rapid healing pod. Don't speak ill of me in your heart. If you want to end up like him, feel free to try. Even Slug, who had just landed freely, was trembling. Slug had originally prepared to voice his complaints, but they died in his throat. Although Dodoria lacked strength and courage, he had the heart of a dog. You all should learn more from Mr. Dodoria. Hohohoho. Very good. Dodoria laughed out loud, which further fueled the hatred. Glancing at Vegeta, who was moving cautiously in the distance, Frieza smiled. Just as Dodoria and the others arrived, Frieza saw the unconscious Vegeta and secretly cast a healing spell on him. After all, he was the male second lead of Dragon Ball, and without him, a lot of fun would be lost. Hohohoho. Vegeta, don't let me down. You must not die like in the original story. The power of the plot is sometimes really amazing. Even though the King of Cold sent people to collect the Dragon Balls, a group of underlings was still wiped out by the Namekians. Moreover, the one who knew the healing spell was also rescued by Krillin and the others. Frieza sensed this and already knew. Even more astonishingly, Vegeta unexpectedly encountered Gohan and Krillin on the way, and the three even reached the historic decision to form a strategic alliance. Vegeta and the others could sense energy, so they tried their best to suppress their energy as they ran towards the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Goku's spaceship was less than a day's journey from Namek. Just moments ago, Goku once again wormed his way to the small bag containing the Senza beans, slamming his chin onto the ground, causing a Senza bean to bounce out. Upon seeing the Senza bean, Goku's eyes lit up, and he desperately stretched out his tongue to roll it in, but failed. The second time, still a failure. On the nth try, just as Goku's eyes were about to lose their sparkle, he finally managed to roll the Senza bean into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, clang, clang, clang. Goku raised his hands high, fully revived again. What was our protagonist Frieza doing? Oh, he was thinking about how he should take a piss. This was a serious issue. Chapter 10. Two people alone in a room. Bulma is not the main female character. I'm only describing her because she is the most important female character in Dragon Ball, but she doesn't necessarily have to be the main protagonist. After all, Frieza's physique is quite extraordinary. After studying for a long time, Frieza finally gave up. It had been a long time since he crossed over to this place, and he had never had any urgent situations. Perhaps his unique physique had something to do with it. Growing impatient, Frieza went to a cave alone, where there was a building that shouldn't exist. A house. It had a logo, Capsule Corp. Frieza didn't understand what it meant. He had never liked studying foreign languages. However, he knew that this was the house Bulma had created with her universal capsule. Knock, knock, knock. He gently knocked on the door, trying to appear as elegant and gentlemanly as possible. The door opened. Bulma, dressed in pajamas, stood inside, curiously looking at the tall figure with pale white skin before her. Mainly, Bulma couldn't tell whether the person was male or female at first, so she could only describe them as a tall person. Hello, may I ask who you were looking for? Frieza looked around and revealed what he thought was his most gentle smile, puzzled. Could there be someone else here? Bulma was terrified by Frieza's smile. Combined with those blood-red pupils, he looked like a villain from a novel. A glance caught sight of the long tail, and she was instantly filled with fear. She wanted to scream, she wanted to run away, and she even felt the urge to urinate. And no, what do you want with me? Holding back her urge, Bulma asked, trembling. Frieza could no longer maintain his self-assumed, gentle, and gentlemanly smile. So he returned to his usual demeanor and said lightly, I haven't tasted Earth's delicacies in a long time. I wonder if you could fulfill this small request of mine. In return, I invite you to drink some red wine from planet Paramek, as well as the most famous fruit from the Tree of Might in the universe. Although Frieza looked just as evil as ever when he returned to his normal state, he was somewhat more normal now, which eased Bulma's fear a bit. Upon hearing Frieza's request, Bulma felt that he was a reasonable person, and her nervousness decreased significantly. She was inherently bold. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone out alone to search for the Dragon Balls. Hearing about the fine wine from planet Paramek and the famous fruit from the Tree of Might piqued her curiosity. Please come in, have a seat, and I'll get you some food. As the heiress of the Universal Capsule Company, she never lacked food or clothing when she went out. She always prepared plenty in advance. Especially since getting to know Goku, she had prepared food several times more than before, as that kid would get too hungry and lose strength. Several times, because of hunger, Bulma almost became a legend, so she had to be cautious about it. Soon, a table full of delicious dishes appeared before Frieza, which were all visually appealing and fragrant. Frieza, who hadn't tasted these foods in a long time, almost drooled. So, with a wave of his hand, a large box of red wine from planet Paramek appeared in the room, and a red fruit appeared in Bulma's hand. Although the storage space wasn't large, its effect was remarkable. The fruit from the Tree of Might looked furry and unappealing, but its refreshing aroma made Bulma want to take a bite. It's not that I'm unwilling to give you more of this fruit. With your body, eating one is already the limit. After you get used to it, I can give you more. Frieza did not devour the food like Goku. Instead, he drank wine while slowly cutting a steak with a knife and fork. This steak was cooked to his favorite medium rare, and he could still see a hint of blood when he cut into it, which was truly to his liking. Bulma looked at the unfamiliar person eating slowly before her, and surprisingly felt that he was somewhat of a gentleman. How absurd. I'm very sorry. I still don't know your name. Hello, my name is Bulma, and I'm from a distant planet called Earth. It's nice to meet you. Bulma initially wanted to extend her hand for a handshake, but ultimately gave up on that gesture. From the voice, this pale-skinned person seemed like a man. Beautiful lady, hello. My name is Frieza. You may have heard of this name. Bulma's brain froze for a solid 30 seconds. Then a scream that pierced the heavens erupted, causing the entire house to tremble a few times. Frieza, why you are Frieza? Frieza rubbed his rectangular ears, realizing that having too good a hearing might not be a good thing. Indeed, Bulma learned about Frieza after arriving on Namek, when the King Kai communicated with them. From the King Kai's description, she learned that Frieza was a cold-blooded universe supervillain who could destroy planets at a whim. Moreover, it was Frieza's father, King Cold, who was wreaking havoc on Namek, and those people were also searching for the Dragon Balls. So, that King Cold is your. Frieza interrupted Bulma. as it was somewhat ungentlemanly, but he was unwilling to hear those words. That's just a name. He ruined my plans and has already been sent to meet the Grim Reaper. Perhaps I can only see him in hell. Bulma was taken aback. But none of that was important. What mattered was whether this cosmic-level villain would kill her or if he would do something to her first before killing her. Or would he kill her first and then do something? It seemed like none of those options were acceptable. What to do? Suddenly, Frieza's expression darkened. Mainly, he sensed Bulma's thoughts. If he had that ability, he wouldn't mind Bulma thinking that way. He might even be happy to help her fulfill her desires. The key issue was, that was his eternal pain. Miss Bulma, don't think too much. If I wanted to kill you, you would have already met your ancestors. After saying that, Frieza continued to eat his food. Pudding, mousse cake, fruit layers, hamburgers, steaks, fried chicken, crispy pork belly, braised pork. Why is there even stinky tofu? It smells bad but tastes good. The most typical representative. Seeing Frieza focused on his food and not as terrifying as the King Kai said, Bulma's urge to urinate shrank back. Looking at the red fruit in her hand, she hesitated. Should she eat it or not? Would she be poisoned? Would it contain some sort of spring medicine? But this fruit really smells good. She really wanted to take a bite. So conflicted. Eat it. This fruit is rare and can enhance your physical quality. Eating it won't guarantee eternal youth. But living a few hundred years is no problem. Moreover, this thing is good for your skin. I guarantee that after eating it, you'll become even more beautiful. Frieza coaxed her, just like tempting Snow White to eat the apple. After all, she was the most dazzling female character in the Dragon Ball world. And he hoped Bulma could have a healthy and long life. After a while, Frieza had nearly finished eating and noticed that Bulma still hadn't eaten the fruit from the Tree of Might. He suddenly felt a bit unhappy. What is the matter? Do you not trust me that much? Although I'm not a eunuch, there isn't much of a difference. In ancient times, the emperors trusted people like me the most. What do you, a little girl, have to doubt about me? I've given you the fruit, and you won't eat it. Are you not showing me any respect? This sudden change of expression immediately frightened Bulma, making her feel the urge to pee again. Trying to hold back this impulse, Bulma swallowed hard, thinking to herself, if I die, I can still be revived with the Dragon Balls. Crack, juicy and delicious. The taste is beyond words. Bulma's eyes instantly sparkled, and she couldn't wait to take another bite. Wow, this fruit is really delicious. Frieza, seeing the scene, felt satisfied and naturally started to laugh. But his laughter still sounded so despicable. Oh ho ho ho. Chapter 11 The Great War ended in an instant. King Frieza had been missing for half a day, and no one knew where he had gone. Shrag felt that this was his world again. Once he learned what the Dragon Balls were for, his mind started racing. If he could wish for immortality, why would he need to fear Frieza? Not at all. However, Frieza's oppressive aura still lingered, so, just to be safe, he decided to wait another day. If Frieza hadn't appeared by then, he would no longer hold back. As for the Ginyu Force, to him, they were just a bunch of jokers, and low-power jokers at that. The poses they struck were just so awkward. Being ugly wasn't a problem, and being stupid wasn't either. The key was that they didn't even know it. They had no self-awareness at all. It was quite annoying, especially that Dodoria, acting all high and mighty as if he were Frieza's second-in-command. If it weren't for Frieza praising Dodoria before leaving, Shrag would have definitely taught this bootlicker a lesson. No, he would teach him how to be a dog. First, he would break one of his legs, then talk. Aren't bootlickers always limping? Just hold off for one more day. In the northwest direction of the dilapidated spaceship, where the eye could not see, stood the Grand Elder beside the cold-faced Nail, along with the survivor Dandy, also known as Tion Tion. The Grand Elder placed his hand on the displeased Vegeta's head, and a powerful aura erupted from Vegeta's body. Vegeta clenched his fists, his face full of disbelief. He felt he could now defeat 10 Friezas. If there were a power level detector, Vegeta's power level would have reached a terrifying 300,000. This power level could instantaneously defeat everyone on this planet, except for Frieza and Shrag. Vegeta felt that he was now the brightest star on this planet. Come on, one more time. Faced with Vegeta's unreasonable request, the Grand Elder could only look helpless. Mainly, he couldn't beat him. If he had known, he should have opened Nail's potential first. With Nail's 42,000 power level after development, he should be able to crush the current Vegeta. A person can only have their potential unlocked by me once in their lifetime. Cough, cough, cough. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Nail and Tion stepped forward, their eyes filled with concern. The Grand Elder waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. Nail, come here. You are the best warrior from Namek, and this time, Namek's disaster needs your strength. Nail wanted to refuse, but ultimately placed his head obediently under the Grand Elder's hand. 10 seconds later, Nail also received an astonishing boost. Although it wasn't as monstrous as Vegeta's tenfold increase, he reached 350,000. This aura immediately overshadowed Vegeta, but Vegeta's eyes were still filled with that unpleasant disdain. Just give me a few days to train, and defeating him will be a piece of cake. As for Gohan and Krillin, after development, they only had power levels of 20,000 and 15,000, respectively. Vegeta felt a bit embarrassed to ally with them. It didn't matter whether Kakarot came or not. I will definitely take care of Frieza. After proudly declaring this, Vegeta's body was enveloped in a white aura, and he kicked off the ground, shooting toward the spaceship at high speed. Vegeta, X2 Gohan, and Krillin wanted to stop him, but unfortunately, Vegeta was too dizzy from his skyrocketing power to listen to their advice. Kid, you should go help them. This time, the evil invasion is not something he can handle alone. The Grand Elder still didn't know that King Cold was already dead, nor did he know that the enemy they were now facing was actually a fellow Namekian who had escaped the previous Namek with him, the so-called most talented Namekian warrior. Shrek, the mastermind behind this dramatic scene, Frieza, was sleeping soundly in Bulma's room. What about Bulma? After eating the fruit of the Tree of Might, she had spent a long time with diarrhea, but felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, she felt better than ever. Her skin was smoother, her hair was silkier, her figure was better, more curvy and perky, full of elasticity, especially that little face, which felt like it could produce water with just a pinch. As for her power level, it had risen to 1,000 because of the Tree of Might's fruit, but she didn't care about that at all. Beauty was the most important thing. Fighting was the least of her concerns. Looking at Frieza, who was sleeping in the guest room, she thought maybe Frieza was misunderstood. He wasn't as bad as everyone thought. On the contrary, Frieza gave her a feeling of being quite polite and very graceful, much more of a gentleman compared to Goku. It must be your appearance that has led the world to misunderstand you. Should I find the Dragon Balls to change your appearance? Hee, this is what women are, superficial. She also recalled that this person sleeping soundly had previously dealt with her nominal father. Soon, Bulma found another seemingly reasonable excuse. It must have been that King Cold using your name to cause trouble everywhere, and you couldn't stand it, so you did the righteous thing to eliminate your own kin. Not to mention how Bulma was lost in her thoughts. At this moment, Vegeta had already encountered the Ginyu Force. Vegeta's power was overflowing, and he was full of confidence. Stop with the guessing, you all come at me. If I even frown, that little bald guy's hair will grow long. The Ginyu Force. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan, who were struggling to fly, were... As for Nail, he had become a deserter, claiming, I am the Grand Elder's bodyguard. And the Grand Elder's safety is more important than anything. The upcoming battle can only rely on you. Krillin outwardly agreed with Nail's actions, but secretly gave him the middle finger. You black-hearted bastard. If it weren't for the fact that he really couldn't beat the opponent, and for the one-star Dragon Ball in his hand, he would have definitely raised both middle fingers. He would even curse. Don't be a coward. The battle began. The battle ended. The gap of several 100,000 was enough for Vegeta to instantly kill the Ginyu Force. Captain Ginyu, although he had a power level of 120,000, was unfortunately blown to pieces by Vegeta's brutal attack before he even had time to switch bodies. As for Guldo, who had recovered after emergency treatment, he had avoided disaster by mixing cocktails for them in the back. Vegeta was not Goku. His personality, now, was different from the future. If he could kill, he would never drag it out for even a second. To be flashy requires strength as a foundation. After this battle, Vegeta's confidence skyrocketed. It was as if a BGM was playing in the sky. I am the coolest kid on this street. When I walk, I must swagger. Sunglasses on, hairstyle flippin'. As soon as I step out, I'm dazzlingly charming. There's nothing I can do. I was born this handsome. My strength doesn't allow me to keep a low profile. Shenron, just let me grow 20 centimeters taller. I don't want immortality anymore. Ha ha ha. Frieza, are you ready to wait for death? Frieza turned over in his sleep, mumbling. The next chapter will be even more exciting. Chapter 12. The most suitable way of cultivation is to fly by eating a fruit. Vegeta was completely out of control. After defeating the fleeting Ginyu Force, he flew at an even faster speed towards a spaceship. Gohan and Krillin looked at the ground covered in severed limbs and felt a bit nauseous. However, as long as Goku had not arrived yet, the more powerful Vegeta was, the safer they would be, which was a good thing. Boom! While Gohan and Krillin were still in flight, Vegeta had already encountered Shrag in the distance. Although Vegeta hesitated for a moment upon seeing Shrag, he recognized Zabo. Zabo was currently serving Shrag with great respect, holding a tray with a goblet of red wine in one hand and a white towel draped over his other arm. He looked just like a waiter. Shrag was quite satisfied with Zabo's service. He was in need of loyal subordinates. Just right, Zabo had been discarded by Frieza, and he thought that with a little persuasion, it would be easy to win Zabo over. So, when Vegeta rushed towards Zabo, Shrag acted as a genius-level Super Namekian. Controlling his energy was quite simple. Seeing Vegeta's mere combat power of 300,000, he couldn't be bothered to unleash his full strength. After aging, he was particularly focused on maintaining his health. He only mobilized 1,000,000 of his combat power, swatting Vegeta like a fly, landing a slap on his head. Then, as Vegeta crashed into the ground, a loud boom echoed. One moment, Vegeta was full of vigor, and the next, he was knocked out by Shrag's slap. The gap in power was too great. Just like before with the Ginyu Force, he could easily obliterate them, and now he could be effortlessly killed by Shrag. Not being killed by a single slap was already a stroke of luck for Vegeta, thanks to his Saiyan physiology. However, at this moment, Vegeta had lost his combat power, and the fact that he had not fainted was already a surprise for Shrag. Mr. Zabo, that Saiyan monkey is a traitor under King Frieza. Go finish him. Yes, respected Lord Shrag. Zabo clenched his fist and placed it on his chest, bowing to show his respect for Shrag. With a light shout, a white energy wave appeared around Zabo. Before the appearance of Super Saiyans, white energy waves were the most common color, and their size represented the strength of the user. Zabo, with a combat power of 21,000, quickly charged toward Vegeta. He held a deep grudge against Vegeta. It was because of Vegeta that he had been abandoned by King Frieza. Arriving above Vegeta, Zabo bent his knees and prepared to deliver a hard blow to Vegeta's chest. Zabo descended rapidly, while Vegeta could only watch helplessly. He was completely unable to muster any energy, leaving himself entirely defenseless. Taking this hit, he will most likely be done for. At this critical moment, Gohan arrived first, having unlocked his potential, and his combat power had reached 20,000. Not much weaker than Zabo. Seeing Vegeta's pitiful state, Gohan, already firing on all cylinders, didn't have time to think about anything else and kicked Zabo from the side. Due to the destruction of the detector, Zabo had no idea Gohan was coming. By the time he saw Gohan, he was already kicked away by a small foot. Boom! Zabo's luck wasn't much better than Vegeta's. He crashed into a hill, kicking up a cloud of dust. Solar Flare. Krillin, with slightly lower combat power, arrived a moment later than Gohan. Upon sensing Shrag's powerful and evil aura, he immediately used a technique to escape. Gohan, run! Krillin grabbed one of Vegeta's feet and, not even looking at Shrag, quickly fled northwest. Not far away, two figures were slowly flying towards them. One of them was Frieza, who had just annihilated King Cold and had brought out Shrag to take the blame. His smooth body, graceful lines, and crimson pupils all proved he was a natural villain. However, beside him was a woman flying somewhat unsteadily. She had one hand shielding her eyes and was trying hard to fly. This woman was Bulma, who learned to fly from Frieza, but it took him a lot of time. He had actually missed the battle between the Ginyu Force and Vegeta. As Bulma flew, she shouted, seemingly afraid that if she didn't speak loudly, the wind would drown out her voice. Mr. Frieza, that strong light just now seemed like Krillin's solar flare. And it sounded like him too. Frieza, with his hands behind his back, maintained the same speed as Bulma effortlessly. Oh ho ho ho, Ms. Bulma, you are correct. There was indeed a little bald head and a child appearing in the distant battlefield, and they saved the seriously injured Vegeta. Every time Bulma heard that sneering laughter, she felt goosebumps all over her body, yet she didn't dare to question it, let alone point at that laughter. Wait, what did she just hear? What did you say? Krillin and the others are with Vegeta? Huh, isn't Vegeta one of your subordinates? Although Bulma represented the intellectual pinnacle of the Dragon Ball world, she still couldn't figure out what was going on at this moment. Vegeta was a ruthless killer on Earth. Yamcha, Tin, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo had all been killed by him. Don't talk nonsense, that was all done by Nappa. I haven't killed a single person. Vegeta protested. I won't take the blame for this. Thinking of Yamcha made Bulma's eyes well up with tears, mainly because the dust from the distance blew into her eyes, which she wasn't yet accustomed to flying. Of course, at this moment, Bulma still liked Yamcha a lot. After all, she hadn't discovered how unfaithful he was yet. It must be a strategic alliance. After all, my subordinates are collecting Dragon Balls while you're also collecting Dragon Balls. Isn't it said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Bulma's mouth twitched. She really couldn't understand how this rather gentlemanly person had become the emperor of the universe, let alone a notorious evil demon. King Cold must have dumped all the blame on his son. A person like that was not worth lamenting over. Yes, it must be like that. Frieza could betray his own family for the greater good, so he should be on the side of justice. Otherwise, why would he feed himself such good fruits and teach her how to fly in the sky? Speaking of which, she also wanted to fly in the sky like Goku and the others, but just thinking of their training methods made her give up directly. Frieza understood her. Eating a fruit to fulfill her wish was simply too perfect for her. At this moment, as the dust settled, Bulma's vision cleared, and she was astonished to discover a meteor rapidly descending from the sky. Chapter 13. An unconventional entrance. Frieza's gaze was far sharper than Bulma's. He recognized that it was a spaceship making an emergency landing. He didn't care to speculate on why such a situation arose. It had nothing to do with him. However, the direction of the landing was quite intriguing. Right towards that green, ugly creature, Zabo. Zabo was furious. He no longer cared about his beautiful appearance since Frieza had degraded him to worthless status. After transforming, his power level soared to 29,000. He sped towards the source, far exceeding the speed of Goku and the others, completely unaware that a fireball was headed straight for him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds later, boom! Goku's spaceship accurately struck the flying Zabo, and he was smashed into the ground, leaving only his trembling limbs exposed. How powerful was a spaceship crashing down like that? According to Frieza's estimates, converted into battle power, it should be just under 30,000. Therefore, Zabo shouldn't be dead from this blow. At worst, he will be left partially paralyzed. Miss Bulma, let's take a break here. We can enjoy some fine wine while watching this grand performance. Frieza proposed, not even considering Bulma's opinion as he landed on a small hill. Once Bulma descended, she waved her hand to create a transparent energy shield, mainly to prevent that group from kicking up too much dust. Bulma guessed that the spaceship that just passed was Goku's, as the design was very familiar, clearly a product of the Capsule Corporation. However, since they were in the center of the battle now, although her power level had reached 1,000, her combat awareness was nearly 0, and her power didn't seem to be of any use. She felt no inclination to leave Frieza's protection. From the capsule case, she found a small capsule. Bang! A sun umbrella, a round wooden table, 2 beach chairs appeared, along with a refrigerator. Opening the fridge, Bulma took out several cans of drinks, and Frieza, not being polite, opened one and started drinking. Refreshing. Indeed, Earth's drinks were the best. Lying on the beach chair, Frieza donned a pair of sunglasses, occasionally sipping his drink, looking just like an onlooker enjoying the show. In the distance, the hatch of the spaceship opened, and a handsome young man with a crab-like head and an orange battle suit emerged. Goku, Dad! It turned out that, after the recent commotion, Gohan and Krillin had been hiding nearby, sensing that Goku had arrived. Who else could make such a self-destructive landing but Goku, who was always focused on training? As expected, that orange figure with the familiar hairstyle could only be Goku. Krillin quickly ran towards Goku, holding on to Vegeta's foot, forgetting that Gohan could fly over. However, this was tough on Vegeta. During Krillin's sprint, his head slammed into the ground hundreds of times, nearly knocking him out. Finally, when Krillin hugged Goku, he instinctively threw away the hindrance in his hands. Vegeta was finally freed, but was met with the spaceship's surface. Clang! There was even an echo. A human-shaped dent appeared on the spaceship's surface, and Vegeta became a tragic figure, embedded in the spaceship. Uncle Krillin, is that person Vegeta? Gohan asked. Huh? Hearing Gohan's question, Krillin followed his finger to look. Oh, isn't that Vegeta? How did he end up there? Krillin, take this senzu bean to Vegeta. He is about to be knocked out. Fortunately, Goku noticed Vegeta's condition in time. His eyes were already rolling back, weren't they? After Krillin left with the senzu bean, Goku ruffled Gohan's hair, quickly learning what had happened on Namek. He also learned that after the Grand Elder unlocked Vegeta's potential, his power level had risen to 300,000. That power was even stronger than Goku's current level, which was only 90,000. The maximum he could use was a 15x Kaioken, peaking at 350,000. However, Goku felt no fear. He was full of fighting spirit towards anyone who could easily annihilate Vegeta. Hey, what's that shaking under the spaceship? Goku wondered, curious about the strange occurrence where he had landed. Gohan immediately realized it was the ugly Zabo being smashed into the ground by the spaceship. That is a bad guy. He almost killed all the Namekians. Dad, you must avenge Uncle Piccolo's kin. Goku hesitated. He loved fighting, but he had no interest in exterminating someone who had lost the will to resist. While Goku was reluctant, someone else was eager. After eating the senzu bean, a fully revived Vegeta had a towering grudge against Zabo. Boom! With all his might, he unleashed an energy blast, obliterating Zabo along with a nearly destroyed spaceship into fragments. My gravity room! Goku screamed. Forget it, it's already unusable. I'll just have Dr. Briefs make me another one when I get back. Indeed, Goku was the epitome of a carefree optimist. Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at Goku. Although Goku concealed his power level, Vegeta could sense that it wouldn't exceed 100,000. Meanwhile, after his near-death experience and revival, Vegeta's power level had already shot up to 1,000,000. No matter how strong Goku was, or how abnormal the Kaioken was, he would definitely be crushed by the Saiyan Prince. In the distance, Frieza frowned. This plot seemed to be veering into absurdity. At this rate, Vegeta might transform into a Super Saiyan before anyone else. This was unscientific. Schlag was irritated. Being summoned by Frieza to serve as a soldier was one thing, but the person he had his eyes on was killed. When he wanted to save him, a mysterious force bound him. Once that binding force disappeared, Zabo was already reduced to fragments. He wanted to rush over to crush the opponent. But Frieza's voice echoed in his mind. Do whatever you want, but you cannot kill those people. Feeling frustrated and wronged, Schlag decided to stay put in the ruined spaceship. However, while Schlag didn't want to fight, Vegeta and Goku did. Just as Schlag was about to enjoy a few drinks, a massive energy blast pierced through the already dilapidated spaceship. The key point was that all the fine wine was destroyed. Damn it, I spared your life, and you repay me like this. Schlag saw Vegeta eat something and fully revive, his power skyrocketing over 3 times. However, in his eyes, that was still nothing. Just a slightly larger insect. Hey, why is that Namekian here? This time, not only Goku saw it, but even Gohan and Krillin were astonished. Could it be that the Namekian exterminated the Namekian? Is there a civil war happening? What the hell is going on here? However, the Namekian in front of them looked very evil, and his aura was also sinister, completely different from the peaceful Namekians. No matter who he was, they would take him down. Vegeta took the lead, seeking revenge for the previous slap. Smack whoosh ding. Chapter 14. Everyone is acting cool. A small dot disappeared from view. Frieza's keen eyes quickly recognized that the one who flew away was Vegeta. With a mere battle power of 1 million, he dared to attack Schlag. completely unaware of the consequences. If it weren't for Frieza's orders, Shrag would have likely turned Vegeta into mush with a single slap. Bulma didn't have such sharp eyesight and was unsure of what had happened. She only saw a blurry figure vanish quickly. Mr. Frieza? Was that person who just disappeared human? Frieza's tail slapped the ground as he took a big gulp of his drink and burped. Yes, that flying one was Vegeta. His eyes lit up as he looked in the direction Vegeta had vanished. Something interesting was happening. This battle on Namek had been completely altered by his arrival. Naru was troubled. He just wanted to protect the Elder, but instead, he was scolded by him. Therefore, he had no choice but to take Tian Tian with him to the battlefield as requested by the Elder. He brought Tian Tian along because he understood healing techniques and was quite skilled at them. As Naru and Tian Tian rushed towards a spaceship, a black dot suddenly appeared in the distance, causing Naru to freeze in shock. The dot quickly grew larger, and he realized the person charging straight at him was none other than Vegeta. Tian Tian, get out of the way, Naru shouted as he pushed Tian Tian aside. Unleashing his full power of 350,000. Waves of energy surged forth. Naru's arms began to swell, growing more than twice their previous size. His energy skyrocketed from 350,000 to 500,000. This situation was similar to a powerful Super Saiyan like Goku sacrificing speed for strength. Naru had no choice. Vegeta was coming in too fast, and if he didn't act, it could lead to disaster. Of course, he could have dodged, but the Elder was directly in their path, and if he didn't stop Vegeta, the Elder would surely be caught in the crossfire. The Elder's body could not withstand such a collision from that distance. Naru had no other options. Halt! Bang! A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Naru's mouth, and several veins in his arms burst from the immense pressure. However, he managed to catch Vegeta. Naru never expected that his first full-power explosion would be to intercept a human bomb. This left him somewhat frustrated. After all, Vegeta had a battle power of 300,000. Yet he was beaten so badly? Naru was unaware that this was the second time Vegeta had been so badly beaten, and his current battle power had increased to 1 million. In less than half an hour since separating from Naru and the others, his battle power had tripled. Terrifying. Tian Tian, hurry and heal this person. He's barely hanging on. Poor Vegeta had it rough. In less than 10 minutes, he had nearly lost his life twice. Tian Tian was quick to respond. After all, he was sent by the Elder to be a medic, and saving lives was his specialty. Boo boo bop bop. Humming the famous tune of Jigglypuff, a green light appeared in Tian Tian's hands. After 5 seconds, Tian Tian spread his arms, made a circle, then pressed his palms down on Vegeta's abdomen and exhaled heavily, as if completing a martial arts energy transfer. If Frieza had seen this, he would have surely exclaimed, "Did you come from another world too? Are you from Tianlong or Babu? You can't be a useless character from the Deer and the Cauldron." Naru looked at Tian Tian's showy actions and said impatiently, "Don't rush to rest. I'm injured too." Then, Tian Tian ran over to Naru with his short legs. After another round of showy actions, Naru's hands returned to normal. Although he hadn't participated in a great battle, his power did increase a little, barely reaching 400,000. That was indeed not much. However, Vegeta was different. When he opened his eyes again, a flash of golden light disappeared. Vegeta stood up, looked at Naru, then at Tian Tian, knowing that it was Tian Tian who saved him. Wanted to say thank you. His pride wouldn't allow him to speak. Feeling his own power, Vegeta surprisingly didn't burst into arrogant laughter, but fell into silence for a moment. At this point, his battle power had soared to 2 million. Although not as much as before, it was indeed approaching the minimum requirement of 3 million to transform into a Super Saiyan. That fleeting golden light indicated that Vegeta had touched the threshold of becoming a Super Saiyan. Just then, another black dot flew over, and as it became clearer, it was a person, dressed in tatters, with a crab-like hairstyle blown by the wind. It was none other than Goku. Kakarot, with your level of power, do you dare to act tough? Are you looking for death? This time, with Vegeta, who had a battle power of 2 million, Goku was easily caught. Looking at the unconscious Goku, Vegeta had a look of disdain. With a flick of his hand, he tossed Goku in front of Tian Tian. To punish him for the trouble he caused on Earth, he made sure he slid along the ground for a bit. When Goku reached Tion, a deep trench appeared on the ground. This guy is Gohan's dad. Whether you save him or not is up to you. Proud as he was, Vegeta now understood Shrag's power. Even with his current battle power of 2 million, he had no chance against Shrag, unless he could find the source of that golden light. Perhaps that was the legendary Super Saiyan trait. Vegeta was indeed a fighting genius. Although he didn't understand the difference between a regular Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan, it didn't hinder him from thinking in the right direction. Tion felt a bit tired. The healing techniques didn't affect his body, but acting cool was exhausting. In a short while, he had already shown off 3 times, and he had only been out of the Elder's presence for less than 10 minutes. Tion felt like he would be exhausted to the point of spitting blood today. With the green light appearing again, Tion resumed his inner energy management. Soon, Goku awakened, and he was in an unprecedentedly good state. With a loud shout, a white aura enveloped Goku, and his momentum was even stronger than Vegeta's just moments ago. Vegeta's face darkened instantly. Who exactly was the prince of the warrior race? The Saiyans? On Earth, Goku had surpassed him. The moment Goku activated the 4th Kaioken, he indeed exceeded Vegeta's battle power. Now, after almost dying twice, Vegeta barely managed to reach 2 million, while Kakarot, having only experienced once, had his battle power soar to 2 million. It was simply incomprehensible. God damn it, are you blind? Don't you know who the real fighting genius is? Meanwhile, Naru was already internally ranting, with thousands of grass mud horses galloping through his mind. Chapter 15. Vegeta's highlight moment. It's unfair for Lord, and Vegeta feels helpless, but he certainly hasn't given up. He has grasped a bit of the Super Saiyan mindset now. As long as he can become a Super Saiyan, what does Kakarot matter? Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, both seeing an unyielding fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The energy surged, and Goku and Vegeta charged towards the location of Shrag once again, one after the other. In the distance, Gohan and Krillin were teary-eyed, flying in the direction where Goku had disappeared. Shrag had no desire to fight these 2 insignificant ants. He was worried about Sabo, a subordinate he was close to subduing. In this universe, a battle power exceeding 20,000 was already impressive. For instance, Chou-E, although he hadn't reached 20,000, was still a decent subordinate, especially with Sabo's battle power of 29,000. Teams like the Cute Team and the Ginyu Force could already dominate an area, if not for encountering freaks like King Kyud and Frieza. He regretted letting that Saiyan who planted the tree of might escape. Otherwise, he would have made a great subordinate. Wait, those 2 idiots who dared to attack him earlier seemed even more suitable to be his subordinates. Those 2 were much stronger than the Ginyu Force. So why did he send them flying with just a slap? However, they probably hadn't died. Should he go check on them? Maybe if he treated them, they could serve him. Thinking of this, he acted. Although Frieza was too twisted for him to openly rebel, it was still okay to recruit subordinates for his service. After all, he was also someone who claimed to be a great king. Just as he was about to get up and check, the 2 he had sent flying returned, and they looked unharmed and even full of energy. What the hell? They seem to have even higher battle power. Do Saiyans have such a talent? At that moment, Shrag felt a strong sense of threat. When that crab-headed guy in orange clothes transformed, his energy wave turned red, and his power surged by 15 times. Though still an ant, the growth of this ant was quite astonishing. Vegeta was the first to launch an attack. Shrag didn't take his mere 2 million battle power seriously. But what was that flickering golden light? Whenever that golden light appeared, Shrag's body hair stood on end, as if something ancient and fierce was hidden within that golden light. Goku observed how Vegeta, relying on the occasionally appearing golden light, could actually engage Shrag in combat, pondering deeply. The dust from the battle didn't affect Frieza and Bulma. Frieza was leisurely eating a steak, slowly reminiscing. When he saw Vegeta and Goku reappear, a smile spread across Frieza's face because he sensed the hidden power within Goku. 90,000 battle power, transforming into 2 million in an instant. Akira Toriyama wouldn't dare write that. Yet it happened. In the state of 20 times Kaioken, Goku had a battle power of 40 million. Moreover, Goku's battle instincts were incredibly strong. Once he fought Shrag, combined with the Saiyan rage that increased battle power, Shrag might not be able to withstand it. It looked like he would have to grow larger. Sigh. If only he hadn't killed King Kid so early. Letting them serve as a second stepping stone for Goku and the others would have been a good idea. What a pity, but he didn't regret it. If King Kid were alive, he wouldn't be at ease. If Goku could contest with Shrag using Kaioken, then Vegeta's form was quite interesting. It was called Super Saiyan, but it was unstable. If it wasn't, the flickering golden light indicated that his battle power had already reached 40 million. This increase wasn't as much as transforming into a Super Saiyan, but it was still terrifying. Insect, insect, insect. Vegeta was getting more and more into it, and Shrag cursed as he gradually unleashed his battle power. Boom, bang. After another fist clash, Vegeta's state changed. A ring of golden light appeared around the white energy wave, and this ring of golden energy was very stable, unlike the previous flickering. However, his hair and eyes remained unchanged. Frieza chewed on a tough steak, intrigued. Vegeta's talent was indeed impressive. Under normal emotional conditions, he managed to achieve a pseudo-super Saiyan state, stabilizing his battle power at 40 million. Not bad, not bad. Bulma watched the battle scene projected on the screen, extremely tense. She didn't know what a pseudo-super Saiyan was, but she could tell that Vegeta was still at a disadvantage. Indeed, Vegeta was at a disadvantage. When Shrag unleashed his full power, erupting with 65 million battle power, Vegeta still couldn't hold on. Moreover, the pseudo-super Saiyan form consumed a lot of stamina. Comparable to Kaioken, Vegeta couldn't maintain this form for long. What a pity. He still hadn't mastered the true transformation technique. Seems like Vegeta was going to lose. Frieza shook his head and finished the last bit of steak. Let's go. We should head to the scene. Aren't you tired of looking up like that? Ignoring Bulma's eye roll, Frieza flew towards the battlefield. Not fast, just casually strolling. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Vegeta was still struggling, throwing punches, knee strikes, and whip kicks, fully engaging Shrag in a hard-hitting style. His golden aura was indeed magnificent. But with the battle power disparity, Shrag wasn't a fighting novice either. He was delivering punches and kicks too. With a 25 million gap, the scales of victory quickly tipped toward Shrag. Moreover, Shrag hadn't even used his giant transformation yet. In this battle, he was as steady as a rock. After clashing fists with Shrag again, Vegeta quickly flew into the air using the rebound force. The Prince's style was about to appear. Previously, Vegeta either one-shot someone or got one-shot himself. He never had the chance to use the Prince's style, which had built up a lot of frustration in him. Energy blasts shot from Vegeta's hands like they were free, much faster than a Gatling gun, and Krillin and Gohan couldn't see clearly. They only felt terrifying energy raining down, illuminating Krillin's bald head brilliantly. Bulma had just gotten a bit closer when she felt like she was going to die. She couldn't maintain her flying state at all. The key was, she felt a strong urge to urinate. Final flash. After continuously outputting for half a minute, Vegeta shouted, unleashing his ultimate move. An energy wave very similar to the Kamehameha. As for the energy wave itself, that shout from Vegeta was certainly extraordinary, scattering even the clouds in the sky. Goku glanced at Vegeta's position and was instantly alarmed. Vegeta, stop. Are you trying to destroy Namek? Goku couldn't imagine what horrific consequences would arise if Shrag didn't stay put to resist and instead dodged the attack. Mouth cannon. At the center of the explosion, Shrag's voice emerged, followed by an energy column thicker than the final flash shooting out, directly clashing with it. Goku breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the opponent didn't want Namek to be destroyed so easily. Wait, speaking of Sun Wukong, even Vegeta doesn't know the name of their opponent? What kind of battle is this? But whatever, as long as there's a fight, it's fine. That person falling headfirst towards the ground seems to be Bulma? Chapter 16, just want to heal. Why so much trouble? As Bulma was about to have an intimate encounter with the ground and become immortal, Frieza suddenly appeared beside her. The energy in his hand enveloped Bulma. preventing her from splattering into a meat paste. Goku stopped in midair when he saw a pale-skinned person with a long tail saving Bulma. He could sense that this person meant no harm to Bulma. So he turned his attention to Slag and Vegeta instead. Oh ho ho, Miss Bulma, how could you be so careless? Falling from such a height. Even with a battle power of 1,000, you wouldn't die, but facing down like that, it's easy to ruin your looks. Upon hearing that laugh, Bulma felt a strange sense of security for some reason. I want to take a bath. Frieza was about to laugh again when Bulma's exclamation stunned him, and he sniffed the air. He extended a finger and pointed at Bulma from a distance. A special energy wave appeared, and in an instant, Bulma was dressed in a clean outfit of the same style, but a different color, and even her body was cleaned. Bulma was taken aback, then immediately furious. You. After stammering for a long time, Bulma couldn't find the words to say. How could she possibly say, "Why did you change my undergarments?" No way. Bulma was a wealthy young lady. She cared about her dignity. She could never do something as shameless as Goku, who stripped in public. Puff. Whoosh. Vegeta ultimately lost to Slag, and at the moment the cannon shattered, he used all his strength to turn sideways, letting the energy column pass by him. After all, the energy was directed upwards, so he felt no psychological pressure. The key point was that Vegeta was already exhausted. His battle power had dropped to the point where he couldn't even maintain flight. At this time, being blasted by Slag's mouth cannon would leave him with nothing. Vegeta slowly began to fall towards the ground, in a similar position to Bulma just moments ago, head down. Slag accelerated sharply, intending to finish off Vegeta. He had long since thrown Frieza's orders out of his mind. Allowing the Saiyan monkey to continue growing would definitely threaten his life. However, Goku wouldn't let that happen. 10 times KO Ken. With a loud shout, the aura around Goku turned red, and in the next moment he appeared in front of Slag. Slag was in a furious state. Seeing another Saiyan monkey causing trouble, he immediately delivered a knee strike. Bang! Oof! Goku was caught off guard and hit in the stomach, instantly spitting out a mouthful of bitter water. He had underestimated the situation. With 10 times Kaioken, his power was only 20 million. And how could he compete with the fully unleashed, furious Slag? Just as he was about to use 20 times Kaioken, a very annoying laugh rang out. Goku had never heard this laugh before, but it struck him as very irritating. Hohohoho. You two should pause for a moment. As a bystander, I think your fight is a bit unfair. Upon hearing this, Slag trembled all over and dared not attack. Goku also distanced himself from Slag, looking at Frieza not far away, along with Bulma beside him. Why did Bulma change clothes? It didn't seem important, but the white and purple figure in front of him gave him an unfathomable feeling. When he was further away, he hadn't sensed it. But now Goku felt that even though the other party didn't seem strong, they were still a notch above Naru. Bulma, who is this beside you? As soon as Goku spoke, he deviated from the main issue. Bulma was still in a state of furious embarrassment, rolling her eyes before cursing. Goku, why didn't you come to find me first? Do you know I almost fell to my death just now? Frieza, with a black line on his forehead, snapped his fingers, and Bulma screamed as she flew towards Krillin and the others. Oh ho ho, Lord Slag, your energy has decreased quite a bit. It seems Vegeta gave you a hard time. You're Goku, right? Would you like to fight Slag at his peak? Slag was indeed a bit out of breath, but he still had tricks up his sleeve. He was confident in dealing with the crab-headed Goku. Goku's eyes lit up, that's for sure. But my sins of beans are all used up, and Tian wouldn't agree to heal this guy, right? He glanced at Naru and Tian on the ground. Those two seem to have zoned out. They even forgot to save Vegeta. Forget it, Vegeta won't die anyway, so it's fine to leave him be. Oh ho ho, I'll fulfill your wish, but you all have to provide me with a good show. As Frieza said this, his eyes narrowed slightly, causing Slag to shiver uncontrollably. Even Goku felt an incredibly evil aura. Frieza the Great, Dodoria, who had long been trying to avoid the battle's aftermath, suddenly flew up from the water, shaking his body full of lumps. Dodoria was feeling wronged, scared, and aggrieved. Finally seeing his master, Dodoria was so excited he almost crashed into Frieza's arms. Frieza, with a face full of helplessness, needed a loyal subordinate like Dodoria to run errands for him. Suppressing his annoyance, Frieza snapped his fingers, hitting Dodoria squarely on the forehead. Whoosh! Dodoria disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. You better hide until the spaceship arrives. Sigh. So much trouble. All Frieza wanted was to come out and heal the two. Why was there so much trouble? Two green beams shot towards Slag and Goku, while Frieza flew towards Bulma without looking back. Mainly, Bulma had a lot of delicious food, and just drinking wine was boring. Besides, watching a show should come with snacks and wine. Life has to have a sense of ritual. Vegeta suddenly shouted, "Everyone be careful. He is the real Frieza. The Galactic Emperor Frieza, the most evil Frieza in history." At this shout, Krillin and Gohan immediately entered battle mode, but Bulma took out a capsule filled with delicious food. Neru and Tian also came back to their senses at this time. However, neither of them recognized Frieza. Although Neru had seen Frieza once, he quickly fainted. Tian had only heard Elder Guru speak of Frieza, but had never seen him in person. However, both learned from Elder Guru that Frieza was not a vicious person. As long as one obeyed, it would be fine. Upon hearing Vegeta's series of descriptions, Frieza surprisingly smiled slightly. "Miss Bulma, thank you for your hospitality." Frieza lay back on a beach chair, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and sipped some red wine, completely ignoring Vegeta. "Hey, are you two not starting yet? I'm all set over here." An energy shield appeared, protecting Frieza and the food table, and since Bulma was standing close, she was also protected. Vegeta was stunned, and Gohan and Krillin were also dumbfounded. Should they fight or not? Chapter 17. The King Kai fist shines brightly. Frieza, do you know who fought against Vegeta? Why is he one of our Namekians? In fact, this question is not only what Neru and Tian are curious about, but even Vegeta and Goku are very curious as well. Oh, ho, ho. Lord Shrag, are you not going to introduce yourself? Swish. Everyone's gaze turned to Shrag in the sky. Even Dodoria, who had disappeared in the distance, looked over here, but he couldn't see anything. "My name is Shrag. Everyone." "That's it? Is that your self-introduction?" "Ho ho ho. I am very satisfied with this introduction. For other details, you can ask the Grand Elder of Namek. Now, please start your performance." Boom! Shrag unleashed all his energy first, as he could sense that Goku had not yet used his full strength. Upon seeing Shrag's seriousness, Goku lost his curiosity. "My name is Goku. Let us fight." Boom! Goku also unleashed all his power, starting with the 20x Kaioken. Shrag's expression became serious, as he felt that the Goku before him had an energy level equal to that of Vegeta. 40 million. Furthermore, he sensed that Goku could still become stronger. Goku's battle power had reached 40 million, causing Vegeta to see red with envy. He was so envious of this Kaioken. "Goku, this cheat, this Kaioken is so shameless." Fortunately, he had already touched the threshold of Super Saiyan. Goku had no time to think about Vegeta's mental state. The 20x Kaioken was a huge burden on his body, and he needed to end the fight quickly. So, Goku took the initiative to strike. At the same time, Shrag also moved. Suddenly, besides Vegeta and Frieza, all that could be seen were two shadows, one white and one red, colliding and separating, colliding again, and separating again. For a moment, Gohan and the others could only hear the sounds of fists and feet colliding, along with angry roars. Bulma suddenly remembered the World Martial Arts Tournament, and she didn't know where she pulled out a microphone from, stretching it out in front of Frieza. "Mr. Frieza, could you give us a live analysis?" Frieza almost spat out his red wine. This Bulma is really out of touch. With a snap of her fingers, Bulma found herself unable to move, and her mouth couldn't open, so she could only glare angrily at Frieza. Suddenly, she discovered a new world. Frieza was not wearing any clothes. Unfortunately, she couldn't shout out, otherwise, Frieza would definitely kill her to silence her. The battle in the air continued, with the two fighters of similar power in a deadlock, mainly because Goku was able to fully utilize his battle power. In the end, Goku's battle awareness was stronger, landing an elbow strike on Shrag's big head. This elbow nearly made Shrag's eyes explode, but he was still wide-eyed, filled with blood vessels. Boom! As expected, Shrag was knocked to the ground. Instantly, a meteorite crater appeared. and the surrounding ground showed signs of cracking. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted from the surface, caused by the magma spewing from below. The high temperature made those below uncomfortable, and Vegeta, lying on the ground, almost got splashed by the magma, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He had no battle power at all. Fortunately, Nara noticed Vegeta's abnormality and promptly took him to a safe place, where Tion healed him. Frieza did not stop, only watching with great interest as Goku and Shrag clashed again. The exchanges of mouth cannon and Kamehameha were evenly matched, as they were not ultimate moves after gathering energy. Lacking in spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. This kind of close-quarters combat is interesting. Goku landed a punch on Shrag's abdomen, and Shrag immediately smashed both fists into Goku's back. Goku delivered a whip kick to Shrag's head, and Shrag extended his arms, slamming Goku down to the ground, nearly burying him in the pile of magma. Ouch, hot, hot, hot. Fortunately, Goku was protected by a layer of energy, and the magma only made him feel hot without causing any harm. You throw a punch, I throw a leg. You spit bile, I also regurgitate bitterness. Truly, a match of equals, neither willing to back down. Finally, Shrag didn't want to play anymore. He had a much higher battle power than Goku, yet he had been hit more times, which was very embarrassing for him. Giant transformation. In the next moment, Goku found that he was only the size of Shrag's palm. Moreover, after transforming, Shrag's battle power soared to 100 million. If Shrag's giant transformation only increased his strength, Goku might have been able to deal with it, as it wasn't too scary if he couldn't hit his opponent. But Shrag's battle power was well balanced. Both speed and strength increased. Even though his body had grown larger, making him a bigger target, Goku still couldn't find any openings in Shrag's attacks. Bang! Finally, Goku was caught off guard and was punched by Shrag, sending him flying far away, crashing through several mountain peaks before landing in a large lake. Boom! Goku used the lake water to dissipate Shrag's momentum, but it also caused a towering water column to erupt, killing countless fish and shrimp. Goku thought to himself, what a waste of so many ingredients. With a 1.5 times power difference, the battle turned one-sided, no matter how high Goku's battle awareness was. He couldn't withstand it anymore. Finally, Shrag landed a punch on Goku's abdomen, causing him to spit out sour water. Before Goku could react, Shrag clasped his hands together and slammed Goku into the ground. Instantly, the ground shook again. Gohan rushed towards Goku without hesitation, and Krillin had no choice but to follow closely. Dad! Goku! Goku! Mr. Frieza, please save Goku. I will prepare more delicious food for you. In a moment of desperation, Bulma could only look at Frieza with a pleading expression, who appeared evil but had never harmed her in the slightest. However, how could Frieza agree to such an unreasonable request? He directly ignored Bulma's gaze and continued sipping his red wine leisurely. After all, Goku's limits had not yet been reached. He should have comprehended more Super Saiyan transformation techniques than Vegeta. This was just the beginning. 30x KO Ken. Maximum multiplié. Suddenly, Goku's aura expanded even more, and in an instant, his battle power reached 60 million. This scene was simply dazzling. Surrounded by red, flame-like energy waves, Goku shouted and charged toward Shrag. Goku raised his fist, just like when he was a child, even letting out a beastly roar akin to a gorilla. Shrag was startled by Goku's move, but upon sensing that Goku's battle power still had a gap compared to his own, he relaxed. With a sinister smile, Shrag shouted, stacking his palms together, a green energy ball quickly forming, then expanding rapidly until it reached a diameter of several meters. Goku. Goku's resilience had earned Shrag's recognition. He no longer referred to him as a Saiyan monkey, but directly called him by his name. Chapter 18, the first Super Saiyan appears. Shrag gathered a massive amount of energy, intending to send Goku off to the afterlife in one blow. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Frieza narrowed his eyes, as he sensed something was off with Goku. Just as Goku charged into the air, still a significant distance away from Shrag, the red aura surrounding him began to diminish. When Goku was just 100 meters away from Shrag, the energy waves surrounding him suddenly vanished. Not only did the red aura from the Kaioken disappear, but even the ordinary white aura vanished. Goku recklessly used a 30x Kaioken, but his body couldn't withstand it, and he had lost his fighting ability. What a shame. Frieza wanted to see the power of the Dragon Fist. This was such a buzzkill. Goku began to plummet downwards. But Shrag had no intention of letting him go, and the green energy ball continued to hurtle downwards. Goku was the primary target, but at that moment, Gohan suddenly accelerated and reached above Goku. Krillin, let 10-10 save my dad. Magic flash. Gohan was enraged by Goku's dire state. In that instant of fury, his power surged by 500 times. That's right, 500 times, directly increasing from a power level of 20,000 to 10 million. The red wine that Frieza had just swallowed was truly spewed out this time. This is outrageous. No, don't, Gohan. Goku shouted with wide eyes. His heart breaking. The power difference was 10 times. Gohan had no chance of stopping it, and only death awaited him. Frieza, if you don't intervene to save Gohan, then I. Bulma, I just did a few things and suddenly found she could talk again, but it seems she had no way to threaten Frieza at all. On the other side, 10-10 also stopped pretending, having healed Vegeta. She nervously tugged at his tattered battle suit and pleaded, Mr. Vegeta, please save Gohan. You're the only one who can save him now. 10-10 wasn't a combat-type Namekian, but she could feel it. After being saved by her, Vegeta's power level had skyrocketed instantly. Even if it was just for a moment, 10-10 sensed the explosive power hidden within Vegeta, especially that greenish-blue glow in Vegeta's eyes that nearly paralyzed her with fear. Cold, ruthless, filled with aggression. Useless waste of a father and son. In the end, it will be this Saiyan prince who resolves this. Boom! A golden light enveloped Vegeta entirely. This time, Frieza nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Vegeta had broken through his limits first. That recent battle had allowed Vegeta to surpass the Saiyan power limit, jumping from 2 million to 3 million, and had successfully given him the opportunity to transform. After nearly being killed 4 times in one day, his pride had been insulted to the extreme, and the intense pride drove Vegeta to transform into a Super Saiyan. The transformation multiplied his power by 50 times. This brought him directly from 3 million to 150 million. He effortlessly overwhelmed everyone except Frieza. With his fiery golden hair shooting upwards and sword-like eyebrows now golden, not a trace of white mixed in his aura, especially those emerald green pupils, made 10-10 so frightened she sat down on the ground. Thud! With a single foot stomp, Vegeta soared into the sky, his speed at its peak, almost instantaneously appearing beside Gohan. At that moment, Gohan had unleashed the magic flash, but he hadn't T-slowed the descent of the green energy ball, and the magic flash was instantly obliterated. Gohan, exhausted after the explosion, could barely maintain his flying state, preparing to use his small body to shield his father from the energy ball. Go down and accompany your useless father. See what a real Super Saiyan looks like. With one hand pressing against Gohan's stomach, Gohan shot downwards like a cannonball. If Vegeta had intended to kill him, Gohan would have definitely exploded. With a cold gaze at the green energy ball above, Vegeta smirked. This was his disdain for Shrag. Vegeta raised his foot and delivered a flying kick to the energy ball. Boom! Bang! The energy blast was directly kicked away by Vegeta and exploded in midair. What's this Shrag King? I'm now a Super Saiyan. To me, you're just trash. Whoosh! Vegeta went berserk. Fear finally emerged in Shrag's eyes. You should have anticipated this. You should have guessed. The Saiyan race was a bug. With every resurrection, their power underwent earth-shattering changes. They were a race born for battle. No! Frieza, save me. Shrag was genuinely scared. Vegeta's gaze was terrifying. That indifferent look, that murderous aura. Shrag had lost all desire to fight. Bang! Boom! Bang! Oh! Shrag was beaten to the point of being powerless. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to break, and many had already shattered. Not only that, but Shrag's left arm had also been broken. It had completely disappeared, and he could only hold his left arm, gasping for breath. Green blood sliding from the corner of his mouth. Frieza, save me. Shrag's gaze began to fade. with a power difference of a full 50 million. He had no means of resistance. He could only keep calling for Frieza, as he was sent by Frieza to take the fall. Frieza couldn't just watch him die. Creak, creak. The unique footsteps. This could be considered Frieza's personal BGM. Shrag had put on quite a show for Frieza. And Frieza really didn't want to let Shrag die just like that. So he stepped forward. Vegeta, Shrag helped you become the first Super Saiyan. Are you really this ungrateful? Vegeta looked at Frieza, who was taller than him, filled with disdain. With a forceful kick, he sent Shrag flying and ultimately chose not to kill him. Frieza, you destroyed planet Vegeta. You lied to me, saying it was caused by a supermassive meteorite. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Vegeta's emotions grew more agitated, and the golden aura around him expanded rapidly. Just from the aura, it appeared Vegeta's momentum was much stronger than Frieza's. However, in reality, Vegeta's anger only brought a slight increase in power. If Vegeta's power level was 150 million before, now it was barely 160 million. This level of power was not worth mentioning in Frieza's eyes, who possessed 250 million power. Oh ho ho, Vegeta, I remember you were 5 at the time, so you're definitely not a 3-year-old child. Vegeta, everyone. Goku, who was undergoing treatment from 1010, almost laughed himself into a fit. Chapter 19. Vegeta versus Frieza. Frieza's taunts severely insulted Vegeta's pride. Unforgivable. Frieza, D. The golden aura of the Super Saiyan is truly different. It's not something that can be compared to the pseudo Super Saiyan and the dozens of times Kaioken. The fight was magnificent and brutal. However, no matter how aggressively Vegeta attacked, Frieza always wore a smile and effortlessly blocked all his attacks with just one hand. It seemed that Vegeta's battle with Frieza wasn't as spectacular as Goku's fight with Slug. Yet, if you knew how much destruction the surrounding environment had suffered, you would understand how powerful Vegeta was in his Super Saiyan state. Sometimes, when Frieza didn't feel like blocking, he would simply dodge to the side. At those moments, the force Vegeta released would crash into other places, like mountains, the ground, or the water surface. When it hit the mountain, it caused a landslide. When it struck the ground, it cracked open. When it hit the water, it created towering waves hundreds of meters high, revealing the bottom where countless fish and shrimp were obliterated. The more they fought, the more impatient Vegeta became. The more impatient he got, the more frenzied his attacks became. Soon, Vegeta's breathing became rapid, and his movements were no longer as fluid as at the start. Vegeta was no match for Frieza. This Frieza was even stronger than Slug. Goku's eyes sparkled. He was stimulated by the battle before him and felt an overwhelming excitement. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although he had grasped a bit of the threshold, he still couldn't transform successfully. If it were the pseudo Super Saiyan, Goku was confident he could achieve it, but it wouldn't match the combat power Vegeta had right now. Perhaps it's worth a try. The battle between Vegeta and Frieza continued, but it was clear to anyone watching that Frieza was toying with Vegeta. Frieza wasn't even fighting back, only dodging and blocking with one hand. Yet even so, Vegeta was exhausting himself. Why? Why can't I defeat Frieza even after becoming a Super Saiyan? I'm not willing to accept this. Roar. That's why they say in the Dragon Ball world, combat power relies on shouting. In his extreme unwillingness, Vegeta once again broke through his limits, and his combat power soared to 200 million. In the original work, after the battle on Namek, Goku trained for a long time on Yardrat before reaching a combat power of 250 million. Although that was still 50 million higher than Vegeta's current power, it took Goku over a year of hard training to achieve. This shows how far Vegeta had been pushed. Roar. The golden aura expanded again, and Vegeta distanced himself from Frieza, breathing heavily and unsteadily. Frieza, if you have the guts, don't dodge. Take this move. Final flash. Vegeta pressed the backs of his hands together, arms at his sides, twisting his body as he shouted at Frieza. Vegeta was also worried that Frieza would unethically dodge. His fully powered final flash couldn't change direction in time. If Namek exploded, there would be no saving him. Vegeta knew very well that Frieza could survive in space, but Saiyans could not. Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, hurry and go summon Shenron with Nail and the others. If the planet blows up, we're all done for. Goku watched the frenzied Vegeta and felt a pang of unease. He could disregard everything for the sake of battle, but he couldn't put his son and friends in danger. With his brain power, thinking of relying on Shenron to move these people was already a result of Chi-Chi burning incense on Earth. Vegeta's final flash wouldn't pause, just because Goku and the others needed to summon Shenron. Krillin held onto one Dragon Ball, while Gohan ran with the Dragon Radar to find the remaining 6 Dragon Balls scattered in the wreckage of the spaceship. They had just set off when Vegeta's enormous final flash, glowing faintly yellow, shot straight towards Frieza. It was like a launched rocket, incredibly imposing, causing Slug, who was left unattended, to turn even greener with fear. Boom! Slug used the little energy he had managed to recover to perform the body technique, making his vanished left arm reappear, and then he dashed towards Gohan and the others searching for the Dragon Balls. Gaining immortality was Slug's greatest wish. He had already experienced aging once, and he was incredibly afraid of death. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Slug would never give up on this wish. The power of the energy wave lay in its ability to unleash 2 to 3 times its own strength. Vegeta's current combat power was already 200 million, and Frieza could easily overpower him because Frieza's power was 50 million higher. Now Vegeta's final flash had reached a staggering strength of 500 million. If Frieza didn't take some measures, injury was inevitable. Starry Storm. Frieza also shouted, extending his hands forward, slightly leaning back, and a purple energy wave appeared, quickly crashing towards Vegeta's final flash. Ah! D! Vegeta screamed madly. It must be said that Saiyans indeed had loud voices. Fortunately, Frieza's physical structure was also unlike ordinary beings, and his voice was just as powerful as Vegeta's. Oh ho ho ho! You should go cool off in space. Vegeta was pushing harder, and Frieza was pushing harder as well. At this moment, the difference in power was evident. The purple starry storm was noticeably thicker than the faint yellow final flash. The scales of victory were rapidly tilting in Frieza's favor. In the blink of an eye, the starry storm had reached Vegeta, and at this point, Vegeta's final flash was almost out of sight. Damn it, whoosh. In the end, at the last possible moment, Vegeta dodged the deadly energy wave. The purple starry storm only grazed Vegeta's arm and side of his face, leaving a small scar. However, the starry storm was not just a name. Its characteristic was that it could expend very little energy, even in space. Although it wasn't particularly useful, it was guaranteed to destroy a planet, because Frieza had previously been working for the god of destruction Beerus. This starry storm was prepared to eliminate as many planets as possible. Oh, Mr. Vegeta, it seems you're not my opponent. Would you like to let Mr. Goku take over? Or you could both come at me together. Watching Vegeta, who had lost his Super Saiyan form, Frieza once again let out his signature laugh. Seeing that Vegeta had been defeated, Goku rushed to stand in front of Frieza. Perhaps Goku couldn't defeat Frieza, but he couldn't let Frieza disturb Gohan and the others while they summoned Shenron. As for Slug, Goku completely forgot about him. Next, please let me fight you. Up until now, Goku had not seen Frieza harm anyone, so he couldn't bring himself to hate Frieza. Thus, Goku's words included a polite request. Chapter 20. The Dragon Appears. Wishes in progress, the sky suddenly darkened, and a green and ugly dragon unexpectedly appeared in the night sky, looking very out of place. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He seemed to have overlooked this issue, as it clearly indicated to everyone that the dragon was out. The dragon is coming, and the quick-witted ones are at a disadvantage. Remembering the bizarre wish he made during his childhood, Sun Wukong couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Oh, Sun Wukong, let us pause our battle for now. I'm curious what wishes you all will make. Sun Wukong had no words to express his feelings. He and T even noticed the problem in Frieza's words. It wasn't just one wish, it was multiple wishes. So far, all of Frieza's actions had shown a hint of goodwill. Shrag was his subordinate, and Frieza didn't directly kill like Vegeta did. Vegeta had betrayed him. Yet Frieza hadn't exterminated him when Vegeta was utterly defenseless. Thus, The naive son Wukong didn't know how to refuse Frieza's request. However, Frieza was just saying it. Did he really need to care about son Wukong's thoughts? No. Therefore, before son Wukong could respond, Frieza was already leisurely flying towards the dragon. Son Wukong shook his head helplessly and hurriedly followed. The dragon of Namek was very different from the dragon of Earth. The Earth's dragon resembled a five-clawed Easter dragon. Only its color was green. The Namek dragon also had a long tail, but featured characteristics of a Western lizard dragon. Compared to the Earth's dragon, it was much larger and indeed quite ugly. Beneath the dragon, Naru, Tian, Son Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, the weak Shrag, and a slightly recovered Vegeta were gathered. Krillin yelled first, "Dragon, please resurrect the Earthlings killed by Vegeta." "Dragon." Vegeta shouted, "Dragon, grant me immortality." After the recent battle, Vegeta decided not to grow any taller. Being immortal was better. "Dragon." Shrag, feeling excited, inadvertently shouted out in his subconscious native language, "Dragon, grant me eternal life." Everyone who didn't understand the Namek language was. This time the dragon reacted. It opened its huge mouth, its blood-red eyes looking at Shrag, saying something that left everyone speechless. "I cannot fulfill your wish. Please make another wish." Tian immediately called out to Son Gohan and Krillin. The Namek dragon requires wishes to be made in the Namek language. Otherwise, it won't listen to you. Moreover, the dragon can grant 3 wishes. Vegeta was furious and wanted to slap Tian. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and say my wish." Krillin, anxious, quickly shouted to Tian, "Don't listen to Vegeta. First resurrect the people he killed." "Oh ho ho." Suddenly, a sneering laughter that made everyone's scalp tingle echoed, and they noticed the pale-skinned Frieza, followed by Son Wukong in a tattered orange martial arts uniform. Vegeta gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Frieza, I will not spare you." Frieza ignored him, treating him like a barking dog. His crimson pupils looked exceedingly sinister, and when he glanced at the dragon shivered. "Respected King Frieza, it has been a year. We meet again." "Hiss, not just Son Wukong," everyone gasped. Shrag was utterly confused. "What's going on? The dragon is an old acquaintance of Frieza?" This was truly a surprise. "You can start working first. Don't mind that little green man down there, ho ho ho." Only someone like Frieza could say something like that to make the dragon work first. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Shrag were all stunned. Frieza actually had no intention of making a wish. Shrag was furious, but could only force himself to hold it in. The dragon had already said his wish couldn't be fulfilled. Provoking King Frieza again would be like lighting a lamp in the toilet, seeking death. The first to react was Bulma. She was the only one present who didn't seem to fear Frieza much. Of course, Son Wukong wasn't afraid either. He simply regarded Frieza as a combat opponent. Tian, you first let the dragon resurrect the Earthlings killed by Vegeta." Tian, reminded by Bulma, immediately complied. "However, I cannot help you with that wish. I can only resurrect one person at a time. Please make another wish." Son Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, and Son Wukong were petrified. This dragon looked quite formidable and was even bigger than the Earth's dragon. Who knew it was so weak? "Gohan, first resurrect me. Once I'm back, the others will be resurrected too, and the Earth's dragon will be revived." Suddenly, a voice unfamiliar to Tian and the others appeared in this space. "Uncle e Piccolo." Son Gohan shouted, "Aren't you dead?" Gohan's words left Piccolo speechless. "Is this the time to discuss that? Don't you have a bit of common sense? I died, and you have major responsibility for it, got it? Calm down. Huh. Gohan, make your wish first, good boy." Son Gohan quickly came to his senses and looked at Tian. Tian directly replied, "I've already made the wish according to that voice's suggestion, and the dragon has accepted it." Son Gohan looked up at the sky again, although he couldn't see Piccolo's figure. "Uncle Piccolo, are you still alive?" Piccolo didn't want to deal with this idiot anymore, but he still had a wish to make, so he could only force himself to calm down. "Gohan is a good boy. For the second wish, let me go to Namek. Otherwise, how could Tian be so quick with her words?" Son Wukong didn't have time to stop her, and the wish was already granted. A Piccolo with a cape and nearly identical to Naru, with green skin. descended from the sky. Originally, the cape looked very cool, but if his head hadn't hit the ground, the scene would have been perfect. Son Gohan saw Piccolo struggling to pull his head out and hurriedly rushed over to help. Grabbing Piccolo's big foot, he pulled him out like pulling a radish. Piccolo didn't want to speak. He was almost oppressed. Gohan, can you let go now? Being held up by someone by the leg was really uncomfortable. That damned dragon resurrected him, but didn't restore his strength, leaving him feeling weak. Tion noticed something was off with Piccolo's condition and quickly ran over to him, releasing green healing energy from her hands. 5 seconds later, Tion once again posed with a work-done gesture, pretending to be cool with her eyes squinting ahead. Frieza, witnessing this scene, really wanted to ask, "Hey, which martial art world did you come from?" Moreover, Frieza had the illusion that he wasn't in the real Dragon Ball world, because in Dragon Ball Z, these people weren't this ridiculous. Sun Wukong finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, "I want the third wish." Well, it wasn't unreasonable for Sun Wukong to want a wish. But Vegeta was unhappy. Vegeta had reached his limit. The third wish had to be his. Not happening. The third wish must be mine. Grant me immortality. Chapter 21. Truly a combat genius. Vegeta was furious, but it was of no use. The Shenron glanced at Vegeta with disdain and surprisingly uttered another line. "You think too much. If I had that ability, would I still fear King Frieza?" Vegeta was directly stunned. What kind of useless Shenron is this? Hohohoho. Everyone felt a chill down their spines, but Frieza was very happy. He loved this feeling of being unbearable to others, yet having no way to deal with him. One word, it felt damn good. Enough chit-chat. Since Shenron dismissed Vegeta's wish, the wish naturally went to Son Goku. Son Goku shouted loudly at Shenron, "Move everyone on Namek except me and Frieza to Earth." Piccolo. Piccolo was about to voice a different opinion, but Shenron unexpectedly did not follow the usual rules and did not have a usual daily interpreter translated. This wish was quite simple. Shenron let out a loud roar, and then the giant dragon's eyes turned red. Then, only Son Goku and Frieza remained on Namek, and even the Dragon Balls went along to Earth. The psychological shadow area of Piccolo at this moment. The sky of Namek became bright again. A figure fell from the sky. Son Goku watched as Vegeta fell headfirst into the hole that Piccolo had just smashed. Vegeta refused. In the sky, Shenron's helpless voice came, and then Shenron's voice disappeared. The psychological shadow area of Piccolo at this moment. Piccolo's heart was also in refusal, but unfortunately, with his combat power of less than 80,000, he had no ability to refuse Shenron's divine power. Could. Don't think you can take the spotlight alone. Only I could defeat Frieza. Vegeta spat out the mud in his mouth, put his hands on his hips, and looked at Son Goku above him with extreme displeasure. Hohohoho. You've made your wish, so shouldn't I see your abilities now? If you're still using the Super Saiyan techniques, you won't be able to beat me. Vegeta felt like he was receiving a critical hit of 10,000 points from Frieza. However, he really couldn't defeat Frieza right now, and since his stamina hadn't recovered, he could only cross his arms and look unwilling. Son Goku began to gather energy, quickly raising his aura to its peak, and his combat power reached a historical new height of 3 million. However, Son Goku did not stop there. He began to shout even more painfully, and the surrounding stones and soil started to float up, with Son Goku's aura violently climbing. Boom! A layer of golden aura increased outside Son Goku's white energy wave, transforming into a pseudo-super Saiyan state, and his combat power reached 60 million. Frieza was a bit disappointed. Son Goku hadn't gone through extreme emotions and had already reached a combat power of 3 million in his normal state, yet he still hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan. This was a bit underwhelming. TSK. This combat power is useless. Compared to Vegeta, you are far behind. Who? Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief and shouted loudly. It's not over yet. 5 times Kaioken. What? Frieza was startled. Wasn't it said that Kaioken couldn't be used in Super Saiyan form? Could it be that the original story lied to me? No. Son Goku hadn't completed the Super Saiyan transformation, He had only completed the pseudo-super Saiyan, and perhaps that was why he could use Kaioken. Boom! The red aura of Kaioken was incredibly domineering, but the golden flame did not yield at all, creating a situation where Son Goku's energy wave was red on the inside and gold on the outside. To be honest, it was really quite cool, looking much more magnificent than Frieza's purple energy wave. Vegeta was astonished, mouth agape. No way, this can't be true. Although Son Goku hadn't transformed into the cold expression of a Super Saiyan, at this moment, he also had a sharp brow and fierce, killing intent in his eyes. Let's finish this quickly. I can't maintain this state for long. Huh. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. 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 At this moment, Son Goku's combat power had reached 300 million. He had surpassed Frieza by a full 50 million. This is the Saiyan race, a species that can create infinite possibilities as long as given the opportunity. Caught off guard, Frieza was left with only the strength to defend before his combat power broke 1 billion. A difference of 50 million in combat power was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. However, Frieza was not to be underestimated. His incredibly high talent, coupled with his super resilience that rivaled the Saiyans, allowed Frieza to gradually keep up with Son Goku's movements. Frieza's combat power was steadily increasing. In just 1 minute, it was nearing 300 million. The battle continued, with every attack shaking the entire Namek, lightning flashing in the sky, and tsunamis raging in the sea. As the two fought, mountains crumbled, stones cracked, and the sea created vacuum zones. Namek had already been significantly damaged by previous battles, and now, influenced by the two's conflict, the ground began to crack, with magma surging up from below. Lightning continuously struck down, and the sky above Namek had completely darkened, with thick clouds covering the entire planet. What a sign of planetary destruction. Yet this was still the result of Frieza and Son Goku battling in the air. Energy blasts were shooting everywhere, creating one meteor crater after another. Occasionally, a scream would ring out. Either Frieza was smashed into the sea, or Son Goku was blasted underground. 3 minutes passed, and Frieza's combat power had reached 350 million, and it was still steadily rising. Originally, Frieza thought he would need to use his trump card today, but he didn't expect his own physique to be so abnormal. What Frieza didn't realize was that it was precisely because he learned to control his ki and had been in deep meditation on Ice Planet for so long that his body had accumulated a massive amount of potential. And this potential was activated by the pressure from Son Goku. Once this potential began to erupt, it wouldn't stop because of the opponent's strength. It would only stabilize after a complete explosion. 400 million. When Frieza's combat power reached 400 million, he finally stopped its upward momentum. Frieza was ecstatic. His combat power had nearly doubled in 5 minutes. But Son Goku was in trouble. Although he was in the pseudo-super Saiyan state, it was much more brutal than his normal form. And after the boost from Kaioken, his body had reached its limit. Hohohoho. Son Goku was breathing heavily, feeling like his chest was about to explode. His aura had become extremely unstable, fluctuating between strong and weak, and even his hands began to tremble. This wasn't Son Goku being afraid. It was that his body was truly approaching its critical point. Son Goku roared unwillingly. If it weren't for his body not being able to handle it, he would definitely use a higher multiple of Kaioken. Such an exhilarating battle. He was really unwilling to only fight for 5 minutes. Suddenly, the red aura surrounding Son Goku disappeared, and the Kaioken state was released. Chapter 22, The Explosion of Namek. Frieza shook his head. Although Goku had shocked him for a moment, this method could not last. Frieza believed that Goku would soon run out of energy to stay in the air. However, it turned out that even though Frieza had been resurrected, Goku's protagonist aura was still intact. Boom! After the Kaioken was released, Goku, filled with intense unwillingness, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Because he had previously experienced a battle power of 300 million, Goku, upon transforming, directly possessed a battle power of 300 million. Although this power was still inferior to Frieza's, it was still much stronger than Vegeta's. With golden hair, noticeably bulging muscles, emerald green pupils, and a cold and brutal gaze, Goku in this state gave an impression of invincibility. However, it also depended on who he was facing. A mere 300 million battle power was nothing to Frieza, who expressed complete disdain. Bang! Frieza punched Goku in the face, but Goku merely tilted his head slightly, his predatory gaze still fixed on Frieza. A full 100 million difference in power, and Goku just ignored it? Actually, that wasn't the case. Because in the state of the simulated Super Saiyan, using Kaioken, Goku was currently unable to feel pain. It was precisely because he couldn't feel pain that he gave off an impression of invincibility at this moment. With powerful arms, Goku threw a punch from below that directly hit Frieza in the stomach. Even with a 100 million difference in battle power, Frieza still felt like his abdomen was burning like a raging fire. Frieza covered his stomach and stepped back a few paces. He had been careless. He let that dead monkey hit him without any defenses. Frieza spat out the bitterness in his mouth, and the energy waves around him erupted violently. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Frieza and Goku erupted into a brutal hand-to-hand battle once again, neither using energy blasts, just fighting furiously in close combat. Each punch sounded like thunder, and Vegeta was struggling to keep up with their speed. Gulping, Vegeta suddenly had a thought in his mind. These two are both idiots. 5 minutes later, the center of the battle suddenly erupted with a loud noise, as if the sky had torn open, making everyone's hair stand on end. A figure rapidly descended towards the ground, right where Vegeta was standing. Vegeta was startled and used all his strength to escape, rolling and crawling away, eventually diving into the water. Boom! A crater several kilometers in diameter appeared, with Goku's tattered battle pants clinging stubbornly to his legs. Though he preserved his last shred of dignity as a man, Goku's eyes were glazed over, his entire body cramping, instinctively curling into a ball. The Super Saiyan state had been released, and Goku, aside from not passing out, completely lost the sense of his body. Facing Goku, who felt no pain, Frieza found him quite tricky, but fortunately, he still managed to knock Goku down. Frieza's breath had also become a bit uneven, and his breathing grew much more rapid. Slowly descending to the ground, he walked step by step towards Goku. Creak, creak. The sound effects of his movement reappeared. Splash. Cough, cough, cough. Vegeta sprang out of the water, coughing violently after climbing onto the ground. The battle between Frieza and Goku had brought Namek to the brink of explosion. This planet had suffered irreversible damage, especially the last time Goku crashed down, which completely destroyed the planet's core. It was only a matter of less than 3 minutes before the planet exploded. With a wave of his hand, Frieza summoned several spherical spaceships from the Ginyu Force. With a flick of his hand, they landed on this battlefield. He knew that Goku was not dead, and Vegeta was not seriously injured. In fact, he was in much better shape than Goku. Vegeta, there are emergency healing pods in the spaceship. They won't cure you, but they won't let you die either. You should leave. This planet will explode soon. I look forward to your growth. The next time we meet, I hope you can fight me with the same excitement as today. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Swish. Frieza disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he had arrived at the ice planet. Wait a minute. Frieza felt something was off. He had a nagging feeling that he had forgotten something. Forget it. It doesn't matter. I should stabilize my battle power under the ice layer first. Any increase in battle power needs to be stabilized. Otherwise, there might be a regression in power. For example, Gohan in the original story. After the Cell Games, Gohan became useless, and when it came to the Majin Buu Saga, his initial battle power was even less than when he was a child. What a pity. On Namek, Vegeta finally reached Goku's side. Looking at the suffering Goku, he initially wanted to kill him directly. The energy blast in his hand had already formed, but after half a minute, the energy blast dissipated, and Vegeta ultimately could not bring himself to strike the fatal blow. You spared me once on Earth. This time I will spare you. However, next time, I will surpass you, defeat you, and kill you. Bang! Vegeta kicked Goku brutally into the nearest spaceship, then ran over to equip him with emergency healing equipment and finally pressed the spaceship's launch button. Boom! A fire dragon composed of magma shot up into the sky. Namek was about to explode. Vegeta dared not waste any more time and quickly ran to a spaceship, pressed the launch button, and began to rest with his eyes closed. He hadn't had a proper sleep in the last 2 days and was indeed exhausted. However, if he had the opportunity again, he would still be eager to fight because this time he had not only greatly increased his power, but had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Next, he would train even harder. One day, he would surpass Goku and Frieza. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, the most talented warrior. I will not lose to you. I will not. Creak. The hatch closed, and Vegeta's spaceship followed Goku's ship, flying into the universe. Not long after Goku and Vegeta left, Namek exploded with a tremendous sound. In space, sound could not travel, but the beautiful fireworks proved the inhumane treatment Namek had suffered. On Earth, Dodoria was trembling and avoiding the lava that was surfacing from the ground when he suddenly got teleported here. Looking at the surrounding trees and the peaceful scenery, he was a bit dazed. Who am I? Where am I? Where is King Frieza? Soon, he saw a group of people not far away. Among them, the one lying on the ground with closed eyes was Slug. In front of Slug stood a green mountain. Oh no, it was a Namekian the size of a mountain. A small Namekian was lying beside the giant, releasing green energy. The two identical Namekians were staring at each other, and the atmosphere felt a bit off. Then Dodoria also spotted the Earth woman who had a good relationship with King Frieza. He didn't know her name, but anyone protected by Frieza's energy shield definitely should not be offended. As for Gohan and Krillin, he was even more familiar with them, as they were the ones who had rescued that little Namekian. Chapter 23. The absorbed evil. The appearance of Dodoria attracted everyone's attention. Piccolo looked at Dodoria's pink flesh with disdain. The key was that there were so many little bumps, which were even more disgusting than his green skin. Nail looked at Dodoria with an aggressive gaze. This chubby pink person was definitely not as cute as he appeared on the surface. Tion, on the other hand, was filled with terror. After all, Dodoria had led the team that killed everyone in their village, including Dan, who was killed by Dodoria with just a finger. Son Gohan and Krillin were also ready to attack at any moment, as they had witnessed Dodoria's evil deeds. Shrag kept his eyes closed, an unknown energy enveloping him, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. It was likely the work of the Elder. Only the Elder had such mysterious magic. Bulma hid behind Son Gohan and Krillin. Dodoria's appearance was truly not to her taste, and instinctively she placed him in the bad guy category. Excuse me, beautiful and noble lady. Do you know where Lord Frieza has gone? And where exactly is this place? Why did I suddenly appear here? Dodoria asked, with a combat power of only 20,000. Among those present, he could only defeat Krillin, Bulma, and Tion. The Elder's strength was another matter entirely. Just the sheer size was intimidating. Dodoria's tone was so friendly not only because it was no different from pinching a chicken for others, but mainly because Bulma was a guest of Lord Frieza. Although he didn't understand why Lord Frieza would be interested in this frail woman, that didn't stop Dodoria from trying to please her. As the top lackey, he had some awareness. Bulma pointed at herself and, with a confused expression, asked, "Are you asking me, you ugly piece of trash?" After thinking for a moment, it seemed that the only person at the scene who could be called a lady and was young, beautiful, and exuded a noble aura was her. Thus, although Bulma still disliked Dodoria, her attitude improved significantly. Frieza, Son Wukong, and Vegeta are fighting on Namek. We were all sent back here by the dragon. When Dodoria heard the term ugly piece of trash, he almost exploded with rage, but thinking of Frieza's terror, he managed to maintain what he considered a gentle smile. However, when Bulma answered his question, Dodoria's expression turned sour. It seemed he was now tens of thousands of miles away from Frieza, right? So, Dodoria wanted to use his communicator to contact Lord Frieza. Just as his finger was about to touch the communicator, a figure flashed by, and Dodoria felt a lightness in his ear. The communicator had already been taken by Piccolo. Crack! Piccolo recognized the communicator. He wouldn't inform the other party. If some powerful beings were attracted, his position as the Earth's great demon king would be jeopardized. And who would he complain to? You and I. Dodoria wanted to curse, but didn't dare. At that moment, the Elder suddenly coughed, drawing everyone's attention. Cottage son, you're called Piccolo now, right? Although Piccolo was reluctant to admit it, he knew the Elder was speaking the truth. Yes, and I'm Piccolo. The Elder squinted at Shrag lying on the ground and sighed deeply. Shrag escaped from a mother planet at the same time as your father. Both are Namekians with genius talents. Unfortunately, Shrag was driven by evil and became a notorious villain. Your luck is better than Shrag's. But you also have been divided into good and evil thoughts, and you are one of the evil thoughts. This is something all Earthlings know. The Kai explained it before. However, I can feel that the evil thoughts within you have been softened. You have attachments, human emotions, and are even willing to take on the responsibility of protecting the planet. Cough, cough. The Elder. Nail wanted to stop the Elder from continuing because the Elder's health was too poor. However, the Elder gently waved his hand and continued. I have already controlled Shrag's body in a special way. The evil within him is too domineering, and I can't seal it for long. With Lord Frieza and son Wukong not here, once Shrag wakes up, the Earth will be destroyed by him, and none of you can stop it. To everyone's surprise, the Elder actually mentioned Frieza and seemed to trust him quite a bit. It was quite unscientific. However, no one interrupted the Elder. They all knew what he said was true and wanted to know what the Elder had in mind. As the embodiment of evil thoughts, you can control your heart. This is an opportunity. If you absorb the evil within Shrag, not only will it greatly strengthen you and give you formidable combat power, but it will also allow Shrag to return to the pure and kind Namekian he once was. Piccolo was taken aback and then filled with joy. He didn't care about good or evil. He just wanted to become stronger. The strength of Vegeta and son Wukong deeply impacted him, making him detest his own weakness. If he had strong power, he could refuse the dragon's teleportation like Vegeta. How could he be sent back as soon as he arrived on Namek? It was a tremendous humiliation. A combat power of 78,000 could indeed dominate on Earth, but in front of son Wukong, it was like an ant that could be easily crushed. He was once the Demon King Piccolo who fought son Wukong to a standstill. How could he accept this reality? What should I do? Piccolo's attitude did not surprise the Elder. He remained the wise and mysterious Elder. Place your hand on Shrag's chest. I will draw the evil into your body. All you need to do is control your true heart. Piccolo followed the instructions, opened his palm, displayed his sharp claws, and pressed them heavily against Shrag's chest. Get ready. This is starting. Baburu pipilipa la hiliwala. A silver-white light appeared around Shrag and Piccolo, and everyone saw a surge of black energy flowing into Piccolo's palm. Boom! An astonishing aura surged forth, creating a hurricane that bent the trees in the entire forest. After 30 seconds, the hurricane ceased, and Shrag's aura shrank to a size similar to nails, with no trace of evil remaining, appearing peaceful and calm. However, Piccolo was different. His body was enveloped in black energy, and waves of roars erupted from his mouth, making him seem extremely agitated. Control this evil. Imagine the person you want to protect. Imagine the feelings you had when you sacrificed for them. Oh, no, I don't want to hurt Gohan. Boom. An even more violent aura erupted from Piccolo, instantly blowing the trees in the entire forest to and fro. Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 24. Poor Dodoria Piccolo felt like he was about to explode. All he wanted to do was destroy everything in front of him, whether it was living or non-living. He wanted to obliterate it all. Just as he was about to lose control, Gohan rushed forward and hugged Piccolo from behind. Pencil, pen holder 2, bullet slingshot. This was a word chain game Gohan played while training with Piccolo. Upon hearing that voice, all of Piccolo's energy dissipated, and the darkness in his eyes receded like a tide. This voice was the only pure land deep within Piccolo's heart, and it was a crucial factor in his ability to control himself. Huff! After exhaling a breath of stale air, Piccolo finally calmed down completely. He reached out and pulled Gohan from behind him to the front, looking into Gohan's eyes and seriously saying, "Gohan, thank you. If it weren't for you, Uncle Piccolo would have completely lost himself." Gohan, with tears in his eyes, said, "I knew it. I knew Uncle Piccolo could do it." Gently setting Gohan down, Piccolo clenched his fists, feeling the energy within him. Incredibly powerful. He didn't know if he could match Goku at this moment, but he certainly felt like he had become countless times stronger. Frieza, kid, you just went from 78,000 to 78 million. Although that's quite an increase. You're still a little brother. According to Shrag's gigantic battle power of 100 million, Piccolo only gained an increase of 77. 92 million with quite a bit wasted. However, the good thing about the assimilation was that Shrag retained his life. Moreover, Shrag had already been powerful once, and even if he became good, he could still gradually train back up. After all, Shrag possessed a body with a normal state battle power of 60 million. And although his current battle power was only 400,000, anyone below 50 million would find it impossible to break through his defense. Dodoria was terrified. The Earth was too scary. I want to go back to Lord Frieza. Wah. Just seeing how terrified Dodoria was, you could tell how horrifying Piccolo was. Hearing the cries, Piccolo shot a glare at Dodoria, instantly frightening him so much that he didn't even dare twitch. The elder spoke again. He was Frieza's subordinate and also Frieza's most trusted lackey. Subordinate. So don't harm him. You cannot imagine Frieza's terror. Goku and the others cannot win. Piccolo knew that the elder's predictions would not be wrong, and Frieza was not as indiscriminately murderous as King Kai said. For the sake of the elder and Frieza's face, he would spare Dodoria's life for now. But before Frieza came to Earth, Dodoria had to follow Piccolo and do hard labor. Dodoria still didn't know his impending fate and continued to thank the elder for saving his life. After that, things on Earth returned to their original trajectory. First, they used the Dragon Balls to revive the Namekian killed by King Cold's subordinates. After 130 days, they tried to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive Goku, but failed. As Goku wasn't dead at all, Bulma was reminded by the Namekian that she could call Goku to Earth, but just like in the original story, he was refused. As for Vegeta, sorry, he hadn't gained everyone's recognition and was already forgotten. Even though Vegeta was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, it didn't change that fact. Thus, everyone had to give up on that approach and chose to revive Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. After another 130 days, they summoned the dragon again. This time, the wish was very simple. First, they learned that Goku was with Vegeta on planet Yardrat, and then they discovered that Frieza had returned to Ice Planet. Finally, the Namekian used the last wish to transport them to a planet suitable for their habitation that had no humans. The ending was still a happy conclusion, and Earth returned to a time of peace once more. On the new Namek, all the Namekians gathered around the elder, who looked very old. From now on, Shrag will be your new elder. I believe that under his leadership, our Namekian race will gain a new life. After speaking, the elder's hand fell weakly, and Shrag's eyes glistened with tears. Now, Shrag was left with only the purest kindness, his mind solely focused on how to strengthen the Namekian race. On Earth, Dodoria was painfully using his limbs to build roads, and all the wages he earned were taken by Piccolo to feed Gohan. Since Gohan ate so much that Chi-Chi was struggling to support him alone. As Gohan's uncle, Piccolo felt he should help this child's family. Poor Dodoria worked the hardest, eating worse than a pig, and had already lost several pounds. The only consolation was that Dodoria's battle power had increased to 50,000. Although he was still weak, it was a result of training. The ones training him were Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Krillin on Earth. This group, who would later just be in the background, finally broke through the limits of Earthlings. Yamcha's battle power was 45,000, Tien's was 70,000, Kaiatsu's was 40,000, and Krillin was the strongest, having soared to 100,000. Truly the number one on Earth. The era of Master Roshi was long gone. Recalling the days when Master Roshi flexed his muscles and blasted the moon with a Kamehameha, he had now become a notorious old pervert with a large group of impressive disciples. It was impossible for him not to be arrogant. One day, Frieza opened his eyes deep within the ice layers of Ice Planet. His battle power not only stabilized, but surged to 600 million. Over 300 days had passed, and Frieza finally remembered what he had forgotten. Dodoria, that lackey. Sighing, Frieza felt he needed to check on Earth. If Dodoria hadn't been killed by the Earthlings, he was probably still there. Glancing at the clone created by the Dragon Balls, which had successfully merged with Frieza's cells and was slowly increasing in strength. It now had a battle power of 100 million. However, after surpassing 100 million, the increase rate became painfully slow Just having 100 million battle power was clearly not enough, so he could only continue nurturing it. His own battle power was advancing too quickly, and it seemed like the clone had no chance of catching up. It was a miscalculation. If the battle powers weren't equal, merging was impossible. If he lowered the battle power of the clone to merge, what was the point of the merge? What if the merged form was even weaker than the original? Forget it. Forget it. Just keep nurturing it. Maybe one day a miracle will happen. Whoosh. Frieza vanished from his spot, and when he reappeared, he was already on Earth, right next to Piccolo. Chapter 25. Calling a deer a horse and distorting black and white Frieza was helpless. It was too far away. The only aura he could sense on Earth was from Piccolo. During this time, Piccolo had not stopped his training, and his combat power was nearly reaching 100 million. Although it was still not enough, he was significantly stronger than in the original story. This was all thanks to Slug's dedication. When Frieza saw the much slimmer Dodoria, he almost didn't recognize this #1 sycophant. Can you imagine Dodoria, who was originally round and chubby, transforming into a muscular man with 8-pack abs? If it weren't for Dodoria's unique skin color and the small bumps on his body that hadn't disappeared but had just shrunk a bit, Frieza would have never guessed that this person was Dodoria. The moment Dodoria saw Frieza, all his grievances surged up and tears streamed down his face like they were free. Throwing away the food in his hand, Dodoria was about to report to his master. By the way, this food was a kind of steam bun that Son Gohan insisted on improving Dodoria's diet after he couldn't stand seeing Dodoria's food. Otherwise, Frieza would have surely seen Dodoria gnawing on pig food, and it would have been the leftovers. Hohohoho. Dodoria, you look much better than before. Those 8-pack abs are nice. It seems you've been training hard on Earth. Before Dodoria could respond, he was dumbfounded, and so was Piccolo. Piccolo was stunned because Frieza's aura had overwhelmed him. Having just finished his training, Frieza hadn't had time to conceal his combat power yet. The 600 million combat power nearly sent Piccolo into a panic. Piccolo thought he couldn't be much weaker than Son Goku, but Frieza's aura had a tremendous impact on him. Aside from FRIEZA'S probing technique, others could only rely on their instincts to judge combat power differences. But Piccolo could feel the gap between them without needing specific data. He was crushed by Frieza's overwhelming combat power. Dodoria was dumbfounded by what Frieza had just said. As a #1 sycophant, Dodoria immediately picked up on the appreciation in Frieza's words. Lord Frieza, I am your most loyal subordinate. To avoid embarrassing you, I have been training my hardest on Earth. Not only did I take on all the heavy and laborious tasks, but I also fought against various opponents, sleeping only 3 hours a day and eating the toughest coarse grains. After nearly a year of relentless effort, I have achieved this muscular physique. But upon seeing you again, I realize you are the sun in the sky, and I am but the wild grass on the ground, nourished by your light to grow strong. Continuing to write, millions of words wouldn't be enough. To avoid finishing too quickly, I'll just use some placeholder. Piccolo was once again shocked by Dodoria's shamelessness. No wonder the elder said Dodoria was Frieza's #1 sycophant. With this kind of flattery, he couldn't keep up even if he boarded a spaceship. While Frieza was enjoying Dodoria's praises, which reached millions of words, he felt a bit lightheaded. Suddenly, he noticed a mechanical flying insect approaching him. Considering a possibility, Frieza didn't crush the insect. He let it collect his cells before driving it away. The others didn't notice the insect. They only saw Frieza's eyes narrow suddenly before he waved his hand, and his aura decreased. Piccolo thought Frieza was about to fight him and was pondering how to contact Elder Slug for a way to wish him back with the Dragon Balls. Before he could think of a plan, Frieza's aura quickly diminished, soon matching Krillin's level. Phew! Sighing in relief, Piccolo said to Dodoria, Mr. Dodoria, since Lord Frieza has arrived, your training can come to a temporary halt. I believe Lord Frieza needs your care. Piccolo cooperated sincerely, which almost made Dodoria weep with grievance. After enduring nearly a year of inhumane treatment, this shameless comment made him feel like he was being asked to thank the other party. Dodoria was very resistant. Frieza was well aware of what was happening. He just found Dodoria amusing. Now, he also discovered that Piccolo was quite entertaining, so he decided to play along. Dodoria, where has your politeness gone? You are my subordinate. Do you want people to say I am unable to manage my subordinates? Frieza's expression suddenly turned dark, and the chill he unconsciously exuded made Dodoria shudder several times, nearly cramping up. Slap! Dodoria's legs snapped together, and he bowed at a 90-degree angle to Piccolo, loudly expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much, Mr. Piccolo, for the training plan you devised for me. Please accept my sincerest gratitude. Piccolo was dumbfounded. He had this somewhat unrealistic thought, but only intended to annoy Dodoria. He didn't believe Frieza couldn't see through it. However, whether Frieza saw through it or not, Piccolo clearly understood that Frieza was following his lead. This King Kai is a big trickster. Bulma, that unreliable middle school girl, is more reliable. Bulma was right. Frieza is a very easygoing person, but sometimes it feels like he doesn't treat people like humans. This is clearly playing with his subordinates, a loyal subordinate at that. Your name is Piccolo, right? I remember you. Your combat power wasn't this high back then. Did something happen that I don't know about? With a wave of his hand, Frieza conjured a table and a chair from his storage space, placing a plate of fruit, specifically the spirit tree fruits, on the table. He tossed one to Dodoria as a little treat for his subordinate. This is called managing subordinates. See? Frieza generously sat in the only chair, but he also told Piccolo to sit. Where the hell is Piccolo supposed to sit? On the ground or on the table? Piccolo really wanted to flip the table and confront him, but he didn't dare. Not everyone could just flip tables and walk away. Piccolo was certain that if he dared to make any move to flip the table, he would definitely be obliterated into dust. In fact, Frieza didn't have that intention, but his demeanor gave Piccolo that feeling. Looking too evil, even if he acted friendly, it was pointless. Frieza just wanted to say, Piccolo, you are too superficial to judge by appearances. This is not something a mature person should think. You're not sitting when I tell you to? Is that disrespectful? Frieza took a spirit tree fruit and tossed it into his mouth, eating it like Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit, completely lacking any grace. Although the spirit tree fruit had no use for him, it tasted pretty good, at least quenching his thirst. Chapter 26 Bulma's family is really rich in the end. Piccolo still sat down, but his seat was empty. On the surface, he maintained a relaxed sitting posture. Frieza did not point it out and quickly finished off a plate of 5 spirit tree fruits, then waved his hand elegantly. Mr. Piccolo, don't you like fruit? Piccolo almost couldn't hold back. You invite me to eat before you finish, but don't say anything. Do I dare to eat? Now that you've finished, you blame me for not liking it? Well, I really don't like it. I just need some water. Piccolo decided to change the topic. Back when we were sent back to Earth by the dragon Shenron, the Elder used the secret technique of our clan to control Slug while he was weak. Frieza narrowed his eyes, seeming to suspect that the Elder, who was like a mountain, was hiding something. Your Majesty Frieza, please don't misunderstand. This secret technique only works on our kind. Piccolo, nearly scared to death, quickly stood up to explain. Frieza nodded, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, and invited Piccolo to sit down again. Don't be excited. Sit down and talk. We have plenty of time. Dodoria, make some tea. Piccolo helplessly sat back down in midair, while Dodoria flew off quietly to find kettle. After all, he couldn't just boil water with his hands, could he? Piccolo glanced at the disappearing Dodoria, took a deep breath, and continued. With the Elder's help, I absorbed Slug's evil thoughts. Since most of Slug's combat power came from those evil thoughts, I also gained significant benefits. Later, with the help of the dragon, we revived the dead Earthlings, and peace returned to Earth. After this period of training, my strength has reached its current level. Piccolo didn't mention anything about Dodoria. Since Frieza had lightly let it go, he didn't want to go looking for trouble. Frieza nodded. Although the story had changed a bit, overall, without his appearance, the changes were still not significant. Analyzing from the mechanical flying insect that just appeared, it wouldn't be long before future Trunks would show up, and the androids should also appear 3 years later. Originally, Frieza wanted to ask if a guy named Kalik 2 had shown up during this time, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. That kind of garbage really wasn't worth caring about. Are Goku and Vegeta not back yet? Piccolo shook his head and mentioned that their summoning of the dragon didn't bring the two back, only that they knew the two were on a planet called Yardrat. Frieza pondered for a moment, sending Goku and Vegeta to Yard Rat was his arrangement. So it seemed the two were learning instant transmission there. All right, thank you for telling me all this. Since you were so honest, I won't hold it against you for what you did to Dodoria. After Frieza finished speaking, he waved his hand, and all the tables and chairs disappeared. Hey, you took my chair away. How can I still sit here? However, before Piccolo could react, Frieza had already flown away, heading west. Piccolo still maintained his sitting posture, his face turning deep green from anger, but unfortunately, he had to endure since he was not as strong. The poor Dodoria finally found the kettle, but when he returned, he saw only a green face. Whereas Lord Frieza, Dodoria felt his life was hard, following a master who could disappear at any time. It was exhausting. This time, Piccolo did not restrict Dodoria's freedom again, but pointed to the west and said, if I'm not mistaken, Frieza should be going to Bulma's house. Everyone says that Frieza had a good relationship with Bulma back on Namek. Dodoria was overjoyed, immediately throwing the kettle aside and flying towards Bulma's house. A few seconds later, Dodoria returned, grabbed the kettle he had thrown away, and followed Lord Frieza again. This made Piccolo's eye twitch. Bulma's house was in the city center of West City, a hemispherical building that occupied a tenth of the entire city. After all, her family was the richest on Earth. The profits from Capsule Corporation were terrifying, to say the least. Bulma was at home researching the gravity chamber and spaceship, topics that Dr. Brief was currently studying. Naturally, Bulma, who was even better than Dr. Brief, was also involved in this research. However, unlike Dr. Brief, she had the advantage of floating in the air without needing a ladder. She could look wherever she wanted. Suddenly, a terrifying face appeared in front of Bulma, and even though she could fly, she was still scared and fell to the ground. Frieza's face often appeared in Bulma's nightmares, and as time went on, she remembered it more and more clearly. This wasn't love. She was genuinely frightened by Frieza's appearance and gaze. Frieza? What are you doing on Earth? Upon realizing that the person before her was indeed Frieza, Bulma, who often woke up from nightmares involving him, was not as scared anymore. She quickly got up from the ground, grabbed Frieza's hand, first looking into his eyes, then at his square ears, and finally at his long tail. Confirming it without a doubt, this was the genuine Frieza. Wild. Hohohoho. Miss Bulma, you seem quite excited about my arrival. Bulma rolled her eyes and replied irritably, how can I not be excited? Hurry up and tell me, did you capture Goku? Otherwise, why wouldn't he come back? Frieza had thought of many possibilities for their reunion, but he never expected it to be like this. Instantly, Frieza felt a bit angry. Forget it. You shouldn't be that kind of person. It's your first time in my house, right? Come, I'll treat you to a feast. Lord Frieza, you can't just leave me behind. Before Frieza could respond to Bulma, Dodoria, that tail chaser, rushed over. Frieza glanced at Dodoria with disdain, but ultimately didn't kick him away. This guy and had a proper meal in the past year, and Frieza sympathized with him, deciding to treat him to a good meal as a reward for his loyalty all this time. Bulma had no objection to Dodoria's presence either. After all, she could feed as many people as she wanted, even if it was Goku, the big eater. The three of them arrived at Bulma's dining room, where dozens of chefs were busy ensuring that the family could enjoy delicious food at any time. The level of luxury was something only the richest family on this planet could afford. Dodoria's eyes were already shining green, and he gulped several times but still stood frozen in place. He absolutely didn't dare to eat before Lord Frieza made a move. Go ahead, eat however you want, but don't eat away those 8-pack abs. Dodoria seemed to have heard a divine decree, immediately nodding and bowing to express his gratitude. Then, a pink storm erupted in the dining room. The reason Dodoria could get so fat before was not without reason. Chapter 27. Big T is ultimately here for punishment. The Earth in Dragon Ball is still quite harmonious, with various peculiar species like werewolves, bearmen, birdmen, and so on, living alongside humans. Although Frieza is reluctant to admit it, he has indeed benefited from this group of people. Therefore, despite being somewhat unusual compared to Dodoria, there isn't much hostility directed towards the two of them. Of course, this is under the premise that Frieza is wearing sunglasses. Otherwise, many people will be scared out of their wits by him. The pharmacy's quick-acting heart rescue pills would probably be sold out. and the police on flying motorcycles would come after him, charging him with frightening offenses. Of course, Frieza doesn't go out often, generally. He stays in the gravity chamber custom-made for him by Bulma. The maximum gravity of the chamber is 1,000 times. But Frieza is currently only able to handle 500 times, which is the multiplier Vegeta used during normal training in the Majin Buu saga. As for Dodoria, sorry. Anyone who dares to step in would definitely be crushed to a pulp. During this time, Dodoria's combat power has also increased significantly. Frieza would occasionally swing his tail at him, calling it Frieza-style training. Surprisingly, the results have been quite good. Dodoria now has a combat power of 300,000 and is no longer someone who could be easily crushed by Krillin and others. With the help of the gravity chamber, Frieza's strength has progressed rapidly. When he sensed the energy of Big Trunks, his combat power had already surpassed 800 million. Moreover, the gravity chamber has a great effect. It helps Frieza stabilize his combat power without needing to return to the ice planet to do so. Thus, Frieza settled on Earth. But he still couldn't ignore matters concerning the Frieza force. After all, destroying some garbage planets was a task given to him by Beerus, the god of destruction. There's no helping it. Frieza couldn't afford to offend Beerus for now and had to let Dodoria operate remotely. Mainly, after Dodoria experienced the benefits of Frieza's training style, he was adamant about not leaving Frieza's side. Frieza allowed Dodoria to do as he pleased. After all, Beerus hadn't specified how things should be done, as long as destruction occurred. Not to blow his own horn, but Frieza really has been taking the blame for others. All his actions are under Beerus's demands, yet he is labeled as a villain who does all evil. Today, after finishing his training and reaching a combat power of 800 million, Frieza seemed to have hit a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't quickly increase his combat power anymore. He tried higher gravity environments but still found no solution to this bottleneck, so he chose to take a break. Just then, Frieza sensed Big Trunks' energy. Although this energy was unfamiliar, it was definitely the kind only a Saiyan could possess, so it had to be Big Trunks. Not only did Frieza sense it, but others on Earth felt it too. Consequently, all the warriors headed towards Big T's location. Frieza could have teleported there instantly, but he wasn't in a hurry and just let Dodoria check it out first. He had just finished training. After all, he needed to take a shower and such. As for clothes, Frieza thought it unnecessary. His original skin was good enough, and once his strength reached a certain level, he would naturally shed his skin. After taking a shower and shaving the non-existent stubble, Frieza went to eat something before he teleported to Big T's side. Big T was already in a daze. When Piccolo and the others told him that Frieza had not been defeated and had been living on Earth for a while, Big T was completely stunned. Especially when he saw his mother flying over too, his worldview collapsed. Mom knows martial arts? Her combat power is 1,000. That's even stronger than the old Demon King Piccolo. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? When Frieza appeared beside him, Big T's confusion reached its peak. The shock he received today was too great. He instantly broke down. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he drew the long sword from his back and slashed down at Frieza. Frieza's crimson pupils immediately shot out 2 death beams, shattering Big T's long sword into pieces. Glancing at Bulma, Frieza said lightly, "You haven't taught your son well. Let me discipline him." Bulma was left dumbfounded, and everyone else looked thoughtful. Big T, in a fit of rage, threw away the broken sword and swung his fist at Frieza. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! Big T was sent flying by Frieza's tail, crashing into a mountain and reducing it to rubble. This isn't good. I'm an environmentalist who usually doesn't even step on green belts. How can I destroy nature like this? Smack! This time, Frieza kicked Big T in the back, sending him soaring into the sky, turning him into a star that disappeared from sight. Big T had come out, and it wouldn't be long before Goku returned. After all, he had a combat power of 300 million back then. Who knows how strong he is now? Whoosh! Just as Frieza finished thinking, Goku appeared, grabbing Big T's shoulder. It turned out that Goku had sensed the fighting energy of Frieza and some unfamiliar person, and, fearing Earth might be destroyed, couldn't help but use instant transmission. He first saved Big T, who was about to break through the atmosphere, and then instantly reappeared in front of Frieza. Frieza looked at Big T lying on the ground, unconscious, and felt utterly disappointed. A mere 260 million combat power. Who gave him the courage to challenge him? With so little combat power, how could he be qualified to lash out after a breakdown? If Bulma weren't your mom, and I hadn't had my share of her, that kick just now would have sent you to meet Yama. But I wonder if those who die in this timeline have their souls returned to the future timeline? Forget it. Why think so much? Goku, you learned instant transmission from the Yarrats, right? Why are you the only one back? Seeing Frieza, Goku first raised his hand and said hi, while testing Big T's energy, and then replied, "Our spaceship still has 3 hours to reach Earth." Vegeta didn't learn instant transmission, but he learned another skill, teleportation. Vegeta cursed. "Damn it, Kakarot, you sold out my secrets and stole my words. We must fight again when we get back." Teleportation? Could it be that Husu had kept something from me? Frieza pondered whether this was a possibility. Husu thought to himself, "Frieza, I'm innocent. Teleportation is a skill that Vegeta mutated from instant transmission. That guy is indeed a combat genius." After probing Goku's combat power, it was 2 million in its normal state, and in transformation, it would multiply by 50, leading to 450 million. "Hi, everyone." Seeing Frieza not speaking, Goku went to greet his comrades on Earth. As for Big T lying on the ground, he hadn't sustained any fatal injuries. He was just unconscious. So he was too worried. Chapter 28. What should I call myself? With the return of Sun Wukong, everyone was immersed in joy, temporarily putting aside what Frieza had just said. Did it matter why this mysterious boy was Bulma's son? Anyway, nothing was more important than Sun Wukong returning safely. "Wukong, what have you been doing on Yardrat for the past year? Did you find a new wife?" A group of people turned to Yamcha, making him scratch his head. He was just joking. There was no need for such a big reaction. Sun Wukong scratched his head too. Although Chi-Chi was a bit fierce, she really cooked delicious food. Everyone fell to the ground. It was confirmed. This was the Sun Wukong they were familiar with. Even though his strength had increased significantly and he could transform into a Super Saiyan, he was still the carefree, straightforward Sun Wukong. It had been a year since everyone had seen each other, so naturally, there was a lot to say, especially for Krillin, who had the best relationship with Sun Wukong. Of course, the most important person was still Son Gohan, Sun Wukong's son. After a year of strict living under Chi-Chi's rules, he was particularly eager to go on adventures with his dad. Perhaps it was the Saiyan genes. Every Saiyan had a fighting spirit. Whoosh! As everyone was reminiscing about their separation, 2 spherical flying vessels appeared in the sky, exactly like the one Vegeta had used when he first came to Earth. "Everyone, step back. This is mine Vegeta's spaceship, and it's about to land." Sun Wukong's words went unquestioned. Even Frieza flew a bit to the side. His appearance ensured that no one wanted to stand next to him, except for Dodoria, who would always position himself behind Frieza whenever possible, ready to undergo special training from him. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive crashing sounds were heard as the spaceship landed smoothly. At this moment, everyone gathered around again. "Uncle e piccolo. That spaceship has legs," Son Gohan innocently exclaimed, but everyone reacted as soon as they heard his words. It seemed that no one had cared about the unconscious, mysterious person. What was his name again? Frieza said he was Bulma's son. Was there really such a thing? Save him. Coincidentally, everyone rushed to the edge of the spaceship, especially Sun Wukong, who directly picked up the spherical spaceship and threw it. Although Dodoria had a rough fate, being smashed into the ground except for his feet, he was still a Super Saiyan, and this minor impact couldn't harm him. It was mainly Frieza's kick that was too domineering. The thrown spaceship exploded in the air. Vegeta, surrounded by golden energy waves, shot murderous glances. Kakarot, whoosh! Vegeta vanished in a thin air, so much so that even Frieza didn't notice how he disappeared. However, Frieza followed the energy and looked towards Sun Wukong's back, where a golden-haired Vegeta with a flame-like hairstyle suddenly appeared, kicking Sun Wukong's backside. This move was very familiar to Sun Wukong. He had been ambushed by Vegeta countless times. At first, although Sun Wukong could quickly sense Vegeta's energy, he couldn't react in time. Later, He had developed an instinctive habit. As soon as Vegeta suddenly disappeared, he would immediately leave his original spot. Because Vegeta didn't always kick him in the rear. This time was no exception. The moment Vegeta vanished, Son Wukong immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan and flew away. Son Wukong escaped, but the poor Dodoria, who had just been pulled out of the pit by Son Wukong, suffered as he was kicked away by his own father. Poor Dodoria had just been nearly kicked out of the atmosphere by Frieza and hadn't even woken up yet when he was kicked back in the sky. It was fortunate that Vegeta didn't want to kill him. At the moment of impact, he retracted 99 of his strength and only 0. One of his combat power hit Dodoria. How powerful is a Super Saiyan? Even 0. One of their combat power is still in the hundreds of thousands. Much more painful than being hit by a spaceship. Thus, Dodoria was awakened by that kick. Enraged, he transformed into a Super Saiyan again, glaring angrily at Frieza in the distance. Frieza, that kick was from your dad. What do you mean by staring at me like that? In a short amount of time, 3 Super Saiyans appeared here, and the immense energy waves caused the weather to change. The originally clear sky was now filled with dark clouds, threatening to rain at any moment. Under the cloud cover, Frieza suddenly remembered a classic line. It's thundering, it's raining. Time to go home and collect the laundry. Dodoria was about to rush at Frieza again when he was stopped by Vegeta. Tell me, who are you? How did you become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta figured he must also be a Saiyan. Otherwise, how could he transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Wukong also flew back, looking at Dodoria's Super Saiyan form with surprise. Impossible. The only surviving Saiyans are us two, plus your half-breed son, and his hair, isn't black. And the hairstyle is also wrong. Vegeta hovered in the air, arms crossed, stating several reasons why Dodoria wasn't a Saiyan. But how do you explain that he can transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Wukong continued to dismantle the situation. So who exactly are you? Dodoria felt like he wanted to die, his face full of confusion, which made Vegeta even more annoyed. At this time, Frieza had already set up a beach chair and a small round table, sipping on watermelon juice while watching the drama unfold. Dodoria, 260 million. Vegeta, 400 million. Son Wukong, 450 million. How interesting. In the original story, Vegeta wouldn't transform at this point, and Son Wukong would only be at 280 million. Stronger than Dodoria, but not by much. Now, both Vegeta and Son Wukong could crush Dodoria. What kind of sparks would fly between them? I call myself Harry Potter Conan. Although Dodoria felt that this timeline had become a mess, he still worried that stating his name might affect his existence. Upon hearing that name, Frieza sprayed the watermelon juice he was sipping. How strong was Frieza? The originally soft and weak watermelon juice shot towards Piccolo and the others. Then, bang, 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 bang. Instantly, there was chaos, with cries of pain and curses filling the air. Bulma, being a bit smaller, was completely blocked by Tien Shinhan due to the angle. She turned around, looking at Tien Shinhan behind her, and asked in confusion, "What happened to you guys? Were you ambushed? Huh? Did someone beat you up with watermelon juice?" Chapter 29. The conflict caused by Watermelon Bobo. It's fine. It's fine. I just slipped my mouth a bit. You all continue to watch the show. Keep your strong presence. Accidentally incurring the wrath of the crowd. Frieza had to explain a little. Everyone looked at Frieza, then thought about their own bodies sore for being hit by Watermelon Bobo, and they heartily chose to continue watching the Saiyan monkeys on Son Wukong's side. Bulma was different. She was bolder and, more importantly, wealthy. She directly threw out a capsule. Bang! A refrigerator appeared. She opened the fridge door, revealing it packed with Watermelon Bobo. Come, everyone try this. This is Mr. Frieza's latest invention, and it tastes pretty good. Son Gohan was the first to step up, inserted a straw, and took a big sip, then rubbed the back of his head, where he had a bump for being hit by Watermelon Bobo. Gulp. Son Wukong turned around to look at his friends who were forcefully watching the show while drinking, and he felt tempted. Hey, Harry Potter Conan, you play with Vegeta first. I'm going to get something to drink. Oh, Vegeta, don't worry. I'll save you a cup. But be gentle. He looks fragile. Don't accidentally kill him. Daz. Vegeta. Watching Son Wukong turn to leave and revert from his transformation, Vegeta instantly got angry. Kakarot. Sun Wukong curiously turned back, tilting his head in confusion. Vegeta shouted fiercely, "At least save me 3 cups." Sun Wukong fell flat on the ground, followed closely by Daz. And the others like Piccolo, Tianjin Han, Krillin, and Son Gohan, who were just watching, all spat out watermelon bobo. Fortunately, the force of their spitting was not as terrifying as Frieza's. Even Piccolo only made a few small holes in the ground. Frieza was laughing so hard he nearly had a stomachache. The most uncomfortable was Dodoria, as Frieza's subordinate. He couldn't laugh, even if it was funny, unless he absolutely couldn't hold it in. Ah-ha-ha! Oh-ha-ha! With a glance from Frieza, Dodoria immediately shivered and stopped laughing. However, his cheeks were twitching and his abs were rhythmically shaking. Originally, everyone thought that with things developing to this point, a fight wouldn't break out, and they would just sit down together to enjoy summer drinks. However, things often don't go as people expect. Bang! A sound louder than thunder erupted as Vegeta and Daz had already started fighting. Bang bang, bang bang. The sounds were rhythmic. Thunder-like noises appeared in the sky continuously. This was the explosive sound generated when Vegeta and Daz exchanged punches, not only causing sonic booms, but also sending waves of air sweeping through. The wind blowing felt pretty nice. Sipping on iced watermelon bobo while enjoying the cool breeze was quite a delightful experience. Frieza's words won everyone's approval. Dodoria was moved to tears, nodding continuously while biting on a straw. It was so hard to finally be granted a cup of watermelon bobo. From now on, he would bow and serve Frieza until death. The battle continued. As Sun Wukong said, while Daz could transform into a Super Saiyan, compared to them, he was indeed a bit weak. Just 2 minutes later, Vegeta got impatient. He thought Daz was hiding his strength, but it turned out he was genuinely weak. "You're delaying me from drinking. You should be punished." Slap, slap, slap. After a round of slapping sounds, Daz squatted on the ground, holding his butt, feeling wronged. Vegeta disdainfully washed his hands with ice cubes from the fridge, then ignored Sun Wukong's gaze and took 5 cups of watermelon bobo for himself. "Vegeta, you said you wanted 3 cups. Sun Wukong held a cup in each hand, took a big sip, and upon seeing Vegeta's actions, he swallowed the watermelon bobo in his mouth, his throat bulging. "Don't think I didn't see that. Kakarot, you're already on your 4th cup." Everyone had a black line on their heads. What was wrong with these two? Why did they have to compete over something like this? Thus, Vegeta and Sun Wukong began a drinking contest with watermelon bobo, which made everyone sweat in embarrassment. Look at this, what is called a gap. They were so strong, yet still didn't forget to outdo each other. We have to work hard too. So, Piccolo and the others joined the watermelon bobo drinking contest. And soon the whole fridge of watermelon bobo was completely divided up. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by. Forgotten by everyone, Daz began to question his life again. Why did he go through so much trouble to come to this timeline? Was it just to get beaten up? Was it to get spanked by his father? Was it to watch them fight over drinks? That watermelon bobo looked like it should be pretty good, right? You're thirsty too, right? Drink up. I specially saved some for you. Bulma's gentle, sweet, and understanding words made Daz want to cry. His mom was the best, no matter which timeline. Any delicious food would always be saved for him. Gulp, gulp. It's delicious, delicious. Thank you, Mom. Oh no. In excitement, he instinctively shouted out. What to do? Be good. Poor child, you've been beaten silly by Frieza and Vegeta, those 2 violent maniacs. Bulma looked at Daz with pity, feeling heartbroken. Kid, stop pretending. Who exactly are you, and why can you transform into a Super Saiyan? With a wave of Vegeta's hand, the empty cups scattered around were instantly obliterated. His hair stood up defiantly, looking so proud and unruly. Hohohoho. Vegeta's goosebumps instantly fell to the ground, but he still forced himself to maintain a crossed-arm stance. Even if he couldn't win, he had to have an attitude that he wasn't afraid. Crick-crack. Frieza slowly walked over, exuding an aura that was just full of presence. Dodoria followed closely, with more than half of the watermelon bobo left in his hand. Not want to drink it too heartily, since it was a gift from King Frieza? Frieza! Daz gritted his teeth, nearly crushing the cup of watermelon bobo in his hand. Please call me Harry Potter Conan. Then his momentum deflated. Now, Daz just wanted to ensure that he would still be born in the future, and he couldn't care about anything else. Crick! Frieza stopped, looking at Daz with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, a smile that made the background characters shiver. Bulma was already immune. She had gotten used to it, but she knew that whenever Frieza showed this expression, he was definitely not holding back something good. Although, she had never seen Frieza fart or squat. Chapter 30. A terrifying android will appear in 3 years, Conan. How old are you this year? Where have you sold Xiaolan to? Everyone. Frieza was taken aback, seeming to have mixed up the scenes. Ahem. Conan, right? Shouldn't you reveal the purpose of your visit this time? You've been playing around for several chapters, and if you keep dragging this out, not only the readers, but even Frieza can't take it anymore. I, Frieza, am the main character, okay? I haven't had much presence in these episodes. Not fighting, not looking for Dragon Balls, and not training. Just acting like a big shot with this little bit of combat power. I, Frieza, with an 800 million combat power. Am I floating? I, Frieza, can crush the 3 of you with one hand. Am I being arrogant? Even with the watermelon drink, I only had 1 cup. Am I angry, Frieza? All right, I'm angry. This is something I invented, yet you all drink more than I do. Ahem, seems like I'm off topic again. Frieza, off topic my ass. I'm the main character. If I want to vent, how does that make it off topic? Dieter awkwardly scratched his head, although he didn't quite understand this timeline. Aside from Frieza not being an enemy and Vegeta being able to transform into a Super Saiyan, there wasn't much difference. These are all small issues, whether I can be born as a big deal. Let Conan be Conan. Hello everyone. I came here this time to tell you something. Don't ask me how I know. I can't explain it. Everyone had a black line on their faces. What the hell are you talking about? If you don't say, what are we supposed to ask? Keep talking. Frieza's sinister gaze was very displeased. If you don't say, how will the plot develop? About 3 years from now, on the morning of May 12th at 10 o'clock, a powerful duo will appear on an island 9 kilometers southwest. Vegeta interrupted Dieter's narration, disdainfully saying, powerful duo? Can they be stronger than me? Dieter was taken aback. It seemed that the future androids really weren't as strong as Dad. If we use my strength as the standard, any one of them is only slightly stronger than me. As he continued, Dieter's voice began to shrink. He could clearly feel that Vegeta's dad was much stronger than him, and Mr. Goku might even be stronger than his dad. Also, that Frieza, who always sneered for no reason, seemed to be very wary of his dad, right? Just now it seemed like Frieza had beaten him up pretty badly. That being said, Frieza's power had also exceeded what it should have been. With this group of people on Earth, could the androids really stir up a big wave? TCH, I thought it was something serious. Although, I don't know why you know about the events 3 years later. According to your words, that so-called duo is nothing to worry about. Bulma was more concerned about this matter. After all, it happened on Earth, which is her hometown. It's better to ask clearly. Conan, can you continue? Who are they? Are they aliens? Speaking of aliens, Bulma looked at Frieza, who seemed to be the leader among aliens. Don't look at me. Just remember to compensate me for the watermelon drinks agent fee. Oh ho ho. Turning around, Bulma no longer looked at Frieza's money-grabbing face. Dodoria, as Frieza's #1 lackey, saw Bulma ignoring his master and was about to explode with anger. How dare you? Then, Dodoria's head was buried in the ground, making only muffled sounds. Frieza's tail slowly lowered, signaling everyone to ignore him. Dieter was sweating profusely, but dared not remain silent. They're not aliens. They're androids created by Dr. Gero. Their purpose is to destroy all of humanity. They killed Mr. Vegeta, killed Mr. Piccolo. When Piccolo died, the Dragon God also disappeared, and the Dragon Balls lost their function and turned to stone. Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and so on were all killed by the androids, and in the end, even Gohan died. Hearing from Dieter's mouth that he had died, everyone had strange expressions, but they were indeed standing here, and they had just grabbed drinks. At this moment, Dieter remembered the watermelon drink in his hand. Seeing everyone looking at him, he quickly bit the straw and took a big sip. The watermelon drink had the ability to lighten the atmosphere. The atmosphere improved again. After all, who knows whether future events are real or not? Besides, The other party said the android's combat power isn't stronger than Vegeta's. So what is there to worry about? Wait, what about me? You said they all died in battle. Why didn't you say how I died? Goku suddenly noticed something was off. It seemed Conan hadn't mentioned him. Androids. How could I not have participated in the battle? Dieter was taken aback, choked by the watermelon drink. This Goku was curious about how he died. After a violent coughing fit, Dieter took out a small bottle from his pocket. Mr. Goku, you didn't participate in the battle. 2 years later, you will die from a disease called viral heart disease, and you won't have the chance to participate at all. Dieter already understood this group's nonsensical nature. Without waiting for Goku to speak, he continued, this is a special medicine for heart disease. As long as you take it when the symptoms occur, you'll be fine. After saying this in one breath, Dieter felt like he was going to collapse. He didn't want to stay in this damn timeline for even a second longer. He would rather return to his own timeline to fight the androids than deal with these people. It was too taxing on his brain cells. Just like that, I still have to deliver a package. Cough. I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Eagerly taking out the capsule containing the time machine, he tossed it far away. Boom. A time machine that could only accommodate one person appeared just like that. Hohohoho. Wait. I'm quite curious about this machine. Bulma, can you study it and make one for me too? Boom. Dieter hadn't even had the chance to sit in it when the time machine returned to its capsule form and was snatched by Frieza. Frieza, give me back my capsule. The future still needs me. I can't stay here. Dieter panicked and decided to snatch it back. Bang. Whoosh. Ding. The world went quiet. Dieter was swept away by Frieza's tail and disappeared. What Frieza, want, you have no right to meddle. Here, you have 3 days. If you can't figure out the principle, just kill yourself. Frieza tossed the capsule to Bulma and left gracefully. To be precise, Frieza disappeared. However, everyone was used to it. Frieza always had this style of coming and going without a trace, so they had nothing to say. Goku, what skills did you learn on Yardrat? The dragon said you guys were training new skills over there. Hurry and tell us. Goku touched his nose. He wouldn't refuse Krillin's request. Nothing much. Just a skill called instant transmission. As long as you can sense the energy, you can quickly teleport to the other person's side. By the way, Frieza just disappeared using instant transmission. Where did Frieza go? He went to Yardrat to find the one who taught him instant transmission and the Kaioken technique. That Hyusu. Chapter 31. Superhuman talent Frieza, with his ability to cure children's night terrors, suddenly appeared beside Hyusu, startling him and abruptly ending the battle. Uzu. You're in quite the mood. Are you trying to enjoy one more second before you die? Hyusu dared not show disrespect to Frieza. After all, he was the kind of being who could destroy planets at a whim. Xiaodai, you go out first. I have matters to discuss with this esteemed guest. Hyusu hurriedly put on his clothes, while Xiaodai wore a face of unfulfilled desire, but Frieza's frightening appearance forced her to grab a blanket and flee. What brings you here at such a late hour, Lord Frieza? Is there any way I can be of service? Just a few months ago, 2 troublesome Saiyans had been sent away, and now Frieza had come again. How unfortunate for planet Yadrit. Remembering the destruction caused by Goku and Vegeta's battle, Hyusu felt an ache in his heart. Those places may have been uninhabited, but a perfectly good oval-shaped planet had been dented badly. If the inhabitants didn't work tirelessly to find materials to fill it, the planet would eventually explode. Do you know how much I hate being deceived? What is the deal with Vegeta's teleportation? Hyusu recalled that he had already explained it. Forget it. If Lord Frieza wants me to speak, I'll speak. He wanted Frieza to understand that this matter had to start from a year ago. On that day, the sky was clear and Xiaodai and I. Frieza's crimson eyes scanned the area, and 2 bottomless pits appeared beside Hyusu, leaving him unsure if they had damaged the planet's core. However, Hyusu had no time to worry at that moment. He was so frightened that he lost his composure and fell to his knees. He was indeed the strongest person on planet Yadrit, but his combat power was only 80,000. How could he compare to someone like Frieza? Did I say something wrong? Your Excellency? After a long while, Hyusu finally managed to collect himself and timidly asked the crucial question. My second greatest hate is people who talk too much. Frieza was not the least bit interested in what Hyusu and Xiaodai were up to, even if they had just been in a fierce battle. He was as calm as still water and even slightly disgusted. The main reason was that he, Frieza, couldn't. This was pain, deep pain, that he could never let go. Damn big truck, why did you have to crash into me? Just tell me about the teleportation. Hyusa didn't dare to play tricks anymore. He had hoped to play the victim, thinking that if Frieza was pleased, he might teach Vegeta and Goku a lesson. But now he didn't dare. As long as he didn't offend this more terrifying deity, it meant that the mugwort Shao-Dai had just burned had worked. Teleportation was actually a mutated version of instant transmission. He couldn't achieve long-distance teleportation, but he could move back and forth within his line of sight. Compared to instant transmission, teleportation was more suitable for use in battle. For thousands of years, only a few had comprehended teleportation from instant transmission. However, those who understood teleportation were all exceptional individuals, able to take on monsters far beyond their level without a problem. After Hyusu finished speaking, he carefully observed Frieza, his small eyes looking pitiful. Frieza felt quite uncomfortable under his gaze, but did not strike him. He simply wore a very dark expression. Are you saying that Vegeta's talent is even higher than mine? A mere mortal's anger could spill blood for 5 steps. A king's fury could nearly shatter space. Hyusu looked at the vanished house, his entire being shrinking into a ball in fear. How unfortunate. His newly bought house was gone just like that. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I mean, your talent is definitely the highest in the universe. You just haven't thought in that direction. Oh, Frieza thought for a moment and realized that was indeed the case. Influenced by the original story, he had focused solely on learning instant transmission and hadn't considered other directions at all. The key was that he had learned instant transmission so quickly. As soon as Hyusu explained the principle, he had already mastered it. Who would bother to ponder anything else? Explain the thought process of teleportation. However, Hyusu couldn't fulfill Frieza's request. No, Your Excellency, each person who understands teleportation has their unique thought process. Outsiders can't describe it at all. That sounds very impressive. Frieza then carefully recalled the principle of instant transmission. Then Frieza appeared not far away and then in other places. After teleporting about 10 times, Frieza teleported back again. Upon reflection, hey, this is really strange. I can't describe the principle of teleportation at all. It seems Hyusu really didn't lie. Frieza felt relieved. At least this proved that his talent was greater than Vegeta's. He had comprehended it in an instant, while Vegeta had taken several months. Tell me, is there any other similar mutated skill? As long as it was an impressive skill, Frieza would not let it slip by. Hyusu thought carefully. There had been too many brilliant talents throughout the long years. After a lot of mental grappling, he finally thought of a mutated skill. Nerves. Smack. This time, Hyusu couldn't escape, successfully provoking Frieza and getting sent flying by his tail. You're looking for death, and I'll help you. If there's one, there's one. If not, there's not. How dare you insult me? Of course, Frieza didn't really intend to kill him. Although he was a cold-blooded creature with blood colder than ice, he also possessed a human soul, and at least wouldn't he do something to betray his master. As for exterminating his family, forget it. He didn't think the Ice Clan had any familial ties. However, there was one person who was a bit different. Cooler had sought trouble with Goku for him in the storyline, and ended up following in Frieza's footsteps, which did touch Frieza a little. As for King Cold, who wanted to take over his son after his death, he was not in Frieza's emotional considerations. After a long time, Hyusu, trembling, returned and shouted, Your Majesty, I didn't mean you when I mentioned nerves. I meant that you have a mental illness. Smack! Hyusu was sent flying again. Frieza knew that Hyusu had a momentary lapse in judgment, but that was not a reason to insult him. Whoosh! Frieza vanished from his spot, primarily because it seemed Hyusu didn't have the strength to run back. Looking at Hyusu, who had lost 3 teeth, Frieza spoke in a chilling tone. You better think before you speak. Although I don't want to kill you, my patience is limited. Hyusu, now missing a few teeth and speaking with a lisp, was genuinely trying to think clearly this time and spoke as clearly as possible. Deep well species, the benzene strong, cleansing forces shining practice species. Alluring from heavy lead, dancing the corpse. Frieza listened, utterly confused. What the hell is this? The 4th update is here. Everyone be happy. If possible, please give your rich little hands a nudge to urge for more updates. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation for writing. Thank you. Chapter 32. This skill is really amazing. With 3 missing front teeth, Husu's words left Frieza completely confused. What the hell is he saying? Frieza's angry gaze began to carry a chilling, killing intent, and Husu was so scared that his legs were trembling. His already large eyes were bulging out, filled with bloodshot veins. Suddenly, Husu seemed to think of something and hurriedly took out a yellowed book from his storage space. After glancing at it to confirm he had the right one, he quickly handed it to Frieza. The Neuro book. Frieza couldn't help but read it out loud, and recalling Husu's previous words, he seemed to understand a bit more. A healing spell was cast, and Husu felt as if he had eaten a senza bean. His injuries rapidly healed. Even his lost teeth were restored. Although surprised by his own transformation, Husu knew it had to be related to that green light when Frieza waved his hand earlier. Frieza, this is the Neuro book I just mentioned. It contains the understanding of mental power from a powerful figure in ancient times. Someone once comprehended the flash time technique from this book. Flash time technique. Frieza's eyes shone brightly. This was an extremely powerful combat skill. That guy relied on the flash time technique to dominate the entire 6th universe. Swish! The yellowed book immediately flew into Frieza's hands. Upon opening it, he was instantly dumbfounded. The crooked characters were completely incomprehensible. Are you sure this isn't a cover you put together? Why are the outer 3 universal characters readable, but the inside isn't some frog script? Husu was no longer trembling. His hands had strength, and his speech was smooth. This isn't a cover I put on. It's the cover my ancestors put on. Frieza's face darkened. Is there really a difference? Frieza, don't be anxious. You don't need to understand the book. Just put your mental power on it, and you'll naturally know the contents. This book is indeed quite neurotic and mysterious. It seems the person who wrote it had a remarkable understanding of mental power. Frieza said nothing and directly released his mental power. Although it was only a small amount, it was enough to cover the book. Husu thought to himself, Frieza is indeed impressive. He has never systematically learned mental control techniques, yet he can immediately project his mental power. From the extent Frieza demonstrated, his mental power proficiency was already quite impressive. However, Husu overestimated Frieza. If it weren't for the soul within Frieza being from another world, his mental power wouldn't be so high. Frieza didn't know any of this. He just realized that this Neuro book was indeed quite neurotic, and an average person would surely be driven mad by its contents. Fortunately, Frieza was not an average person. He not only didn't go insane, but also comprehended flash time and lightning strike. Flash time is the same technique it uses. Frieza grasped it, but he could currently control time for less than 1,000th of a second, which was somewhat impractical. Lightning strike wasn't as powerful as flash time, but increased Frieza's speed, making him 3 times faster than lightning. Flash time and lightning strike are actually a set of combination skills. By using flash time to hide in the cracks of time, and then using lightning strike, even an opponent with double the user's combat power could be caught off guard. In a battle between experts, even a slight advantage could change the course of the fight. Not bad, not bad. In light of the fact that this book is indeed excellent, I'll forgive your disrespect towards me. Husu had been guarding Frieza for a month, fearing that when Frieza woke up, he wouldn't see him and would explode in rage. He and T dared to leave even a step. Finally, Frieza woke up. If he had delayed any longer, Husu might have turned into a wild man. Hey, how did you end up like this in just a little while? Frieza, it's been a month already. That long? All right, you've worked hard. I won't punish you this time. But if I find out you've concealed something from me again, you know the consequences. Got it. I absolutely won't hide anything. Frieza left, and the planet Yardrat was saved, but Husu fell ill. Back at Bulma's house, Frieza directly asked, "How is the research on the time machine going?" Bulma was startled by Frieza's sudden appearance and said irritably, "How could I possibly figure it out? It's a time machine, not an airplane. I can't make any progress. I can't understand a lot of the data, and without systematic notes, it's impossible to research it. At least for now, I don't have the capability." This left Bulma feeling quite disappointed. "Give it to me. I'll take it to headquarters for them to study." Frieza was a bit disappointed, but understood that time machines were indeed complex. Giving Bulma just a month was naturally insufficient. As for when the big guy would return, He wouldn't concern himself with that. The future's fate had nothing to do with him. No, Conan has already taken it back. And he also left using the time machine. Frieza's gaze sharpened, and his aura began to rise sharply. He was angry and needed to vent. He couldn't vent through those kinds of things, so he could only resort to destruction. Hey. You said you would research it for 3 days, and now it's been a whole month. Bulma didn't care about the consequences of Frieza's anger. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong. It seems Bulma has a point. Damusu. In any case, Frieza was sure he was in the right. Whoosh. Frieza disappeared. Whoosh. Frieza reappeared. When he reappeared, Frieza felt much more comfortable. Unfortunately, Husu was in a terrible situation and wouldn't be getting out of bed for at least 1.5 years. Prepare exquisite delicacies for me. Frieza commanded Bulma without any psychological pressure. After all, she still owed him quite a bit in patent fees. You could just go to the restaurant. There are people providing service 24 hours. Bulma thought to herself, you eat but never see the aftermath. Where does all the food go? Frieza was also curious. After eating so much, where did it all go? Never mind. Strange things happen every year. This year it just happened at my house. In the restaurant, Vegeta was gorging himself, and many dishes were already in short supply, clearly indicating that the kitchen was struggling to keep up. Frieza was speechless. Luckily, Vegeta, being a Saiyan, wasn't picky and mostly ate staple foods, which was different from Frieza's preferences. Frieza, I want to duel with you. After nearly a month of training in the gravity chamber, Vegeta's combat power surged to 500 million. He believed he could now teach Frieza a lesson. Oh, Mr. Vegeta, your confidence seems a bit overly inflated. Fine. Let's wait until I finish eating, and then I can play with you. It's fine to digest after a meal. Chapter 33. The proud Vegeta on a deserted planet not far from Earth. Frieza and Vegeta stood 100 meters apart, and the weather on this planet changed with their arrival, especially when Vegeta roared loudly, unleashing all his battle power and transforming into a Super Saiyan. The originally dark sky brightened. When a person's power reaches a certain level, even the heavens must give way to them. On Earth, Goku and Piccolo were training at the Bowsy Mountain, while also training Gohan. After Vegeta transformed, he suddenly halted his movements. Piccolo and Gohan looked up at the sky with serious expressions. That was Vegeta's energy. So powerful. What kind of intense training has he undergone this month? Goku was puzzled. When he first returned to Earth, his battle power was 50 million higher than Vegeta's. Now, his battle power was only 500 million, and this increase was much slower compared to Vegeta's. Dad, the other energy seems to be Frieza's. It's terrifying. I feel like my heart is about to stop. Let's go. Gohan, Piccolo, we need to see what's happening. Goku grabbed the shoulders of both of them and used instant transmission, appearing directly on the deserted planet where Frieza and Vegeta were. At this moment, Frieza was enveloped in purple energy waves, and the surging energy was frightening. Back on Earth, Gohan was already struggling to handle it, and now feeling it up close, he just wanted to sit down. Gohan, to become a qualified warrior, you must have the courage to face everything. To be honest, Piccolo was also stunned by Frieza's energy. The gap was so vast that he couldn't muster the courage to fight against it. But could he admit it? Impossible. Not only could he not admit it, but he also had to ensure Gohan wasn't afraid. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a qualified master. Oh, Goku and Piccolo are here too. Why don't you three come to me together? It would be better to be killed by me than by the androids. As for Gohan, with his battle power of 300,000, Frieza looked down on him. If Piccolo hadn't surpassed 100 million in battle power, he wouldn't even have considered him a threat, though he didn't take it seriously anyway. Vegeta's expression was dark. He didn't want to admit it, but Frieza's energy was indeed far superior to his. However, his strong pride would not allow him to accept Frieza's suggestion. No, this is a battle between the two of us, and I won't allow anyone else to interfere. Frieza, bang 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 bang. A battle power of 500 million still had some impact. Although Frieza was at a bottleneck, his power stuck at 800 million. It was more than enough to deal with Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta's teleportation began, appearing in places that Goku and the others didn't expect each time. This teleportation was indeed a bit tricky, At this level, Vegeta could crush opponents with just his teleportation. Goku didn't want to admit it, but teleportation was indeed more suitable for combat than instant transmission. However, soon Goku noticed something was wrong. Vegeta's teleportation had not been successful even once. It seemed that Frieza could also teleport. How is this possible? Frieza can teleport too. What? Piccolo and Gohan were shocked. But Goku nodded slowly after watching for a while. The battle between Frieza and Vegeta continued, but after teleportation proved ineffective, Vegeta was starting to struggle. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom. Vegeta was now completely in a passive position, unable to fight back at all. Impossible. Impossible. Why? Why? Boom. Frieza delivered a sweeping blow that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, instantly creating a massive crater. Hohohoho. Mr. Vegeta, it seems I have also learned your so-called teleportation. Moreover, my battle power is higher than yours. It seems you can't do anything to me. Impossible, impossible. Vegeta lay in the center of the crater, still maintaining his Super Saiyan form, which proved he hadn't sustained any serious injuries. No, no, I'm the strongest Saiyan in history. I'm the prince of the Saiyans. I won't lose, I won't. Roar. Vegeta exploded with rage, sending stones flying from the ground, which exploded into dust mid-air. Oh ho ho ho, the Saiyans output relies on roaring. Truly lives up to its name. In that instant, Vegeta's energy surged to 800 million, matching Frieza. So strong. Vegeta's energy was now on par with Frieza's. Piccolo exclaimed in shock, realizing that Saiyans were indeed too abnormal. The speed of this power increase was completely inhuman. No, Piccolo, you're wrong. Vegeta has entered a misunderstanding. Look at his muscles. They have expanded significantly. While his power has increased, it doesn't necessarily mean he can defeat Frieza. Goku sensed something was off. He felt Vegeta was sacrificing certain attributes for power. For example, speed. If his speed couldn't keep up, he couldn't hit the target, no matter how strong the power. It would be useless. Wait, Goku, you forgot. Vegeta can teleport. Using teleportation, he can quickly approach Frieza, and his power can be put to use. Gohan's eyes lit up as he looked at his father, believing Uncle Piccolo's words made sense. Goku shook his head. No. Although I admire that Vegeta can come up with this strategy, combined with his teleportation, it does provide great maneuverability. But you've forgotten. Frieza, he can also teleport, and his speed is inherently faster than Vegeta's. Just as the words left his mouth, under the influence of his strong pride, Vegeta transformed into a muscular version of Super Saiyan and directly teleported behind Frieza. Vegeta poured all his strength into this punch. He believed he could smash a planet with it. The reality was the opposite of what Vegeta thought. His punch hit nothing but air. More precisely, it hit the afterimage left by Frieza. TSK, 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 Vegeta, you're regressing. Frieza appeared behind Vegeta, surprisingly not sneering, and directly struck down with a knife hand on Vegeta's neck. Vegeta's body shook. A wave of weakness coursed through him, and he uncontrollably reverted from Super Saiyan, falling towards the ground. Judging by Vegeta's posture, it was another dramatic fall. I understand now. If Vegeta used this move against someone who didn't understand instant transmission or teleportation, it would definitely catch them off guard. However, against someone like Frieza, who understood teleportation, it was completely useless, and the flaw in his own speed became even more apparent. When it comes to anything related to battle, Goku's mind has never been slow. This is a fact recognized by everyone. Chapter 34. 1 against 3, Planet Tremors this time. Vegeta didn't bury his head in the ground because Goku, his buddy, caught him. Despite Vegeta's unforgivable deeds on Earth, Goku still developed a mutual admiration for him. This was thanks to the more than 6 months they spent together on Planet Yarrat. They not only viewed each other as rivals to surpass, but also shared a common goal they wanted to exceed. Frieza. Vegeta's intense pride wouldn't allow him to be weaker than others, while Goku simply wanted to become stronger. Their starting points were different, but both possessed a simplicity that others couldn't understand. It was this simplicity in their hearts that allowed them to progress faster than those around them. However, what they faced was Frieza, a freak with even greater talent and strength that crushed the two of them. Oh ho ho! How about Goku and Piccolo take a little post-meal exercise? Gohan was dumbfounded, and Piccolo's eye twitched. You damn it, you call this intense battle post-meal exercise? I haven't even eaten yet. Goku is Goku. His thought process is quite peculiar. This time, it was Frieza who was dumbfounded, thinking, did you really take my casual teasing seriously? Go to Bulma's restaurant. There's plenty to eat. Although Frieza didn't lose to Goku in combat, he was completely defeated in terms of thought process. Unable to explain anything to Goku, he decided to just go eat. As a result, Bulma's chefs were ready to go on strike. Just dealing with Vegeta alone had them busy, and now with Goku and Gohan, who could eat a lot too, it was overwhelming, especially Vegeta, who had just eaten enough for 100 people. How could he eat so much again so soon? Please, just be a little human. Bulma watched this scene, facepalming with one hand, extinguishing her cigarette, and then made a phone call. 5 minutes later, a large number of delivery personnel in yellow jackets arrived on hover bikes at Bulma's place in West City. Fried rice, fried noodles, steak, fried chicken, whole roasted lamb, roasted suckling pig, and other delicacies, cakes, desserts, snacks, and drinks were all in abundance, flowing nonstop. Eat up, if you can eat me poor. Then that's your skill. Bulma was generous. She would generally fulfill her friends' requests. Even if her friends didn't ask, she would find ways to satisfy those in need during gatherings. After the feast, it was naturally time for some exercise. This time, there were even more spectators. Krillin, Yamcha Tenkaiatsu, Master Roshi Yulampor, and Bulma herself were all present. Bulma waved her hand lightly, and with a bang, a long row of tables appeared, filled with various delicacies left over from when Goku and the others couldn't eat anymore. If they didn't eat, it would be a waste. Having money can make you indulgent, but wasting food is shameful. The onlookers were ready, and the warriors were in position. This time, Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo teamed up to battle Frieza. Although they were a bit annoyed that Bulma had invited everyone to watch, as someone who was getting free food and drinks, it seemed hard to voice too much opposition. Anyway, that was how Vegeta felt. As for Goku, as long as there was a fight, he was fine with anything. Piccolo, on the other hand, had no say in the matter. Boom, boom, buzz. The airwaves from the 2 golden and 1 white aura surged into the sky, as Goku and the others raised their energy to the maximum. Vegeta was just over 500 million, Goku was at 500 million, and Piccolo was at 150 million. Boom! Frieza unleashed his full power. A purple aura erupted violently, and his 800 million in battle power instantly crushed the scene. Drink up. Huh. Hohohoho. The battle had just begun, and the scene was already heating up. Goku took the lead, his grand moves forcing Frieza to confront him head-on. Vegeta utilized teleportation, occasionally sneaking in attacks on Frieza, while also facing him directly. Piccolo was left confused, wondering where Frieza was. In the end, Piccolo could only repeatedly fire his special beam cannon, but none of them hit Frieza. Several times, he almost hit Goku and Vegeta instead. Oh ho ho! This isn't working. Your combined battle power far exceeds mine. Why are you still so useless? Frieza's indiscriminate taunts instantly enraged Goku and Vegeta, and Piccolo's face turned red with frustration. Damn it! Kakarot, hold him down for me. I'm about to unleash my big move. Vegeta employed the same trick again, and this time with Goku's distraction, he could transform into a muscular Super Saiyan without worry. Piccolo, you better aim your skills right, or else don't blame me for being rude. Bang! Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in the sky as Vegeta's punch met Frieza's directly. With Goku distracting him, Frieza had to face Vegeta's punch. With equal battle power, this punch produced a thunderous effect. The sound made the onlookers cover their ears, as it was painfully loud. Krillin, think of something. At this rate, we'll be deaf. Bulma shouted, feeling like her head was exploding, nauseous and wanting to throw up. Goku noticed the situation in the crowd below and shouted to Piccolo, Piccolo, go down and protect them. You can't contribute to the fight right now. Bang! Goku was kicked away by Frieza and crashed into a mountain, shattering it. Oh ho ho ho! Getting distracted during battle is a huge taboo. Swish! Frieza vanished from his spot, and the next moment appeared behind Vegeta, preparing to knock him out again. However, Vegeta wasn't someone who forgot his lessons. The moment Goku was sent flying, he was already ready to defend. Boom! Frieza's knife hand struck Vegeta's arms, causing another sonic boom. Fortunately, this time Piccolo had reached the crowd and created an energy shield to protect them. Although the shield trembled violently, it held firm. After failing his sneak attack, Frieza retreated, and Goku instantly teleported to where Frieza had been standing. Nice! You two are becoming more and more in sync. Now, this is interesting. Oh ho ho! Swish! Bang 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 bang! Frieza unleashed his full power again, and explosions echoed through the sky, causing the entire planet to tremble. Fear appeared in Piccolo's eyes as he realized that the planet was starting to buckle under the pressure. Boom boom! 3 minutes later, two figures shot straight down from the center of the battle, creating not just two impact craters, but causing the entire planet to crack open. Bulma screamed, "Goku! Vegeta! Frieza! We're going to die!" The update is here, and I hope to write another chapter tomorrow afternoon. I'm so tired I can barely keep my eyes open. Thanks to SHNGL for the bubble tea. Thanks to the one who loves eating marinated edamame for the like. And thanks to the Houshing brothers for the reward. I'm very happy. Please urge for more updates. Thank you everyone. Chapter 35. Get some senza beans just in case whoosh. Frieza appeared beside everyone, pointing his finger, causing all the people, including tables and chairs, to float up. You all me a favor. All. Swish. Including Piccolo, Frieza left the spot with an energy sphere and reappeared next to Dodoria. Dodoria had been in Bulma's computer room, responsible for remotely controlling Frieza's army. Seeing so many people appear at once, Dodoria was stunned, and when he saw Frieza's face, he immediately bowed 90 degrees and shouted, "I pay my respects to King Frieza." The entire Bulma's house was in chaos, with the trembling house shaking in fear. "I can't do this job anymore. My heart is going to give out. You all go. I'll call my relatives over. Even with such a high salary. I have to leave, you idiot." Thus, none of the employees truly proposed to leave. Sometimes, the allure of money is just that simple. Frieza encouraged Dodoria to focus on his work. Just as he stepped out of the computer room, Swish, Goku, and Vegeta appeared and both fell to the ground. Frieza. You're so strong. After Vegeta fainted, Goku finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed as well. This caused another round of chaos, and Krillin flew away without looking back. He was headed to Korin Tower to find the cat sage, who presumably had a stock of senza beans. Sigh. The post-meal exercise almost cost a life and destroyed a planet. I guess I helped Beerus a bit again. King Frieza. Cooler has contacted us, and he is on his way to Ice Planet. Just as Goku and the others fainted, Dodoria rushed out to report to Frieza. Everything else was fine, but he didn't dare to make any mistakes regarding Cooler. It is said that Cooler's combat power is the strongest, and whether in strength or influence. He is someone that Frieza's army looks up to. Got it. Tell him I'll be back to Ice Planet soon. Frieza glanced in the direction Krillin left and thought to himself that he was strong enough now, and the Frost Demons had impressive recovery abilities. However, accidents can happen, so he needed to prepare some senza beans, and also, that burden, Yachirobe, couldn't waste any more senza beans. Swish! Everyone was startled as Frieza disappeared again, not knowing where he went to digest. Hopefully, Earth could withstand it. No one knows how long Korin Tower has existed. It has been around since the ancient times when humans first appeared on Earth. Above Korin Tower, there's a structure that is the opposite of Bulma's house. The bowl-shaped Heavenly Temple. The deity in the Heavenly Temple is the good incarnation of Piccolo, a waste that has done nothing but create Dragon Balls. In the Heavenly Temple, there is also a god attendant named Bubbles with very dark skin and 2 round eyes, dressed somewhat like an Indian, and his mount is a flying carpet. Frieza suspected whether there was also a magic lamp, setting aside whether the lamp is magical or not. Bubbles was one of the characters Frieza found most confusing when reading the original work. If not for the appearance of the angels in Dragon Ball Super, Bubbles would be just an ordinary god attendant, but with the existence of angels, who exactly is Bubbles becomes questionable. Bubbles himself said that besides serving the current Piccolo, he also served the previous deity. Now that Piccolo is getting old, Bubbles still looks lively, Who knows how many generations of deities he has served. Swish! When Frieza reappeared, he was already inside Korin Tower. Without even glancing at the fat Yachirobe, he directly swept him away with his tail, sending Yachirobe flying towards Bulma's house in West City. If you dare come here to eat Senza beans again, don't expect to live next time. Yachirobe couldn't control his body and could only crash into the latrine at Bulma's house. When Yamcha discovered him, Yachirobe was burping and vomiting, looking completely pitiful. It's just some Senza beans. Who did I offend? Now look, not only are the beans wasted, but they're also contaminated. Was Frieza doing this on purpose? He really wasn't. He didn't even need to relieve himself, so how would he know Yachirobe was landing in such a place? Oh ho ho! Korin Sage, bring out all your Senza beans. Frieza was quite bold, and Korin Sage understood this well. Standing high and seeing far, he naturally knew about Frieza's deeds on Earth. He isn't utterly wicked, but he isn't a good person either. Following his lead, everything was negotiable. Going against his nature, no one could plead for mercy. For example, Yamcha, that unfortunate soul, had to endure Frieza living in his girlfriend's house, eating and drinking for free, almost like being taken advantage of. How could he be comfortable? He had no idea whether Frieza had any masculine functions. He just felt like a goat's head was about to appear over him. So, he said some unpleasant things, like eating for free and bringing a subordinate to eat for free as well. Yamcha was talking nonsense, but he was just dug up from the underground when he was barely hanging on. Sighing, Korin Sage felt helpless. If it weren't for the fact that he was guarding against Yachirobe like a thief, feeding Yamcha a Senza bean in time, Yamcha would probably have faced life and death. Korin Sage could only go along with Frieza's wishes. Mr. Frieza, I only have 30 Senza beans left. Can I keep some for emergencies? Korin Sage was not lying. These 30 Senza beans were the harvest from the last year. Just give me 20. I just need them for emergencies. They're not that tasty. Frieza had eaten them once. The taste wasn't good, a bit raw and nauseating. However, the effect was remarkable. No matter if you were missing limbs, as long as the severed parts were there, one Senza bean would guarantee a full recovery. The recovery speed was indeed unique. All right, Mr. Frieza really is a reasonable person. Korin Sage praised seriously, then immediately took out a small bag containing 20 Senza beans. Frieza didn't hold back, waving his hand to store them in his storage space. A 2-meter square space was quite useful. Leave some of the annual output for me. If Earth gets into trouble, I'll 1T stand by and do nothing. This was certain. Frieza was once a person from Earth, and wouldn't want to see it destroyed. Of course, if he were the one to destroy it, that would be another matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Frieza. Korin Sage was genuinely grateful this time. Being able to exchange Senza beans for a powerful person as promised was a deal too good to pass up. Swish! Korin Sage looked at the empty Korin Tower. And at this moment, Frieza's figure was already gone. Lord King Kai, Frieza doesn't seem to be as vicious as you said. On North Kai's planet, a short and chubby man with 2 antennae shook his flesh and said as his antennae moved. However, Frieza's brother Cooler is truly wicked. The 4th update is here. Good afternoon, everyone. Chapter 36 Brothers at Odds. Frieza, the troublemaker, has finally left Earth, and life on the planet has returned to peaceful days. One Frieza has left Bulma's home, but another permanent resident, Vegeta, has arrived. It's not that Bulma's delicious food attracted Vegeta, nor is it Bulma's looks that captured his attention. Instead, it's Bulma's gravity chamber, which seems tailor-made for Saiyans. Vegeta trains under 300 times Earth's gravity, understanding the importance of fundamentals, so he consistently exercises in that environment. At 500 times gravity, he needs to transform into a Super Saiyan to move freely. Goku also remembered the gravity chamber, as he spent time in one on his way to Namek. Thus, he asked Bulma to make him a large gravity chamber. As for the cost, Goku didn't think about it. He had no concept of money. Bulma didn't mind either. A gravity chamber doesn't cost much. So, Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan returned to the Capsule Corp training grounds to prepare for the androids' battle 3 years later. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tin returned to the Supreme Kai's temple again, feeling that training there was more beneficial for them. Gravity chambers were too harsh on their bodies. They didn't have the resilience of Saiyans or Frieza. Earthlings, whose lifespans are already short, are not suited for gravity chambers, as it would accelerate their aging. Saiyans, on the other hand, live longer and remain youthful for a long time. Yamcha had once nearly died trying out Frieza's 500 times gravity, which is one reason he resented Frieza. Having never witnessed Frieza's terror, Yamcha knew Vegeta was formidable, but he felt powerless to voice his anger about Vegeta staying in Bulma's home. He was genuinely traumatized by Frieza. Krillin remarked that there are now two Super Saiyans on Earth, with Goku and Vegeta both incredibly strong, and with Frieza's even greater threat looming behind them. Could the androids really pose any challenge? Yamcha felt a bit discouraged, believing that no matter how hard they trained, they couldn't catch up to Goku and the others. They were already among the top fighters on Earth. Was it necessary to continue their arduous training? Krillin clasped his hands together. Then his expression changed as he scolded his disobedient hands. Damn hands, I don't want to be a monk. I haven't even held a girl's hand yet, ugh. Stupid hands. Stop pretending to be pious. Smack. Yamcha received a slap on the back of his head from Krillin, and Tien and Kairatsu saw a figure vanish into a ruin within the Supreme Kai's temple. Huh, where did Yamcha go? Was he just asking me? Whoosh. Tien and Kairatsu instantly distanced themselves from Krillin. A cold sweat appeared on the Supreme Kai's forehead, while Babidi maintained his usual calm demeanor. Babidi, do you think the temple can withstand their antics? Babidi's eyes were round, exuding an otherworldly aura as if he could see through all worldly matters. Supreme Kai, you forgot that everything in the Supreme Kai's temple can be restored with just a thought. There's no need to worry about them causing damage. Ha, true. Let the storm come even fiercer. In a certain jungle on Earth, a warrior named Dodoria, dressed in battle armor and sporting some bumps on his head, emerged. After half a month of searching, he finally completed King Frieza's order. Looking at the moss-covered time machine with a large hole on top, Dodoria felt a wave of emotions. First, he marveled at King Frieza's foresight. Then he admired his own luck in actually finding it. Is this the time machine? It looks a bit outdated. Never mind. Let's take it back and have Manaka send it to headquarters for analysis. Manaka is the best courier in the universe, never having made a mistake. Of course, Manaka hasn't encountered Goku and the others yet. Otherwise, it's hard to say if he would make a mistake, especially with those troublemakers Goten and Trunks. Oh, and that lazy Beerus. Today, Manaka accepted a job to deliver something to the ice planet. The item was a wooden box containing a tape. The sender was Cooler, and the recipient was Frieza. To be fair, Manaka is very dedicated. He actually delivered the package to the cold ice planet, though he almost turned into an ice sculpture. This professional spirit is commendable. Frieza had just returned to the ice planet when he saw an ice-covered figure carrying an ice block slowly approaching the palace door. The ice figure was Manaka, with a wooden box wrapped inside the ice block. Having once worked as a delivery man himself, Frieza knew the difficulties of the job. He didn't make things hard for Manaka and even sent him back to his spaceship, which made Manaka extremely grateful, continuously expressing his thanks. Back in the palace, Frieza shattered the item Manaka delivered with a finger, and surprisingly, the tape inside the wooden box was intact. Dodoria, play it. Huh? Are you deaf? Frieza's gaze sharpened. Then he remembered that Dodoria was left on Earth. Whoever you are, play it. A gray-skinned, bald figure pointed to himself and asked blankly, King Frieza, are you calling me? My name is Tagoma. If it weren't for the fact that the palace was left with no one after King Cold's death, Frieza would have made Tagoma experience the taste of training with him earlier. Go, play it. Frieza was curious and excited. He wondered if Cooler had collected some interesting videos that would make Frieza impatient. Tagoma was a bit slow, but his hands moved quickly. Soon, a large screen displayed an image. Frieza froze. The scene looked familiar. On the screen, King Cold was drinking, and suddenly, Frieza appeared. What the hell? Frieza's eyes lit up, and he fired 2 beams of destruction at the player, obliterating both it and the tape. The image disappeared, leaving only the words thanking viewers for using long rainbow televisions. Frieza was left with a black line on his forehead. What an absurd advertisement. Cooler. Frieza was extremely angry. He hadn't expected that Cooler had installed a surveillance device on King Cold's spaceship. Capturing the moment, he killed his father as a sacrifice. If this had happened when he had just crossed over or killed King Cold, Frieza might have feared Cooler a little. After all, Cooler had always maintained his peak form. With a combat power of 470 million, this is not the final battle power. Moreover, Frieza knew that Cooler had developed a new transformation, and he wasn't sure of its exact combat power. However, Frieza now felt no fear toward Cooler. Even if his power doubled, he wouldn't be intimidated at all. As for the so-called transformation of Gula, he could do it too, but once he transforms, due to the nature of the fourth transformation, he can never return to his current appearance. He feels that having more horns on his head is not as pleasing as his current look. And one more thing, that is nostalgia. The current Frieza is exactly the image from his memories, so profound that it is unforgettable. Chapter 37. The Frozen Clan has no kinship. Just as a person brought a humane destruction to the videotape, Frieza's brows furrowed, looking somewhat strange without eyebrows. Fortunately, there are many eyebrowless characters in Dragon Ball, so one gets used to it. Boom! A heavy object fell outside the palace, and Frieza sighed. Guldo, you're here. Well, come on then. Killing one is a crime, but killing thousands makes one a hero. Kill 10,000, and you are the greatest of the great. Creak, creak. This time, it wasn't Frieza's footsteps, but Guldo's unique footsteps as he entered the palace. Frieza, my dear brother, you've done what I've always wanted to do. How should I thank you? As soon as Guldo saw Frieza, he made the most enthusiastic statement, yet the temperature in the palace dropped sharply, even lower than outside. Oh ho ho, it's just something you want to do, but dare not. What do I, Frieza, have to fear? But you, after all these years, still haven't made any progress. Your battle power only increased from 470 million to 500 million, which is quite disappointing. Hohohoho. If Guldo hadn't come and showing his undisguised killing intent, Frieza wouldn't have been so confrontational. After all, this Guldo was the one who went to Earth alone to take revenge for him. Now it seems that Guldo only used that pretense. Guldo had no kinship in his heart. Or rather, the Frozen Clan never had kinship to speak of. Hearing Frieza's mocking laughter, Guldo couldn't help but twitch his face, unable to understand why his brother's interests were so peculiar. Frieza, it seems you have a lot of confidence. Don't you know that I can transform one more time? Guldo crossed his arms, wanted to look down on Frieza. Then, he found it impossible. When did you grow taller? Guldo's face was full of disbelief because the Frozen Demon Clan, once mature, cannot change their body shape, let alone grow so much taller. Oh ho ho ho. If you want to fight, just fight. Why so much nonsense? Swish. Two beams of death shot out from Frieza's eyes, instantly piercing Guldo's chest. However, Frieza showed no sign of satisfaction. His eyes turned to the left. There, Guldo's figure slowly appeared while the previous one was rapidly dissipating. Childish tricks. Guldo disdainfully flicked his tail and slammed it down, instantly cracking the ground open with a gap that seemed bottomless. However, the Ice Star had one good thing. It was tough. The crack quickly froze again, as if nothing had happened. Guldo didn't want to waste words anymore and directly exploded with anger. The purple energy wave erupted, and Tagma was blown away, disappearing from sight. Guldo didn't care about Tagma's fate, nor did Frieza. Seeing Guldo explode with rage, Frieza remained calm, considering 500 million battle power nothing to take seriously. Clang! With two fists colliding, Guldo was instantly blasted out of the palace and crashed onto the distant ice, sending ice crystals flying everywhere. Guldo's eyes were filled with fury as he rubbed his arm in disbelief. This punch nearly crippled his left arm. Good. I was wondering where you got your confidence from. It turns out your strength has increased so much. But all of this is futile. Frieza, you've successfully angered me. Roar. Guldo exploded with rage again, preparing to transform further. Only in this way could he be sure to defeat the current Frieza. Boom! Guldo was once again smashed beneath the ice layer. Frieza said lightly, "You talk too much." He extended his right hand, pointing his index finger at the pit where Guldo was, and fired a death beam 10 times thicker than the one shot from his eyes. Boom! Even if the Ice Star was sturdy, after this attack, the entire planet showed signs of change. Large chunks of ice bulged out, and vast areas of the ice layer cracked open. Frieza, you're seeking death. With a furious roar, Guldo burst out from the ice layer, his hands now powerless and hanging down. Hohohoho. I thought my dear brother was so powerful. Turns out he has just a pretty face with no substance. Even Saiyans can withstand this level of attack. Although Guldo had high battle power, he didn't understand how to utilize his energy as well as Goku and the others did. To Frieza, this kind of battle felt meaningless. Transform. I'll give you time. I want you to die feeling justified. Back when Frieza killed King Cold, his battle power was only 250 million, yet King Cold could still transform twice. To be safe, he couldn't use his star transformation back then, and he didn't give King Cold a single chance. Perhaps after spending some time with the Saiyans, or perhaps Frieza inherently had a tendency to be reckless. He now felt that killing Guldo like this was meaningless. Guldo's furious gaze could spit fire, but he still didn't give up the chance to transform. He underestimated Frieza and overestimated himself. At this moment, he was extremely fearful of death. After seeing the surveillance footage, Guldo's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized that he could also make sneak attacks like Frieza, and he could do it even more beautifully. Since he was convinced that Frieza had sneak attacked King Cold and hadn't genuinely defeated him, Guldo dared to come and kill him. Now, he no longer dared to underestimate Frieza, because Frieza indeed had the power to kill him. You will regret this. Haha, you will definitely regret it. Seeing that Guldo still had time to talk, Frieza teleported in front of Guldo and punched him hard in the abdomen. With this blow, Guldo's eyes bulged. His mouth opened wide, and some green liquid that was indistinguishable between bile and blood spewed out, making Frieza feel nauseous. With a surge of power in his arm, Guldo let out another painful roar and flew 1,000 meters away. I don't know if I will regret it, but I know you definitely regret talking so much now. With another teleport, Frieza stomped on Guldo's chest, causing the sound of bones cracking to ring out. Guldo screamed in pain before Frieza finally lifted his foot. 10 seconds. For some reason, I'm willing to give you another 10 seconds. If you can't transform, then die. Guldo's eyes shone with determination. He didn't need 10 seconds. Just 5 seconds would be enough. By the way, even if you transform, you still can't escape death. Just a reminder, 3 seconds have passed. Guldo was stunned. Frieza was distracting him while timing. Guldo immediately stopped hesitating, frantically gathering all his energy. A sound louder than before erupted from his bones, and Guldo's body finally began to change. Frieza, I will make you taste the feeling of being beaten up. While transforming, Guldo still continued to talk, while Frieza calmly counted. 7, 8, 9, 10, time is up. Roar. Chapter 38. The Tyrant Cooler. Frieza went to the wrong theater by the time Frieza counted to 9. Cooler had already completed his transformation. 2 thick appendages resembling antennae protruded from his forehead, forming EA pose. 2 ears extended out, transforming into 2 more antennae, and with 1 more, it would have turned into a star shape. His white armored muscles, abdomen, arms, and legs had turned purple, and he had grown significantly taller, now matching Frieza's height. If we talk about the 4th transformation, the aspect Frieza was most satisfied with was the increase in height. As for the rest, he could only chuckle. He could transform too, but he would never do so, as his developmental path was different from Cooler's. He preferred the Saiyan style of changing hairstyles and hair colors. But he couldn't do that since Frieza had no hair. So he opted to change the color of his skin, and it was the kind that could revert back. Frieza, now it's time for you to taste the pain and agony. Don't resist, it feels great. Cooler regained his confidence, but unfortunately, Frieza's one action broke his defense. Hohohoho. You bang. Frieza's sneering laugh instantly provoked Cooler, unleashing his full power of 5 billion battle strength. His iron-hard fist struck Frieza's chest with tremendous force. Boom! Caught off guard, Frieza was hit by a punch and crashed through the entire palace. Amid the ruins, Frieza coughed up a mouthful of blood. The pain in his chest ignited his fury. If he hadn't forcibly stepped back half a step at the last moment, Cooler's punch would have fully connected, and with nearly a 1-fold difference in power, Frieza might not have been able to stand up now. Boom! Frieza was enraged. A purple energy wave soared into the sky, and his battle power of over 800 million erupted completely, blowing the ruins of the entire palace away. Creak, creak. 5 billion battle power. Is that all there is to it? Stubborn Frieza, can't you laugh anymore? Soon, you'll be able to meet our deceased father. Roar. Cooler let out a strange cry and dashed toward Frieza at high speed. The purple energy waves surrounding his body were noticeably larger than Frieza's. Frieza didn't dare underestimate him. The gap in battle power was clear, and a direct confrontation would surely put him at a disadvantage. Thus, Frieza repeatedly used teleportation to evade Cooler's attacks, taking advantage of the ultra-fast speed from teleportation to strike Cooler several times. However, in this form, Cooler was not only powerful, but also incredibly fast, with astonishing defense. Frieza's attacks landed on Cooler, but did not inflict the massive damage they had previously. In fact, Cooler only needed to amplify his surrounding energy waves to block 90 of Frieza's power. Frieza, all you do is run away, but you can't defeat me. That high-speed movement must be exhausting. Let's see how long you can last. Cooler unleashed a torrential assault, while Frieza felt like a leaf in a stormy ocean, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet managing to evade wave after wave of attacks. Boom! Cooler punched the ground, causing the entire ice planet to tremble. More layers of ice shattered, and massive ice blocks shot up like mountains, while other areas caved in. Whoosh whoosh. Frieza appeared in the distance, his breathing becoming rapid. The nearly one-fold difference in battle power and the ongoing battle had left him feeling extremely fatigued. Oh ho ho! Cooler, today you will witness my strongest trump card. You are fortunate to be the first to see it. Oh, Aya. Frieza clasped his hands around his shoulders, and the energy waves surrounding him shifted from purple to black, then to a spectrum of colors, with sparkles of starlight appearing within a rainbow. Cooler sensed something was amiss, instinctively launching a shockwave at Frieza. However, to Cooler's surprise, at the moment the shockwave struck Frieza, the starlight within the rainbow energy suddenly flashed. Puff! It was as if some creature emitted a sound, and Cooler's shockwave simply dissipated into thin air. Frieza's energy continued to rise, quickly reaching 2.4 billion. Oh ho ho! Cooler, this is my trump card, Stellar Transformation, Tri-Fusion Wave. Cooler was taken aback. What the hell is that, Tri-Fusion Wave? Frieza wore a mocking smile, taunting. Are you feeling uneducated and confused? Let me tell you, Tri-Fusion Wave means my battle power triples. Although it can't be used as freely as the Kaioken to achieve dozens of times, Stellar Transformation has no side effects like the Kaioken, and its duration is long enough to make you question life. No matter if the Kaioken is 2 times or 30 times, it places a burden on the body. Many suspect that Goku's viral heart disease is due to drinking the super divine water. However, Frieza believes it has more to do with the Kaioken. When the body reaches a certain strain, it will collapse, and that is the best time for external viruses to invade. Therefore, having a strong and healthy body without overly exhausting oneself is the foundation of revolution. Frieza didn't think that just tripling his battle power with Tri-Fusion Wave would be enough to defeat Cooler, so he didn't push himself to achieve even higher battle power. Mainly, when he first learned Stellar Transformation, Frieza discovered that it was incomplete. Only after he completed it did he learn the Tri-Fusion Wave. As for the first layer, the single pillar supporting the sky, he dismissed it with disdain and ignored it. What a ridiculous name, too unserious. The second layer is called Twin Dragons Playing with the Phoenix, which is a lifelong pain for Frieza. Thus, before comprehending Tri-Fusion Wave, Frieza had never used Stellar Transformation. Although this so-called Tri-Fusion Wave also sounded a bit unserious, it felt like saying, Mountain split, understand it yourself. But at least it wasn't so obvious. Tremble. Cooler. You can go meet Kurd now. Oh ho ho ho. Whoosh. Cooler was momentarily stunned. This time he truly didn't see Frieza at all. Frieza was also a bit confused. He had just wanted to teleport and add some electricity, but instead, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Here, the birds sing and flowers bloom. Here, it is harmless to humans and animals. Here, there is a short man with a tuft of white hair and grayish-white skin. There is also a man with skin the same color as Dodoria's, with plenty of wrinkles on his face. At this moment, both of them looked as if they had seen a ghost, staring at the murderous Frieza feeling their whole body go numb. Isn't this Kaioshin Shin and his servant Kibito? How the hell did I end up here? It's not the right time to interact with them. These arrogant trash would just ruin the plot if I killed them. Gotta run, gotta run. Hello, goodbye. Whoosh, Frieza instantly teleported away. Chapter 39. Gula is devoured by the black hole whoosh. Bang. Boom. Frieza reappeared and directly kicked Gula on the shoulder, sending him deep underground, almost entering the core of the ice planet. If Gula really entered the core of the ice planet, he might instantly turn into an ice sculpture, and it would take at least 10,000 years for him to wake up, if at all. This is also a flaw of the frozen race. Once they encounter ultra-low temperatures, they passively seal themselves, and unless someone retrieves them, they can only wait for the one who sealed them to adapt to the temperature and unseal them. However, getting someone out from an ice core is easier said than done, and Frieza certainly wouldn't test it out. What if he accidentally sealed himself in ice? 10,000 years later, when he comes out, he might be invincible, but what era would that be? Without Dragon Balls, without Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, and the Dragon Ball world. What is the point? Boom! Gula, trembling all over, burst out, ice shards falling off him continuously, especially from his mouth, which was chattering nonstop. It seemed that even for the frozen race, the low temperature near the ice core was unbearable. Frieza, you're dead. You're dead. Roar. The waves of energy around Gula surged again, but it was useless. This was merely anger, and his fighting power didn't significantly increase. Facing Frieza S2. For billion power level, Gula's fate was already sealed. Relying on shouting for fighting power is not a talent of the frozen race. That is an exclusive skill possessed only by Saiyans. Back on Namek, even when Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time, his power level of 150 million could soar to 200 million in a fit of anger, an increase of 1/3, which is terrifying. When Goku got angry, he reached a power level of 300 million upon transforming into a Super Saiyan for the first time. It's important to note that even at full power, according to the original work, the maximum power level of the first stage of Super Saiyan is only 1/5 billion, which was achieved after Goku's death. Goku had already reached 1/5 of the strongest state at this stage, which is incredibly frightening. Of course, Gula and Frieza, as part of the frozen race, also belong to the cheaters. Gula's last transformation directly increased his power level by 1 billion, bringing his fighting power to 1/5 billion, which was already equivalent to full power for Super Saiyan. Oh ho ho! You shout. No one can hear you, no matter how loud you shout. You can't surpass me. Frieza, I heard you. A voice that was humble to the bone suddenly emerged. It was Tagoma hiding behind a large ice block. This was a bit of slap in the face. Whoosh! 2 death beams shot out from Frieza's eyes, creating 2 blood holes in Tagoma's left chest and lower abdomen. Fresh blood flowed out, but was quickly frozen into ice blocks by the low temperature of the ice planet, preventing Tagoma from bleeding excessively and polluting the environment. Hohohoho. This time, no one can hear your cries. Keep shouting. Frieza, I'm still alive. Tagoma's heart was different from others. His heart was on the right side of his body, so the death beam just now did not take his life. Gula was stunned. Then, Frieza, are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my power? Frieza's face instantly turned as black as coal. This damned fool must have water in his brain. This time, Frieza directly extended his finger, and a death beam accurately hit Tagoma's forehead. Tagoma died, this time without even a breath, killed by his own big mouth. Frieza, UD. Gula had been charging up, waiting for the moment Frieza, in a fury, killed Tagoma. At this moment, he had gathered an energy ball with a diameter of 1 kilometer in his hand and slammed it down towards Frieza's head. Destruction Bomb. Frieza's gaze sharpened. The power of Gula's destruction bomb was formidable. If it directly hit the ice planet, everything except the ice core would vanish into nothingness. At the same time, the clones created by his wish with the dragon would also disappear. Although a bit useless, it was still something he had wished for. How could he let Gula destroy it so easily? Does Frieza not care about his face? Stars. Energy Wave. A 7-colored energy wave instantly appeared from Frieza's hand and rushed towards Gula's destruction bomb at high speed. It looked like FRIEZA'S energy wave was much smaller than Gula's destruction bomb, but once they came into contact, the destruction bomb immediately stopped falling and was pushed back by the energy wave. The gap in strength was too great, even without Goku's protagonist halo. Gula still couldn't withstand FRIEZA'S counterattack. Ah, no, no, no. Frieza, spare me. I'm your brother. Frieza. Whoosh. The energy wave pierced through the destruction bomb and sent Gula flying into space. Just like in the original work, Gula was pushed out of the atmosphere and shot into the universe. Unlike the original, there was no sun-like star near the ice planet. Facing Gula was a black hole. As soon as he entered the black hole, Gula and FRIEZA'S energy wave disappeared without a trace, and it was unknown where they were sent. However, Frieza was certain that as long as he didn't collide with an indestructible planet, like a sun that could vaporize energy waves with extreme high temperatures, Gula would only be slowly consumed by the energy wave. Having entered the black hole, it was unclear whether Gula was dead or alive. Frieza was a bit unhappy. He had exerted too much force and hadn't directly killed Gula on the spot. He had been careless. If Frieza had used the star energy blade that killed King Cold, several Gulas would have been torn apart, and another shockwave would have burned everything clean. Forget it. Even if he doesn't die, this guy will never be my opponent. As long as he dares to jump out again, I can just destroy him again. Huh. Frieza slowly exhaled and released the star transformation. The star transformation could indeed be maintained for a long time without burdening the body. But Frieza quickly reverted to his normal state. Just now, after using the star transformation for the first time, he had accidentally ended up on King Kai's planet, which left Frieza incredulous. Especially during the battle, he could feel the starlight surrounding him continuously entering his body. Frieza had a guess that this starlight was the so-called divine power. If this divine power is controllable, Frieza would unreservedly accept it all. However, after these starlights entered his body, they actually repelled his soul. This is simply outrageous. This discovery scared Frieza, which was why he had exerted too much force and sent Gula out of the ice planet. Could it be that my soul doesn't belong to this world? So the divine power repels me? Frieza muttered in his heart. After the incident with Tagoma, he worried that other anomalies would appear on the ice planet and hear his words. After all, this was FRIEZA'S biggest secret. Without exception, updating at 1 a.m. is too exhausting. I'll update around 6 p.m. in the future. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be another chapter at 6 p.m. Wishing everyone happiness every day. Chapter 40. The Return to the King God Realm. Frieza. Please spare me. Save me. Sure enough, Frieza's caution was not misplaced. Tagma, that little bug that should have died long ago, surprisingly came back to life once again. At this moment, Frieza was a bit curious about this person Tagma. His resilience was quite impressive to still be alive after all that. At this point, Frieza wasn't in the mood to kill him anymore. As the saying goes, once is chance, twice is coincidence, but 3 times is a pattern. Frieza had already killed him twice. To kill him a 3rd time would be a bit inhumane. Although many people believe that Frieza is inhumane, he has always considered himself a person, just a bit different. Yes, that's right. Since Tagma was still alive and continued to call him King Frieza after being killed twice, his loyalty was commendable. Moreover, despite Tagma's low combat power, he had great potential for growth. In Dragon Ball Super, when he first appeared, he was able to fight against Gohan and even bullied him quite a bit. This might be due to Gohan's lack of training, leading to a significant decrease in his combat power, but even at its worst, it should still be in the tens of billions range. This Tagma, who looked weak, actually had much more potential than Dodoria. It's just that he seemed a bit slow-witted. A green recovery energy was thrown out, healing Tagma's injuries, and then Frieza instructed him, restore the palace. Next time I return, I want to see an even more luxurious palace. Yes, respected King Frieza. Huh, this doesn't sound like someone who lacks sense. Forget it, that's a minor issue. The main task now is to figure out the matter of souls being repelled by divine power. Originally, asking the dragon would be the fastest method. But since I just visited the King God realm and remembered the aura of King Kai Shin, I might as well ask him directly. King Kai Shin doesn't have an aura, But that doesn't mean he lacks one, and divine auras are very special. No matter how far apart, Frieza could precisely locate it. He brought his index and middle fingers together and placed them on his forehead, sensing for a moment. Whoosh! Frieza vanished right before Tagma's eyes. Tagma suppressed his anger deep within. After Frieza disappeared, he began to contact the Frieza Force headquarters to send someone to rebuild the palace. Even Frieza didn't know that the blow to his head had caused Tagma's thoughts to expand instantly. Swish! Frieza arrived once again in that place filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, peaceful and serene. The King God Realm. King Kai Shin and his attendant Kid once again displayed expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Soon, Kid reacted first and shouted at Frieza, "Frieza, how dare you, a mortal from the lower realm, repeatedly invade the King God Realm? Hohohoho. Mr. Kid, this is my second time here. How can it be repeated? Lack of education. I don't blame you, but pretending to be cultured despite your ignorance is your fault. Therefore, you need to take 3 punches from me." Kid looked disdainful, and King Kai Shin wore a mocking expression. Then Frieza moved. After battling against Cooler and using the star transformation, Frieza's bottleneck was finally broken, and his combat power had now reached 1 billion. Bang bang bang! A series of lightning strikes sent Kid crashing into a mountain. Not only was that ugly head gone, but even those exaggerated big feet had disappeared. Despite the sturdiness of the King God Realm, Frieza still caused significant damage to its surface. The birdsong and fragrant flowers were gone. Tranquility and serenity vanished, leaving behind 2 craters and a collapsed mountain at the scene of the battle. King Kai Shin's mocking smile remained, as the events that transpired in that brief moment caught him completely off guard. When did the Frieza race gain entry to the King God Realm? When did Frieza, that weakling, become capable of defeating Kid with a single hit? With the combat power Frieza had just displayed, it seemed stronger than his own. Unfortunately, he was still far weaker than Majin Buu. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind Frieza's actions and would go to great lengths to entice this god of slaughter. King Kai, how long will you keep that smile? Kid wasn't dead, but he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Just now, the final blow struck right at the back of Kid's neck. After such a powerful hit, Kid wouldn't regain consciousness for 10 days or half a month. The main issue was that Kid talked too much and couldn't recognize the gap in strength. It was quite annoying. Frieza, I haven't sought you out for your tyranny in the North Galaxy, so who gave you the courage to come to the King God Realm and provoke me? King Shin only cared about one thing, and that was Majin Buu, but he was also the most afraid to focus on Majin Buu. He worried that his attention might lead the sorcerer Babidi to discover Majin Buu's hiding place, which would be a disaster for him. Majin Buu was located in the North Galaxy, and Frieza's every move was actually under King Shin's watch. It was just that Frieza's low combat power simply didn't attract his attention. The King God Realm? To me, it's just a bigger planet. Nothing too mysterious about it. This time I came to the King God Realm just to ask for your help. If you agree, that's fine. If you dare refuse, I don't mind going to find the sorcerer Babidi. There are things of interest to Babidi on a certain planet in the North Galaxy. Buzz. King Kai Shin shuddered and instinctively took 2 steps back, his face filled with terror. You? How do you know? This is impossible. No one in the entire universe, except me, knows where he is. Tell me, who informed you? After the shock, King Kai Shin was left with only anger and fear. Hohohoho. King God, does it matter who told me? The important thing is, will I tell Babidi? Frieza's words left King Kai Shin stunned. Indeed, that was the most important thing. The horror of Majin Buu could never be understood by those who had not experienced it firsthand. King Shin calmed down. Things had not yet reached the worst point. What he needed to do was stabilize Frieza. You say, as long as you agree to kill the person who informed you and ensure the information doesn't leak. I can agree to 3 of your requests. As a king god, King Shin made this concession to prevent Majin Buu from wreaking havoc across the universe, which could be considered the act of a qualified god. However, this cowardly and fearful personality, especially when it came to matters involving Majin Buu, caused King Shin to lose his composure, making it the most useless approach. He was a very contradictory person, yet very real and pure. Oh ho ho. Very well. I can responsibly tell you that the only ones who know where that guy is in this universe are you and me. Upon hearing this, King Shin breathed a huge sigh of relief. Everything was still within a controllable range. I am late for the promised 6 o'clock because I just drove to the countryside. 5 more updates. Wishing everyone happiness. Chapter 41. The method of soul fusion. I swear by the Frost Demon Clan that I will never reveal the location of that person to anyone. Is that acceptable? Frieza was also helpless. He couldn't believe that the Kaioshin, Shin, would make him swear such an oath. Ridiculous. Did he really care about the lives of the Frost Demons? Was the Kaioshin still half asleep? All right, you can make your requests now, up to 3, and I have the right to choose whether to help you or not. TCH. Frieza didn't take Shin's words seriously at all. Don't agree? I'll beat you until you do. I once fused with an unknown life form, which is why my combat power has increased dramatically during this time. However, my soul is incompatible with it. Lord Kaioshin, do you have a way to resolve this issue? Shin was taken aback. He thought Frieza would make some outrageous demands and was considering how to evade them. As a result, the request turned out to be so low. If Shin knew that Frieza's soul didn't belong to this world, would he still think this way? Unfortunately, there are no ifs. In your case, it seems you have fused with a new soul, and it's quite normal for your body to reject it. However, this issue can also be easily resolved. The first method is to expel the soul that does not belong to you from your body. The second method is to use the Patera earrings characteristics to forcibly fuse the 2 souls within you into a new one. This time, it was Frieza's turn to be stunned. He never expected the Patera earrings had such a function. Then please lend me the Patera earrings. This request posed no difficulty for Kaioshin Shin. He simply stretched out his hand, and when his fingers opened, a pair of earrings appeared in his palm. They were yellow, identical to the ones Shin was currently wearing. Mortals do not normally qualify to wear the Patera earrings, but since I've agreed to help you, I'll make an exception this time. Frieza ignored Shin's chatter and quickly put the earrings on his ears. However, a tragic thing happened. His ears were rectangular, and there wasn't even a single protrusion. How the hell could he wear them? After once again cursing his appearance, Frieza was still left with no solution. Is there no other way? You can see that my ears are quite special. Shin was speechless. How could such a thing happen? Truly, strange things happen every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. It's all right. You don't have to wear them on your ears. As long as they are on both sides symmetrically, it will work. For example, you can hang them on a symmetrical part of your body. Frieza was furious. I'm a good man with strong values, and you want me to do such a ridiculous thing? This is intolerable. Then, Frieza instantaneously teleported to the location of his doppelganger, a place he thought no one could see. Damn it, let us do it. Oh crap, that hurts. The first one is on. Frieza was sweating from the pain. Oh, that feels a bit good. Before Frieza could think about why it felt good, he felt a whirlwind, and a gigantic vortex appeared in his mind. 2 figures emerged in the vortex. One was naturally Frieza's image, and the other was the image of Ho Chin. With the help of this vortex, the 2 souls were undergoing fusion. Soon, Frieza completely lost consciousness. Shin used his abilities to quickly find Frieza and witnessed everything Frieza did. Then he laughed. He laughed very happily, like a child. Consider this a little punishment for barging into the Kaioshin realm and being disrespectful to me. However, I did not lie to you. These earrings can indeed fuse the souls in your body. Kid, let us play Goku when we get back. The life of the Kaioshin is this simple and unadorned. Over the long years, he relied on Goku to pass the time. Every time Shin mentioned playing Goku, Kid would immediately respond loudly and prepare tea in the game board. However, this time, Kid's voice did not appear. It seems Kid has been knocked out by Frieza. Never mind, I'll count ants. The ants Shin referred to were not the ants on the ground of the Kaioshin realm, as such species were not allowed to exist there. The ants he referred to were a planet where humans had just been born, and he was counting how many new lives had appeared today. The Kaioshin continued to live his leisurely, monotonous yet enjoyable daily life. Meanwhile, Frieza remained in a state of suspended animation deep underground on the ice planet. The fusion of souls was particularly difficult because the original soul belonged to Ho Chin, who was not from the Dragon Ball world, making the fusion much harder than expected. Time passed quickly and did not stop for Frieza's slumber. Soon, a year had passed, and Frieza's fusion was nearing completion. At this time, Many astonishing events were happening on Earth. First, Bulma, after a night of drinking, actually ended up rolling in the sheets with Vegeta, who was completely out of it. This time, Yamcha was completely greened out, his head filled with images of countless alpacas grazing on the green grass. However, Yamcha had no way to deal with this. Who told him he was so fickle? After every training session, instead of looking for Bulma, he would go play with other girls. Lonely, empty, cold. Women need care and companionship. Even if Vegeta is a training fanatic who would spend almost 24 hours a day in the gravity chamber. But no matter how you look at it, Vegeta had never stepped out of Bulma's house, right? Such a good man at home was exactly what Bulma needed now. Naturally, the two ended up together, and not long after, Bulma showed signs of pregnancy. Now, apart from researching some new projects, Bulma was meticulously taking care of her body every day. Inside her belly was the absurd result of her and Vegeta's union. Vegeta had also changed somewhat, perhaps due to not being as tense as in the original story. He even agreed to go on a trip with Bulma. Vegeta's change made Bulma fall completely in love with this man who lacked romance. Moreover, to take care of his pregnant wife, Vegeta even took the initiative to propose getting a driver's license, just so they could go on a spontaneous road trip together. Life needs a sense of ceremony. Flying all the time is getting boring. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was also exploding at the Ox King's palace, her loud voice shaking the house 3 times. Goku, you must get a driver's license. Even that useless man next door, Aunt Lee's husband, can drive for a road trip. You must be able to do it too. Son Goku had no choice, while Piccolo was somewhat regretting it. Back then, why did he give Son Gohan's family so much money? Wasn't it just having too much money and wanting to do a road trip? Looking at the luxurious flying car parked outside, Piccolo sighed to the heavens. Thus, in the largest driving school in West City, 3 muscular men appeared. One had hair shooting up like flames, which belonged to Vegeta. Another had crab-like hair and a silly yet muscular face, which was Son Goku. The last one exuded evidence of being greened out, even greener than Yamcha, which was Piccolo. What kind of exciting scenes will these 3 violent men create in the driving school? Let's wait and see. Chapter 42. Driving School. Storm West City Driving School is a world-renowned driving school, with vast land, complete facilities, and numerous coach cars, all top-notch globally. Of course, their tuition fees are also high, so those who can study here are all from wealthy families. However, Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo are not concerned about money. Vegeta is living off his wealthy wife, spending money without any psychological burden. Goku doesn't care about money at all. After all, Piccolo had given a significant amount of money to Goku's family, which seems to be never-ending. Back then, Dodoria single-handedly built 3 highways around the Earth, and the pay was astronomical. Let's feel sorry for Dodoria for 3 seconds. After completing the registration, they officially entered the learning phase. As for the written test, with such high fees, the school didn't require the 3 of them to participate at all. Vegeta's instructor is a muscular man, Goku's instructor is an old man, and Piccolo's instructor is a seemingly quiet woman. The instructors explained the clutch, brakes, accelerator, gear, shifting, etc., and demonstrated for the 3 of them. Among them, the muscular man's actions were the gentlest, the old man's actions were the most skilled, and the female instructor's actions were the most bold. Soon it was time for the 3 to test drive. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta often came into contact with high technology under Frieza, so flying cars were child's play for him. Piccolo, with his superior intelligence, also found it easy to get the hang of it. Goku, however, was different. His mind was filled with combat instincts, and he mistakenly pressed the accelerator as the brake at the start, crashing into a blast wall in less than 5 seconds, destroying the first coach car. Fortunately, Goku was responsible and quickly pulled the old man out, preventing the tragedy of him perishing in the accident. In the first round, Vegeta and Piccolo easily defeated Goku. Once all 3 became familiar with the various tools of the car, they hit the road. Vegeta soared ahead without hesitation, causing the muscular man to be ecstatic, his voice turning sweet and soft. Vegeta found it disgusting. Piccolo drove steadily, but was ridiculed by the female instructor, who said that despite his muscular build, he was actually a coward with skin the color of bile. Piccolo was furious. Under the old man's careful guidance, Goku finally pressed the accelerator instead of the brake again, instantly overtaking everyone and dominating the scene. Just as Vegeta was about to explode with anger, Goku zoomed past him, making him furious. Kakarot, you want to compete with me in driving too? I'll help you. Then, Vegeta stomped hard on the accelerator. Boom! The car was directly stomped through by Vegeta, and the accelerator was gone from inside the car. The car broke down. Piccolo, also enraged by the ridicule, saw Vegeta's car break down and Goku speeding ahead, and immediately adopted a macho attitude, flooring the accelerator. After a brief pause, Piccolo's car shot out like a cannonball, quickly catching up to Goku. Behind them, Vegeta discarded the wrecked car and single-handedly stopped the speeding coach car, yanking out the student who was driving and taking the driver's seat himself. The muscular man, being quite responsible, also got into that car. Zoom! Vegeta entered racing mode. This scene made the muscular man tremble with excitement, shouting, "Mr. Vegeta, you are amazing. Let's go have fun on a yacht tonight." Virum! Vegeta almost exploded on the spot, activating the teleportation mode with the car. This scared the muscular man so much that his face turned green. Was this playing magic? In the vast driving school, only 3 cars were now racing wildly, namely Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo. The speed reached 580 miles per hour, and the roar of the cars could be heard outside the school, mixed with the excited screams of women, the terrified screams of the muscular man, and the old man's mournful cries. Then came the loudspeaker announcement within the driving school. Attention everyone, 3 students with rage issues are racing inside the premises. For your personal safety, please leave the roadway as soon as possible. Preferably seek shelter in a sturdy building. We are urgently contacting the traffic department for assistance. We are also urgently contacting a psychiatric hospital for support. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Important information repeated 3 times. As for Goku and the others, they completely ignored the broadcast and continued their reckless driving. Goku led, followed by Piccolo, with Vegeta trailing behind. However, Vegeta activated his cheat mode and teleported to first place, while Goku's eyes blazed with fire, using a Kamehameha to accelerate and reclaim the lead. Piccolo was not about to back down. While driving with one hand, he firmly held onto Vegeta's car with the other, ready to latch on whenever Vegeta teleported, while constantly firing energy blasts from his mouth, his speed becoming so fast that he was almost invisible. For a time, the 3 competed fiercely, with even the reinforcements called by the driving school having to flee for safety. The cars ran out of fuel, but who cares about that? They didn't need gasoline. Energy waves were much more effective. Vegeta kept teleporting, Piccolo continuously blasted energy waves, and Goku's Kamehameha never stopped. After all, Goku had long since stopped using his hands to steer. Just when the old man was excitedly instructing him to turn the steering wheel, Goku complied, completely letting loose. At this point, the muscular man fainted, and the old man swallowed an entire bottle of emergency heart medicine, even swallowing the bottle itself. The only one who didn't faint was the female instructor, who touched Piccolo's elongated hand, becoming entranced. Soon, the 3 no longer circled the driving school, but began racing towards the wilderness, causing chaos along the way. Fortunately, all 3 subconsciously avoided hitting people and buildings, causing minimal damage. Mr. Piccolo, can your hand grow and shrink like your other arm? Finally, the infatuated female instructor spoke the words she had been holding back for a long time, instantly breaking Piccolo's defense. After glaring at her, the female instructor fainted like the other 2 instructors. Without any hindrance, Piccolo felt completely liberated and his speed soared again. A burst of golden light appeared, followed by another, prompting Piccolo to shout angrily, "Can you 2 handle this? Don't transform if you have any guts." Would Vegeta listen to him? Would Goku admit defeat? Vegeta and Goku's speed increased again, while Piccolo firmly held on to Vegeta's car, ensuring he stayed steady in the back. At Bowsy Mountain, Gohan was doing his homework when he saw 3 cars racing overhead. He exclaimed, Mom, I saw Dad and Uncle Piccolo. The one in front is Uncle Vegeta." Chi-Chi also saw it, her face full of disbelief. "Gohan, your dad driving skills are already this impressive on the first day. No wonder he is my man." Gohan stared blankly at the disappearing cars, then at the energy waves that had not yet faded. Mom, don't you think Dad and the others are using energy waves to drive? Chi-Chi was instantly petrified. Zoom! A figure appeared in front of Vegeta, clad in a mix of pale white and purple, none other than Frieza. As soon as he appeared, he saw the 3 cars coming straight at him. Damn, I was just hit by a big truck to get here. Are you 3 planning to send me back? Boom! 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 Special report. A 3-car collision occurred southwest of Baozi Mountain. The suspects are believed to be 3 students with mania from Shidu. Fortunately, the instructor in the car has been safely sent to Shidu Central Hospital. Driving schools must pay attention to the physical condition of their students to prevent such severe incidents from happening again. The Shidu police have officially issued a wanted notice for Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo, who are now on the run as mentally ill individuals. If you encounter any of these 3, please do not approach them and promptly call the hotline. The 748 hotline is on standby at all times. Frieza laughed so hard upon hearing this news that he was in pain. Chapter 43. Warriors with soaring combat power in the end. Vegeta and the others' licenses were still bought with Bulma's money, and their names were even changed. This became a shame for the 3 of them. Fortunately, training allowed them to forget these small matters, and time made it even easier to forget the 3 crazies from the driving school. One day, when Frieza opened his eyes, he sensed that the Dragon Ball warriors were flying towards the southwest. Frieza knew it was time for the androids to appear. Over the past 2 years, Frieza had not trained frantically. After successfully merging with his original soul, the divine power within him no longer rejected him. He also figured out the reason he had appeared in the Kaishin realm back then. It was the divine power inside him acting up because his soul did not belong to this world. And the divine power hoped to use the Kaishin's strength to eliminate this anomaly. Unfortunately, his power was too high, and Kaishin Shin had no way to deal with him. Not only that, but Shin had lost too many skills as a Kaishin due to a break in his inheritance, so he didn't even notice Frieza's problem. Frieza had not trained frantically because his combat power was rapidly increasing even without training. Moreover, over the past 2 years, he had once again used the 3rd form of stellar transformation, the 3 combining wave, and this time he crazily absorbed the divine power within him. Hidden within this divine power was an ultimate technique, the Zizai Ji Gong. Although, with the divine power he currently possessed, he hadn't even grasped the basics of Zizai Ji Gong. It didn't stop him from wanting to comprehend this technique. His instant transmission technique had also improved significantly, increasing from a successful 1,000th of a second to 10 times that. Yes, that's right. It's now 100th of a second. Still not very useful, but it proves that Frieza will eventually be able to achieve a time of 0.1 seconds, which is also the minimum time required for using instant transmission. When Hit first appeared, he had mastered the instant transmission technique at 0.1 seconds, allowing him to freeze time for 0.1 seconds and launch an attack while his enemies were frozen. Furthermore, as the skill became more refined, this time could increase, with Hit's highest record being 0.4 seconds. That's already quite terrifying. However, there are weaknesses. Using instant transmission also requires time, and if someone can exceed the user's speed by a large margin, it can be countered. For example, in the Tournament of Power, Universe 11's Dispo broke through instant transmission with supersonic speed. Feeling the combat power that continued to grow even while sleeping, Frieza felt extremely comfortable. 1.5 billion combat power. This was still without activating stellar transformation. Even if Zamasu transformed into his complete form right now, he would definitely not be Frieza's opponent. If it were Lightning Zamasu, it would still be worth watching. Brushing his teeth while showering, life was quite pleasant. Although Frieza's current appearance made it unlikely for him to have love, even if he did, it could only be a platonic love. It was quite painful. However, Frieza could not change this situation for the time being. Life must go on, and it must be comfortable. After having breakfast at Bulma's restaurant, Frieza teleported to the Z-Warriors location. It is worth mentioning that Vegeta was extremely unhappy that Frieza was living in his home and had even taken away his son's naming rights. Although he actually liked the name Trunks. Frieza's arrival drew everyone's attention, but they only took a glance. Frieza's personality was somewhat cold and unpredictable, and they were all reluctant to get too close. The key point was that Frieza wasn't wearing clothes, and once everyone noticed this, they felt embarrassed to associate with him, even if they didn't say it out loud. Taking a look at Son Goku, his normal combat power had reached 12 million. Transforming into a Super Saiyan was about 600 million. Vegeta was similar to Son Goku. Even if he was higher, it would only be a few tens of millions, which was no longer enough to affect the victory scale between the two. It is also worth mentioning Son Gohan. In the original story at this point, Son Gohan couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, but now Frieza could clearly sense that Son Gohan could transform, and his normal combat power had already reached 8 million. If he had this combat power and still couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, Frieza would dare to go live streaming his diarrhea. The inverted kind. Piccolo was a bit scary. His improvement was significant. Despite hiding his power level, the detection technique wouldn't lie, and Piccolo's power level had reached 400 million. That was quite ridiculous. But thinking about his own 5 billion, and the others not even reaching his decimal point, he felt relieved. Piccolo had worked hard but still became a character just tagging along. This is a Dragon Ball world where combat power is generally inflated, or more accurately, the combat power of those related to Frieza has undergone a qualitative change. Yamcha 100,000, more than double what it was before. Tien Shenron 150,000, also about doubled. Frieza noticed he seemed to have reached a certain critical point. If he crossed it, there would be an explosive growth. Kaiatsu only had a power level of 50,000. He clearly couldn't keep up with the others anymore. His limit had been reached. As for Bulma, Frieza didn't even want to mention her. It said that women become foolish for 3 years after pregnancy. Hers was like going back to square one after just one. Combat power, 100 points. A full 10 times less. Finally, there's Earth's strongest warrior, Krillin, with a combat power of 300,000. Krillin truly deserves to be the strongest Earthling. He still has plenty of potential, and breaking 1,000,000 isn't a dream. Soon, a group of people discussed and agreed on a plan to separate and search for the androids, which Frieza had no interest in at all. The main reason he came was to see if historical events would still occur. At that moment, a pink storm shot in from a distance, wearing a vest and loose pants, allowing him to showcase his 8-pack abs. Frieza had once praised his abs, which made Dodoria remember it and work out hard every day. Sure enough, Dodoria had reached a combat power of 1,000,000 without relying on the gravity chamber, truly becoming Frieza's top subordinate. Moreover, he was the #1 sycophant. Everyone recognized this. Suddenly, Frieza's expression sharpened as he looked towards a small town in the distance, where 2 special auras appeared. This wasn't T-energy. He couldn't T-sense their energy, but Frieza could sense their power, which was a pleasant surprise brought by the detection technique. Oh ho ho! A long-lost laughter echoed again. Dodoria trembled all over, feeling extremely comfortable, like eating an ice pop on a hot summer day. An old man, presumably Dr. Gero, had an energy level of 600 million, while another chubby man with a lightning rod on his head also had an energy level of 600 million. This was 3 times greater than in the original story. This was quite interesting. It seemed this time the androids would also bring him a lot of joy. Looking at his subordinates, Frieza was instantly filled with rage. Did you come here just to show off your 8-pack abs? Do you have any idea what your own combat power is? Over this long period, I've trained you many times. How could you be so disappointing? Slap. Whoosh. Ding. Dodoria once again successfully received a swipe from Frieza, and his mood instantly became extremely joyful. He believed that after 1,000 or 1,800 more times, he could become Super Dodoria. Sigh. How did I, the great universe Emperor Frieza, end up with a subordinate who has a masochistic tendency? Can't he just train honestly in the gravity chamber? Dodoria, how can I have a chance to show my face like that? If I don't come out for a long time, the audience will almost forget me. Chapter 44. Uncle Bao and Son Gohan. Perhaps it was because the heavens felt pity for Yamcha, or maybe it was due to Frieza's arrival that made the androids too strong, causing them to become arrogant. In any case, this time the one attacked by the androids was not the unfortunate Yamcha, but the frighteningly green Demon King Piccolo. His luck was also better than Yamcha's. Just as he was ambushed by Android 19, Son Gohan spotted him. while others are mama's boys or daddy's boys. Son Gohan is an uncle's boy, not the kind related to Qin Shu Bao, but the kind that's closer to his uncle. Seeing his uncle Piccolo being attacked by the androids, Son Gohan immediately became furious and transformed into a Super Saiyan without a second thought. His battle power surged from 400 million to 600 million due to the boost from his anger. Son Gohan's anger has a limit, which varies randomly. He instantly kicked Android 19 away. Angry Son Gohan couldn't control himself, inadvertently causing Android 19 to crash into numerous flowers, plants, and tall buildings, turning the small island into chaos. Fortunately, there were plenty of Supermen around, so things didn't escalate to the worst-case scenario, with only some financial losses. How terrifying is angry Son Gohan? Just look at Android 19's dented face to know. Android 19 has an energy value of 600 million, which is equivalent to his anger. Android 19 couldn't control his body at all and only came to a stop after crashing into another small island. At this point, all the warriors rushed over, including Android 20, Dr. Gero himself. Originally, Son Goku was supposed to be the first to step in, but furious Son Gohan completely disregarded the usual approach and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Android 19. Although Android 19 had an energy value of 600 million, it had decreased significantly after being ambushed by Son Gohan, leading to Son Gohan overpowering him. Wow, is Gohan this strong now? This energy is incredible. I feel it's even stronger than when Goku first returned to Earth. Tianjin fan remarked, and Yamcha and Kairatsu nodded in agreement, while Krillin felt proud of his student. D. Son Gohan's fighting style was different from others. He liked to shout while fighting, making him appear particularly imposing. As the battle dragged on, Android 19's internal energy rapidly decreased, and now he had less than 400 million left. He started to panic. When Son Gohan first erupted with power, his battle strength soared to 600 million, but as his stamina waned, his explosive power ended, and he was left with less than 400 million. And despite Son Gohan being the one on the offensive and looking very aggressive, he knew very well that he couldn't outlast the androids if this continued. Magic Flash. Son Gohan placed his hands on his forehead and unleashed a massive energy wave towards Android 19. Frieza, watching from a distance, shook his head in disappointment. Son Gohan is seeking his own demise. Indeed, upon seeing this, Android 20 laughed outright. Facing the energy wave, Android 19 revealed a sinister smile, which Piccolo noticed and thought to himself, "This is bad." Android 19 grinned, placing his palms against the magic flash, where a glass ball-like orb appeared in his hands. A miraculous scene occurred. Son Gohan's energy wave was absorbed by Android 19. Breathing heavily, Son Gohan couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Android 19 burst into laughter. With a loud shout, the debris around him was instantly cleared away, and Frieza saw Android 19's energy return to 600 million. It seemed that 600 million was Android 19's limit. Unlike in the original story, he couldn't increase it further after absorbing the energy wave. Whoosh! Android 19 began his counterattack, charging directly at Son Gohan with a headbutt, moving at an incredible speed that even created a sonic boom. Not good. Gohan, get out of the way. Move, Gohan. The shouts from the others finally snapped Son Gohan out of his shock, and he attempted to dodge again. Unfortunately, his stamina was already low, and he hesitated, moving just a moment too late to evade Android 19's attack. If Son Gohan got hit by this, he would either die or be severely injured. The lightning rod on Android 19's head wasn't just for show. It could pierce right through Son Gohan. In this critical moment, it was up to his uncle to save him. Relying on his father was not reliable at all. Piccolo had already removed his gravity training gear when he sensed something was off with Android 19, boosting his power by 50 million to reach 450 million. Just as Son Gohan was unable to dodge, Piccolo rushed in front of him, crossing his arms in a defensive stance to block Android 19's fierce strike. Bang! A loud explosion echoed across the land, sending shockwaves into the sea, causing many fish to flip upside down, lifeless. Despite the 150 million difference in power, Piccolo managed to block Android 19's lethal attack. Although his hands were pierced, he was a man with the body extension technique, so It was just a minor injury. Vegeta crossed his arms, showing no emotional reaction to the scene unfolding before him. In contrast, Son Goku, perhaps realizing he hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, exploded in anger. Roar! The golden energy wave shot into the sky, signaling the furious fire in Son Goku's heart. Whoosh! Bang! Duong! With that one blow, he nearly smashed the small island into the sea, sending Android 19 crashing through the island and into the depths of the ocean. Son Goku's battle power, 650 million. That moment of rage propelled Son Goku from 600 million to 650 million. This was the nature of the Saiyan race, driven by emotions. Ugh, Frieza felt a bit bored. He couldn't muster any enthusiasm for such a battle. It would be better to find King Kai-Shan to chat about life, or play some Go to pass the time. Just as Frieza was about to leave, he suddenly sensed Son Goku's rapidly declining energy, which dropped from 650 million to only 300 million. The speed of this decline was definitely abnormal. If he had been caught by the androids and had his energy drained, it would make sense. But Son Goku had just erupted with power, and he had just sent Android 19 to the depths of the ocean, which had even surfaced yet. Everyone noticed Son Goku's situation, all with expressions of disbelief. Only Vegeta displayed a contemplative expression. Boom! Android 19 suddenly burst out from the ground, sending Son Goku flying and unleashing a flurry of punches, leaving Son Goku unable to put up any resistance. Not only that, but Son Goku's energy continued to drop. When Android 19 knocked him down again, creating a massive crater, Son Goku could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. Dad! Goku! Goku! Old son! Kakarot is such a useless piece of trash. Ho-ho-ho. Chapter 45. The Unlucky Kid is back for more, a must-read for brothers. Oh ho ho ho. This fool's having a heart attack. If you don't give him his medicine soon, he'll be kicking the bucket in no time. Seeing Krillin feed a magic bean to Son Wukong, it only managed to heal his injuries, but Son Wukong was still clutching his chest with a pained expression. Surprisingly, Krillin and the others didn't realize what was happening. Frieza truly felt concerned about their intelligence. With brains like that, they're not even as good as Doria when he's itching for a fight. At least Doria knows how to take a beating when he's itching. He's quite clever in that regard. With Frieza's reminder, the group finally understood what was going on, and then Yamcha and Kaiotsu took Son Wukong back to Baozi Mountain for medicine. Androids 19 and 20 wanted to stop them, but Vegeta stood in front of them, making them think twice about acting rashly. They were well aware of how strong Vegeta was. Even though the database was a few years old, they wouldn't underestimate him. Son Wukong's battle power had surpassed theirs during his recent explosion of strength, and while Vegeta might be slightly weaker, the difference wasn't substantial, which was their assessment of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Quite reasonable. However, placing Son Wukong above Vegeta was something Vegeta could not accept. Scrap metal. Let you feel the iron fist of the Saiyan Prince, and see if your scrap metal is tougher than my fist. Roar. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although his battle power didn't reach the 650 million that Son Wukong hit in his rage, it was still a terrifying 600 million, matching that of the androids. Even though the androids had the same energy level, they lacked Vegeta's battle awareness and the inherent Saiyan ability to unleash their battle power. Vegeta wasn't arrogant enough to think he could take on two at once. He was just focused on attacking Android 19 relentlessly. Dr. Gero, the creator of Android 20, felt miserable. Why was everyone ignoring him? Was it because his glass dome looked flimsy and they were afraid they couldn't take a hit? He couldn't understand. But he wasn't planning to intervene. Defeating this group one-on-one would be more effective in crushing their arrogance. However, this time Dr. Gero miscalculated. Android 19 was simply no match for Vegeta. Even without using his teleportation skill, Vegeta was already beating Android 19 to the ground. Scrap metal. Bang. Bang. One of Android 19's arms exploded. Oil sprayed everywhere, yellow and sticky, extremely disgusting. My hand. My hand. Vegeta grinned. This robot was quite realistic. If it weren't for the fact that it probably wouldn't obey him, he'd want to take it home for his son to play with. Don't worry. You'll soon join your hand in blowing up. Teleport. Android 19 had no idea how Vegeta appeared in front of him, as if he was meant to be there. Then Vegeta twisted off his other hand and delivered a sweeping kick that decapitated him. Ugh, a robot is still a robot, and all the oil is spraying on me. Roar! Vegeta exploded with anger, arms outstretched, palms facing Android 19's body and head. Two energy blasts, after a brief charge, shot out at high speed. Turning his head, Vegeta looked at the shocked Android 20, his eyes on the glass dome covering its brain, feeling a bit nauseous. Next is you. Whoosh. Vegeta accelerated to deal with Android 20. But just as he was halfway there, a bullet-shaped flying object suddenly appeared in front of him, forcing him to stop. Vegeta looked up. Hey, isn't this a familiar face? It's Harry Potter from another timeline. But the timing of this kid's appearance was a bit off. Was it intentional or accidental? Because of Conan's appearance, Android 20 had already escaped, and with the androids lacking a presence, finding them would be a real hassle. Date was also confused. Sitting in the time machine, he saw an old man fleeing rapidly, which wasn't the android he was familiar with. Click, the hatch of the time machine opened, and Date jumped out, quickly transforming the time machine into a capsule. He had spotted Frieza in the distance, and recalled the time when Frieza forcibly took the time machine from him. Frieza flicked his tail, looking disdainful. TCH, I already have a machine. I'm currently researching it at headquarters. Why would I care about your broken thing? Doria, my king, ours is the real broken one. May I ask, who were you just fighting? Looking at the ruined island, Date was very confused. Perhaps sensing that the battle was over, Bulma flew over, holding Trunks in her arms. With a power level of 100, flying was indeed exhausting. Date watched with a twitching brow, fearing his unreliable mother might fall, and that he would be wiped out in this timeline. Vegeta didn't care. He was furious at Conan, whom he only knew as Conan, for showing up suddenly. Wasn't this letting the tiger return to the mountain? Life never ceases, and battles never end. This is what a Saiyan must do to survive. Grabbing Date by the collar, he shouted, I was about to finish off the last android when your sudden appearance let him escape. Now you're asking me who I was fighting? Date was dumbfounded. Was the one who just escaped also an android? Could it be that in this timeline, the androids were old men? No, that didn't make sense. Androids should be two young people, one male and one female, the male cold and the female beautiful. There is no reason for it to be an old man. As for Android 19, Date couldn't see its true appearance anymore, because it had become a pile of broken pieces. Moreover, Vegeta, your battle power is terrifying. With such power, you could definitely kill those two androids in an instant. Piccolo, being a bit smarter, picked up on Date's words. Are you saying there are more androids, and they take on a younger form? But what you just said about Vegeta being able to kill the others in an instant is incorrect. Their strength, while not as strong as Vegeta's, wouldn't be far off. Piccolo was very clear on how strong Vegeta had become. After all, Gohan was definitely no match for Vegeta, and he could only tie with Gohan at best. And he, Piccolo, realized the gap between them the moment he was severely injured by Android 19. He was also quite relieved that Gohan was able to hold his own against Android 19 for so long when he got angry. This adopted son of his was worth the effort. Hohohoho. Date, it's time for you to reveal your real name. Little Tay has already been born. That is a face Stephanid. Indeed, the baby in Bulma's arms was undoubtedly himself as an infant. Although he wasn't pleased with FRIEZA'S laughter, Date had no intention of hiding any longer. Being called Conan was indeed a bit annoying. Hello, everyone. I officially introduced myself. Slapped Vegeta directly, slapped him to the ground, spitting a thick phlegm onto Date's face. Who cares to know who you are? You've been rambling for ages, and the androids have already run away. Puff, Frieza laughed directly. As expected, it still needs a big special appearance. Otherwise, watching the show can make one fall asleep. Today, I'm releasing 5 chapters in a burst, starting my debut journey. I hope to achieve good results. Umeba, wishing everyone a happy reading and a life full of flavors. Good night. Chapter 46. The Tragic Tower's proper air date feels very wronged. Every time he arrives, he gets beaten up, and every time he has his own biological father. The key point is that it's not that he doesn't dare to fight back, but he really can't win. For 3 years, Date has been trying to fight against the androids, and now his combat power is only 290 million. Facing Vegeta's 600 million combat power, he would definitely face a crushing defeat. Hohohoho. Vegeta, aren't you curious about who this person you're beating up is? The unique BGM and that smug laugh. Aside from Frieza, you can't find anyone else like this across the 12 universes. Vegeta, with his proud expression, thinks that not being able to beat Frieza is one thing, but the prince's attitude must be impeccable. Who else could it be? Since his name isn't real, and with that hair color, I can't think of anyone else besides my son. To be honest, Vegeta is quite dissatisfied that Bulma's genes have changed the hair color of their descendants. The androids can run away. They are not a big deal. As long as they don't provoke him, he can't be bothered with them. The main thing is that he can't stand Trunks' hair color, which is why he slapped him down to the ground. Date wants to cry without tears. You hit me, I can endure it. Who told you to be my biological father? But why do you have to spit on my face? Vegeta, you dare to hit my son, I will fight you. Although Bulma already has a child, she hasn't changed her hot temper. She suddenly threw the troublesome little Trunks aside and rushed toward Vegeta. This scene made Vegeta's heart race. Date is indeed his son, but that is the future one, not the present. No matter how displeased he is with little Trunks, he is still his son. Swish. Vegeta went to save his son. Smack. Bulma slapped Date, who had just gotten up, right in the face, leaving him dumbfounded. Mom actually hit him. On the same day, within a span of less than 30 seconds, they had a mixed doubles match. Wronged, wanted to cry. Wah. Little Trunks cried for him. He was thrown by his mother and caught by his biological father by 1 foot. It would be unreasonable for him not to cry. Bulma, this is our son. The big one is from the future. Why are you so excited? Holding a lump of meat? No, it's a Trunks. Vegeta came to Bulma and yelled angrily. Little Trunks didn't care about what happened. He just knew he was very sad and needed a vent. Whoosh! A small stream of water fell from the sky, perfectly landing on Date's face, quickly washing away the spit. This time, even Frieza couldn't stand it. Date is really pitiful. Every time he comes, he gets bullied to the point of being unrecognizable. The first time was fine. He was outmatched in strength and was beaten by him and Vegeta to the point of being unable to take care of himself. This second time, he was slapped by his parents in succession and then peed on his own face. Why does it feel strange? Thinking about it, Frieza got angry. Damn it. You can pee. You have a child. Aren't you amazing? Bullying me, huh? Roar. Frieza was very angry. He needed a vent. He glanced around, and only Vegeta was mildly resistant to his anger. Vegeta was terrified under Frieza's gaze. It was obvious Frieza was not in a good mood. Boom. Vegeta was kicked away by Frieza's sidekick. Fortunately, Vegeta let go of little Trunks in time before being kicked away. And luckily Date didn't mind his own pee and caught little Trunks in time. Otherwise, little Trunks would have definitely disappeared from everyone's sight like Vegeta. Bulma was shocked. Frieza, what are you doing? Why did you kick my man? Trunks, quick, take me to find your dad. Little Trunks looked at Date, and Date looked at little Trunks. Date finally realized that Bulma was calling him. Date was very reluctant, but was indeed worried about his father. He glared fiercely at Frieza, holding himself in one arm and Bulma in the other, and hurried towards the direction Vegeta had vanished. Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, and Gohan watched the events unfold and wondered whether they were here to deal with the androids or the androids were here to deal with them. Piccolo was the first to react and said to the others, "The direction the androids ran off in is the same as where Vegeta disappeared. We should hurry and follow, or they might get into trouble." Krillin also came to his senses and exclaimed, "And Bulma, if she encounters the androids, something will definitely happen." Tien added, "Krillin, you should worry about us. Bulma has 2 Super Saiyans protecting her, but we have no protection and our combat power is low." Gohan, with strong protective instincts, "Don't worry. If we can't win, you guys run first. I'll let Uncle Piccolo cover us." Piccolo. Frieza watched the departing group, especially Krillin and Tien, and felt a sense of foreboding like the wind was howling and the waters were icy, as if a hero would never return. If he hadn't crossed over into Frieza's body, if he had become any one of the Earthlings among Krillin and the others without a system, what would the situation be like? Thinking this way, it seems that becoming Frieza and losing some pleasures is not unacceptable. Still, let's take a look. 16, 17, and 18 should be appearing soon. Even 19 and 20 have become so strong. Who knows how those androids will turn out? By the way, Cell is from the future, right? His combat power shouldn't have any surprises. Otherwise, I'd have to use the supernova. As for Gohan, let him cool off. He has a bit of strength and thinks he can run wild, but in the end, he got his own father killed. What a bastard. Frieza was most infuriated by Gohan killing his own father when he watched Dragon Ball in his previous life. Even though he is now Frieza, he still doesn't want to play the overt villain role. Villains never end well. Only by being both righteous and evil, secretly coming and going without anyone noticing, is the most comfortable and free. Feeling the energy of Android 20, Frieza instantly disappeared from his spot. Because of date, Dr. Gero had already returned to the base. When Frieza appeared, he had already opened the stasis pods of Android 17 and Android 18. Frieza lowered his energy to a minimum, not alerting Dr. Gero and the others. After glancing at 17 and 18, he headed deeper underground. Android 17, 17-year-old young man, handsome and cool with a proud expression. Energy level, 900 million. Android 18, the twin sister of 17, was born a little earlier, thus she is 17's older sister. 18 has light golden hair, a smooth face without a single flaw, and a very good figure. Not particularly grand, but very well proportioned. Energy level, 800 million. Looking at the broken incubation pod in front of him, Frieza knew that things had changed in an unknown way, because he saw a hole on the ground about 30 centimeters in diameter, perfectly matching the size of a certain future being. Chapter 47. The unconventional android. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or it should be a coincidence. But Vegeta landed right at the entrance of Dr. Gero's laboratory. One could tell how hard Frieza had kicked just by looking at the collapsed mountain. Vegeta's collision didn't pose any issues for him. A Super Saiyan could handle such an impact. However, the people inside the laboratory were different. They didn't suffer severe injuries, but they were indeed buried alive. Not only were androids 17 and 18 buried, but Frieza, who was deeper inside, was also entombed. As for Dr. Gero, who had been transformed into Android 20, he still hadn't escaped the fate that 17 had dealt him. The only silver lining was that he was already buried, so he didn't have to worry about his corpse being left out in the open. Boom! Boom! Crash! Android 17 burst out from the ground, carrying an enormous stasis pod, and right alongside him was Android 18. The third explosion was caused by Frieza's commotion, which obliterated the entire mountain. Frieza, surrounded by a purple aura, floated in the air with a very grim expression. He had been buried alive, and while the damage wasn't great, the humiliation was immense. Upon seeing Vegeta shaking his head as he emerged from the dirt, Frieza instantly understood what had happened. This was quite embarrassing. What luck! Swish, 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 swish. Dai and the others soon arrived, especially Dai, who, upon seeing androids 17 and 18, was instantly filled with rage. However, unlike Vegeta and Bulma, he managed to keep his composure, placing Bulma gently on the ground and carefully setting little Dai in her arms. Android 17, Android 18, you will pay for this. Boom. Dai erupted once more, his battle power soaring to 300 million. In a fit of anger, he gained a bit more battle power and charged toward Android 17. Whoosh! Bang! Roar! Dai's misfortune seemed far from over. Provoking an opponent with 900 million battle power with his 300 million was a predetermined outcome. This time, Dai didn't vanish into the sky. He was caught by Son Gohan. This is impossible. 17 can't be this strong. I should be able to match him. Nothing is impossible. Don't think that just because these androids are newly emerged, the previous ones couldn't defeat you with just one hand. Vegeta was very disappointed in his future son. While battle power could be trained, a lack of intelligence was a real problem. After some thought, realizing he had no good way to fix that, Vegeta decided he would fight the androids first. As for being kicked away by Frieza just a moment ago, what was that? Sorry, Vegeta selectively forgot. So, you are androids 17 and 18, right? Let us fight. I refuse. I refuse to. At this moment, Android 17 had opened the stasis pod labeled 16, and a very tall man, or rather a robot resembling a male, climbed out. He was made entirely of metal. If Dr. Gero had the ability to create this, why did he need to transform us? Android 18 knocked on Android 16's arm, producing a metallic sound, and she looked a bit puzzled. Originally, Android 17 and 18 were just ordinary humans, but Dr. Gero selected them for transformation into androids. Although they still appeared human, they had nanotechnology within them, altering their thoughts. And they also had emergency stop mechanisms and self-destruct devices inside them. Most importantly, during the transformation process, it was a fate worse than death. Otherwise, why would they harbor such hatred for Dr. Gero? Why do you refuse to fight me? Weren't you created to eliminate humans? Android 17 raised his head and looked at Vegeta in the distance, asking curiously, "Who told you we were supposed to eliminate humans? We are humans ourselves." "Oh, you mean Dr. Gero, right? His task for us, ISNT, to eliminate humans. What I hate most is Dr. Gero's tasks. He actually told me to pursue Bulma." You're a guy. ISNT it hard to accept pursuing a beautiful woman? And me, I actually have to seduce Son Goku, making him lose his family. Damn that old man and his damn tasks. The wind continued to blow, and everyone present was stunned by the tasks that Androids 17 and 18 mentioned. Bulma's heart skipped a beat, but she pretended not to hear and focused on checking Daitai's injuries. Son Gohan pointed to himself and then looked at Piccolo, saying, "Uncle Piccolo, did that female android just say she wants to break up my family? To separate my dad and mom?" Piccolo gently rubbed Son Gohan's head, closing his eyes helplessly. "If we're not hearing things, then you heard it quite clearly. It's okay, Gohan. Uncle Piccolo won't leave you." Those words sounded as if Android 18 had already succeeded, as if Son Goku and Chi-Chi had already separated. At that moment, even Frieza was petrified. Did the plot take such a bizarre turn? What was coming next wasn't a battle, but a teenage romance drama, or perhaps a story of a homewrecker. How absurd. However, everyone forgot that if anyone was truly furious at the scene, it was Vegeta. He had been openly disrespected and was supposed to pursue his own woman, trying to cuckold him. Dai was also stunned, with 10,000 thoughts racing through his mind, all saying, "I want to leave this timeline. This place doesn't belong to me. I want to go. I want to find my mom." But did you think it was over? No. Android 18 first compared heights with Android 16 and then asked, "Big guy, what is your task?" Android 16 looked at the sky with pure eyes, and a drop of oil-like tear fell. My task is to make movies. Only when my popularity surpasses Optimus Prime can I befriend the little animals I like." The wind continued to howl, and the plot was galloping down a twisted path. Bang! A time travel machine appeared, and Dai, with a face full of despair, was about to make his escape. Bang! The time machine turned back into a capsule, this time not by Frieza's action, but by Bulma's quick reflexes. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Although this timeline has undergone unacceptable changes, your future hasn't changed. You need to become stronger to save the devastated future. Dai was taken aback. His mom made a lot of sense, and he didn't know how to refute it. To prevent you from being unable to withstand your father's training, I'll keep this capsule for you. When your father recognizes you and you feel capable of defeating the future androids, I'll return the time machine to you. Mom! Dai was moved to tears by Bulma, kneeling down on both knees. In this world, only a biological mother truly loves you the most. Oh ho ho ho! Bulma, you just want to take a good look at what your future son looks like and how popular he is with girls, right? Dai was stunned, instinctively looking up at his mother. He saw Bulma's eyes darting away, her face full of shyness as if her thoughts had been exposed. Dai was about to go into a meltdown. Chapter 48, a Dragon Ball version of anxiety for everyone. Wasn't being sulky. Vegeta wasn't interested, and even less had the time to care. At this age, he should be independent. What really annoyed Vegeta now was that he was being ignored. First, they rejected his challenge, and then right in front of him, they expressed their desire to pursue his woman. Even though Bulma pretended not to hear, Vegeta couldn't accept it. Did he really think he didn't notice Bulma's heart racing and her blushing at that moment? Damn! Vegeta's golden aura was unprecedentedly powerful. At this moment, filled with shame and anger, Vegeta exploded. His battle power instantaneously soared by 200 million, reaching a staggering 800 million, even surprising Frieza. These damn Saiyans were off the charts. Boom! Vegeta's fist slammed into Android 17's chest, although blocked by 17's arms. The tremendous force still cracked the ground behind him. Frieza's eyes narrowed. His divine power surged underground as he reinforced the area as much as possible. Once the battle started, everyone's attention was back. Even Dote watched Vegeta and 17's fight with a tense expression. 17 really didn't want to fight. He had already identified his target. As for the fact that the opponent had already had children, that wasn't in his considerations. As long as he completed his mission, the devices in his body would shut down permanently. He had no choice. Just like how Vegeta was crazily attacking him now. He had no choice but to defend and counterattack with all his might. Although there was a difference of 100 million in battle power between 800 million and 900 million, combat wasn't solely about power. Especially since Vegeta occasionally appeared in unexpected places, which was giving 17 a headache. He had taken several hits, collapsed one mountain after another. The ground was riddled with holes of varying depths. His clothes were torn, and he had a cut on his face. Touching his injured face, 17 got angry. He still relied on this face to pursue Bulma. Having a scar on his face would be a huge loss, potentially affecting his ability to complete the mission. Vegeta, you're asking for death. Buzz. Huh. With a surge of energy, a transparent energy wall appeared, blocking Vegeta's kick from behind, which was a direct Dragon Tail strike. 17 was forced to use his energy shield, a life-saving skill that could only be used 3 times in one day. Bang! Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta was caught off guard by this kick. Aside from the teleportation that always worked on Frieza, he was actually blocked by this pretty boy. He crashed through several mountains before finally dissipating the impact of 17's kick. Furious, Vegeta shouted, "You bastard! I am the prince of the Saiyans. How dare you covet my woman? I'll make you unable to be a man." Frieza seemed to hear the background music that played during battles in Dragon Ball. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Hey, Chi-Chi, Goku has stabilized, right? Oh, I see. A drop of sweat appeared on Frieza's forehead. This was actually Bulma's ringtone. This was absurd. Bang bang bang. Duong. Vegeta was headbutt by 17, and both of them synchronized, holding their heads and squatting down. In the end, it was still Vegeta who had the better pressure resistance. He clenched his fists at his waist, slightly bent his knees, and opened his mouth wide to start howling madly. Boom boom. Vegeta transformed into the Super Saiyan muscle form, his muscles becoming incredibly large and hard, causing Bulma to drool. If that bump on Vegeta's head wasn't there, he would be even more impressive. Now, it only added a hint of humor. Frieza couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know why his sense of humor was getting lower, but Vegeta's image indeed made him want to laugh. In his muscular form, Vegeta's battle power skyrocketed to 1.2 billion, undeniably terrifying. Whoosh! Vegeta realized his speed in this state wasn't great, so he decisively used teleportation. He kicked at 17 with a decisive intent to crush his eggs. 17 didn't react in time. His head was still spinning. He and 18 were of the eternal energy type, which wouldn't feel weak with the passage of time in battle, but the pain was still there. At this moment, 17 didn't have an effective defense against the suddenly appearing Vegeta, merely reflexively tightening his legs. If he were facing someone with similar battle power, this move would have worked. But now he was up against an enraged, muscle-bound Vegeta. This instinctive defense seemed utterly powerless. 18 had already covered her eyes. She could imagine the scenario of crushed eggs and, for a moment, didn't think about saving 17, but rather that he would never complete his mission. On Vegeta's side, only Frieza had the ability to prevent this scene from happening. But why would he stop it? He had lost his physiological characteristics through his transformation, making Frieza wish everyone would be like him. Therefore, he not only didn't stop Vegeta's actions, but also learned a lot from it. In the future, if he encountered someone unpleasant, he could use this kick. Look at the angle, force, and speed of Vegeta's kick. They were impeccably stable, accurate, and fierce. Frieza watched with great delight, finding it highly enjoyable. Boom! Huh? The sound was off. Shouldn't it be the sound of eggs breaking? Did he just kick 17 to pieces? This was too violent. The wind blew. As the dust settled, Vegeta was stomped into the ground by a large foot, his whole body twitching as if he were about to pass out at any moment. His head was buried in the dirt, preventing him from breathing. Damn! Dot's golden aura surged into the sky, furious for his father. Damn! The purple aura shot into the sky. Frieza was angry. He was enjoying the show when that big guy, 16, came out to cause trouble. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Whoosh! Whoosh! Dot and Frieza moved simultaneously. Bang! Whoosh! Ding! Dot was sent flying by Frieza's tail, and this time even Gohan didn't have time to catch him. Krillin held his forehead, sighing. Dot Trunks really doesn't remember pain. How many times has he been hit now? Tianjinhan blinked his 3 eyes and surprisingly stretched out a hand, seriously counting. The first time was when Frieza attacked, the second time was when he was hit by the spaceship, the third time bang. 16 was kicked in the jaw by Frieza, sending him flying into the sky. Then Frieza recalled Vegeta's previous actions. Whoosh! A teleportation appeared in front of 16, kicking out with a speed and accuracy even faster and fiercer than Vegeta. This kick was simply unparalleled, a world-shattering move. Duong! Ouch, it hurts! My foot. My foot is going to be ruined. A Dragon Ball version of Anxiety, brought to you by lyrics by Little Golden Turtle, sung by Frieza. At this moment, Tianjinhan finally spoke the next line, including Bulma's slap. It should be 7 times, right? This Conan and Trunks are quite pitiful. Bulma is furious. She raises little Trunks with both hands and aims his little pepper at the two of them. Trunks, shoot. Don't say I'm just filling space. Each of my chapters is about 2,400 words, much more substantial than those that are stuck at 2,000 words. If all goes well, I can update another chapter tonight. As long as everyone enjoys reading, I don't have high demands. If you laughed, that's enough for me, whether it's a cold smile, a sarcastic laugh, a happy laugh, or even an uncontrollable urge to laugh. I've successfully achieved my goal. Finally, good morning everyone. Chapter 49. The comedic ending of the farce, the flicking the thigh move, is an ominous technique. Vegeta used this move and ended up being stomped into the ground, only saved from suffocation by Frieza's intervention. Frieza soon followed suit, using the same move, resulting in severe injuries to his leg bones. Not only did he suffer injuries, but he also sang a song, creating the legendary Toon Tantu in the Dragon Ball world. Those who used this technique paid a heavy price. But what about those who nearly or already experienced it? Android 17 still maintained a half-squat position with his knees tightly together, large beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, a result of being scared. Android 16 was different. His body was particularly hard. Yet he was still kicked into a state of urgency, with yellow liquid, likely oil, spilling out. With a combat power of 1.2 billion, he too felt the pain in his egg, but fortunately, he didn't have any, so he wouldn't experience any breakage, which was somewhat lucky. However, he still paid a painful price. If no one was willing to repair him, he would eventually become scrap metal due to running out of oil. Please help me. Miss Bulma, you are the goddess of this planet, embodying wisdom, kindness, beauty, nobility, elegance, delicacy, and virtue. 2,000 words omitted here, on the grounds that I shouldn't have tried to stomp on your man, and because I'm also a technological product. Please help me plug this oil leak. Miss Bulma, please save him. I promise I won't pursue you for now. Anyway, I won't grow old, and you are still young. Whenever you feel like Vegeta is no longer useful, just give me a try. Frieza didn't complain about his foot pain anymore, and Vegeta stopped gasping for fresh air. They were both shocked by the shamelessness of these two androids. However, did you think this was the end? No, it gets even more shameless, right? Miss Bulma can have a fling with my brother, and I can have a fling with Goku too. And that makes sense. By the way, 17, what if I rob a bank to buy Goku a night? Puff, puff, puff. Piccolo and Gohan didn't quite understand, but Tien, Krillin, Vegeta, and Bulma, even Frieza could understand. Big T, if future androids are on such missions, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Ding! A light point appeared quickly from behind the crowd, shining with golden light. Could it be that gold fell from the sky for Android 18? Piccolo, with his keen eyesight, saw who that golden point was from afar and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Trunks? Did he not crash into anything this time? Did he circle the earth and come back?" Little T.O.O. hug. Bulma's face darkened. She was about to let Piccolo taste the power of a virgin's urine again. Piccolo quickly flew away, having just been splashed in the face, and now feeling uncomfortable all over. He was from the demon clan, and the last thing he wanted was virgin urine. Everyone knew that virgin urine drove away evil spirits, and that recent splash directly cost him 100 battle points. He would have to throw several punches to regain that strength. Stop it. Big T was also a rather peculiar existence. Even after being kicked unconscious by Frieza, he maintained his Super Saiyan form. It wasn't until Piccolo squeezed him under his armpit that an unbearable stench woke him up. "Quick, quick, quick! Let go of me, let go of me! Woo-woo! Please let me go!" Big T nearly broke down, and the moment he hit the ground, he started vomiting uncontrollably. Piccolo rubbed his nose and explained to everyone, "It's fine. It's fine. He just fainted. A little vomiting will be good." Everyone fell to the ground. Not far away, behind a rock, a pair of extremely evil eyes watched everyone before disappearing underground again. Frieza glanced over there, but saw nothing. Just now, he sensed someone watching him. By the time he looked over, that feeling had vanished, and the creature's combat power was only 8 points, barely stronger than a weakling. Perhaps it was some kind of beast, whatever. Looking at 16, 17, and 18, these three were neither the evil types from the future nor the ones who only targeted Goku, as in the original story. Their mission was a bit bizarre, but overall, they wouldn't actively harm people. This left the Dragon Ball warriors with no reason to shout for battle. And Frieza certainly wouldn't waste his time fighting the only one present with 1.2 billion battle power. Hitting him would only hurt himself. Killing 10,000 enemies would mean losing 8,000 of his own. Frieza wouldn't do that. After eating a senza bean, his foot injuries instantly healed, and with a whoosh, Frieza teleported away without looking back. He thought it would be more comfortable to chat with King Kai-Shin and play some Go, while also giving Kid a lesson. One more thing, he wanted to try the Kaioken sword. In the original story, Gohan pulled out the Kaioken sword when his power was about 1.7 billion, and now he was over 1.5 billion. There was no reason he couldn't pull it out. Frieza left, but there still needed to be a resolution on site. Bulma was the first to speak. "I can help you fix 16, and 18 you can stay at my house for a while, but 17, you'd better keep your distance from me." When she mentioned 17, Vegeta's eyes were nearly shooting flames, so Bulma had to change her wording. In fact, Bulma thought these two were still kids and believed she could have a good talk with them about reason in life, which might persuade them to give up their mission. Krillin suddenly said, "Bulma, could we ask Shenron to help and restore them to human bodies, or at least remove the devices controlling them?" Gohan's eyes lit up. He was also a top student with a quick mind. "Right, Bulma Annie, didn't you already collect the Dragon Balls? You could wish for them to have completed their mission. Hey, that's not a bad idea. For the peace of Earth, for family harmony, to reduce the number of good young men pursuing married women, and to rescue a girl who is trying every way to give Goku a boost." Bulma made her decision. Ignoring Vegeta's fiery gaze, she waved her hand and said, "Everyone, come back to West City with me. I will ask Shenron to help you solve these problems." Vegeta was very displeased. Thinking about how he had just been stomped into the ground by a robot made him feel utterly humiliated. Now that Bulma was taking charge, he was even angrier. With a cold snort, Vegeta shot an aggressive glance at 16 before disappearing. 18 didn't care how Vegeta felt and gladly agreed to Bulma's suggestion, even giving a special kiss to Krillin, who first proposed this plan. Instantly, Krillin's face turned bright red. He instinctively put his hands together and began to mutter a prayer, but suddenly jolted awake. Krillin immediately swung his left hand at his right. Tien saw this scene and instantly retreated, moving hundreds of meters away from Krillin. A tragic scene unfolded. As the left hand went to hit the right instinctively dodged, and then there was a loud pop. The sound was exceptionally crisp and clear. Krillin even felt the elasticity. Looking closely, it was so familiar. Lifting his head, he saw a beautiful girl. "Huh, A louder sound followed as Krillin was sent flying by 18 directly into Tien's arms. Tien's three eyes widened in shock, and bloodshot veins appeared. Why is everyone hiding so far away? But in the end, they still couldn't escape. Yamcha, where are you? This should be your job. Whoosh. Ding. Uncle Krillin. Uncle Tianjin fan. I'm here to save you. Son Gohan is so innocent and naive. He was the first to rush out, not wanting these two to fly around the earth. Piccolo face-palmed and then flew away. Big T looked at Little T, staring at each other. Hi. Oh, hugs. I did my best, brothers. I've already submitted all my drafts. Starting tomorrow, I'll have to switch to updating in the afternoon or evening. I hope everyone doesn't mind. Thank you all for your love and support. Wishing everyone happiness. A smile can take off 10 years. Chapter 50. A New Crisis. Who is the savior of Earth? Date looked at the little Trunks who was seeking comfort, feeling very complicated. Holding himself was a strange feeling. Is Dad okay? Date lost his father when he was still an infant, and didn't he know what kind of person his father really was? Everything he knew was narrated by his future mother, Bulma. All he knew was that Vegeta was extremely proud and fiercely competitive. Although Vegeta was not defeated by the delicate android 18 as in the original story, and even pushed android 17 to the brink of being incapacitated after his outburst, he was still crushed by a robot. Although there was an element of surprise involved, a loss is still a loss. When Vegeta had just left, his unwillingness and anger were evident to everyone. As a fellow man, Date could also sense Vegeta's deep-seated resentment. That object of resentment was Frieza. Date couldn't understand why this timeline had become so chaotic. He absolutely did not believe it was because of his arrival. When he first came, Frieza was already on Earth, and his power level was terrifying. Trunks, don't think too much. Your dad is indeed a very proud person, but he is also very strong. There's nothing that can break him. Trust me, Vegeta will recover soon. As Bulma, Vegeta's wife. Although they didn't hold a wedding ceremony or get a marriage certificate, it didn't affect her understanding of Vegeta. Proud. That was in the past. The current Vegeta is no longer lonely, but only proud. His identity as a prince gave him a pride that ordinary people could not comprehend. And he would prove through his actions that he was the strongest. Mom, can I go see Dad? But Bulma shook her head at Date, saying earnestly, trust me. Don't go. Let him calm down alone. Let us go home first. You're too dirty like this, and no girl would like it. Date instantly turned red. Both his young mother and future mother were so out of touch. Thus, Date had little Trunks on his neck, supporting him with one hand while holding his young mother with the other, flying towards their home in West City, followed by 3 androids. From time to time, Date would look back at the 3 androids. He still couldn't accept why the androids in this timeline were so different from the ones in the future. It was simply ridiculous. When they returned home, everyone was surprised to find Vegeta already standing in the yard. If you make any bad moves, I will destroy you without mercy, including you, big guy. If Frieza could defeat you, I could do it too. After saying that, Vegeta walked directly into the gravity chamber without waiting for anyone's response. He didn't meditate alone on a mountain peak like in the original story, because this time the blow he received was not so hard to accept. See, Trunks, your dad is still a very meticulous person. Dad really cares about us. Date felt deeply moved, finally believing his future mother's words. He really does care about us. Trunks, come to the gravity chamber. Have you been playing in the mud for the past few years? Vegeta's angry shout came from inside the gravity chamber. Go! If you want to deal with the future androids, you can only rely on yourself. Let your dad train you well. How can my son, Bulma's son, be inferior to that son Gohan, that weak boy? Date nodded vigorously, pulling little Trunks down from his neck and placing him in Bulma's arms. Yes. Then, Date rushed towards the gravity chamber. Before closing the door, he glanced back at the 3 androids. Seeing that they really didn't have a trace of hostility on their faces, he finally shut the door of the gravity chamber. Everyone follow me. Xiao Chong, you take 16 to the lab first and check his body structure. Bulma called the androids into the house while instructing a household robot. 16 followed the household robot. He had been covering his crotch with his hand, and oil was seeping out. 17 and 18, under Bulma's lead, first went to the bathroom to clean themselves up. After all, Bulma's bathroom was big enough, and there was sufficient space for both men and women, with partitions as well. Hey, there's some clothes over there. You can pick whatever you like, don't be shy. As the richest person in the world, Bulma had an endless supply of such high-end clothes. 17 and 18 thanked her before entering the bathroom. Bulma went to a safe, entered the password, and opened it to reveal the shimmering Dragon Balls. All 7 of them here. The Dragon Balls had almost become Bulma's private collection. Even the Supreme Kai could only watch, as he would never dare to cause trouble at Bulma's house. That was not about maintaining fairness. That was akin to the old immortal eating arsenic, asking for a long life. In the gravity chamber, Trunks was struggling against the 300 times gravity, mainly because he hadn't T-adapted yet. He wasn't T-allowed to transform into a Super Saiyan. He had to be able to move freely in his normal state and then act swiftly like the wind. Your foundation disappoints me too much. Being able to transform is already a miracle. I'm sorry. Date lowered his head, showing no intention of resisting his father Vegeta's lesson. Lift your head. I, Vegeta's son, must have the pride of a Saiyan. Your father is a prince. You're also a prince. The pride of a Saiyan prince does not permit you to lower your head. Yes, in the Baozi Mountain, Son Goku was no longer in pain. When Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Tien and Krillin arrived, Son Goku was already snoring. This relieved everyone. As long as Son Goku was okay, they believed the Earth was safe. Now that the androids had also proven to be harmless, what could be more important than Son Goku's illness? Actually, there was. At this moment, the Supreme Kai in the Kaishin realm frowned. Just now, a small town was ambushed by a monster, and everyone disappeared, leaving only clothes scattered on the ground. The Supreme Kai just discovered this scene. The enemy's growth rate was astonishing, and their aura was immensely evil, causing beads of sweat to cover the Supreme Kai's face. Bubbles accompanied the old Kai, his gaze always calm, as if nothing could cause him to have significant emotional fluctuations. Bubbles, I have a feeling that a great disaster is about to come to Earth. This feeling is very strong. Perhaps this time I may really have to leave. Bubbles' eyes finally showed a change, a hint of reluctance appearing in his gaze. Supreme Kai, you'll be fine. There's Goku on Earth. There's Vegeta, and now there's also Piccolo, whose strength has improved significantly. They will protect the Earth. The Supreme Kai looked towards another place again, where people were disappearing one by one at an astonishing speed, leaving everyone speechless. Let us hope so, but my feeling is very strong. This time, don't even mention Piccolo. Even Goku and Vegeta might not be able to defeat this evil. Perhaps Frieza could, but he is not on Earth right now. Who knows if he can return in time? Bubbles' eyes flickered. This was the first time he showed such a significant emotional fluctuation. He will. Frieza has kindness within him. He is not as bad as the King Kai says. Frieza is both righteous and evil, but has his own bottom line. Moreover, I can sense that he is genuinely protecting the Earth. He has reinforced the geographical nature of the battle area before. Frieza can save the Earth. The god looked at Bobo strangely. This was also the first time Bobo said so much. I hope so. Frieza, where is he now? Chapter 51, The Pain of 360 Hits. Where is Frieza? He is in the King Kai's realm, sipping tea brewed by Kid, and engaged in a fierce battle with King Kai Shin. The chessboard is nearly full, yet there is still no clear winner. Frieza's face is twisted in rage, while King Kai Shin's gaze is unfocused. Kid stands far away, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Kid is truly worried. If Frieza still can't win, he will take it out on him. He has had enough of being beaten half to death each time. That kind of pain is real pain. Oh ho ho. Kid, come here for a moment. I promise I won't hit you this time. Kid's eyes lit up. Could it be that King Kai Shin finally understands his plight as a servant and intentionally let Frieza win? Kid hurried over, congratulating Frieza for finally winning a game in the 361st round. Ooh, bang, whoosh, boom. Oh ho ho, even though I won, why did you have to specify which round it was? I really wasn't planning to hit you this time. Shin. Kid. Oh, he's already passed out. Shin. I heard there is a King Kai sword in the Sacred Land that no King Kai has been able to pull out. Chirp chirp. Kid's ears perked up. Boom. Whether it was because Kid had been beaten too many times and his resistance increased, or because he was excited to hear Frieza mention the King-Kai sword, he actually revived immediately. Frieza, you must not touch the King-Kai sword. It is the treasure of the King-Kai realm. Slap. The world fell silent again. Moving back to in front of King-Kai Shin, Frieza looked down at him with a significant advantage. This is called overpowering someone with force. King-Kai Shin awkwardly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Speaking of which, Shin didn't quite understand why he felt a bit grateful to Frieza for sparing his face. Every time he lost to himself, Frieza would only beat Kid and never laid a hand on him. The King-Kai sword does exist, but it is embedded in the hardest boulder in the King-Kai realm, and pulling it out is quite difficult. As you said, no King-Kai has ever pulled it out, and it is said that the King-Kai who can pull it out will become the strongest being in the universe. Shin said this very seriously, even exaggerating for the first time, but he also wanted to dissuade Frieza from coveting the King-Kai sword. Could Frieza be fooled by him? Ridiculous. Stop babbling. Take me there. I don't believe I can't pull out a piece of broken copper and iron. Shin was furious. Frieza actually said the King-Kai sword was broken copper and iron and compared it to women. This is intolerable. He glanced at Kid, hoping he wouldn't wake up immediately this time. Frieza, I want to challenge you to a one-on-one. Frieza revealed a cruel smile, and his already small eyes squinted even more fiercely, causing Shin to take 3 steps back in fear. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Shin calmed down. He had long recognized the gap between them. In short, he couldn't do whatever he wanted with Kid. Frieza, let me use both my hands and feet. Frieza was taken aback. Shin was simply being ridiculous. I will grant you that. But if you lose, you must take me to the King-Kai sword. If it weren't for the vastness of the King-Kai realm, Frieza would not let Shin take him there. With a swipe, teleportation was useless. Frieza shot out like a cannonball, with a combat power of 1.6 billion, charging straight at Shin. That's right, 1.6 billion. He kicked number 16, and after playing a few games of Go, his combat power increased by 100 million. Shin felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Frieza's speed was so fast that he couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. It was quite frustrating. The King-Kai has eggs. He knows what that feels like. Even if he didn't, Frieza could still make him feel it. Number 16 also had no eggs, but he experienced the pain of being egged. Slap! Frieza's third leg struck, his long tail whipping sharply against Shin. Although Shin was fully prepared for defense, the difference in combat power was too great, by a full 800 million. It was without a doubt that Shin was sent flying, and his consciousness was already fading in mid-air. Frieza seized a rare opportunity to openly beat Shin. He couldn't let him pass out so easily. In the 361st game, he had won the final round. With a flick of his finger, a stream of green restorative energy flowed to Shin, instantly reviving him. I'm okay. So this is all Frieza can do. Frieza. It turns out you're just for show. Slap. Shin fell into a daze again. Another stream of green restorative energy. Frieza, come on. Do it again. Slap. After 36 hits, Frieza was panting heavily, both beating and saving someone. This was truly inhumane. Shin had now regained consciousness. He was being beaten once and saved once by Frieza, and this guy was completely toying with him. This is outrageous. Frieza, 360 times. And this is only your few times? What's wrong? Feeling weak already. Frieza's eyes hardened. Crap. A Senza bean appeared out of nowhere, which Frieza bit into and swallowed. His previously weak state instantly revived him to full strength. Today, if I don't beat you until you doubt your life, I won't be called Frieza. Slap. Again. Slap. Again. Slap, slap, slap. Again. After 300 hits, Frieza had already consumed 8 Senza beans. Shin's eyes had lost their sparkle. The mechanical shouting of "do it again" finally softened. No, don't come. Slap. Including that last one, there's still 59 left. Letting you be mouthy, letting you not allow me to use my hands and feet, letting you create the Frost Demon race without giving it a gender. Boom, boom, boom. Shin, the Frost Demon race, sometimes, I still don't know where it is. I won't take the blame for this. Today marked the darkest day in the King-Kai realm, with endless wails echoing throughout. Kid had long been scared awake, but he dared not move or speak. He was not only afraid of Frieza, but also of embarrassing King Kai because of him. The 360th time. Shin, you have completed your merits. Bang. Duong. The hard King Kai realm had created a crater with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and at its center, King Kai Shin truly passed out this time. Frieza was also tired, mainly from whipping his tail. As physically strong as Frieza was, he was now gasping for breath while continuously rubbing his tail. After swallowing the 10th Senzu bean, Frieza finally felt less fatigued, but he still appeared a bit dispirited mentally. He reached out, and a fruit from the tree of might appeared in his hand. This thing has an irreplaceable restorative effect on mental exhaustion. As for using it to increase combat power, that was the most wasteful way to use it. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Frieza felt reborn. Although such battles were exhausting, purely one-sidedly beating others was also dull and tedious, but prolonged exercise was a good training for him. 1. 8 billion combat power. There was no systematic training at all. It was just pure venting and beating people up, and this could increase combat power by 200 million. Piccolo must be crying in the bathroom. Datsai has already fainted in the gravity room. For 2 days, he has endured hellish training for Vegeta, and his combat power after transformation is only 400 million. However, the pain and exhaustion Datsai experienced are far greater than Frieza's. Dad, can I take a dump? If you keep beating me like this, I'm going to poop myself. Get lost. After finally patching up the hole left by Android 16, Bulma began to prepare to summon the dragon, but was startled by the commotion coming from the gravity room. Chapter 52, a bunch of irreverent things come out. Shenron. Bulma ignored the father and son duo, simply handing little Trunks to Android 18, as she noticed that Trunks really enjoyed touching 18. Touching where? Of course, that silky, golden hair. Night fell. Big Trunks dashed out of the gravity chamber. Hair disheveled, clothes tattered, he shouted, "Get out of the way, I can't hold it anymore." A gust of wind blew by, accompanied by a series of farting sounds. Mortal, why summon me in such a stinky environment? Look, even Shenron is disgusted. Bulma appeared very embarrassed, but thankfully she had thick skin and quickly brushed off Shenron's teasing. You're Shenron, right? That series of farts was from that kid who just disappeared. It has nothing to do with us. Android 18, holding little Trunks, looked curiously at Shenron, saying, by the way, this dragon meat seems to smell pretty good. Ahem, Lazuli, drop your foolish thoughts. Shenron is here to help us remove the devices inside us. If you want to eat, wait until next time. Android 17 crossed his arms, immediately realizing what his sister was thinking, and spoke up to stop her. Shenron, this batch of summoners seems a bit irreverent. Speak, tell me your wishes. I can grant any wish. Android 16 suddenly looked up, and before Bulma could speak, said, my wish is for 3 more wishes. Android 17 was taken aback. Android 18 was stunned. Little Trunks, oh so soft. Bulma fell to the ground. A clear drop of sweat rolled down Shenron's forehead. I cannot grant this wish. Android 17 immediately interjected. Then let me and Lazuli return to being ordinary humans. Shenron, impossible. Impossible. Can you all wish for something within my capabilities? Umaba, I was almost thrown off my zen by you guys. Can we start over? Everyone collapsed. Bulma finally stood up and with great apology said, sorry Shenron. Don't mind these 3 country bumpkins. I'll make the wish. Shenron, go ahead. My time is very valuable. Bulma disregarded Shenron's tone, cleared her throat, and shouted, Shenron, please remove the self-destruct devices from those 3 androids. Finally, the expressions of the 3 androids became extremely serious. This was the best solution they could think of. They were just afraid that this useless Shenron would say, that wish is impossible. This wish is very simple. Shenron's eyes flashed, and red light burst forth. All right, the wish has been granted. Goodbye. Bulma immediately shouted, 17, quick, leave all the Dragon Balls for me. Whoosh. Android 17 instantly disappeared from where he stood and appeared before Shenron's giant head. Why aren't you disappearing? Android 17 looked at the giant dragons, eye in confusion. Shenron. Forget it. Forget it. I can't afford to mess with you. Shenron disappeared, and the 7 Dragon Balls shot away were quickly collected by Android 17. Here, they've turned into 7 stones. I didn't switch them. I don't know if it was Shenron's doing. Bulma was sweating profusely. It's okay. They'll return in a year. How do you all feel? Bulma was still concerned about this issue. She really felt sorry for Android 17 and 18. As for Android 16, being a pure robot, he wasn't within her sympathy range. Android 17 touched his lower abdomen and nodded. Pretty good. Seeing you gives me strength. Boom. The gravity chamber exploded. Vegeta was furious. His Super Saiyan muscle mode activated. No. I was just joking. I'm fine now. The self-destruct device is gone. I'm better than ever. Android 17 was sweating. He had a deep psychological shadow from that kick. But rubbish. The bomb inside me is gone. The mission is gone. But I still want to go mess around with Goku, don't you? Android 17 was furious. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. And I'm not rubbish. Remember, I'm your brother. My name is Lapis. No matter if you're rubbish or Lapis, if you dare to tease my woman, you're done for. Bang. With a combat power of 900 million, Android 17 stood no chance against Vegeta, who had over 1.2 billion combat power in muscle form, and was directly knocked away, instantly disappearing from sight. Vegeta wanted to teleport for another kick, but Android 17 had already vanished. First, he glanced at Android 18, who was holding little trunks, so he let that go. Then he turned to Android 16, the big robot, and saw a large piece of steel covering between his legs, instantly recalling Frieza's earlier discomfort. Suddenly, Vegeta lost the desire to fight. Get Bulma to make me another gravity chamber. Trunks still needs to train hard. After saying that, Vegeta put his hands on his hips, didn't even look at anyone else, and directly walked towards the bathing room. Everyone, don't be shy. Vegeta is like this. He means no harm. The missing Android 17 still hadn't returned. So Bulma said this without much confidence. Android 16, that thing down there of yours is too ugly. Better fix it up at Bulma's place. As for me, I'm going to check on Goku at Bun's Mountain. If there's a chance, I'll take him down. If not, I'll find a chance to take him down. After Android 17 disappeared, Android 18 also left, and Bulma was shaken by what 18 said before leaving. What kind of wish was made that everyone is still so off-key? Boom! A handsome man burst out of the ground, his eyes filled with resentment, searching around. When he discovered Kid hadn't woken up yet, King Kai Shin let out a sigh of relief. With a flamboyant snap of his fingers, Shin returned to his most perfect form. Hohohoho. You finally decided to wake up. Now can you take me to find the King Kai sword? You wake Kid up. He can teleport us there. King Kai Shin finally understood the meaning of a wise man knows when to yield, but the process of realization was a bit tragic. Frieza had no intention of waking Kid. He simply floated in place and said, if you keep sleeping, then you might never wake up. Chirp, chirp. Kid's ears perked up, and the next second, he appeared clean behind Shin. King Kai, I just woke up. King Kai Shin's mouth twitched, and tears welled up in his eyes. How could I forget that Frieza still has a tail to use? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry and take us to find the King Kai sword. You two wasted a lot of my time. Kid was so scared by Frieza's squinty eyes that he almost lost control, quickly grabbing Shin's shoulders, and with a whoosh, they disappeared. Frieza was furious. You forgot about me. Whoosh. Frieza, enraged, instantly teleported to Kid's location, looking around but not seeing Kid and Shin. Kid and Shin had returned to where Frieza was earlier, but Frieza was nowhere to be found. Then Frieza became unconvinced. I don't believe I can't catch you. Swish, swish, swish. When Frieza and Kid were exhausted like dead dogs, it was finally Frieza who was superior, directly kicking Kid and Shin to the top of the mountain. Boom! How dare you mess with me? Can't you just stand there and not move? Poor Kid. He couldn't stop. If he stopped looking for Frieza, he would definitely be beaten to the point of being unable to take care of himself. And why can't you, Frieza? Just stand still and wait for me. It's unfair. I received 2 2-star and 3-star negative reviews. And I don't know how to express my feelings. I'm really down. If you want me to write according to the original work, it's really simple. But what's the point of that? When you come to read Dragon Ball fan fiction, don't you want to see something creative? Why is this happening? I really tried hard to write and thought about how to make the readers laugh. It's so unfair. Chapter 53. Do you want to insert it or not? On an inconspicuous stone pillar, a sword hilt was exposed, and around the hilt stood 3 people, none other than Frieza and the attendant of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai still looked like the graceful young man he always was, while Kid had it a bit worse, with a large bump on his head. A healer cannot heal himself. Kid could treat anyone, but, like Frieza, couldn't he heal himself, and he didn't have the courage to let Frieza treat him. It was quite frustrating. Is this the Supreme Kai's sword? It looked pretty much like it did in the original work, but why is it just a hilt sticking out, with no place to grab it? Well, it's not entirely impossible to grab. At least it could be pinched with 2 fingers. Ada. Frieza suddenly let out a strange scream, scaring Kid so much that he immediately rolled off the stone pillar, and Xian instantly flew into the air. Ever since getting to know Frieza, the two had become jumpy, genuinely traumatized by Frieza. Boom! The ground trembled, and the stone pillar shook. Frieza punched around the sword hilt. He had to create a place to grab it, right? However, after Frieza's full-force punch, only a shallow dent appeared around the hilt. The damage he hoped for didn't happen. It seemed this stone pillar was not ordinary. When Frieza read the original work, he was curious why. Since they couldn't pull out the Supreme Kai sword, they didn't just smash the place instead? Whether the characters in the original thought of this, Frieza didn't know. But what he knew now was that this method wouldn't work. It was useless. This place had undergone some kind of enhanced sealing. Unless the Supreme Kai sword was pulled out, it was impossible to cause any damage to the stone pillar. Seeing that Frieza just wanted to pull out the Supreme Kai sword, and was going to act violently towards him, Xian relaxed and dared to remind him. Then tell me, how do I pull it out? Do I pinch it with 2 fingers? Xian also didn't know how to explain. Should he tell Frieza that this only recently happened? He feared he might get beaten by Frieza again. Get out of the way, I'll try the energy blade. The energy blade was the technique that killed King Cold, and it was most famously used by Black Goku and Zamasu, creating a scythe-like image. Buzz. Frieza controlled his energy, and a purple energy blade appeared from his fingers. Then he started to cut wildly at the stone pillar. I have to say, Beerus's sealing technique that Whis applied was indeed powerful. Frieza exerted tremendous effort and finally dug out a small hole just big enough for him to grip the hilt with both hands. Kid, come and restore my energy. Kid didn't dare to let Frieza treat him. Would Frieza be scared? Nonsense. Kid indeed scampered back and restored Frieza's stamina. Phew, you guys get out of the way, I'm starting. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he bent down, gripped the sword hilt with both hands. And then Frieza shouted, Yeah. Get up. No reaction at all. Quack, quack, quack. I don't know why there are crows in the Supreme Kai's realm, but Frieza was almost furious. I don't believe it. If Goku can do it, why can't I? Frieza began the grand project of pulling out the sword. Xian and Kid stood at a distance, cheering for Frieza. Go for it. Pull the radish, pull the radish. Hey yo, pull the radish. Oh no, I can't pull it. Frieza, keep pulling the radish. Frieza was almost so angry he was about to spit blood. Yeah. Get out of here. Whoosh. The Supreme Kai sword was suddenly pulled out more than halfway by Frieza. Xian and Kid immediately fell silent, their mouths agape in disbelief, with expressions full of existential doubt. No, I don't want to come out. It's not time yet. At this moment, an old voice came from the sword, which stunned the 3 of them. Xian and Kid didn't know whose voice it was, but Frieza did. Isn't this the old Supreme Kai who fused with the witch from how many generations ago? Stop babbling. If you don't come out today, you've got to come out. Frieza continued to exert force, but the sword was desperately trying to dig into the ground. I'm not coming out. Get out here. Frieza pushed harder. I'm not coming out. Damn, with my volatile temper, you're coming out today for sure. Boom. The third form of the star change, the triple wave, was unleashed by Frieza. In an instant, Frieza's aura surged threefold from 1.8 billion to 5.4 billion. Get out here. Whoosh. The sword was pulled out, but it slipped from his grasp. The Supreme Kai sword was flung away by Frieza, heading straight for Supreme Kai Xian. Xian's face turned green with fear, shouting, Kid. 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 He heard it, but pretended he didn't because this was clearly a death sentence. He wasn't stupid. Puff. The Supreme Kai's sword pierced through Shenron's shoulder, then shot away with him at high speed. Whoosh, my hands are numb. Hohohoho. You think you can mess with me? Just because I'm not showing my strength, you think I'm a sick cat. Kid, where's the sword? Frieza glanced around and found only Kid remaining, asking displeasedly. Kid swallowed hard. He felt that at this moment, Frieza seemed more godlike than the Supreme Kai. That seven-colored aura, that dazzling starlight, it was blinding Kid's titanium alloy eyes. Especially that terrifying aura. How powerful had this combat ability reached? Whoosh. Frieza, hurry and stop this sword. Frieza looked and saw. Oh, Shen was quite the player, actually flying around the Supreme Kai realm with the Supreme Kai's sword stuck in him. Frieza pressed his hands against Shen's back. Shen spat out a mouthful of old blood. He was heavily injured from the combined assault of the Supreme Kai's sword and Frieza. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll pull out the sword right now, Frieza said, reaching for the hilt of the Supreme Kai's sword and pulling hard. Don't pull it out. Unfortunately, at this moment, Frieza had already pulled the sword out. Frieza looked at Shen in confusion, asking, do you like the feeling of being stabbed? Such a strange person. Then I'll stab it back in. Don't. Puff. Blood sprayed from Shen's shoulder again, and his face turned even paler than before, his eyes bulging out. I said no one likes being stabbed by a sword, fine? Fine, I'll pull it out. Don't. Frieza held the Supreme Kai sword, asking Shen, do you want to or not? You're really hard to please. Shen fell silent. At this point, he was breathing more out than in. Kid, do some good and save him? What kind of servant are you? Kid truly wanted to curse Frieza 100 times. Supreme Kai, hang in there, I'm coming to save you. Just then, the Supreme Kai's sword that Frieza was holding spoke again. Hurry and let go of me. Hurry and let go of me. My sealing time isn't up yet. Not yet. Frieza, be obedient. After all, this sword is sealing an old Supreme Kai, and he was hoping the old Supreme Kai would help him out. Hohohoho. Then I'll let go. Puff. The Supreme Kai's sword once again stabbed into Supreme Kai Shen, this time entering straight into Shen's lower abdomen due to the angle. Frieza, I'm going to fight you. Shen really couldn't hold back anymore and was ready to explode. No, that's not the right place. Put it back to where it was before. The voice of the old Kaioshin came out from the sword again. Frieza revealed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth and grasped the sword handle with one hand. Shen was shocked. Chapter 54. The one who pulls me should be a handsome guy with golden hair. Two. Ow. Two. Please. Don't stab anymore. Shen was really crying. It was a complete mess. Even Frieza couldn't bear to watch this scene and started to feel sorry. However, the old Kaioshin kept shouting that something was wrong. But no matter how Frieza looked at it, Shen was stabbed all over except for his head. Kid, you save him first. Once he is saved, we'll discuss where to stab with this sword. Kid was already so shocked he couldn't say a word. He had just witnessed Frieza stab the Kaioshin Lord right in front of him, turning him into a sieve. If it weren't for the Kaioshin Lord's strong vitality, he would have been dead by now. There was no time to think. Kid placed his hand on the Kaioshin Shen. A burst of light flashed, and Shen's aura finally stabilized. If it weren't for the countless holes in Shen's clothes, no one would believe that just seconds ago, he was covered in bloody holes. Yet the old Kaioshin inside the sword was still shouting that something was wrong. Is he healed? I want to stab. Swish. Shen quickly disappeared from the spot. He was truly scared. This Frieza really didn't care about anything. Frieza, you misunderstood. The meaning of the Kaioshin sword is for you to stab it back onto that stone pillar. Boom. Frieza unleashed a starstorm, blowing the stone pillar to smithereens. Then, as if nothing had happened, Frieza looked up at the collapsed stone pillar and asked, after going through all the trouble to pull it out, put it back? Am I supposed to have no dignity? Besides, the stone pillar is already collapsed. How can I put it back? She didn't know what to say. You know very well, yet you insist on stabbing me dozens of times. Hey, Frieza, what is your combat power in this state? Can you beat Majin Buu? Frieza ignored him. He would go mess with that monster with unlimited stamina now. The powers of 17 and the others had already mutated. Who knows what that unkillable monster would turn into if he intervened. To be safe, it was better to take things step by step. Hohohoho. Old Kaioshin, stop your nonsense. The one who sealed you is already asleep, and won't he care about your life or death? Now you have two choices. The first is that I break the sword, and you come out. The old Kaioshin shouted two. Two. I choose two. The second choice is that you come out yourself. The old Kaioshin, you little brat. No respect for the elderly. If I could come out myself, why would I stay inside? No, the timing is wrong, and the person is wrong. Why should I come out? I want to come out. Frieza didn't understand. How could the timing and the person be wrong? Tell me, when is the right time with the right person? The old Kaioshin said with longing. The one who pulls me out should be a handsome guy with golden hair. Definitely not you. A hairless asexual. Bang! You old fool. Do you know you've hit my taboo? Frieza grabbed the sword hilt with one hand and the blade with the other, screaming madly. And the Kaioshin sword in Frieza's hand was twisting irregularly. Xian no, Kid, the Kaioshin sword. Crack. Xian and Kid were petrified. Frieza, panting, threw the broken Kaioshin sword to the ground, then spat a thick phlegm onto the broken sword. Old fool, come out. Boom. An old man suddenly appeared with a bang. A big face, pointed fox ears, big eye bags, a face full of wrinkles, a little Japanese mustache, and only a small tuft of hair. This was the old Kaioshin from before the 15th generation, possessing a special magic to develop people's potential. Old fool, don't be shameless. You still want a golden-haired person to pull you out? Your demands are not low. Do you want him to ride on a rainbow cloud? Cough, cough. Since you come out, it's fate. The old Kaioshin, calm and composed, was no longer as agitated as before, which made Frieza suspect that this old man was using his hand to play with Xian. Enough nonsense. I know you could develop human potential. You were pulled out by me. Now develop the potential for me. Wait, Frieza, do you know who he is? Xian couldn't understand how Frieza knew so much about the Kaioshin sword. Without waiting for Frieza to answer, the old Kaioshin began to scold him for not being able to do his job. What kind of Kaioshin are you? You don't know anything. I am the Kaioshin from before your 15th generation. You young one disappoint me so much. Xian's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he looked at the old man. Stuttering, the Kaioshin from before the 15th generation. Frieza was getting impatient. He had already spent a long time with the Kaioshin, and he didn't want to continue dragging it out, or else the readers would complain. Hurry up, my patience is limited. The old Kaioshin sighed helplessly. Okay, but you have to agree to one of my requests. Frieza suddenly had a bad premonition. This old Kaioshin was comparable to Master Roshi. It seems you already understand. So let us not say it out loud. The old Kaioshin's eyebrows were shaking with a laughing face. Frieza knew what this old pervert was thinking, but since he needed something from him, he could only take out what he had prepared long ago. After all, one shouldn't be too domineering. Always fighting and killing isn't good. Swish! A bunch of magazines appeared, all featuring pictures of women in revealing outfits, making the old Kaioshin ecstatic. Xian and Kid spat out blood and fell to the ground. Great, great. Sit down, I'll start developing you now. The old Kaioshin collected most of the magazines, leaving only one, flipping through the pages while occasionally wiping his drool. Meanwhile, Frieza finally got what he wanted, and things were also lively on Earth. Android 17 had been knocked away by Vegeta no less than 10 times, showing how determined Android 17 was. Bulma was almost moved by this persistence. Goku woke up, and, upon opening his eyes, saw a beautiful girl with golden hair. However, being Goku, he not only ignored the beautiful girl, but also pushed her away, shouting, "Chi-Chi, I'm hungry, is there food?" This left Android 18 feeling frustrated. She immediately ran to the mirror, looked at herself again, and truly felt she was stunning. Chi-Chi had already been put asleep by Android 18, and Gohan and Piccolo had been tricked to Bulma's house. Naturally, no one would respond to Goku's words. Goku had been asleep for 3 days and was starving. With an instant transmission, he went to find Vegeta, as Bulma's house had food available 24 hours a day. Yo, Conan, how are you? Deet was dining with Vegeta when he suddenly heard the name Conan and choked, with noodles coming out of his nose. Kakarot, this is my son, Trunks, not some Conan. Goku was shocked. No way. Did your food get enhanced? How did Trunks grow up so much? 2. Vegeta spit out a drumstick from his nose. Seeing Vegeta and Trunks busy coughing, Goku began to gorge himself. Date and Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong, and for the first time, they had the same thought. That guy, Mr. Sun Wukong Kakarot, must be doing this on purpose. This is Fact City, and all the people in the city have vanished. This is already the 13th city on Earth with a missing population. This is Beachy City, where all the inhabitants disappeared overnight, leaving only clothes scattered on the ground. In the Heavenly God Temple, the old gods' frown deepened. The situation had developed to a very uncontrollable level. Piccolo, come to the Heavenly God Temple. While heading to Bulma's house, Piccolo suddenly widened his eyes and glanced at the distant sky. He didn't know why that old man, the Heavenly God, was looking for him, but he knew that the old guy would never call him unless it was absolutely necessary. Go on, you go to Bulma's house first. I'll make a trip to the Heavenly God Temple. Whoosh! Piccolo accelerated and flew toward the Heavenly God Temple. He couldn't use instant transmission and had to fly normally. Fortunately, his battle power was not weak, and he quickly arrived at the Heavenly God Temple. Chapter 55. The attention seeker and the existence-seeking android Sun Wukong was full. Sun Wufan was stuffed, Piccolo had arrived, and the Dragon Ball warriors gathered at Bulma's home restaurant. Piccolo brought shocking news. The real evil was not the so-called Android 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, but an unknown creature that was constantly evolving. Not only did the Supreme Kai inform Piccolo of the seriousness of the situation, but it was also being reported on television. During the time Sun Wukong was eating, another city's people had disappeared. Wait, I know androids 19 and 20, but who are 16, 17, and 18? Everyone had forgotten. Sun Wukong, due to his heart condition, still didn't know what was happening. At that moment, Android 18 entered with Chi-Chi in her arms, followed closely by Android 17, whose face was a bit swollen and whose gaze towards Vegeta was somewhat evasive. Kiki, Mom. Sun Wukong noticed Chi-Chi in Android 18's arms and remembered that the person who held Chi-Chi when he woke up had been getting close to him. In the past, Chi-Chi had done the same thing, especially with what happened later. He didn't really like that feeling. It was more tiring than fighting. What did you do to my mom? Android 18. Sun Wufan recognized Android 18 and knew her intention was to break up their family. He thought Aunt Bulma had already made a wish with the Dragon Balls, so everything should be fine. But now his mom was still in the hands of that evil woman, Android 18. Sun Wufan wanted to get angry, but Android 18 spoke first. Hey, Chi-Chi is fine. She just fell asleep. Listen to her breathing. Isn't it steady? Wufan, don't panic. Your mom is okay. Can you tell me what happened first? Piccolo quickly explained the situation, and Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Everyone knew that Sun Wukong got very excited when facing powerful enemies, and they thought he was excited now. Little did they know. Hey, can you not make me so tired at night? Will you cook for me? Everyone fell over. Bulma facepalmed, glad she hadn't fought Chi-Chi for Sun Wukong back then. Vegeta gave Sun Wukong a hard knock on the head. Stop fooling around. This isn't about whether it's tiring or not. Sun Wukong was confused. Don't you think it's tiring? I'd rather fight. Vegeta didn't want to talk anymore. And Android 18 also reacted. I don't know either. Krillin. Then why did you kiss me back then? Stop. Bulma exploded. She couldn't take it anymore. This relationship had become a mess. Now, let's turn the topic to the monster making humans disappear. Bulma's roar was not to be underestimated. Her authority had to be respected. Sun Wukong's expression became serious as he tightened his belt and said, Let's talk about whether it's tiring later. I understand. Let's first discuss that unknown creature. For this, Piccolo had the most say, so he took the microphone without hesitation. Ahem, clearing his throat. According to the Supreme Kai, this unknown creature has grown to a terrifying level. And then, everyone waited seriously for more. Ahem, that's it. Duong. The floor of Bulma's house was hit hard. In short, let's find that monster first and fight it. If we win, everything will be fine. If we lose, just don't die. Sun Wukong's suggestion was simple and effective, but the danger was too great. Vegeta had no objections, but his gaze turned to Android 17. You, stay by my side. if you dare to leave my sight. I guarantee you won't get away this time. Android 17's legs clamped tightly. He felt a chill. He had no choice. He couldn't fight back. That muscular form was too abnormal. If the opponent didn't slow down when kicking, Android 17 really had no way out. Can I stay by your side? Android 18 appeared weak, wanting to get close to Sun Wukong. She didn't want it this way. It was all that damn Dr. Gero's fault. Supporting his mom, Sun Wukong immediately got angry. No way. Sun Wukong curiously asked, "Why Wufan?" Sun Wufan. Speechless anyway. A big group of people went to find that unknown creature attacking humans, leaving only Bulma and Android 16, who was still beautifying scrap metal in West City. Oh, and Chi-Chi, who had taken a lot of sleeping pills. This made Vegeta feel at ease, but now it was Sun Wufang's turn to be on high alert. In a certain island city, Cell had just devoured all the people on the island and felt he had gained enough energy. He no longer hid his presence. He wanted to vent and roar in anger. The moment his energy was released, Sun Wukong and the others had already noticed him, so they all rushed over. Sun Wukong was the first to arrive. Instant transmission was fast. Accompanying him were Android 18 and Sun Wufang. There was no way. Android 18 was like a sticky candy, clinging tightly to Sun Wukong. Sun Wufang was staring hard at his dad and Android 18, fearing something indescribable would happen, even though he didn't understand what would occur. Feeling helpless, he could only hold onto Sun Wukong's other hand tightly. Vegeta and Android 17 were also flying over at high speed, and on the way, Vegeta finally couldn't help but speak. Wasn't it Sun Wukong who destroyed the Red Ribbon Army? Why was your target Bulma and not Chi-Chi? Android 17 shrugged, looking equally helpless. I can't help it. The system said that Chi-Chi wasn't with Sun Wukong back then, and the woman closest to Sun Wukong was Bulma. Vegeta was furious. He felt he had picked up a broken shoe. No, Bulma had a bloodline. Damn Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero. Hey, I'm already dead. When all the Dragon Ball warriors arrived, Cell had finally finished venting and roaring. Sun Wukong was the first to ask, "Who are you? And why do you have the energy signatures of all of us?" Vegeta was second to speak, extremely arrogant. Why ask? Just knock it down first. Dodoria interjected. Why do you have Frieza's energy, but not mine? Piccolo glanced at the nearly invisible Dodoria, surprised to find his energy had also increased significantly. You're too weak. Didn't they notice you? Dodoria, furious, pointed at Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin, shouting, "They're worse than me. I'm now a man with 2 million battle power." Yamcha received 100 points of damage, Tien received 100 points of damage, and Krillin only received 50 points of damage because his battle power was slightly higher. Quiet down. A lackey stealing the show. Dave held his arms across his chest, looking disdainfully at Dodoria. In a future world, that garbage died in my father's hands, and I have no good feelings for him at all, so I was a bit confused. How do they start fighting among themselves? I should be the main character now. No way. I need to quickly take back the spotlight, otherwise, what's the point of my shouting? Ahem, shut up. The coughing old man can wait for now. Today Son Gohan, will definitely beat up Dodoria for my 3 uncles. Cell, who am I? Where am I? Didn't you come to find me? Why are you all looking at me? Sigh, I'm in my perfect form now. Can't you see the problem? I haven't absorbed Android 17 and 18. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Bang. Son Gohan hasn't transformed, but he has already started to ruthlessly beat up Dodoria. Cell, furious, shouted, "Don't hit him. If you're going to hit someone, hit me." So, everyone looked at Cell, including the bruised Dodoria. Everyone, let's team up and take down this greasy guy covered in spots first. The group fight officially begins. My mindset isn't very stable. These 3 chapters don't feel like what I wanted. Good morning, everyone. Regardless, I won't change my style. Chapter 56. The majestic display of Cell's Tai Chi in the King Kai's realm. Frieza constantly reminded himself to endure, to definitely endure. A small lapse in patience could ruin a grand plan. Watching the old Kaioshin with bubbles forming on his nose, Frieza reassured himself that he wasn't sleeping. He truly wasn't sleeping. He absolutely dared not sleep. Frieza was undergoing the most torturous torment in history, and could only keep comforting himself with mental affirmations. On Earth, however, A grand spectacle was unfolding as a multitude battled against Cell, reminiscent of the epic confrontation against Elbu. Cell's power level skyrocketed to a complete form of 1.5 billion, which Frieza was unaware of, but in Frieza's absence, no one could withstand such a high level of power from Cell. Goku, who was immensely talented and had always outpaced everyone in the original story, unfortunately found himself overshadowed by Vegeta with Frieza's arrival. For instance, at this moment, Goku had a power level of 650 million, while Vegeta, in his base form, boasted 800 million. Piccolo was at 450 million, Gohan at 450 million, Din at 400 million, Android 17 at 900 million, and Android 18 at 800 million. Not to mention others, those below a billion were hardly worth mentioning. This data clearly indicated that Goku had fallen significantly due to a heart disease. Apart from Piccolo, he could only compete with two of the younger fighters. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was that he had been saved by Android 18 twice, causing her to spit out several liters of blood. Cell was indeed formidable. Facing a group of attackers, he remained unfazed, showcasing his prowess as if he were a master at the South Mountain Senior Center and kicking the North Sea Kindergarten, filled with vigor and a sense of commanding the world. With a left hook, Dodoria vanished, and with a right hook, Tien and Yamcha left the scene together. Using the raptor tail, Gohan lost his fighting ability. With a single whip, Din lost his mobility. With a raising hand, Piccolo lost consciousness, and with White Crane spreads wings, Goku faced utter defeat. In a knee hold, Android 18 fell to the ground, clutching Goku. With a side punch, Android 17 regretfully exited the fight. Vegeta took the hit head-on and transformed into his muscle form. The muscle version of Vegeta completely broke down under Cell's speed. Thus, the group fight ended, with Cell emerging victorious despite being the one attacked. Looking at the fallen Z fighters, Cell smiled slightly and said, "I haven't even finished my Tai Chi routine, and you all are already down." Dodoria was not a Z fighter. He had vanished into the horizon, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Logically, if Yamcha wasn't dead, Dodoria might not be either. Who knows? This is the consequence of forcibly stealing the scene. Where was Android 16? Why hadn't he been seen? Once I absorb Android 16, I can become the ultimate being of a universe, steal Cell. Frieza had also vanished. Was he too scared to show up? Never mind. I'm invincible now. Killing you all would be too boring. The Saiyan cells had led Cell on a romantic journey, and he made a historic decision. I've decided. 10 days. I'll give you 10 days to get stronger. I will hold a game called the world's greatest martial arts tournament in 10 days. Let's call it the Cell Games. Cell left with a mocking smile, fulfilling Goku's earlier statement. If you can't win, try not to die. Rushing out, lamentations echoed back home. When Bulma saw the group, Little Trunks almost fell to the ground, startling Big Trunks and Vegeta, who almost cramped up from their injuries. Vegeta had it the worst. He had to tough it out and withstood Cell for 3 rounds, and now to not lose an arm or leg would be a stroke of luck. 16. Go to Corinne and get the Senza beans, bring them all. Android 16 jumped up, causing cracks to appear on Bulma's plaza when he landed. With that weight, he could fetch quite a price as scrap metal. I'm on it. Saying this, Android 16 covered his groin with one hand and made a superhero gesture with the other, speeding towards Corinne Tower. Android 16 was the most reliable. He had no energy left, and Cell couldn't sense him. However, why was he still covering up when he clearly wasn't leaking oil anymore? It's nothing, just a habit. It keeps me warm. 5 minutes later, Android 16 returned, bringing back a large ceramic jar. All the Senza beans are in here. The group rejoiced. Such a large jar. Corinne must have been generous this time. Goku rushed up first, opened it, and was stunned. 1, 2, 4, 6, 5, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6. How come there are only 6 beans? As Goku counted, everyone noticed something was off. Hadn't he just counted 7? Vegeta, holding back the pain from his cramps, kicked Goku out of the way. You idiot. You can't even count properly. 17, you count. 1, 10, 20, 30. The crowd felt relieved. Surely there were dozens, right? Android 17 reached out and grabbed all the Senza beans. In total, 10 beans. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta exploded in anger, shouting at Android 16, "There are only this few. Why did you bring back a jar?" Android 16, with one hand on his head and the other covering his groin, innocently replied. I asked him where the sins of beans were, and he said they were all in this jar. I remember Ms. Bulma said to take them all, so I brought the jar back too. Very good, that statement is flawless. The one with the problem is Kakarot. That idiot counted to 7 and still went on to count 3456. He is simply the pinnacle of stupidity. Hey, aren't we supposed to eat these? I'm starting to hallucinate. Krillin, barely managing to walk over to Android 18, hugged her tightly, like a dead dog clinging to life. Goku, how come you've lost weight? Slap. Krillin spun 3,600 degrees in place, this time truly hallucinating. Krillin forgot that both Android 17 and 18 had eternal energy. They weren't out of strength, they just knew they couldn't take on Cell directly. Krillin actually thought he could take the opportunity to flirt with Android 18. That was like a bald head hitting a big bell, a classic case of absurdity. Android 18 rubbed her hands, secretly thinking, wow, it feels so smooth to fight. This bald guy has his merits. Moreover, seeing him made me think less of Goku. Ding 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 ding. Everyone was fully revived. Although there were only 10 sins of beans, it was enough for everyone to share. Android 17 and 18 didn't need any, and the others only used 8 beans. Goku felt his power level after being revived. It increased slightly, from 650 million to 700 million, and the increase might not even be as significant as his own shout. Hey, Bulma, prepare some more sins of beans. I might need to shout a lot in the future. Vegeta kicked over. Get Chi-Chi to prepare them for you. No one is allowed within a 3-meter radius of Bulma. Vegeta had become overly tense due to Android 17. Bulma felt sweet, like she had eaten honey. Finally, everyone regained their serious demeanor and began discussing how to face Cell's games in 10 days. Vegeta, I know a place where training 1 day equals a year. Should we go? Goku thought of the hyperbolic time chamber. He felt that it was the most suitable place to go right now. Vegeta glanced at Android 17, suppressing the urge to agree, gritting his teeth and saying, not going, unless you help me take out Android 17. Android 17. The crowd once again fell to the ground. In the extreme cold of the earth, within the Arctic Circle, a pink, 8-pack abs man is struggling to crawl, tears of regret streaming from the corners of his eyes. This bastard author, I didn't ask for this. You wouldn't remember me. But the author is the biggest, so he can only endure. However, Frieza doesn't care about that. He can't hold back anymore. Thanks to Broly S fans for the show of support, I'm happy. Thanks to Hong Qian, who loves eating marinated edamame, for the blade that cut my hand. This is an extra update. Wishing everyone a happy afternoon. Chapter 57, Frieza's Return. Some words to say: the old Kaioshin initially circled around Frieza, and he endured it. With every step the old Kaioshin took, a bubble appeared at his heel, releasing years of foot odor, and Frieza still endured it. The old Kaioshin sat there reading a magazine, chuckling. When he fell asleep, bubbles came out of his nose, and Frieza endured it all. This was something that Son Gohan had already experienced in the original story. Frieza had no reason not to endure it. However, you absolutely should not have done this. That Frieza, you possess divine power, and my potential development is useless against you. So I endured for over 10 hours for nothing. This is intolerable. Ah, wham, whoosh, ding. Enraged, Frieza not only sent the old Kaioshin flying, but also sent the giggling Xian and Kid flying. Swish. Frieza teleported next to the old Kaioshin, flying around the Kaioshin realm with him. Speak up. What's going on with the divine power in my body? The old Kaioshin, being old and not skilled in combat after merging with the witch, now had very low combat power. He was passively moving at high speed, unable to open his mouth at all. Finally, he managed to open his mouth. But all that came out were sounds of ah, and it was impossible to understand what he was saying. Helpless, Frieza had to strike him with his tail again, immediately knocking the old Kaioshin down to the ground. As for Xian and Kid, let them keep laughing and flying. Cough, cough. Oh my old bones can't handle your way of playing. If you want to play, go find them. Pointing at Xian and Kid, who had already flown around the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin said nervously. Frieza slammed his tail against the ground. His patience was truly running thin. I think you must have learned a skill that can only be learned through some divine ability, which is why you have gained a significant amount of divine power. Given the amount of divine power you currently possess, it should be no weaker than that of a planetary god. Boom! Frieza decisively unleashed the stellar transformation. Under the combined effect of the three combinations and layered waves, Frieza's combat power not only tripled, but the air waves around him were also enveloped in a layer of 7 colored waves, sparkling with starlight. Old man, is this the skill you were talking about? The old Kaioshin was mesmerized, murmuring, "It truly is the stellar transformation, a skill that even the gods cannot comprehend, and you managed to understand it. That's incredible. Can you use a higher level of the stellar transformation? For example, the 4th form, Mountain Crossing, or the 5th form, White Dragon Digs Hole?" Looking for names for 6789. My mind is blank. Frieza twitched his mouth. This damn skill, this damn name, was actually given by this group of LSPs. No wonder it's so suggestive. I can't. I've only recently grasped the 3 combinations and layered waves, and haven't even touched on Mountain Crossing yet. The old Kaioshin nodded, then shook his head. What a pity. You can at most understand Mountain Crossing because of the peculiarities of your race. You truly cannot comprehend the mystery and beauty of White Dragon Digs Hole. But it doesn't matter. Up to now, only 2 people have been able to master the stellar transformation. The first is the Grand Minister, and you are the second. Your future is limitless. When Frieza heard the words Grand Minister, he trembled all over. No wonder he was able to comprehend the ultimate skill from the stellar transformation. It turns out this skill is what only the Grand Minister learned. Are you saying that as long as I maintain the state of the stellar transformation frequently, I can gain more divine power and then step on the Grand Minister? Cough, cough, cough. The old Kaioshin was shocked by Frieza's words. This guy really dares to think like that. Doesn't he know how long the Grand Minister has trained to reach his current level? It seems the old Kaioshin doesn't even know. This is awkward. That's not necessary. Although the stellar transformation has no side effects, your body currently cannot handle too much divine power. Remember, extremes lead to reversals. Keep it up. You already qualify to become an angel. As long as you don't end up like Liu Bei, who died prematurely on the path, you have a chance. The old man is indeed an old man. He speaks so eloquently, it's unbearable. Hohohoho. Since you've helped me clear my doubts, I won't torture your old bones anymore. Frieza left, departing very gracefully, completely ignoring Xian and Kid, who had already made over 100 laps. The old Kaioshin watched Xian flying past him continuously. He was also quite helpless. There was no way for him to stop it. Forget it. Watching magazines is a bit more interesting. On Earth, when Frieza appeared, he happened to hear Vegeta saying he was going to eliminate Android 17. Oh, Vegeta, what useless techniques have you developed again? Don't let it backfire on you like the low blow. Speaking of the low blow, that's a pain shared by both Vegeta and Frieza. Android 17 was already terrified and sitting on the ground, while Android 16 had habitually covered himself, both wearing expressions of utter disbelief. Bulma was fuming. It took a lot of effort to bring the topic back to the main point, and it hadn't even been a serious few minutes before it started again. Are you all done yet? Cell only gave us 10 days. After 10 days, if you can't defeat Cell, the Earth will be destroyed. As soon as Frieza heard Cell, he immediately became interested. Cell was definitely the perfect test subject for the low blow. Cell has come out? Android 17 and 18 are still fine. How could you possibly not defeat him? At this point, Cell should have less than 500 million, right? I don't know where you heard that. Cell wants to absorb me and Android 17, but I only know that Cell wants to absorb Android 16. Android 18 was very displeased. She didn't want to be absorbed by that ugly monster. Nanny? That's unscientific. It's not impossible. Cell did absorb the Cell from this timeline, and the androids in this timeline have become much stronger. So the Cell that absorbed this timeline's juvenile Cell should also have changed quite a bit. A group of people was confused by Frieza's tongue twister of Cell this and Cell that. Which Cell absorbed which Cell? Frieza had no intention of explaining. He just looked at Son Goku. Your combat power is too weak. Haven't you thought about training to become stronger? You're getting round and fat. Do you want to be unable to beat even Vegeta? Vegeta, Frieza, you could just say Kakarot. Why drag me into this? I'm much stronger than this useless guy. Wham! Habitually, he struck Vegeta down with his tail, mainly because he had become accustomed to striking Xian and Kid these past few days. You guys go train. Just watching you all feels weak. I'm gonna meet that so-called Cell. Hohohoho. Frieza teleported away to find Cell, and the scene returned to its previous rhythm. Son Goku wanted to go to the hyperbolic time chamber, while Vegeta grit his teeth and got up from the ground, insisting that they must eliminate Android 17 first. Sigh. Vegeta, how about this? Son Gohan, and I will guard Bulma for you, to prevent her from being stolen by 17. Bulma, don't hit me on the head. Otherwise, I'll be hungry again. Piccolo couldn't stand it anymore. Let us quickly end this farce. Only 2 people can enter the hyperbolic time chamber at a time. Those who don't go in should just protect Bulma and pin down that brainwashed pervert, Android 17. This proposal received unanimous approval, and even Android 17 patted his chest to guarantee that he would definitely pin himself down. So, the order of entering the room of spirit and time was determined. Vegeta and Trunks went in first, with Vegeta wanting to come out first to take down Android 17. Then it was Goku and Gohan. And Android 18's aggrieved little expression was extremely cute. After that came Piccolo, followed by Androids 17 and 18. However, Androids 17 and 18 stated that they didn't need to train. Their stamina was eternal, but they couldn't increase their combat power through training. To increase their combat power, they could only wait for a thunderstorm. Goku was very curious. Why is that? Chapter 58. Why does Taiji rotate with Gatling when it thunders? Number 17 and number 18 won't speak. That's their pain. Where's Cell? Oh, at this moment, Cell has found a plane and intends to build a platform here. Just like the first martial arts tournament, but the platform will be a bit larger. Perhaps because Cell didn't cause trouble at the TV station. This time no human army came to attack him. Cell also had no interest in dealing with those ordinary people. He was just quietly standing on the platform. An hour later, suddenly, Cell opened his eyes wide, staring straight ahead. His whole body began to tremble. 10 days. That's too long. Standing here is so boring. Hohohoho. How about I keep you company to pass the time? The tail-bearing Frieza suddenly appeared in front of Cell, startling him into taking a step back. Once he recognized the visitor, Cell smiled. I thought you were playing Turtle. Your lackey showed up during the previous battle, but you didn't. Frieza frowned, and then acted as if he suddenly realized. Oh, you're talking about Dodoria, huh? Why'd he run to the far north? Cell's mouth curled into a smirk, looking like he was asking for a beating. I did it on purpose. Frieza wasn't angry. After all, Dodoria was a worthless piece of trash who liked to get himself into trouble, so let him crawl back slowly. It doesn't matter. I just didn't expect you to go straight to your perfect form. That surprised me a bit. After fighting for 5 billion. It's no different from the original. Cell was excited. Finally, someone recognized that he was in his perfect form. It wasn't easy. Cell shouted excitedly. Frieza. Frieza looked puzzled. Cell excitedly said again, let's become sworn brothers. You're the only one who understands me in this world. Frieza carefully looked at Cell, who was primarily green with some black spots, had a head like a pistachio, and 2 wings that looked like watermelon seeds on his back. Did he really want to become sworn brothers with him? Didn't he know that he was a hybrid? Such a thing dared to propose to become sworn brothers with the Emperor of the Universe? Cell, you're asking for death. You can insult yourself, but you can't insult me. Boom! A purple aura shot into the sky, and a battle power of 2 billion erupted suddenly, causing the platform Cell had just built to collapse in an instant. Just by pulling out the Kaishin sword, his battle power increased by another 200 million, just like that. Goku and the others, who were guarding number 17, were immediately shocked by Frieza's momentum. Gohan, so strong. Yamcha, really strong. I can't even muster a bit of resistance. Goku, no way, I have to see this battle. Number 18, don't leave me behind. Number 17, yes, hurry up and go. Piccolo glared at number 17. Don't worry, if we go, we'll take you with us. Krillin, number 18, I'll go with you. Number 16, I'm scared. Thus, the opinions were unified, leaving number 16 to watch the house, while all the fighters instantly teleported with Goku to the scene. Cell was also furious. He wanted to become sworn brothers with Frieza out of respect, but he was actually looked down upon. The Buddha said not to be angry. What a load of crap. In a state of rage, Cell comprehended the true essence of the Saiyans, which is to roar. Dare to insult the strongest Cell in history. I will kill you. Boom. A golden aura identical to that of a Super Saiyan shot into the sky, and in a fit of rage, Cell's battle power instantly soared by 200 million. Assuming Frieza's 200 million came from enduring the old Kaioshin, then Cell purely relied on his lion's roar. The difference between 1.7 billion and 2 billion isn't huge, but there's a significant 300 million gap that can influence the battle. Those good at math can leverage this power difference. But someone like Goku, who can't even count to 110 correctly, isn't qualified to calculate numbers in the hundreds of millions. Oh ho ho, now it's getting fun. Buzz. Bang bang bang. Boom. The battle began, and Frieza and Cell exchanged punches, feet, and tails against wings, starting off evenly matched. Bang! The two exchanged fists again, and waves of energy spread out, forcing Goku and the others to retreat a bit. Goku's blood was boiling, but unfortunately, he was firmly held by number 18 and couldn't break free. Dad, this time I won't stop number 18 from hugging you. Their battle is not something you can participate in. Goku felt a critical hit from his son. Open and close hands, right whip, elbow strike, turn and push palm, Jade Girl traversing, left and right kicks, cover hand elbow strike, wild horse splitting mane turning to lotus, bending the bow to shoot the tiger, left gathering sparrow tail, cross hands. This time, Cell completed a full set of 42 moves of Tai Chi, but unfortunately, the Tai Chi that was effective against Vegeta and others had little effect on Frieza. Hohohoho. You think just because you're a hybrid, you can grasp the secrets of Tai Chi? Dream on. Watch this Tai Chi rotation, yin and yang never ending. Transforming yin into yang, aiding yin with yang. Only then can it rotate as desired, with no beginning or end. As the saying goes, emptiness is form. Sorry, I got carried away. Pa-pa-pa-da, da-da, bang bang bang. Frieza has traveled through time. His Tai Chi was learned from the Wudong master Zhang Sanfeng, and he watched the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber no less than 10 times. This move of Tai Chi rotation is executed to perfection, making Cell flail around. So powerful, so powerful. This is true Tai Chi, the strongest essence. Cell's previous one was just a hybrid. I want to find Frieza to teach me. Goku is indeed a martial arts fanatic. He believes in the nonsense of Cell and Frieza and even reveres it as the highest martial art. It must be said, this time not only was Goku fooled, but even Piccolo didn't understand. Is this circling really that powerful? But if not, Cell really has no way to defend against it. How else to explain? In the end, it was still number 18, whose mind was filled only with blood donation, who raised a very serious question. According to calculations, Frieza's battle power is 2 billion, and Cell's battle power is 1.7 billion. Isn't it normal that Cell can't defeat Frieza? Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Da-da-da-da-da. Cell has given up on close combat attacks and switched to throwing energy balls, and he immediately used the prince's fighting style. Frieza also did not back down, encircling his hands to guard and making the finishing gesture of Tai Chi, then grabbing his tail and aiming at Cell. Watch my Frieza brand Gatling. Audu, do. At this moment, it was no longer a fist-to-fist battle, but had turned into an interstellar war scene. Goku watched, utterly enthralled, while Piccolo and the others were filled with shock. This battle can be played like this? Hey. Frieza, will your tail explode from high temperature? Rubbish. Do you think number 16 can handle this Gatling move? Blood donation queen, you can go ask number 16. Boom. Finally, Cell could no longer withstand it. He shot out 1,000 energy balls, but only 3 hit Frieza, and it felt like a tickle. However, Frieza, with that Gatling, was incredibly fast, firing 5,000 energy balls, hitting himself with over 4,000, making him look miserable, his skin no longer showing green. Stop. Wait for me to catch my breath. I lost my tail, and you still have yours. That is not fair. Bang. Did Cell just stop because he said so? Frieza didn't care about his image? He delivered a powerful kick right between the legs, sending Cell flying into the sky. When he fell back down, he was still holding his groin with both hands. And then he knelt heavily on the ground. It wasn't until he hit the ground that Cell let out a chilling wail of despair. Everyone who witnessed this scene shivered in unison, and Android 17 even started foaming at the mouth, shocked into a seizure. Android 18, the only woman present, was blushing furiously. Chapter 59, Complete Form Cell, evolves again. It's no wonder that Cell is truly worthy of calling himself the strongest in history. After being treated so inhumanely by Frieza, he only howled for a while. Even the hand of Android 18 hadn't shrunk back yet, and Cell had already gritted his teeth and stood up. Frieza, you have no martial ethics. Luckily, I share the same traits as you in this regard. Otherwise, my happy life would have been ruined by you. Frieza? Then, in a fit of rage, I let you reveal my scars. I let you spew filth. I let you wail like a ghost. I let you play dead. At first, Cell could hold on, continuously saying words that Frieza couldn't accept. Gradually, it turned into howls and screams, and finally, after being knocked to the ground by Frieza, he covered his groin and pretended to be dead. Cell was so tired, his body was exhausted, and his heart was even more fatigued. Bang, 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 bang. Duong, duong, duong. Frieza's strikes were rhythmic, making Android 18, the only woman present, want to dance along. But she ultimately held back. She was also afraid of being treated like that by Frieza. I can't hold it in anymore. Boom. A massive wave of energy sent Frieza flying. Even with a battle power of 2 billion, he couldn't stand his ground. At that moment, everyone noticed that Cell's appearance had returned. His originally pitch-black body became green again, especially the black spots on him, which began to shine. The energy surrounding him was still golden, but there were streaks of lightning appearing, crackling, and looking very intimidating. That wasn't all. Cell's wings changed from black to purple, looking so noble and alluring. Cell had not only broken through the limit of Super Saiyan 1, becoming the equivalent of Super Saiyan 2 Lightning Cell, but he had also mutated. Is this an evolution again? If Cell's wings hadn't changed color, he would still be that Lightning Cell, with a battle power of at most 9 billion. But now it was different. Frieza only took one look and already knew the opponent's battle power. 5 billion. An increase of a full 1 billion compared to before he exploded with power. Android 18 murmured, Goku, do you know your battle power? Goku irritably swatted away Android 18's unwilling hand and asked, based on data, do you think I can figure it out? Android 18's expression clearly paused. She remembered Goku's low sensitivity to numbers. Not wanting to tease any longer, Android 18 calmly said, your battle power is now 700 million, while Frieza's battle power is currently 2 billion. But Cell just jumped from 7 billion to 5 billion. Goku looked at Gohan and asked seriously, how many billion is 5 compared to 2? Gohan. Everyone facepalmed, wailing endlessly. Hohohoho. Goku, I remember your math was taught by Master Roshi. He must be crying the toilet by now. Android 18 was confused. Clearly, Frieza's battle power was now at a disadvantage. So why was he still so relaxed? Android 18 believed that if they had another round of Tai Chi mutual beating, Frieza would definitely be the one to lose. What Tai Chi and circular movements, all of that is just showy and meaningless. She didn't dare to say that Frieza's battle power was not higher than Cell's, but as long as it was higher than hers, that was enough. Frieza, in a fit of rage, wanted to hit her, and she didn't even have a chance to escape. Frieza, I really have to thank you. It turns out that my body possesses the ability to come back to life from the brink of death, and now, I am the complete lightning form. Are you scared? Could Frieza be scared? That was impossible. Not to mention, he still had the star change. Even without it, a mere 500 million power difference would be nothing to him. Buzz. Frieza vanished. Bang. Duong. Looking at Cell being kicked back into the sky again, Frieza laughed. Oh ho ho. What's going on? Aren't you the complete lightning form? Why are you still in that position, soaring into the sky? The Buddha won't take you in. Get down. As he said the last line, Frieza disappeared from his original spot, and when he reappeared, he was already above Cell's head, delivering a 360-degree spinning kick to Cell's head. Duong. If it weren't for Frieza using divine power to reinforce the ground, Cell might have been sent straight into the Earth's core with that kick. Of course, using divine power to strengthen the ground didn't affect Frieza's battle power, and he hadn't yet figured out how to apply divine power in combat. On the ground, Cell was kneeling, still covering his head, which was now buried in his neck like a pistachio. Cell's eyes bulged, filled with unwillingness and anger. Ah! With a loud shout, Cell's head popped out, and he once again regained his elegant appearance. Frieza, I admit your speed is fast, but it's useless. The battle power difference is too great. You can't defeat me. This time, Cell decided to take the initiative. He couldn't always be on the defensive. He charged at Frieza with a knee strike. And as Frieza raised his arms to block, Cell suddenly executed a side kick, catching Frieza off guard. Although Frieza immediately used his left arm to block, he was still pushed back by the tremendous force. Cell, seizing the opportunity, charged again, lifting his size 48 foot and kicking at Frieza. The way Frieza had treated him before, Cell was now going to retaliate in kind. Swish! Cell's powerful and heavy kick missed as Frieza had already moved to a distance. At that moment, Frieza no longer had any playful expressions. His eyes narrowed slightly, his crimson pupils looking particularly bloodthirsty, and his blood-red tongue licked his lips, a look that nearly scared Android 18 to tears. Android 18 looked at Goku with pleading eyes, seeking protection. Goku didn't have time to care about Android 18. He was already involuntarily transforming into a Super Saiyan due to the pressure from Frieza's aura. Evil, cold-blooded, ruthless, with Goku's brain capacity. He couldn't come up with better adjectives to express his feelings about Frieza. Not just Goku, everyone instinctively entered a combat state. This is the might of the king. He could joke around with everyone, but once serious, no one could face Frieza's face that had given Bulma nightmares for half a year. In a heavenly temple, the Supreme Kai looked at Piccolo's weak battle power, and then at the two evil auras of Cell and Frieza soaring to the sky, finally making up his mind. On North Kai's planet, the chubby North Kai had sat down on the ground, his whole body shaking. Frieza, the embodiment of evil, had appeared with a thud. In the Kai's realm, Shin and Kid had stopped flying, along with old Kai, watching the crystal ball before them. Shin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Kid, this evil aura seems even stronger than Majin Buu. Kid directly knelt on the ground. Lord Kaioshin, we are still alive. How wonderful. Old Kai's face turned pale. How could someone so evil gain the recognition of divine power? Not to mention how others thought. Cell at that moment actually felt a sensation called coldness. The cold released by the Frozen Clan was truly chilling to the bone. Keek, you have successfully angered me. Ah. Ha. A wave of purple energy spread out, followed closely by a jet black wave shooting up into the sky. Clang, clang, clang. Creak, creak. Cell rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. You, how could you possibly transform into? What exactly have you turned into? A bit of passionate enthusiasm is also necessary. Good afternoon, everyone. I received a gift of 29 yuan yesterday, so today I can buy a bottle of cola. Thank you. Chapter 60. The fiercest expression says the most shameless words creak creak, ding 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 ding. Surrounded by black waves of energy, Frieza walked out from the smoke. The sound of his footsteps clashing like metal against metal. Although Frieza still looked the same as before, his entire body had turned into a metallic black that glimmered with a ghostly light, with only the purple crown on his head still shining brilliantly. Crackle, crackle. Purple electricity constantly sparked around him, creating a dizzying effect. If Frieza's pale skin had previously given off a sense of weakness, now he exuded a hard and solid feeling like steel and iron. Even the smooth surfaces that were neither towering nor deep appeared incredibly tough. With each step Frieza took, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and Cell couldn't help but take a step back. Number 17 paused his foaming at the mouth, and number 18 didn't go to take advantage of Sun Wukong. The two exchanged a glance. Both number 17 and number 18's eyes gleamed with madness. They hadn't mentioned why their combat power could only be enhanced during thunderstorm weather, because their method of increasing power was to be struck by lightning. Could they really say that? A physique that could withstand lightning strikes? Even though they were androids, they still cared about their image. As for one wanting to pursue Bulma, and the other wanting to shed blood. That was due to the perverse mission assigned by Dr. Jero, who brainwashed them to carry it out. This is also why, after the devices inside number 17 and number 18 were gone, they still couldn't forget their mission. Digressing. When number 18 saw the purple electricity surrounding Frieza, a greedy look appeared in her eyes. She wanted to try it out. Perhaps she could become stronger by fighting and being struck by lightning? Rationality, the last shred of rationality, stopped number 18 from doing so. She was a girl and needed to be a bit reserved. Number 17's eyes lit up as he recalled Frieza's powerful kick, which also quelled his impulse to rush in and charge. Hohohoho. Mr. Cell, transformation. You're not the only one who can do it. How about it? Are you scared? Is Cell scared? He is scared. Frieza's current combat power, just from his momentum, had already crushed him by more than double. Thud, 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 thud. Cell gulped and continuously retreated. Whoosh. Frieza suddenly moved, not teleporting, but simply charging forward, shoulder-butting Cell in the chest. However, the vast difference in combat power left Cell unable to react. Buzz. A wave of energy swept out, forcing everyone to retreat again, with Tenshinhan needing to grab onto number 17 to stay standing. A figure flew out, and Tenshinhan couldn't even react. Terrifying. Number 18. What is Frieza's combat power now? Piccolo shouted at number 18, who raised her hand to shield her eyes and said with difficulty, 3 billion. Shocked. Not only the people present were shocked, but even the Kaioshin Shin was left with his mouth agape. Suddenly, Shin jumped up. Great. With Frieza's current combat power plus the Kaioken, he might be able to defeat Majin Buu. Wow. Frieza punched Cell in the stomach again, causing Cell to clutch his belly, retreating while vomiting bitter water. He was unwilling. No. If I can absorb number 16, if I can become my ultimate form, I won't be afraid of you. Frieza paused in his advance, his originally evil gaze slowly regaining some composure. Just when Cell thought Frieza was going to let him go, Frieza vanished. Bang! Cell's eyes widened, his large eyeballs popping out, his body spasming as he flew upwards. This time, he had no strength left to cover himself. It was already a wreck. Frieza, give me another move. It's unfair. Unfair. Why can you become a metallic form while I can't absorb number 16? Once again crashing to the ground, Cell's lower body had become a pile of mush, yet he still shouted unwillingly. Puff! With Piccolo's genes, Cell managed to restore his lower body, but his energy had weakened even more. Quite resilient, I guessed it before. You're most suited to practice this move. It's flawless. Hohohoho. 1 foot, 2 feet, 4 feet, 8 feet, 3 feet. Sun Wukong, is your math talent contagious? Sun Wukong looked confused. The crowd fell to the ground again. Frieza was furious. He couldn't accept that he was also a high emotional intelligence tough guy who couldn't count to 10. Bang! This time, Frieza didn't use his kick. He directly executed a side kick to Cell's body, the most powerful kicking technique. Then, Cell exploded. That's right, he exploded with blood raining down and pieces of flesh scattered everywhere, especially one piece that still had one of Cell's eyes. Blinking, it seemed to ask, what happened? Ugh. Number 18, being female, was the first to vomit. Krillin wasn't feeling well either, but he found something to give to number 18 to hold her vomit. Tenshinhan touched his upper body, curious as to why his muscular figure was exposed again. Where was his clothing? Son Gohan also vomited, and Sun Wukong could only gently pat his back while also brushing off the vomit on Son Gohan's back. Piccolo couldn't stand it anymore. His eyes widened, and he brought Son Gohan to his side, gently supporting his back. Vomit, vomit. You'll get used to it after a while. Number 17 recalled Vegeta's declaration before entering the hyperbolic time chamber. Would he also explode like Cell after coming out? Instantly, number 17 began rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth again. Oh ho ho ho. I just exerted a little force and you exploded? Your body isn't up to par. Whoosh. The wind howled and a light rain began to fall from the sky, washing away the bloody stench of the scene. Cell's last eye closed. He knew this time he wouldn't even have a chance to use his regeneration technique. Although Frieza was saying extremely mocking words, he did not revert from this transformation because According to the original story, Lightning Cell was not so easy to kill. It seemed that as long as a certain chip wasn't destroyed, Cell could be reborn. He didn't use the Death Ball to destroy Cell. He wanted to see just how far Cell could grow. In fact, if possible, he wouldn't mind if number 16 was absorbed. Swish. Sure enough, although the ground was covered with pieces of meat, Cell suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With a bang, the revived Cell made a dazzling entrance. Although his combat power had only increased by 500 million from 5 billion to 3 billion, it was indeed a significant increase. And this speed was even faster than FRIEZA'S increase. But it was useless. Cell was still no match for Frieza. Fortunately, Frieza did not intend to completely eliminate Cell either. Oh ho ho! Mr. Cell is indeed tenacious. Cell, suppressing his anger, lowly shouted, "Frieza!" Suddenly, Cell's expression became extremely grim, an astonishing aura surging from his body. A combat power of 3 billion was not just for show. Everyone present, except for Frieza, were all weaklings. Please, let me complete the Cell games. The momentum was strong, yet the words spoken left the onlookers dumbfounded. The crowd, just getting up, fell to the ground again. What the hell? Making the fiercest expressions while speaking the most ridiculous words. Have your values been completely shattered? Hohohoho. Give me a reason not to kill you right now. Cell suddenly looked up, a hint of excitement in his eyes. I'll give you 3 reasons. The first is that Dr. Gero, when he created me, gave me a mission to hold a martial arts tournament that would determine the fate of the Earth. The second is that I can still evolve, and you, the Universe Emperor Frieza, must want to fight the ultimate form of me, right? Only then would it be worthy of your noble status. The third is that I have your unparalleled Cell genes within me. I am actually your child. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Frieza was stunned, Goku was stunned, Piccolo and his son were stunned, and Krillin was stunned. Android 17 stopped foaming at the mouth. He discovered a new world. Android 18 also stopped foaming and casually tossed aside Tien's clothes, staring blankly at Cell. Krillin's gaze was only on Android 18, while Tien was still admiring his physique. Yamcha, seems to have bumped his head on a rock and passed out. Good evening, everyone. Each of my chapters is over 2,400 words. There are 2 more chapters during the day. Thank you all for your support and affection.
Chapter 61. Krillin's desperate strike for love Frieza. Just want to say, Dr. Gero, you're really something. You created these androids.
And the tasks they get are more bizarre than the last. I won't even mention 16 going to be an actor, but 17 is actually going to hit on girls. And 18 is supposed to break up a happy family. Thinking about it, hey, Cell's task seems to be the most normal one. Frieza didn't want Cell's game to end like this. After all, it was his favorite anime from childhood. Although it had become a bit hard to accept, overall, it hadn't deviated too much. Right? Just a slight deviation, nothing too serious. Oh, right, I have another idea. As long as I can absorb 17 and 18, I can destroy their nanostructures, and Dr. Gero's hypnosis will disappear. Don't rush, don't rush. I can hold in, look at my tail. It could take care of business. Frieza shot a glare. Do you have to be so disgusting, picking on me for not being able to go? Also, who told you to lift that hypnosis? Isn't it more fun this way? Look, Krillin has already started upgrading to a love-struck dog because of 18's bold idea. With just one look, Cell instantly cowered. He fears nothing in the world, except for Frieza. Stand still right here. If you fart within 10 days, I'll make sure you fail your mission. Others might not know, but Frieza was well aware that Cell was a hyperactive patient. He had only stood for an hour before he started shouting that it was too long. So Cell was stunned, then ecstatic. Standing still for 10 days is nothing compared to his life, which is more important. Don't say he doesn't need to fart. Even if he did, he could hold it in, at least it wouldn't make a sound. All he needs to do is squeeze his tail tightly, and slowly, even if you smell something, you won't hear a thing. For example, Cell just secretly tested it, and indeed it didn't attract Frieza's attention. Frieza curiously asked, "Why is your face red?" Cell instinctively replied, "Radiant. Hohohoho. You little rascal, I have high hopes for you. Keep standing, keep your eyes peeled. If a CC plane flies over your head, I allow you to shoot it down." Cell was confused and had to obey. After all, he definitely couldn't fight back. At least not before absorbing 16. As for after absorbing 16, he didn't know, but he was confident he was the strongest. Hohohoho. Little ones, let us go back for a feast. Frieza released his black iron transformation. He didn't want to, but his current combat power only allowed him to turn into black iron. He didn't know when he could advance to bronze. If it were like some mobile game, it would be great to go straight to bronze. Damn little golden turtle, insisting on black iron. The key point is that the combat power increase is so little. It only doubled? How pathetic. Frieza vowed he would never transform into this form again. It's too dark and gloomy. Just like that saying, it comes from Africa. Frieza left, leaving behind a mess at the scene. Cell looked at a group of people in the distance. They witnessed his shameless moment, and he really wanted to kill them to silence them. Unfortunately, Frieza wouldn't allow him to move. He really didn't dare to move. 17 pointed at himself and said, "Little ones, are you referring to us?" 18 nodded seriously. "With our combat power, if we aren't little ones, what are we?" Look at that one still dazed. Perhaps he doesn't even deserve to be one of Frieza's little ones. Yamcha took a 1,000,000-point critical hit from 18. "Hey, ball guy, stop sticking to me. How can I get my hands and feet free to complete the mission like this?" Krillin felt bitter. Although he didn't know, 18 was originally supposed to be his wife, but he was enchanted by that kiss. "So can you give up the mission?" 18 pondered for a moment, glanced at Cell, then looked at Krillin, and a plan formed in her mind. "Here, you go give Cell a low blow, and I'll abandon the mission. How about that?" She was sure Krillin wouldn't dare. But how could she understand that a love-struck dog would react in such a crazy way? Krillin's eyes instantly turned crimson, and veins bulged on his arms. This scene scared the daylights out of Tien. Tien had felt Krillin's pain before. This time he didn't back down. 100 meters was too short. He needed to get far away. Whoosh! Tien flew towards West City, shouting, "Krillin, I support you in pursuing love. I spiritually support you in taking action." Before he left, he said, "Krillin, if you don't kick, you're not a man." Goku also learned of 18's interest in him and initially wanted to advise Krillin, but ended up sighing. "Krillin, I'll accompany you. After you kick, we'll teleport away." Goten. 17 covered his face with both hands. "No, no, no. Don't let me see this scene. I beg you." Whoosh. 17, whose mental state was severely compromised, fled as if escaping. He didn't run wildly. He didn't dare to leave everyone's sight before Cell was eliminated. Or else Vegeta would probably cook him. Krillin, step by step, slowly approached Cell. He was also scared, but he was betting that Cell wouldn't dare go against FRIEZA'S orders. Cell looked at Krillin approaching step by step, and he was furious. "Hurry up. Why are you dragging this out?" Cell really wanted to shout. "I'm already mentally prepared. Just hurry up, step by step." Finally, in 18's shocked gaze, Krillin was dragged to Cell's side by Goku. Goku anxiously said, "Hurry up. If you don't go back soon, I'll be starving." "Cell, thanks." Goku. Krillin almost peed himself. What the hell is this thank you? But thinking of 18 watching, he also knew Goku would teleport him away. Damn it. I'll go for it. At worst, I'll lose my head and get a big scar. 18 years later, I'll be a hero again, lifting his foot, recalling Frieza's majestic posture, the angle of that kick, the ferocity of that strike. Shouting, Krillin raised his courage to the highest. That extraordinary kick, that kick not weaker than Frieza's perfect angle, appeared. Ding! Ouch, it hurts so much. Not wasting words, Krillin performed Frieza's famous move. Nervousness. Huh? Where's Goku? Where's Goten? Where's 18? Why is only Yamcha, who is passed out, left? Krillin looked at Cell's darkening face, ignoring his foot pain, immediately performed a leaping dog style to quickly move to Yamcha's side, shielding him. "Yamcha, thank you." At Bulma's house, Goten looked at his dad, angrily asking, "Where's Uncle Krillin?" Goku paused. "Oh crap." Whoosh. Goku vanished from the spot, reappearing right next to Krillin and Yamcha, looking at the unmoving Cell in the distance, then at Krillin's swollen leg that looked like a pig's trotter's. He instantly burst into laughter. Did Cell wear his armor backward? "You're injured from the shock." Krillin was furious. "Goku, you promised to teleport with me. Why didn't you do it?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied sheepishly, sorry. In my panic, I could only grab your head. But your head was too slippery, and as a result, I didn't catch it. Krillin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He swore he would definitely grow his hair. In his anger, Krillin kicked the sweetly sleeping Yamcha. Ouch, that hurts. What a tragic story. Number 18 was flying towards Bulma's house. She wasn't teleported by Sun Wukong and could only escape the scene at the first moment. However, her mind was filled with Krillin's heroic image. Krillin, so handsome. If you grow your hair, I will abandon my mission and follow you wholeheartedly. Cell, finally, I can have some peace and quiet. It turns out that the feeling of being alone is so wonderful. Number 16, you must come in 10 days. Chapter 62, even if you're cowardly. Be naturally cowardly. Krillin is back, and so is Android 18. When their eyes meet, Krillin musters his courage and says, Goku, I'm planning to grow my hair out. So make sure you don't grab it next time. Son Goku replies, are you looking at Android 18 while talking to me? Android 18 turns to Goku and says, Krillin, when your hair grows out, that's when I will let go of Goku. Son Goku responds, Android 18, are you looking at me while talking to Krillin? Android 18 and Krillin look at each other again and say in unison, Goku, go eat. Son Goku. At a distance, Android 17 has been keeping his eyes on Bulma, murmuring, Lazuli has already found a way to break the mission. What about me? Do I really have to train with the FRIEZA'S Sunflower Classic? Even if I have to train, at least give me the manual. I absolutely won't castrate myself before seeing the manual. He throws away the fruit knife that Frieza gave him and angrily heads to the restaurant. He has made up his mind. He will settle things at the Tianzi Pavilion, as 17 said. At Bulma's family restaurant, the number of chefs has tripled, and the kitchen has expanded several times. Just the ingredient storage is comparable to the largest vegetable market in the world. However, even so, dozens of chefs have still fainted from exhaustion. One chef, before fainting, said, Miss Bulma, I can't handle this work. I might earn money, but I won't have a life to spend it. With no choice, Bulma has to recruit chefs globally, implementing a 3-shift system. At this rate, my family's wealth will finally decrease by a digit. My dad will definitely be proud of me. A beggar hiding outside Bulma's restaurant is puzzled. Why have the richest family been so frugal lately? They waste no food at all. If she heard Bulma's monologue, would she jump into a manure pit to end her life? She can't hear it. Even if she floated over, it would be useless. As the main door of Bulma's house is very secure, and there are robot guards. Even a pavilion floating outside belongs to Bulma's family, a sacred place that cannot be violated. Eating delicious food while watching the real-time reports of missing urban populations on TV, Frieza feels quite pleased. The day quickly passes, and Goku and Goten leave, both with bulging bellies and loosened belts. Goten thinks, I need to eat well. The food in the hyperbolic time chamber isn't good. We're going to be in there for a year. Why isn't Mom awake yet? She won't wake up. Otherwise, how could I take you to the hyperbolic time chamber for a year-long trip? Come on, look at Vegeta. His current aura is quite impressive. Vegeta hears Goku's words and feels proud. Always in Super Saiyan form, he and Dazai both show smiles. Strong, incredibly strong. Frieza glances at Vegeta, first surprised, then relieved. Since Goku can comprehend how to maintain Super Saiyan form to lessen the physical burden after transforming, Vegeta has no reason not to think of it. Furthermore, since the Android Saga, Vegeta's combat power has consistently been ahead of Goku's. Although Goku is ill, Vegeta's talent is a significant reason as well. Vegeta has a combat power of 2 billion, which may increase upon transformation. This power can almost match the fully formed Cell. Unfortunately, Cell has evolved due to Frieza's involvement. But who knows if the muscle version still works after reaching full power Super Saiyan. Dazai has a combat power of 1.5 billion, which is somewhat lacking, but understandable, as his foundation is too weak. What about 17? As soon as Vegeta gets home, he doesn't even bother to eat. The first thing he does is find 17 and then eliminate him. What is 17 doing? Oh, he is next to Frieza, standing in the position originally belonging to Dodoria. Looking like a good boy. Taking advantage of Dodoria's absence, and before Vegeta returns, 17 feels he must cling to a strong leg to withstand Vegeta's fury. He doesn't want to, but every time he sees Bulma, he can't help it. It's really unavoidable. So, he approaches Frieza, the one who can bully Cell. Lord Frieza, your loyal second dog needs your protection. Dodoria is number 1, so 17 can only settle for second place. He doesn't know how Frieza feels about Dodoria. In any case, Dodoria's survival is enough for him to take seriously. Dodoria is struggling to crawl away from the Arctic Circle. At least you have self-awareness. Vegeta glances at Frieza. He has no probing skills and certainly doesn't have the ability to calculate combat power like the androids. Frieza, this is my family matter. Do you want to interfere? Vegeta is feeling inflated. He is confident he can defeat anything. What Cell? What Tai Chi 42? All nonsense. To prove his strength, he plans to challenge Frieza's authority. This one who is eating his wife, living in his wife's house, and sleeping in his wife's bed, Vegeta has long been displeased. Everyone knows Dodoria can earn money. Why should he still eat and drink for free? Vegeta doesn't know about Frieza's black iron form, nor does he know about Frieza's star transformation, let alone Frieza's current combat power. Someone informs him, Lord Vegeta, as a subordinate of Lord Frieza and also your competitor, I feel it's my duty to tell you this. Firstly, your combat power is 2 billion, while Lord Frieza's combat power has stabilized at 8 billion after fighting Cell. With an 800 million difference, you cannot defeat Lord Frieza. Secondly, this is not your family matter, as neither I nor Bulma are your family. You and Bulma never held a wedding ceremony, nor do you have a marriage certificate. 17's words are sharp enough to almost choke Vegeta. You're talking nonsense. I have 2 kids with Bulma. Frieza bursts out laughing at Vegeta's words. Oh ho, may I ask, beside Trunks, who else? Bulma, holding little Trunks, is also bewildered. When did she have 2 kids? Why doesn't Tishi know? Mom, it's me. And me. Dazai feels a lack of presence and can't help but chime in. That's right, it's Dazai and little Trunks. Both of them are my offspring. Mine, Bulma's offspring. It seems to make a bit of sense. Oh. So, Mr. Vegeta, are you going to fight me? Frieza's eyes narrow slightly, indicating he has a slight desire to fight, as Vegeta's combat power has reached 2 billion, and with an eruption and spatial manipulation, he can still put up a fight. Digestive exercise is beneficial for physical and mental health. Vegeta clenches his fists, and Dazai's face is filled with a desire to fight. The atmosphere on site becomes tense and serious. Vegeta makes an angry glare, scans everyone, and seeing they all dare not meet his gaze, he steps within 5 meters of Frieza. Dazai is overly excited. His blood is boiling, and the surge of combat power gives him a sense of mysterious confidence. He wants to show off. Not fighting. I'm not stupid. I'm just hungry and want to eat. Vegeta sits down at a dining table, grabs a roasted piglet, and starts to gnaw on it. Dazai has already erupted with all his energy, his fist raised. Then he is dumbfounded. The incredible expression shouted, Dad, how could you do this? Frieza turned his gaze towards Date, and that cold look instantly reminded Date of the previous tortures. Date comforted himself. Being reckless is not acceptable. I'll be the only warrior in the future. I need to be steady. To be steady, the first thing is to fill his stomach. This is my favorite roasted piglet, Dad. Why didn't you leave me some? The whole room burst out with the food they had been holding in their mouths for a long time. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Mr. Vegeta, you are truly a role model for us. Hohohoho. Time quickly came to the next day. With Frieza's protection, number 17 could finally hold his head high and live as a person. However, he didn't dare to provoke Bulma again. After all, he had no idea if King Frieza would really back him up. The key point was Frieza also wanted him to try the ultimate secret of the sunflower scripture. Number 17. I don't believe you, you shameless creature without clothes. At that moment, the door of the room of spirit and time opened, and 2 wild men walked out. Goku and Gohan had emerged. Goku was fine, but Gohan's hair had grown down to his waist. He was ready to leave the nest. Chapter 3 delivered. Last night, I was watching Douyin and got really angry, but I couldn't say anything. Good morning, everyone. Rabbit, go for it. Chapter 63, Chi woke up, and the Tianzi Pavilion couldn't do without him. It was as if they had a telepathic connection. When Sun Wukong returned to Bulma's house, Chi-Chi happened to wake up. Upon seeing her obedient son, Chi-Chi was immediately confused. Who is this? Is this wild man really my son? I just took a nap. How did Gohan not only grow taller, but also grow out his hair and turn into a wild man? Then, Chi-Chi noticed someone even more unruly than her son calling Bulma mom, and she was instantly stunned. Is that Trunks? Did Trunks grow up eating pig feed? Oh, Bulma is also holding another one. Judging by the hair color, it should also be Bulma's child. Remembering the pile of gifts Bulma sent when Gohan was born, Chi-Chi felt she should congratulate Bulma properly. Gohan, go take a shower first. Later, Mom will cut your hair. Boys shouldn't have hair this long. You're not a girl. After saying that, Chi-Chi walked towards Bulma, but felt something was off and turned back to look at her son. Huh, Gohan, why are you learning bad things? Can kids dye their hair? And you're just a little boy. Why are you wearing colored contacts? Frieza, instantly breaking down. Hohohoho. Son Wukong, your family is still the most normal with Gohan. I can't take it anymore. If I stay here, I want to hit her. Whoosh. Frieza instantly teleported away. Chi-Chi saw Frieza speaking and, after he left, turned her head with difficulty to ask Gohan. Gohan, was that just Ultraman? Crack. The floor of Bulma's house shattered a lot. On Earth in the Dragon Ball world, there was no global warming. Dodoria, severely injured, was walking step by step. He was now exhausted, hungry, and stiff. When he first arrived on Earth, he worked a lot and ate poorly, but he wasn't as weak as he was now. King Frieza, your most loyal servant is about to give up. If you have a spirit in heaven, please show it. Just as Dodoria finished speaking, Frieza appeared with a dark expression, and Dodoria just happened to see those unforgettable feet, especially the 3 toes that made him want to kneel and lick them at all times. Mr. Dodoria, are you cursing me? Dodoria immediately tensed up. He really didn't mean it. He just wanted to pray to Frieza like a god when he couldn't see him. King Frieza, listen to my excuses. Listen to my nonsense. King Frieza, I truly regard you as the god in my heart. You must believe me. The Tianzi Pavilion cannot be without me. Without me. The Tianzi Pavilion has no soul. King Frieza, don't misunderstand. Frieza didn't attack, didn't kick, and didn't swing his tail. Dodoria just got too excited, aggravated his injuries, and fainted from hunger. Sai, am I too scary? Dodoria could have held on for half a day or a night, but he fainted as soon as he saw me. A green recovery energy appeared from Frieza's fingertips and quickly entered Dodoria's body. Dodoria's injuries quickly healed, but the feeling of hunger couldn't be eliminated, and the overly tense mood couldn't be restored either. So, Dodoria remained in a coma. Wrapping Dodoria's body with his tail, Frieza disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, Frieza had already arrived at the Supreme Kai's realm. Just now, Shin had sent him a message, hoping to have a heart-to-heart talk. Frieza wasn't interested in heart-to-heart talks, but he didn't want to see that jumpy woman Chi-Chi, so he accepted the invitation to the Supreme Kai's realm. First, get my subordinate some food. Without waiting for Shin to speak, Frieza tossed Dodoria to Kid. Kid couldn't fight, and his brain wasn't very effective. His only strengths were teleportation and healing, making him a reinforced version of Tion Tion. Moreover, Kid was a divine servant and could conjure countless delicacies with a snap of his fingers, proving that money isn't the best thing. Divine power is the true way. Don't talk to me about anything else. Let's play 3 rounds of Go Bang first, best of 3. If you win, I'll leave here. If I win, you listen to me ramble for a bit. Shin readily agreed to Frieza's request, as winning against Frieza, that lousy chess player, was too easy. All right, you definitely won't win against me. Frieza smiled, and the old Kai jumped up and slapped Shin on the head, leaving Shin, who was moving tables and chairs and setting up the chessboard, stunned. You brainless hothead. Did you hear what he said? You actually think you can win? Shin recalled Frieza's words carefully and suddenly realized. It wasn't that he was slow. It wasn't that his ears weren't working. It was mainly because Frieza had beaten him too much recently, leaving his mind filled with dark images. That was truly a period he didn't want to look back on. I understand now. I will definitely not lose. Slap. Shin was furious. What's wrong now? The old Kai was furious. You should lose. Kid ran as far away as he could. He was truly a clever little guy. Frieza shook his head and sighed. Having an old Kai who had lived for thousands of years around was not fun at all. With a wave of his hand, a 10 terabytes tablet appeared in front of the old Kai. This is better than magazines. It has sound, action, and is more visually appealing than pictures. The old Kai's eyes immediately lit up, and he stretched out his hands, shouting, "Give it to me! Give it to me! I want it!" Frieza shivered and tossed the tablet away. The old Kai dropped to all fours and chased after it. "Don't call you, don't come back." Woof woof. Shin was covered in black lines. Only Frieza would tease the Supreme Kai like a dog, right? The old Kai had no idea what Shin was thinking. If he did, he would tell Shin that Frieza was the second person to do this. The first not only teased him like a dog, but also locked him up for thousands of years. The Go Bang showdown begins. Frieza versus Shin in the first round. Frieza placed his 8th black piece, forming a 5 in a row, winning. In the second round, Frieza signaled Shin not to let him win too obviously. Shin accidentally won. In the third round, it was already heated from the start. Frieza had to think for a long time for each piece, while Shin was sweating profusely, fearing he would win again by mistake. On Earth, Chi-Chi finally vented her frustrations and turned to look at Bulma, instantly becoming warm and cheerful. "Miss Bulma, is this your second child with Vegeta? So cute. Have you named him yet?" Bulma was dazed, still not recovering from Chi-Chi's actions after waking up, and instinctively replied, "Trunks." Chi-Chi immediately applauded. "Trunks, what a great name. Miss Bulma, your naming is consistently beautiful. What did you just say this child is called?" Crash. The floor of Bulma's house suffered inhumane treatment again, but luckily Bulma didn't mind, and Dr. Brief didn't care at all. Bulma's mother even wanted to ask the muscle-bound Tianjin fan out for a meal. Would Tianjin fan agree? When a crazy woman with blue hair is around, she is okay to talk to, but once she sneezes, there will probably be a lot of scars on her. Son Gohan covered his mouth with one hand and quietly said to his dad, "Dad, after our special training, we want to attract everyone's envy, but might be ruined by Mom. No one has asked us about our fighting power yet." Son Wukong supported his forehead with one hand. "I'm not wrong, right? Your mom should really sleep a bit longer." Piccolo crossed his arms and nodded in deep agreement. Son Gohan was confused. "Uncle Piccolo, what do you mean by nodding about whether my mom sleeps or not?" Chapter 64. Frieza, take it easy. Chi-Chi was confused. Why, after just a short nap, had her son grown so much, and now there was even someone from the future? Oh, the older Trunks did look quite similar to the younger Trunks, except one had light purple hair and the other was a golden-haired troublemaker, with a noticeable difference in their builds. As for the hair color, Chi-Chi understood. Her two men often dyed their hair, so it wasn't that surprising. But what did it mean for someone to come from the future? Her brain just couldn't process it. To deal with Chi-Chi, Goku had a clever trick. "Chi-Chi, I'm hungry. The food made by Bulma's chef isn't as good as yours. Can you make something for me?" Sure enough, Chi-Chi's attention was instantly diverted. She looked at her son. Despite his long golden hair being a bit eye-catching, she couldn't be annoyed with her own child. Gohan nodded vigorously. He had to cooperate at this moment, or it would never end. Chi-Chi happily sang as she rushed to Bulma's kitchen. She dismissed other ingredients and focused on preparing lizards, frogfish, and pythons. Those were Goku's favorites. Finally, the atmosphere in the dining room returned to normal. Well, the current normal. True normalcy would involve the existence of androids 17 and 18. In true normalcy, they should all be in the sacred world. Piccolo had left. He wanted to leave during Chi-Chi's moment, but he was worried about Gohan getting scolded, so he had to keep an eye on him. With Chi-Chi gone, he had to hurry to the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta looked at Gohan and Goku, both maintaining their Super Saiyan forms, with a hint of disdain. "They're copying my style, with no originality at all. Kakarot is just like that. 17? Here." After Frieza left, 17 was extremely obedient. When Vegeta asked him to serve dishes, he absolutely didn't dare to serve drinks or wipe the table. "So, Kakarot, what is your battle power? Before going all out." It was impossible to gauge the opponent's strength just by sensing their ki, so Vegeta needed 17, who had a microcalculator in him, to help. Without a second thought, 17 directly answered. He had calculated it a long time ago. Goku S battle power is 2 billion, and Gohan S is 2 billion. Uft. Big T spat all over Vegeta S face. He had been so proud, boasting about his own 5 billion battle power. Yet now Gohan, who was much younger than him, was on par with his father, while Goku surpassed him. As for Frieza, there was no point in comparing. It was just a bitter tear. If Vegeta's Super Saiyan full power hadn't reached its limit, then Goku's Super Saiyan had already reached 100 full power. Once unleashed, his battle power could increase significantly. In excitement, Big T's Super Saiyan form was released. After all, he had been struggling to maintain it, and he only entered that state when leaving the hyperbolic time chamber. With 5 billion battle power, he couldn't maintain that form as long as Vegeta and the others. Vegeta was not happy. Kakarot was just a cheat. Back on Namek, he had suddenly caught up and even wanted to surpass him. Now it was the same. They had previously been 200 million apart, and in just one day, they were even, with Goku even surpassing him by 200 million. That was a bit demoralizing. I need to remind you, once the Saiyans battle power surges, they lose their cool. 18's voice floated in, drawing everyone's attention to her. Krillin immediately raised his shiny bald head proudly. Although he was several meters away from 18, no one could see his little display of claiming ownership, but he did it anyway. Upon hearing 18's words, Goku seemed to remember something. He recalled something from before meeting Chi-Chi, but now, he couldn't remember. Cell, or rather, Lightning Cell would be a more fitting name, yes. The one that Krillin kicked. Vegeta rolled his eyes and angrily reminded, if you've got something to say, just say it. I can't stand whiny women. Bulma puffed up her cheeks in anger. Puffed. In the corner, the mountain-like Yajirobe awkwardly scratched his head and said apologetically, sorry, I'm the most obedient person. When the host here made a request, I instinctively fulfilled it. Tien covered Yajirobe's mouth with his hand. You really dare to say that? Didn't you see Vegeta's expression? He's a Super Saiyan now. He could crush you with a single finger, eating for free and still unable to control your mouth. This was too much. 18 waved her hand dismissively near her nose, looking disgusted. Vegeta, hold on. Lightning Cell's battle power is 3 billion, which is a full 1 billion higher than yours. Vegeta, you weren't there, but Goku, you should know this. Surprisingly, Goku didn't joke around, but nodded gravely. He remembered that when they left the hyperbolic time chamber, he wanted to tell everyone that their current battle power was still insufficient to face Lightning Cell. If it didn't want to be taken down like last time by a single Tai Chi move, they needed to train again. Krillin was curious. ISNT had said that one can stay in the hyperbolic time chamber for 48 hours in a lifetime. Why is it only one day? And Goku knew he couldn't beat Lightning Cell, yet still came out. Realizing this, Krillin spoke up. Goku gave a serious answer. In that empty space, staying for 2 years at once? Forget about surpassing Cell. Just not going mad would be a blessing. Upon hearing the word blessing, Krillin instinctively put his hands together. But then, there was no follow-up. Everyone distanced themselves from him, except for Gohan, who grabbed Krillin's hand to prevent any chaos. Vegeta believed Goku's words. During that year in the hyperbolic time chamber, if it hadn't been for Trunks, he might have burst out early. The feeling of being cooped up was something unimaginable for those who hadn't experienced it. It's fine. We have 8 days left. That's enough time for us to recover and go in for another round. This time, Kakarot, you go in first. When it came to quick thinking, Bulma and Vegeta truly could outsmart most people. They were a strong combination. In a brief instant, Vegeta figured out why Goku could always surpass him. Even in the anime, there were always characters who made a grand entrance, and it was always Goku who came in last. If his battle power didn't stand out, why would he get to be the finale? Perhaps Frieza's arrival influenced Vegeta, leading him to suddenly understand this. So this time, he would be the one to take center stage. Maybe 18's words had opened up Vegeta's mind? Regardless, Vegeta not only held firm, but also thought of a lot. Goku wasn't thinking that much with his brain capacity. He couldn't think of too much outside of fighting. No problem. On the 7th day, Gohan and I will go in, and on the 8th day, you and Trunks will go in. Why a day early? Yamcha seized a chance to interject. He felt they hadn't even reached Dragon Ball Super yet, and he was already being ignored. Tien instinctively raised his hand, and everyone instantly distanced themselves from him. Then he realized, glaring at Krillin, who was covering his mouth and laughing, before finally speaking up. On the eve of the great battle, one should take a good rest for a day to rejuvenate. According to Sun Wukong's habits, he would definitely indulge in a hearty feast before he would be satisfied. Everyone realized this, and Sun Wukong exclaimed with bright eyes, "Only Tianjin fan understands me." In the King Kai's realm, Xian was staring intently at the chessboard. After a long time, he slowly placed a piece down. He won this game. It wasn't that he wanted to win, but there was only one empty spot left on the board. What could he do? The 4 white pieces were connected together, and Xian never dared to place a piece there. Yet in the end, Frieza didn't stop him at all. He felt quite helpless. Frieza, hohohoho, be gentle with your strikes. Chapter 65. The method to eliminate Majin Buu. Far at the edge of the universe, a rainbow-colored energy beam emerged from a black hole, before which stood a tiny figure desperately resisting. This figure had 4 horns on its head, and its chest was wrapped in muscular white armor, while the rest of its body was purple. Boom! A planet blocking the path of the rainbow energy beam exploded violently. It was the only planet nearby. With a 100 hit rate, Cooler finally broke free from the constraints of the rainbow energy beam and successfully escaped. Cooler was a standout member of the Frost Demon race, capable of surviving in the universe without issue. He looked around, his mouth opening and closing with great agitation, his expression fierce and terrifying. Unfortunately, sound could not travel in space, and all of Cooler's vicious curses went unheard. Voiceover: "You damn celestial board, I can't survive in the universe, but I'm not a spaceship. There's not a single planet nearby. How am I supposed to fly to who knows when?" Surprisingly, he wasn't cursing Frieza, but instead complaining about the distance. It's a miracle he didn't die. Of course, whether Cooler would die of old age in the cosmic void was of no concern to Frieza. After agreeing to Shin's request, he began to move his limbs. Sitting for too long and maintaining a position for too long required some movement. Moreover, since Shin had proactively requested to be beaten, Frieza certainly wouldn't disappoint him. Although Frieza couldn't fulfill every wish like the Eternal Dragon, nor could he be as picky as the Namekian Dragon, he could still satisfy Shin's small request. The process was too cruel, too bloody and violent. To avoid influencing the younger generation, let's just replace it with 6 dots. In short, for 3 hours, Shin's voice echoed in the Kai's realm, proving that Frieza was being careful with his strikes, at least not beating him to the point of silence. Damn it, you can't even do this right. I have to fight and save you at the same time. What a pain in the ass. Don't ask for such things in the future. I'm not just sitting around with nothing to do. Old Kai was dumbfounded, Kid was dumbfounded, and the well-fed Dodoria was dumbfounded. Shin was at his wit's end, wanted to talk to Frieza about Majin Buu, but his throat went hoarse and he couldn't speak. Frustrating. You said you had something to say? I gave you the chance, but you didn't say anything. What do you mean by that? Old Kai was shocked to hear Frieza's words. He quickly put away the tablet and pointed at Kid. You go heal Shin a bit. Frieza had forgotten to restore Shin. Kid reacted quickly and cast a holy healing spell. After all, he still had holy light flash and such, so a single healing was no big deal. He wouldn't use interference. That was a dumb skill that made the opponent invincible at the cost of one's own life, which he would never use. Hohohoho. If you don't speak, I really will leave. I'm quite busy with so many planets waiting for me to destroy. I have professional ethics. Shin secretly complained. Professional ethics? That's just going against Old Kai. However, Old Kai caught the undertone. Are you working for him? Hohoho. Old man, your ability to read the room is impressive, but don't say the name. Otherwise, a few thousand years won't be enough, and a few 10,000 years might be possible. Old Kai decided not to bring up that topic again. Although Shin didn't understand, it didn't matter. What was important was getting Frieza to deal with Majin Buu. Frieza, can you defeat Majin Buu with your dark form using the star transformation? Boom! Frieza jumped up and smacked Shin on the head. What he said was completely thoughtless. First of all, that's not a dark form. It's called a black iron form. And I call it Black Iron Frieza. Secondly, if nothing unexpected happens, I can defeat Majin Buu without the star transformation. It's just that killing him is difficult. Thirdly, I want to touch Majin Buu right now. That guy can't be killed by ordinary energy. Even if I'm stronger than him, I can only weaken him infinitely. Killing him is impossible. Frieza didn't know the Spirit Bomb or Destruction. His best moves were the Star Destruction Wave and Planet Destruction Sphere. But even those couldn't completely destroy Majin Buu. Majin Buu was different from Cell. As long as his core chip was intact, Cell could regenerate. But Majin Buu could revive as long as any single cell remained. Moreover, Majin Buu's individual cells were very resilient and could even turn to smoke to revive. Relying solely on Shockwave's wouldn't work. What Frieza didn't mention was that if he could master the Ultra Instinct technique, even at just 10 of its power, he could kill Majin Buu with a single punch. After all, the version of Ultra Instinct he learned from the Star Transformation was the complete version, not the simplified one that Goku had. The complete version was indeed powerful, but damn it, learning it was too difficult. Despite Frieza's incredible comprehension ability, he had only grasped 0.00001 so far. It was quite frustrating. The instant transmission had improved a bit from 0.01 to 0.02 doubling. Scary. He could use teleportation and instant transmission at any time, but the problem was he didn't need to use them now. It was nice to just recharge and change skins. Although Black Iron was at most a brave skin, the next one would probably be an epic skin, right? Oh, you can't even kill Majin Buu? Then how can he be killed? Shin held his head in a painful manner. That beating just now was all for nothing. Hohohoho. It's not that there's no way, but why are you in such a hurry? That guy is just sleeping in his egg, not robbing your property or touching your wife. Shouting for blood is not good, right? As soon as Frieza mentioned there was a way, Shin perked up. Property and all that didn't matter. As a 1,000-year-old single dog, he didn't even know who his wife was, so it didn't matter. What Shin cared about was not the past, but the future. Don't lead me off track. I'm asking you. What exactly is the method to completely eliminate Majin Buu? Don't give me nonsense. Shin's words made Frieza's eyes narrow, and an incredibly evil aura radiated from him. Who was he talking to? He even wanted to act like Frieza's father? Didn't he know how King Cold died? Slap. You ignorant brat. I've already taught you a lesson. Just treat him like a fart and let it go. Old Kai was startled. He wasn't afraid that Frieza would kill them both. Since Frieza knew who that was, he would definitely spare one of their lives. However, one slap versus being killed. There was a difference. Don't let it happen again. Old man, take the time to teach him to be a god. Don't always act like the top dog. He not me. He doesn't have that power. Hohohoho. Sai, you seem quite pitiful. So I'll tell you a few methods. First, the ultimate skill invented by North Kai, the Spirit Bomb. Second, Destruction. For specifics, ask the old man. I don't have time to explain. Third, there's a move called Directly Strike the Yellow Dragon in the 4th layer of Star Transformation, which, with the power of the gods, can also completely eliminate Majin Buu. Fourth, Food and Emotions. Shin opened his mouth wide, incredulous. The first one is actually a skill invented by Little Kai. The second one, what is Destruction? The third one sounds quite reliable, but Frieza has already said that he hasn't grasped the possibility of the 4th level yet. The most outrageous is the 4th one. What the hell is Food Feelings? Frieza wouldn't tell Shin. He has more than one way to kill Majin Buu. After all, he is Frieza, a man-woman with his own schemes. Shin wanted to ask for more clarification, but unfortunately, Frieza had disappeared. Where did Frieza go? Shin quickly used his divine power to investigate. Soon, Shin found Frieza's figure. He was next to a green-skinned person, and there were many similar people behind this green-skinned individual. Chapter 66, Galactic Thugs. This is a planet planted with a large number of mushroom-shaped trees. Those with the discerning, I will notice that the environment here is very similar to that of Namek. Not only that, but there are also many Namekians on this planet. You guessed it right. This is where the Namekian clan that left Earth originally is now located, and the current clan leader is the once evil Namekian, Slug. Frieza was quite surprised to see Slug. After all, he had been his subordinate for a time, hadn't he? Frieza's sudden teleportation here was due to a favor he owed to the great elder of Namek. The one who called Frieza over was Neru, the second strongest Namekian. as Piccolo wasn't here to be counted. Oh ho ho, isn't this Slug? Have you turned into a kind Namekian again? Naru, why did you call me here? Just as Slug was about to say something, Frieza showed no intention of letting him answer and directly asked Naru behind Slug instead. The wind was blowing, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Even more awkward than Slug was a 5-person group, 4 of whom had matching orange hair, while the remaining one was wearing an Indian hat, making it impossible to see his hair, but one could guess it was also orange. With pointed ears, each of them wore a pair of golden conical earrings and had light green skin. Boss, it seems we are being ignored. Peter, be more confident and drop the word seems. Buchan, you're blocking my view. I told you to eat less meat, but you didn't listen. Zanka, you're a girl. Stay behind me for safety. Your words are making my sword very unstable. All of you be quiet. Have you forgotten who the main character is? Sorry, Boss Bojack. Extra the commotion here was quite loud. Unfortunately, Frieza acted as if he had no ears, looking at Naru, still waiting for his response. Boss, this person has rectangular ears. He must have hearing problems. Naru wiped sweat from his brow, feeling that if he didn't speak soon, he would offend not only Slug and the 5 from Bojack's group, but also make the reinforcements he called feel angry. Frieza, we Namekians are suffering. It's only been a few years, and this planet we live on has sealed 5 galactic thugs. See, we can still clarify things. No need for those idiots over there to blabber for so long. Hohohoho. Is that so? You guys are really lucky. Are you trying to consume that favor to have me deal with them? Naru glanced at Slug, seemingly having taken the spotlight away from him. What to do? It's fine. Naru, as long as I can save my people, what does my personal reputation matter? Naru was overjoyed. This new great elder was quite reliable. That's not it, Frieza. Can you please call Gohan and the others over to help? Can't we save that favor for next time? Bojack and his group were taken aback, and Slug was also stunned. Naru, you really are a clever little guy. This way, we won't have to consume the favor. Hohohoho. Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to use the favor to have me notify Gohan? Naru was ecstatic and wanted to answer loudly. Yes, but was slapped to the ground by Slug. That's not it, Frieza. Naru just drank too much. What we meant was to request you to rescue Namek from his crisis. Slug realized that according to Frieza's intention, they had to use the favor regardless, so why mention Gohan? What if those Saiyans couldn't defeat the opponent? Frieza seemed more reliable. After listening, he decisively turned around and finally focused his gaze on Bojack's 5-man group. Hohohoho. All right then. Who told me I'm a reasonable person who values credibility? Bojack, how did you break the seal? Bojack thought for a moment and decided to answer. That's a long story. Frieza's tail smacked against the ground, his expression turning displeased. Someone passed through a black hole and destroyed a certain node of the sealing formation, so we were unsealed. Yeah, that's it. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew away a drop of cold sweat from Frieza's forehead. Is this really a long story? Although he didn't understand why the North Kai was still alive or how the seal was lifted, it didn't matter. These guys who couldn't even fight at Super Saiyan 2 were really just warm-up exercises. Zanka looked really good, and she was also very cute, with light green skin and orange wavy hair. That smile was sweet, evoking the feeling of first love. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough. After a brief scan, their combat power was laid bare. Bados, the one with the sword and banana hair, was killed by Dubra in the original story, with a combat power of 800 million. Peter, the short guy with the Indian hat, had the magical ability to control others, but was useless against a Super Saiyan 2 with electric currents. Also at 800 million, Buchan, the tall, pineapple-haired one with orange sideburns, his hair color might have changed from eating some expired food, had slightly higher combat power at 2 billion. Zanka, the only female, with a sweet appearance and petite figure, had a combat power of 1 billion, which was decent. Bojack, the leader of the group, had the ability to transform, but could only evolve once, with a pre-transformation combat power of 7 billion, similar to Cell in the original story. Hohohoho. Do you wish to fight one-on-one or in a group? Bojack and his group had been sealed for a long time, back when there were no legends of Frieza, so Bojack didn't know much about him. However, seeing Frieza's calm demeanor, even though they had just been unsealed for less than a day, he didn't let his guard down and thought it wise to ask for clarity. How about one-on-one? How about group fighting? Frieza smiled his signature smile, Hohohoho. One-on-one means me fighting all 5 of you, and group fighting means me taking on all 5 of you alone. Bojack. Furious. Just unsealed and already being toyed with. Did they really think the galactic thugs were just a bunch of pushovers? You're done for. No matter who you are. We 5 will make you kneel and sink conquer. Brothers, charge. All right, boss. X4 swish. Bados was the first to charge in. As a swordsman, speed was everything. Their essay saying that perfectly describes swordsmen. Death is like the wind, always at my side. Whoosh. Bang. Bados charged the fastest and left even faster. But before he could fly far, a massive explosion occurred. A mushroom cloud appeared in the distance. At the center of the explosion, not a single hair was left. Bados. X for when Bojack and the others looked back at Frieza, a hint of panic appeared in their eyes, as the man before them had just flicked his tail and obliterated Bados to nothing. Frieza casually caught Bados' long sword, planted it into the ground, and used it as a cane. Peter. Bojack shouted, and Peter suddenly understood. In a straightforward fight, they might not be able to match this naked man before them. But when it came to teamwork, they had practiced together for years while sealed. Although Bados was dead, their coordination would still not be too bad. Peter launched an attack, shooting beams of light toward Frieza, causing him to scream in pain. Bukin saw an opportunity and immediately teamed up with Bojack and Zanjia to attack. Bojack threw a powerful punch at Frieza's stomach, while Zanjia fell straight from the sky, targeting the back of Frieza's head. Bukin was a close combat tank type, and he delivered a heavy headbutt to Frieza's chest. The weak fear the strong fear the insane, and the insane fear those who are reckless. As for Frieza, he was neither insane nor reckless, but he was strong enough. Bang, bang, bang. Zanjia was knocked away by a tail swipe and felt completely weak upon landing. That tail swipe just hit her sensitive spot. Bojack's iron fist did not hit Frieza. Instead, he was knocked away by Frieza's slap, flying in the direction of Peter, who was using magic in the distance. Bukin also missed hitting Frieza, but due to his excessive force, he couldn't stop himself quickly. He barely managed to stop just in front of Shrag. A drop of blood appeared on Peter's sword, looking particularly chilling. Hohohoho. Is it fun? Do you feel like you've got it in the bag? Chapter 67. Carelessly overdoing it. Boom. Bojack was never able to control his body well. Frieza's power was beyond what Bojack could compare to. Peter was also unprepared and did not unleash his full power like Nera did, concentrating all his strength to take on the human bomb. A tragic scene unfolded. Bojack directly blew Peter up, and the sky was filled with a rain of blood, leaving Bojack a bit dazed. What happened? Did I just turn my subordinate into mush? Looking at Zanjia, who was unable to stand and was kneeling on the ground. Trembling all over, Bojack felt a bit frustrated. Then he glanced at the MT in the team, the tall Bukin, who was actually standing in front of a group of Namekians, striking a charging pose. Bukin, what are you doing? This is not the time to play. We need you to draw aggro. Boss, ich bitte rot. Zanjia surprisingly spoke in a trembling voice, but her words made Bojack feel both angry and embarrassed. What the hell is OT? Peter was just holding back. He didn't output anything at all. Even if it was OT, he is still the strongest one in this team. Bukin, slap. Bukin fell to the ground, split perfectly in half from the top of his head. XN the timid Namekians began to scream. The bad guys who had previously beaten the Elder and the Great Guardian to the point of being unable to care for themselves would have probably been done for if not for a few of their kin who understood healing magic. Now that big bad guy was actually split in two right before their eyes. It was at this moment that Bojack noticed the long sword of Bados, still stuck in the ground, with blood dripping down from the blade. Drip! Bojack's large beads of sweat fell as he swallowed hard. They had been sealed for countless years. Just unsealed, and they were already facing death. This is not scientific. Shouldn't it be a wave of chaos, followed by a fierce taunt, then overdoing it and getting sealed or blasted away? We just came out. Haven T killed anyone yet, and those 2 beaten-up vegetative people were saved by the other side. Right? We were just hungry, and these people wouldn't cook for us? Oh, didn't T. Bukin say that the other side was vegetative people and that they tasted pretty good? But we haven't even acted yet. You, who the hell are you? Hohohoho. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Frieza's laughter was as full of mockery as ever, but unfortunately, Bojack didn't dare to retort. Cosmic Emperor Frieza! Bojack suddenly shouted, turning to Zanja, who was now able to stand. Have you heard of him? Duong. The Namekian planet trembled slightly, and the King Kai Shin looked at Namek in a cold sweat, quickly wiping his forehead. Old man, no, ancestor, this Bojack is even more reckless than us. Rubbing the place where he was hit by the old King Kai, Shin almost cried. Why did he always encounter people who like to beat him up? Bojack is worse off than you. Frieza wouldn't really kill you, but he would definitely crush that Bobby. It's Bojack. I know, that famous horse. Kid hit his head on the ground, becoming Shin's meat cushion. Zanja instinctively shook her head, then immediately nodded frantically. She felt like she almost got her boss killed. What time is it now? Haven't you heard that you should pretend to be in awe? You haven't heard? The voice was extremely cold, causing the Namekians, led by Shrag, to collectively sneeze. Is Namek entering winter? Will the newly planted trees freeze to death? Who said that Namek doesn't have winter? Bojack was also cold, but he couldn't back down. What s the Cosmic Emperor? What s Frieza? I am the Cosmic Tyrant, and the entire universe will tremble because of me. You have angered me. Rage, Bojack, rage. I will tear you apart. Roar. Bojack's clothes exploded. Not only that, he also dyed his hair like a Saiyan transformation. Not the shiny gold that blinds the eyes, but a deep red, demonic color. The hair color changed, but Bojack's transformation was not over. The clothes exploding was just a prelude, and the next step was to inflate his muscles. Not as exaggerated as Vegeta's super muscular form, but not much weaker, at least it looked that way. Combat power, 1, 8 billion 1, 9 billion 2, 1 billion 2, 11 billion. Frieza couldn't help but laugh, and it wasn't that mocking laugh. He was genuinely amused by Bojack's transformation. The Saiyans transformation is a 50-fold increase. Even if Frieza's black iron is so poor, it at least doubled. Bojack, with his incredibly arrogant transformation, only increased by 410 million. This probably isn't as fierce as a Saiyan's shout. If you could maintain this transformed state, Frieza might not have laughed, but with such grand momentum. The outcome is so disappointing. Hohohoho. Mr. Bojack, can you tell me one thing? Why don't you just maintain your current image? Why revert to that previous state? This looks very intimidating. Bojack finally completed his transformation, breathing a bit heavily, his throat feeling dry. It seemed he broke his voice when he shouted, just now. Ha. Since you sincerely asked, I will generously tell you. Zanja, you tell him why. Zanja jumped several hundred meters high and shouted, because the team needs to maintain consistent hair color. Whoosh. When Zanja landed, she was already far from the battlefield. Frieza, kill this pretentious one. Whoosh. The wind came again, and Bojack was dumbfounded. What is going on? Am I not strong enough? Can't you see this red hair? Are you blind? Ho. Mr. Bojack, are you Team Rocket from Pokemon? Since you sincerely told me, I will mercifully let you see what a real transformation looks like. Frieza's hands were tightly clenched, and the veins on his forehead began to bulge. His combat power was also rapidly increasing. 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion, 7 billion, 10 billion. Buzz. A tremendous wave of energy surged up and then exploded, instantly sending sand and stones flying, and the fierce wind swept out, blowing the Namekians away. Even Zanja couldn't stand her ground, her body uncontrollably moving backward, dragging a deep trench in the ground. Boom. The rising 7-colored energy waves made the Namekian planet's sky change color, shaking the ground, and the originally peaceful planet began to crack inch by inch. Shrag and Neru had already been blown back quite far, with each holding onto a light green jade pillar to stop themselves. Although Zanja was angry at these two shameless ones, she really couldn't spare a hand to deal with them for a while. It was just that Frieza's aura was too frightening, so powerful that it left her body unable to muster even a bit of strength. Bojack was already so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. It wasn't that his mouth was particularly big, but he couldn't help but lean down. What kind of monster is Frieza? I was sealed for just over 1,000 years. How has the world changed so much? This is the aura that a cosmic emperor should possess. This is the true Cosmic Emperor. Haha, the Cosmic Thug is just a joke. Zanja, you are right. You are indeed right. Hoo-hoo. FRIEZA'S forehead was dripping with sweat. He had just overexerted himself. He originally only wanted to transform into black iron, but accidentally broke through that bottleneck, which was a bit awkward. Creak, creak, clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing continued, and his combat power had indeed surged more than doubled compared to black iron. 12. 8 billion. Hohohoho. Bojack, this is what transformation is called. This is what unparalleled means. Chapter 68. The abandoned Namek. A gigantic crater appeared on Namek, and a figure wrapped in a rainbow of energy slowly emerged from it. Floating in the air like a ghost, it lacked long hair and a flowing white dress. It was Frieza, radiating a green light, not the typical Namek green, but more like an ancient bronze metallic green, combined with the seven-colored aura and those cold, ruthless scarlet eyes that could silence a child's cries. Suddenly, a BGM started playing on Namek, definitely the kind of background music that accompanies the appearance of a big boss. Imagine the entrance of Jiang Chun from the original series. Hohohoho. Unfortunately, this sneering laugh caused the BGM to dissipate into nothingness, yet no one cared. At this moment, Frieza was the absolute king. Even more so, a god looking down upon all living beings. It turned out that the first form of the stellar transformation wasn't useless. It was the key to breaking the limits of his body, a pillar supporting the heavens. The aura around him surged skyward, without a hint of energy leaking away. Very good. Bojack, do you know what true transformation is? This is just my second transformation I've developed, and there's still a few more to come. I'm not sure how many, but at least the golden form is guaranteed. Frieza was in a great mood, although this form was still unstable. It resembled the appearance of Sun Wukong's first transformation in the original work. His muscles were significantly larger than in his normal form, putting a heavy burden on his body. If it weren't for the divine power of the stellar transformation constantly alleviating the physical strain, Frieza might not have been able to fly in front of Bojack. Frieza, I know I was wrong. From now on, I will be your servant. Please don't kill me. Bojack wasn't someone who couldn't sense energy at all. Although he wasn't as proficient as Earthlings or the Yardrats, he could still tell the vast chasm between himself and Frieza. According to the rule that exceeding 30% of combat power grants the ability to one-shot, Frieza could squash him with just a finger. Facing such a monster, if Bojack still didn't back down, it wouldn't be bravery. It would be pure stupidity. TSK, TSK, TSK. You? Not worthy. Frieza extended a finger, shaking it side to side, and his words chilled Bojack's heart. As the saying goes, anger arises from the heart, and evil grows in the gallbladder. Knowing he was doomed, Bojack made a shocking move. Thud! Frieza, please just treat me like a fart. By the way, Zanya, I haven't touched her. None of my brothers have either. She's absolutely still a virgin. I'll offer her to you, how about that? Smack! Frieza performed a mid-air flip, and his bronze-green tail struck Bojack's forehead. Bojack vanished, not disintegrated into ashes, but appeared on the other side of Namek. From where Bojack had disappeared, magma shot up into the sky. This scene was just like someone's head being suddenly chopped off, with blood shooting up. Hiss! Zanya was shocked, and Shrag and Neru almost fainted from heartache. Frieza's strike had definitely destroyed the core of the new Namek, and this planet they had only inhabited for a little over 3 years was on the brink of explosion. Shrag even felt that with every heartbeat, he was counting down to the planet's explosion. Neru, do you think asking Frieza for help was the right decision or the wrong one? This question plunged Neru into deep thought. After a moment, he solemnly replied, Frieza definitely didn't do it on purpose. You have to believe him. Neru winked at Shrag, and Shrag instantly understood. Yes, Frieza is not doing this on purpose. Definitely not. Internally, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. We absolutely can't blame him. Whether our race can escape depends on Frieza's mood. But never underestimate Frieza's rectangular ears. They are very sharp. Frieza vanished. When he reappeared, Bojack flew out of the previous hole again, but he was almost roasted. If not for his powerful combat power and the protective aura, he would have been reduced to nothing. Oh ho ho! This is fun. ISNT this just whack-a-mole? Bang! Crack! Boom! Who knows how long it passed, but the new Namek had become a burning planet, with countless penetrating wounds all over. The Namekians were all floating in the air, carefully avoiding the high-flying fire snakes. The Namekians were crying, not because the planet was about to explode, but because all their hard work over the past 3 years was wasted. Suddenly, Frieza released his bronze form and started to breathe heavily. The bronze form was still too much of a burden for his current combat power, and even with the enhancement of the stellar transformation, he couldn't withstand it any longer. After glancing at the disheveled Bojack and then at the fiery sea of Namek, Frieza slapped his forehead. I messed up big time. I came to help, not to destroy. And what is the result? I ended up destroying the entire Namek. Who do I complain to? Bang! Frieza, annoyed at his own recklessness, kicked Bojack, sending him flying towards Zanya. Oh ho ho! First love, little Zanya, you hold on to him, and Shrag. You all gather together. I'll take you all away from here. Shrag was almost moved to tears, feeling relieved that Frieza hadn't forgotten them. They were almost in despair. Just before this, Shrag and Neru had been blaming themselves for a long time. Neru even slapped his own face a few times, weeping. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Why did I call Frieza to help? Shrag was also devastated, slapping Neru's swollen face, crying out in regret. It's not your fault. It's all my fault. I thought Frieza was more reliable than Gohan. Elder Kibito. He hesitated, wondering if he should slap himself a few times too. Finally, just as Namek was about to explode, Frieza got tired. Then, feeling some conscience, he decided to teleport everyone away. Thud, 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 thud. It was the planet exploding, but the Namekians all fell to the ground like dumplings. King Kai Shin stared dumbfounded at the group of green-skinned beings. Kid was about to explode in anger, wondering what Frieza thought the King Kai's realm was, a refugee camp. He was about to angrily reprimand. Just as he stood up, Kid saw Frieza's poker face, and suddenly, Frieza smiled. Kid almost sat back down. Frieza's smile was more terrifying than his frown. I'll go check for injured. Kid thought to himself. He had to, he couldn't not care. The past was too vivid, too painful to look back on. Old King Kai hid far away, drooling over his tablet, completely ignoring the chaos around him. Hohohoho. Mr. Kid, I'm very satisfied with your performance this time. You finally figured out who the real master here is. Kid gritted his teeth in anger, while Shin was filled with black lines, and old King Kai was completely unaware of the world, absorbed in the sage videos. King Kai. When Kid heard Shrag's words, he almost exploded with curses. Just hearing the first 2 words, he thought this green-skinned Namekian couldn't tell the difference between genders. How could such a burly man call me sister? However, he still felt unhappy. I am not the Lord of the Supreme Kai. I am the servant of the Supreme Kai. Shrag pushed Kid away and looked intensely at the tuft of hair belonging to Xian. I know you're not. You're so ugly. How could you possibly be the great Lord of the Supreme Kai? Kid. It felt like he received in 8 billion damage hit, almost dying on the spot. Frieza didn't care about their antics and instantly appeared in front of Zanja. Oh ho ho, your looks are stunning. Shall I introduce you to someone? Zanja. Bojack, who was on the verge of death. So it turns out you don't love beautiful women. You enjoy giving them away. Thud. Pow. Frieza sensed Bojack's thoughts and stomped him into the ground, leaving only 2 toes exposed. Frieza doesn't love beautiful women? Who dares to say that? He could unleash 200 of his fighting power. That pain in his heart that no one can mention, not even little gold turtle. Otherwise, they would be in for a beating. Guess who Zanjia's CP is? If you guess correctly, there's no prize. Chapter 69. The gift from Frieza was not worried about the ownership of Namek. Even if they settled in the Kaioshin realm, he wouldn't have the slightest thought about it. People, they had no combat power. The dragon, neither this nor that. The key issue was that he was a disaster magnet. After his rebirth, Frieza had destroyed a total of 3 planets, the first being Namek. The second was an uninhabited planet destroyed by a digestive exercise, and the third was again Namek. Is he a disaster magnet, or what? The one that Kula blew up after creating a black hole, Frieza didn't know about. That didn't count. Come on, follow me to a place where your ideal partner will be waiting. As for him, he's also a nice gift. Frieza disappeared again, and the Kaioshin realm returned to peace and tranquility, though now it often echoed with sneaky chuckles. Cell had been standing on the shattered arena for a full 6 days, overwhelmed by countless bird droppings, which resulted in Frieza finding a mentally collapsing Cell when he arrived at his side. Oh ho ho ho, I won't allow you to move. You can still release some energy to clean yourself up. Cell's energy. At that moment, Frieza didn't even allow him to release gas. Gas is energy. Energy waves are also energy, different in essence, yet leading to the same outcome. Cell, I really can't. Thank you, thank you. After just 5 days of silence, Cell was struggling to speak. It seemed this punishment was quite effective on him. Thud! The ball-shaped Bojack was thrown in front of Cell, his limbs completely broken, only a breath left to hang on. Here, this is a reward for you. Absorbing him will definitely boost your combat power even further. Cell looked disdainful, but didn't dare to resist. Even if Frieza pointed at a rock and said, "Hey, absorb this and you'll get stronger," he would have absorbed it without hesitation. At worst, he could just break it down and expel it. Stones, what's the big deal? Cell's tail suddenly grew large and enveloped Bojack, but halfway through, it was caught by Frieza. Sigh, this thing is a bit disgusting. Cell. Zanya trembled. Frieza finally let go. He was just curious to see and had no intention of diving in himself. He was strong and not stupid. He wouldn't go into someone else's belly for a holiday. Gurgle, gurgle. Frieza turned around, curious. Do you want to eat Bojack too? Zanya's originally light green face turned dark green, disgusted and frightened. No, no, no. King Frieza, I eat normal food. I don't eat people. Frieza clicked his tongue. He had just heard Zanya swallow and thought she was just craving. She wouldn't mind cutting off a piece of Cell's thigh for Zanya to roast and eat. After all, that guy could grow back quickly. Hey, oh ho ho ho. Cell, I just thought of a great way to make money. Let's set up a stall to sell meat. You can cut a piece and it will grow back. It's a no-cost business. Zanya instinctively took several steps back, while Cell directly covered his tail. Choked. Still not okay. Your meat is green. Others will be afraid we poison them, which isn't good. Besides, you don't have a livestock certificate. Hurry up and swallow it. Do you want me to poke you with a stick? Frieza laughed again, his eyes squinting when he smiled, scaring Cell into a cold sweat all over. Thud. Finally, Bojack was swallowed. Not to mention the scraps, there was truly nothing left. Roar. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy surged out, and Cell let out a painful roar. Like a dragon, like a tiger, like a ferocious beast. It was also like Cell's roar. Cell's furious roar. Extreme pain began to make him spasm. His combat power skyrocketed rapidly, soon reaching 3.5 billion. And there was no sign of stopping. Oh ho ho. Very good, very good. Recently, my combat power accidentally rose to 4 billion. I was feeling invincible, empty, lonely, and cold. Indeed, Cell, you haven't disappointed me. Keep going, keep going. At this moment, people on Earth screamed in fear, and the Z warriors frowned deeply. They were all too familiar with this energy. It was now the 6th day, and Goku and Vegeta had not entered the hyperbolic time chamber again. But they hadn't stopped training either, as their combat power was indeed inferior to Cell's. Bulma's home had several gravity chambers, averaging 1 to 2 explosions a day. Bulma's family was not short on money, which was why they could withstand such usage. However, just now, all the gravity chambers exploded simultaneously. From the gravity chamber flew out Goku, Vegeta, Dend, Gohan, and Piccolo. Oh, Piccolo hasn't merged with Kami yet, but it should be soon. This is Cell's energy. How can it be possible? How can it be this powerful? Piccolo exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead, unable to believe it, more so feeling at a loss. Everyone's expressions were serious. Goku's nonchalance was gone, and Vegeta's confidence was once again hit hard. In some ways, Vegeta's efforts far exceeded those of anyone in Dragon Ball. Remember, anyone, but no matter how hard he tried or how much he pushed himself, someone always easily surpassed him. If given a choice, Frieza's soul now would prefer to possess Vegeta rather than the genderless Frieza. Frieza was furious. Turtle, TCH ignoring you. Vegeta's plight was heartbreaking, his pride was moving, and his competitive spirit was not something Goku possessed. In terms of background, he was superior to Goku, Yet he didn't have Goku's various opportunities. Turtle felt heartbroken. Vegeta's feelings were very complex. Over these few days, his combat power had reached 3 billion, matching Goku's combat power, which was also the limit of Super Saiyan 1. Don't nitpick, okay? Goku and Vegeta both thought about surpassing Super Saiyan, but they never succeeded. It's worth mentioning that Gohan's combat power had also reached 3 billion. During this time, he had become silent, and no one knew why he suddenly changed. It could only be speculated as a side effect of being a Super Saiyan. Only Goku had a kind of restrained expectation in his eyes. However, with Cell's sudden outburst and the explosive growth of combat power, Goku also lost his confidence. Number 17. Speak. Number 17. What do you want me to say? 18 was worried about number 17's brain and could only take over the conversation. Cell's current combat power was 8 billion, about to reach 9 billion, with no signs of slowing down. 18's reported data sent chills down everyone's spines. They were all too aware that the strongest Goku and his companions were only at 3 billion. Din barely reached 8 billion, grinding his teeth to hold on. Number 17 finally reacted. Every time Bulma appeared, he always had a moment of daze, which led him to not catch Vegeta's meaning just now. For billion. No, 1 billion. Still increasing. On Cell's side, Frieza's laughter continued, while Cell's roars echoed endlessly. Ho-ho-ho and roar formed a unique landscape. The entire earth changed its colors due to Cell's roar. Strong winds blew, torrential rains poured, and tsunamis fiercely approached, creating an apocalyptic scene. If it weren't for Frieza using divine power to protect the earth, there would definitely have been landslides and earthquakes. If that happened, the casualties on Earth would be countless. Finally, Cell no longer roared, and Frieza stopped his sneering laughter. Zanya's heartbeat nearly came to a halt. It was so terrifying, wasn't it? Earth was too dangerous. She wanted to go home. Even if it meant being sealed away, it would be better than being scared to death like this. Hoo-hoo! Cell breathed heavily like an ox, while Frieza was leisurely at ease. Hohohoho. It seems you haven't perfectly absorbed Bojack. Your battle power is only 5 billion. That's a bit underwhelming, isn't it? Cell sneered, and although he had just experienced immense pain, the result was incredibly satisfying. Explosively so. Huh. Cell began to rage. He couldn't believe he couldn't defeat Frieza with his current battle power. This is the side effect of acquiring Saiyan cells, a common issue among Saiyans. Once their battle power skyrockets, they develop blind confidence. Number 17 exclaimed, "What the heck? Here it comes again." Son Goku began to tremble with excitement. Afraid? Impossible. At most, he'd get beaten half to death. But with his Sensibine, he could bounce back to full strength. Vegeta's face darkened like ink. He was a bit scared. This might be the most important reason why Vegeta was not as good as Son Goku. Son Goku was fearless, while Vegeta still harbored fear in his heart. At that moment, a small hand touched Vegeta's trembling hand. Vegeta slowly raised his head. Chapter 70. The most hated person with weapons. The one who truly understands Vegeta is Bulma, the one who shares a bed with him. Not Goku or Din, but Bulma. You are the strongest. Buzz. A jolt of electricity surged through Vegeta's mind, and he felt he had grasped something. Looking at Trunks and his beloved woman, Vegeta regained his confidence. For the sake of his wife and child, even if it meant death, he would fiercely block any threat to them. Yelling and making noise was the Saiyan's forte, and now Cell had taken it to a whole new level. Boom! The golden energy waves surged high, and purple electricity crackled continuously. Cell's eyes turned a vivid green, and the spots on his skin began to emit a red glow. His wings remained purple, but the color was even more striking. Frieza, what is my battle power now? Cell's voice was full of magnetism. If it weren't for his unattractive appearance, just looking at his face and hearing his voice, he would be a top-notch handsome guy. Swish! The Z fighters had arrived. Goku could no longer contain himself and brought everyone to the scene. Looking at the crater created by Cell's outburst, 17's voice trembled. Yet he continued to play the role of commentator with great dedication. Cell 8 billion. Android 18 was infuriated by her useless brother. So what if it's 4 8 billion? Your master is here. Are you scared of anything? Frieza was present. Did he still want to be the second dog leg for King Cold? King Cold's first dog leg, Dodoria, complained, Lord Frieza, you forgot about me again, boo-hoo. 17 instantly perked up. Yes, he was a man with a master. So what if it was 8 billion? Today he was going to slap Cell in the face. 17 became arrogant, paying no mind to the others standing still. Like a proud warrior, he took steady steps towards Cell. The Z-fighters looked on with admiration. If you're going to be someone, be like 17. The speed was neither fast nor slow, just enough to remind Cell of what that bald guy had done to him. Whoosh. Cell made his move. He had been pent up for long enough and was ready to fight recklessly. If 17 dared to stick his head out, he would be the first to blow him up and absorb him. Even a pile of mud wouldn't be spared. Frieza's previous actions made Cell realize that he seemed to be able to become infinitely stronger. Therefore, 17 was almost scared to wet his pants. Lord Frieza, your most loyal servant, is about to be killed. With that shout, the once arrogant demeanor instantly vanished, and the Z-fighters all fell to the ground. What the hell? It turned out to be a silver-coated wax gunhead. 18 didn't fall. She now had her beloved, Krillin, and she was unwilling to make a ridiculous move. Thus, she just supported her forehead with her hand and murmured, this silly brother is still so adorable. Whoosh! Bang! An even larger crater appeared. 17's body flew out like a rag, and when he charged toward Vegeta, he was kicked away, flying toward a woman with orange hair. In the position where 17 had stood, Frieza was enveloped in a 7-colored energy wave. Despite the 800 million difference in battle power, Frieza ultimately blocked Cell's attack. However, the force of the impact affected 17, causing him to experience a V-shaped self-driving trip. This self-driving meant automatic driving. It wasn't something 17 could control himself. Zanya didn't expect to be ambushed from so far away. Caught off guard, 17 hugged Zanya's body and did a double roll, stealing the first kiss she had cherished for many years. Just like that, it was gone. Get up. Zanya was furious, and 17 was quite embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to get up. It was that the airflow from Frieza and Cell's battle made it impossible for him to rise. Bang! Duong! Boom! Guang! Frieza didn't transform. With his inferior battle power, he could slowly adapt. His overwhelming talent allowed Frieza to become stronger the more he fought. What is the point of training when wandering around is so much more fun? Besides, he was wandering across the universe. Please get up. Zanya was almost in tears, feeling as if she was about to be flattened. I can't get up. Then can you take your weapon away? Are you trying to stab me to death? Zanya was so innocent. She had no idea what that was. 17 was awkward. He didn't want to either, but he was a man, and it was normal for a man to carry a stick as a weapon, right? I can't take it away. My hand is broken. Zanya was speechless. Duong. Another loud thunderclap sounded, as if it exploded right next to Zanya's ear, causing her previously raised hand to be pressed back to the ground. Not only that, she felt like she had been hit with a stick again, making her feel even weaker. Hohohoho. Mr. Rubbish, enjoy your beautiful wife. This is the gift I'm giving you. Even the first dog leg doesn't get this treatment. Did I forget to bring him back? Cell was furious. The Frieza in front of him was a freak, 1,000,000 times more perverse than him. Not only had he kept up with his speed in such a short time, but he could also multitask. Do you have to hit people like this? Frieza, I want your burp. Boom. The 7-colored energy soared into the sky, making the energy wave look terrifying. That bronze-green color even made Cell stutter when he spoke. The battle power increase of just over 4 times caused Frieza, who was just at 5 billion, to instantly soar to 8 billion. This made Frieza unable to help but complain. Why does there always have to be an 8 at the end? Is that how you want to get rich? To get rich, just send that Dodoria guy to work. Oh ho ho. Cell, what do you mean by burping? Cell calmed down. This time he was completely calm. Unprecedentedly calm. From now on, no matter how strong he became or how inflated he got, he would adhere to one rule. Never provoke Frieza. Dear Lord Frieza, I just wanted to give you a shoulder rub and leg massage. You understand me, right? After all, I'm your nominal son. Zanya no longer stopped the stick-s assault, and 17 was in the mood to continue using weapons to fight. He was a warrior. He wanted to defeat his opponent with his bare hands. With a determined roll, 17 lay flat on the ground, listening to the most shameless words in history. And he smiled. As expected, as long as he tightly hugged Frieza's thigh, he wouldn't be sent flying. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan once again witnessed what it meant to be shameless. Bulma was right. In this world, there is no most shameless, only more shameless. Cell perfectly illustrated this statement. Oh ho ho, Mr. Cell, it seems you have broken the punishment I gave you. How do you think I should punish you? Using force to oppress. Frieza was skilled in this area. After all, it wasn't his first time doing this. 3 toes slightly curled, then the left foot scratched the right foot. I've got an idea. You stay here for another 10 days. The rules are about the same. But you have to do the golden rooster stance and open your mouth toward the sky. Cell was petrified, and everyone gaped in disbelief. The Z fighters thought this punishment was too light. Cell just wanted to bang his head against the ground. He didn't want to live anymore. The golden rooster stance wasn't a big deal. It just looked a bit weird. He could endure that. Opening his mouth toward the sky. That meant he would have to catch bird droppings. Is there anything that can be tolerated? A warrior can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. A flicker of flame appeared in Sheru's eyes. He could no longer endure it. With a loud shout, the golden rooster stands alone. He must endure a little longer. Sheru extended his arms, fingers together and pointing downwards, one leg bent, and finally he threw his head back and opened his mouth wide. A drop of unknown, shimmering liquid fell to the ground. Sheru cried. At this moment, everyone felt that Sheru was so pitiful. Sun Wukong placed his hands on his hips, his expression slightly pained, and said, "Don't you all think Sheru is very pitiful?" Vegeta crossed his arms and remained silent. Daki nodded slightly, glanced at his father, and chose to keep his mouth shut. How could Son Gohan let his dad feel awkward? "Dad, I also think Sheru is very pitiful. Piccolo's norte de coldi, akaeme piaka." He brought this upon himself. Krillin stepped out from behind Android 18, showing no embarrassment compared to his girlfriend, and playfully asked lazily, "Should I go give him another kick?" Android 18's face turned red, and she lightly spat. "Change this hobby. What goes around comes around." Krillin covered his groin with both hands, shocked. "That's so scary." "Oh ho, Zanja, that was the CP I found for you. How can you let him lie on the ground? You should know. Marrying a chicken means following the chicken. Marrying a dog means following the dog. Couples work together, men plow, women weave, and, well, you should hurry and take him to the bridal chamber." Zanja was unwilling 1,000 times, but she didn't dare refuse. She glanced at the small figure of 17. He was quite handsome, but unfortunately, not only did he have a broken hand, but he also used weapons. She, Zanja, was an ancient warrior, and the people she hated the most were those who used weapons. Even compared to Bados, who played with swords, she looked down on them from the bottom of her heart. He is useless, his hand is broken, and he carries a stick with him. I despise this kind of person the most. Frieza was taken aback. 17 uses a stick? I've never seen that. Vegeta suddenly blushed. Trunks, Son Gohan, go back. After saying this, he didn't care whether the two were willing or not, and grabbed their necks and flew away. I want to see 17's weapon. X2 Chapter 71. A new twist in the plot. What does the weapon of number 17 look like? No one knows. Perhaps Zanja does, but definitely not right now. Currently, everyone is gathered at Bulma's house. As usual, it's time to assemble in the dining room. Gohan, is he really not Ultraman? Why does he look so much like Galaxy? Gohan quickly covered his mother Chi-Chi's mouth. Her courage is too great. Sure, he is Frieza. He only needs a tail to beat your son. Goku interjected. He only needs a tail to beat your man too. Piccolo said blandly. It only takes half a tail to beat your son's godfather. Gohan's family chat made everyone choose to keep their distance. This is definitely a family destined for disaster. Even Piccolo has been influenced. Frieza was elegantly cutting steak, while Zanja reluctantly massaged his shoulders, mainly because she couldn't apply any real strength. Number 17 stood beside him, a white towel draped over his arm, holding a tray with a steaming towel on it. How much pressure did Frieza bring to everyone? Anyway, he was the only one sitting while everyone else dared not sit down or even come within 5 meters of him. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a red-skinned, wrinkled man appeared, followed by another red-skinned man covered in lumps, wearing a vest just to highlight his handsome 8-pack abs. Kid did not want to come, but he had no choice. Dodoria was crying, truly heartbroken, making anyone who heard him feel sad. Frieza, here is your package. Please sign for it. Frieza didn't even look, keeping his eyes closed, cheeks puffed out. Bulma, there's a problem with this steak. It's hard to chew. Kid, who is Dodoria? That is the #1 lackey. Rest assured, King Frieza, I will cook personally. You will soon enjoy the most delicious steak in the world. Seeing King Frieza made him feel elated. Look, this is the style of the #1 lackey, far stronger than #17. Oh ho ho, Mr. Dodoria, I really miss your cooking. Whereas Kid? Oh, after being ignored. He ignored Goku and the others and left directly. Bulma, holding little Trunks, walked gracefully to Frieza. A fair wrist extended, holding 2 capsules in her palm. Mr. Frieza, this is a small token of my appreciation, a house, and the latest model of a flying car. Wishing #17 and Miss Zanjia a happy marriage. #17's face darkened, not saying a word, while Zanjia blushed, also silent. Rubbish, Zanjia. Do you understand manners? Frieza's sinister voice made the golden couple shiver in unison. They both bent down, bowing at 90 degrees, and said in unison, Thank you, Miss Bulma, for your generosity. Vegeta was very satisfied with Bulma's actions. This way, #17 would no longer disturb his woman, and he could go out and have fun with peace of mind. Good morning, everyone. This is the live broadcast from the best TV station in the world. Thanks to a report from a concerned citizen, we rushed to the scene and found this bullet-shaped machine. After evaluation by professionals, this is a spaceship, though it has a slightly small capacity. The sudden report on TV caught everyone's attention. Even Frieza showed a hint of surprise. This isn't in the original plot. The image on TV was exactly a time machine, just like the one that Big Trunks rode, the only difference being that the top cover of this machine was shattered, which was different from the one Cell used. Cell melted through the glass top. This one was completely blown apart. Dodoria was holding a freshly cooked steak, medium rare. Just right. He also saw the image on the TV, and upon seeing Frieza's gaze, his legs began to tremble, suppressing the urge to urinate. He carefully placed the steak in front of Frieza and knelt down. King Frieza, I absolutely made sure that Manaka sent the time machine back to headquarters. This matter is recorded at headquarters. Bang! Dodoria was startled, thinking he had exploded. He checked himself. Everything was fine, and King Frieza was still sitting there without moving. Turning back, a time machine identical to the one on TV appeared. Except for the top cover, everything else was exactly the same. Big Trunks was dumbfounded. Trunks, how many time machines did I make in the future? Bulma asked curiously, even though she already knew that this thing was made by her future self. It still felt magical since she hadn't figured out the principles behind it yet. Big Trunks, with a bitter smile and a slightly sad tone, said, Mom, the future world has been mostly destroyed. Even making one time machine requires national effort. How can we make multiple? Bulma felt uncomfortable after hearing this, suddenly remembering something. She quickly took out a capsule box from her small bag and placed it in Big Trunks' hand. I almost forgot. This is something I prepared for you. Remember to take it back. It contains a lot of lab equipment, as well as plenty of food and clothes. Big Trunks' eyes were filled with tears, deeply moved. I thank you on behalf of my mom. Vegeta felt like he had been greened by himself. Yet, he couldn't find out where the problem lay. This was a bit frustrating. Hohohoho. Can we put the sentimental scene aside? Now, don't you all think things have taken an unexpected turn? You see, this is a suddenly appeared time machine. Who exactly came here riding it? Frieza's words pulled everyone out of the emotional scene. Indeed, who is this person? The Z fighters know a little differently than Frieza. Frieza knows that Cell will come, but he doesn't know who this one is. The Z fighters have no clue that Cell is also from the future. They're just wondering what on earth is going on. Suddenly, the entire planet trembled. A wild, brutal, emotionless aura appeared somewhere on Earth. This aura was enormous, yet also intolerable. Everyone habitually looked towards #17, the commentator. Then, they saw #17 was engaging in commercial flattery with Dodoria. Hello, Hello, you're number 1 from the Tianzi Pavilion, right? I am number 2 from the Tianzi Pavilion. Your little brother has long admired your great name. Number 17, with a shameless face, was flattering his nominal superior. Yes, the Tianzi Pavilion is a good place. Even though you are only number 2, you cannot tarnish the name of my Tianzi Pavilion. King Frieza needs absolute loyalty. You have now received King Frieza's reward. But that Zanjia still needs to be trained. She has yet to realize what it means to be a member of the Tianzi Pavilion. Number 17, blah blah blah. Dodoria, blah blah blah. Zanjia, little fairy. Transform. This scene not only left the Z fighters with black lines on their foreheads, but even Bulma was extremely speechless. And Frieza felt a bit awkward and confused. That aura just now, there is no record in the database of who it is, but his combat power is only 1. 5 billion. Sun Wukong was still very excited, a power level of 1. 5 billion felt so evil, and it would definitely be a great fight. Vegeta felt a vague unease in his heart. This energy felt both familiar and strange, and he had a feeling it wouldn't be simple. He glanced at Bulma and Little Trunks, and his gaze gradually became resolute. No matter who it was, someone with a battle power of 1. 5 billion was so arrogant. They had to be taught a lesson. Frieza's eyes sparkled with a glint. His crimson gaze made everyone dare not look directly at him. Let's go. This energy, while not strong, is evil enough. We can't let him destroy the Earth. If the Earth blows up, we all die, one way or another. Piccolo felt the most responsible. He couldn't accept that the Earth under his watch would vanish for no reason. Sun Wukong chuckled. It's okay. I can instant transmission. I can run. Duong. A large iron ladle used for cooking came crashing down on Sun Wukong's head, and he immediately jumped up, holding his head. Wukong, you can run. But what about Gohan and me? Kiki was furious. I know. I'll go teach him a lesson right now. Everyone hold on to me. I'll take you over. Whoosh. Sun Wukong and the others left, but Frieza didn't leave immediately. Android 17 and Zanya also stayed. They had changed sides now. Nothing could interrupt Frieza's elegant steak cutting. Dodoria, your skills are still as good as ever. How about I give you a tail? Dodoria was overjoyed. He turned around and presented his back to Frieza. My lord, please be gentle. Frieza was disgusted, his forehead wrinkling. He decided to use his foot this time. Bang. Ow. Whoosh. Ding. Chapter 72. Fighting for no reason, Sun Wukong and the others appeared in a fragrant place filled with birds and flowers. There were mountains, trees, and waterfalls. Unfortunately, the waterfall had now run dry, and a person wrapped in golden waves of energy appeared in the middle of the waterfall. When the energy wave erupted just now, it had already caused cracks to appear on the cliff. This person's muscles were extremely exaggerated, even more domineering than the muscle version of a Super Saiyan. With bulging veins that exuded a strong sense of power. Gulialu, an unknown swallowing sound was heard, and Krillin quickly stepped forward and shouted, This person looks like a Super Saiyan. Look at his energy wave. ISNT, it also golden? Bang! A red human bomb accurately hit the muscular man in the waterfall, making a metallic collision sound, indicating how hard that person's body was. A woo! Thud! Dodoria was swept away. Dodoria's painful howls broke the tranquility of the scene. And because of that howl, the person in the waterfall finally raised his head. This person had domineering and explosive hair, somewhat similar to Trunks' hairstyle. He was bare-chested, with golden metal rings around his neck and wrists, and a red cloth wrapped around his waist, with a golden belt that looked very luxurious. The key point was his pupils, which completely lacked irises, appearing entirely white, as if he had cataracts. However, when he looked at everyone, it gave off a chilling feeling. Cockroach, 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 Buzz, hohohoho. I didn't expect it to be the old version of Broly. This is getting interesting. They haven't even dealt with one cell yet, and now a bigger killing god has emerged. What should you do? Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Broly's aura was rapidly rising, soon to reach the threshold of 2 billion. At this moment, Frieza finally appeared, and as soon as he did, he revealed the name of this loudly shouting, muscle-exploding person. Broly. Although he didn't understand what the old version was, Vegeta's eyes suddenly narrowed. This name was very similar to how Saiyans were named. Also, this person just shouted Kakarot. Could it be? Vegeta, he is a Saiyan. A Saiyan born with a battle power of 10,000. Hohohoho. Vegeta, he is the true, legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta was shocked by Frieza's words, even ignoring Broly's loud shouts. Born with a battle power of 10,000, the legendary Super Saiyan, Kakarot. Suddenly, Broly's aura paused, stuck at 2 billion, and then he charged towards Sun Wukong. Due to his incredible speed and massive body, the air produced explosive sounds. Get out of the way, Piccolo shouted, pulling the weaker Tianjinhan and Krillin to fly away, while Dind also pulled Yamcha to fly away at high speed. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, Gohan, let me handle this first. Duong. Boom. The two fists collided. Although Sun Wukong's fist was small, his battle power was higher than Broly's. This hard clash caused Broly to uncontrollably retreat. However, the ground where Sun Wukong stood immediately crumbled, creating a massive impact crater that destroyed the beautiful scenery of the area. Kakarot. Kakarot. Bang. Broly was at a disadvantage, but he didn't seem to know what pain was, and his battle power surged again, charging at Sun Wukong once more. Frieza, what is with this guy? Why is he shouting my name and attacking for no reason? Bang, 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 bang. Sun Wukong loved to fight, but there should at least be a reason, right? This was simply unreasonable, coming in with deadly force. Who can handle that? Guang Wenweng. As the battle intensified, Sun Wukong had no time to shout anymore. However, how could Frieza let him down? There were still many listeners. Broly, he was born on the same day as Sun Wukong. Because Sun Wukong cried a lot and was very loud, it scared Broly, so they became enemies. Everyone was speechless, even Dodoria, who had just barely crawled back, was dumbfounded. This origin of hatred, was so powerful. Frieza thought of even more. Could it be because Sun Wukong was loud, that his battle power increased faster than others? The ability to scare Broly into a lifelong shadow with his cries was no small feat. Boom! Daddy! Wukong! Old son! That weighs Kakarot! Sun Wukong was smashed to the ground by a punch from Broly, and looking up at Broly in the sky. His hair was no longer golden, but had turned grass green, and the energy waves around him were also grass green. This green was different from Piccolo's deep green. Broly's green appeared brighter, almost fluorescent. Kakarot! Broly's aura surged again, his voice even louder than Sun Wukong's. Buzz! Broly moved again, his muscles now countless, and Dodoria's 8-pack abs seemed weak in front of Broly. Duong! A deep pit appeared, the surrounding land began to crack, but soon it recovered under some force. Bang, bang, bang! In the pit, the sounds of punches kept coming. Broly struck Sun Wukong with punch after punch, though most were blocked by Sun Wukong. He still took many hits. Bang! Sun Wukong erupted, unleashing his innate advantage of a loud voice, instantly increasing his battle power by another 100 million. This had already broken through the limit of Super Saiyan 1, and a hint of electricity began to appear, but it could not fully manifest. In a fit of rage, Sun Wukong delivered a knee strike that sent Broly flying. Ada-da-da-da! Sun Wukong shouted madly, his punches fast as wind, his kicks like lightning. And for a moment, Broly was actually pushed back repeatedly. Kakarot! Broly seemed to only know how to shout that one phrase. Suddenly his body grew larger again, and he punched Sun Wukong in the stomach. Before Sun Wukong could be sent flying, he grabbed Sun Wukong's head with one hand. A cruel smile appeared on Broly's lips as he accelerated towards the ground, slamming Sun Wukong's head down just before hitting the ground. Kakarot! Broly's palm quickly formed an energy ball, still green, with an astonishing power. Boom! The entire earth shook, many buildings collapsed, causing countless casualties. Frieza frowned. He did not care about others' lives, but he didn't want too much damage to the earth. Hold on to me. Rarely, Frieza did not laugh, merely saying lightly to the crowd, Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, even if he was unwilling in his heart, one after another, including Vegeta, connected with Frieza. Swish! Frieza and the others vanished, reappearing right in front of Broly. Everyone, Yamcha even screamed out loud. Ah, I don't want to die yet. The sound abruptly stopped, and many people had already disappeared from the earth. A clump of bird droppings fell down. Just in time, it landed right on Cell. He felt frustrated. He had known for a long time that Goku was fighting someone, and both of their fighting powers were impressive in his eyes. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to move. Hohohoho. Cell, here we go. In such an important moment. How could it be without Cell, who also has Super Saiyan cells? Chapter 73. The Tragedy Tower of Speedy Pasa and Silver Teeth. This is a planet called Bupas, which is very large and incredibly solid. On this planet, there are no animals, and it remains in a purely botanical state. Today, it welcomes a group of beings that should not have appeared here. Humans. Moreover, this group of humans likes to wrap themselves in something called energy waves, which come in white, gold, green, and one person with incredibly smooth skin whose energy wave is purple. These people plan to engage in a thrilling battle here today. Now, let me introduce the characters about to appear. The purple energy wave naturally belongs to Frieza, who has not yet activated the first layer of his transformation. The one pillar supporting the sky. This transformation does not affect his combat power. It simply allows one to break the limits of their physical body. Frieza, with his purple energy wave, has a combat power of 6 billion. The last time he appeared, he had only 5 billion, but after eating some steak, he increased by 1 billion. Dodoria's cooking is quite good, and the quality is top-notch. The golden energy wave represents a Super Saiyan, which includes a battered Son Goku, a proud Vegeta with his arms crossed, the taciturn Son Gohan, and the most composed Saiyan, Trunks, Big Trunks. Son Goku's peak combat power is 4 billion, which he just broke through, but now it's less than 2 billion due to injuries and fatigue from a previous fight. Son Gohan has a peak combat power of 3 billion, but he harbors incredible energy within. Vegeta also has a peak combat power of 3 billion, and with his ability to teleport, he can fight opponents beyond his level. Big Trunks has a peak combat power of 8 billion with an unstable foundation, slightly lower strength, but plenty of resilience. The white energy waves are noticeably smaller than the golden and purple ones, with Krillin having a combat power of 2 million. Tien Shinhan at 5 million, and Yamcha at 800,000. Oh, and there's a red muscular man with a combat power of 20, looking weak and seemingly on the verge of death, likely due to severe injuries that left him with such low power. There are also 2 people without energy waves, a man and a woman. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. They are Android 17, known as Rubbish, with a combat power of 900 million, and Android 18, whose title as Blood Queen has been revoked, with a combat power of 800 million. The green energy wave also belongs to 2 people, a man and a woman. The man, muscular and intimidating, is clearly a powerhouse, with bulging veins indicating his strength. Not only is his energy wave green, but his hair is also a vibrant green. He is the main character of this battle, Broly, with a current combat power of 8 billion. The woman is petite and cute, but with a hint of sorrow on her face, her orange big waves cannot hide it. She is Zhangya, with a combat power of 1 billion, and also the designated CP of Android 17. As for the last person who was thrown on the ground, dirty and vomiting, he is primarily green with black spots, has purple wings on his back, and a tail shaped like a syringe stuck to him. He is the main plot boss of this time period, with a combat power of 8 billion. Cell. That's all for the commentary by the little golden turtle commentator about the competitors. Now, let us welcome the first contestant to the stage. Buzz. Broly doesn't care about the commentator. His only goal is to kill Kakarot, who scared him nearly into madness. Otherwise, why would he have gone through so much trouble to use the time machine? ISNT it, because the Kakarot from the future is already dead? Dead? Broly cannot accept that. He must personally beat him to death. Son Goku is in deep trouble, feeling more bitter than eating bitter herbs. But he is already charged in. He has no reason to shy away from battle. Duong. The 2 iron fists didn't collide because Vegeta intervened. Broly, I am the prince of all Saiyans. I am the strongest Saiyan. I am the true Super Saiyan. Boom. Vegeta extended his right hand, curled his fingers into a fist, and only raised his thumb, placing it flat against himself, loudly declaring that he is the strongest Saiyan. Waleva Super Saiyan. Bam! Vegeta was slammed to the ground by the no-nonsense Broly, then lifted up again, and slammed down, then lifted again. Broly's method of tightly holding Vegeta's head perfectly countered Vegeta's signature technique, teleportation. Half a minute later, Big Trunks finally reacted and shouted, "Dad!" Boom! The 1.8 billion combat power Trunks didn't care about anything else and kicked Broly in the back. Duong. The noise was significant, but it was useless. Broly didn't even glance at Trunks and continued his repetitive motions of lifting and slamming, with a white light in his eyes that made onlookers uneasy. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta's screams were continuous. Bang, bang, bang. Trunks' attacks did not cease, be it straight punches, left hooks, right hooks, side kicks, or downward slashes. None of it could shake Broly even a little. Finally, Trunks, in a fit of rage, gathered an energy blast with a diameter of about 100 meters and smashed it down onto Broly's head. Boom! The spectators who had long stood at a distance clearly felt the planet shaking beneath their feet, as it was lamenting the harassment caused by these suddenly intruding humans. The world went quiet. An enormous crater appeared, and 3 figures were in the center of it. One was the burly, muscular Broly, green enough to make one uneasy, and he looked completely unharmed. The second was Big Trunks, panting heavily, fists tightly clenched, with disbelief written all over his face. The last one was Vegeta, lying on the ground, his golden energy wave still present, indicating that he had not been defeated. Vegeta, Trunks, Son Goku, and Son Gohan became excited. This Broly was too strong, far exceeding their imagination. Son Goku and Son Gohan erupted with energy, ready to rush in to help. However, Frieza stood in front of them, blocking their path. Hohohoho. Mr. Son Goku, little Son Gohan, you should wait a bit longer. Things aren't as bad as you think. A mere 2.8 billion combat power Broly cannot inflict fatal damage on 2.3 billion combat power Vegeta in such a short time. Trunks seems to have weakened, but in reality, he hasn't taken any damage. He is just tired from fighting. Son Goku and Son Gohan exchanged glances and ultimately chose to trust Frieza. After all, although Frieza is unpredictable, he isn't actually that bad. Krillin and Yamcha also exchanged glances, both showing shock in their eyes. Especially Tien Shinhan, whose third eye sparkled, as if sensing some ancient beast about to break free. Android 17 and Zanya obediently followed behind Frieza, while Dodoria was being dragged upside down by 17, complaining, "I feel a kind of calm before the storm." Android 18 brushed her hair back, glanced at Son Goku, her face slightly flushed. She quickly looked at the bald Krillin and immediately felt cooler. Cell finally finished vomiting. He felt completely drained. "Lord Frieza, do you need me to deal with that green-haired one? I feel his limits are far beyond this." Cell possesses Saiyan cells and a calm, calculating mind. He can sense that Broly has unparalleled potential within him. The best way is to crush the opponent with overwhelming strength before they even realize what is happening, leaving them no chance to fight back. Frieza shook his head. "Oh, you can't do it. It's not your turn yet. Just be a good little chicken and stand there." Cell, what a fool. He regretted why he had to speak up. Guang. Finally, Broly made his move against Trunks, and with just one punch, Trunks not only flew far away, but also could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form in midair. This is the consequence of having a weak foundation. When faced with an overwhelmingly strong opponent, it's easy to be knocked down. If Trunks could enter the hyperbolic time chamber again and train under Vegeta, perhaps this problem could be resolved. Unfortunately, they haven't gone a second time. Trunks, Broly, I want you dead. Bear, Virum. As Trunks was sent flying and fell to the ground in his normal state, Vegeta's aura instantly surged. Crackle, crackle. Waves of electricity appeared around Vegeta. His hair even became a bit fuller and longer, and his fiery hairstyle became even cooler, with emerald green pupils and eyes filled with killing intent. At this moment, Vegeta completely surpassed all the Super Saiyans present. He transcended himself, surpassing even the Super Saiyan. Oh, speed past the Silver 2. Chapter 74. It's a huge mistake to hit him, son. Gohan's eyes suddenly lit up. He had already felt the threshold, but always thought something was missing. Now, he realized it was the extreme emotions, especially the extreme feelings. Son Goku relaxed quite a bit, sitting on the ground and muttering, I thought Gohan would be the first to break through, but I didn't expect Vegeta to be the first. This time, you have truly surpassed me. Android 18 exchanged glances with Android 17. This current seems pretty good. They, who had not made any progress in power, were now extremely eager for improvement. Oh ho ho! Super Saiyan 2, how many minutes can you withstand this time? Vegeta roared in anger. Bastard! I'm Super Saiyan 2, not Super Saiyan 2. Broly, die for me. Broly. He wanted to say he hadn't even mocked the other party. Kakarot. Broly looked up and saw son Goku sitting on the ground, and the hatred in him surged, causing him to roar. Buzz. Broly charged forward, aiming straight at Son Goku. Vegeta. Am I not worthy of being called Kakarot? Super Saiyan 2? Bang! The planet trembled again. Broly's furious punch landed on Frieza. It wasn't that Broly had mistaken his target. It was just that Frieza happened to block Broly's advance. The shockwave spread out, causing everyone to stagger. Android 17 pulled Dodoria's foot to activate the protective shield, and Zanya wrapped her arms around Android 17's. Feeling a sense of security from this man, Frieza looked at the large fist landing on his chest, furious. Broly, your eyesight needs to be fixed. Oh no! Frieza spun 360 degrees and delivered a punch to Broly's chin. As Broly was sent flying, Frieza teleported above him. Go back. Frieza bent his legs, his tail shooting up to the sky, then clenched his fists and smashed them down onto Broly's head. Whoosh. Bang. Broly flew like a human bomb straight towards Vegeta. Bring on. Today is my peak battle. Vegeta exploded with anger. His golden aura was now on par with Cell, and his power level skyrocketed to 4.8 billion. Super Saiyan 2 was 100 times the base form, which was twice that of a Super Saiyan. Cell, that hybrid, was completely crushed by Vegeta, a true Saiyan, since Cell's previous increases were much weaker. Thud. Bang, 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 bang. Vegeta first caught Broly's body coming at him with both hands and then threw it into the sky, causing an explosion of 4.8 billion in power. The punches were so fast they were almost invisible, with various dazzling kicks hitting Broly, who screamed in agony. Kakarot, Kakarot! Roar! The green aura surged again, and his power level started to rise once more to 8 billion. He seemed to have no limits, especially with that iron-hard body. Apart from the slight damage from Frieza's 2 attacks, even Vegeta's attacks seemed insignificant. Gulp. Android 17 swallowed hard. At first, he thought Vegeta was a freak. Then he thought Cell was a freak, and finally, he concluded that Frieza was the real freak. Now, he believed that Broly was the freak among freaks, with his power increases defying all logic. Broly's height increased again, the green hue more intense, and his already exaggerated muscles swelled even more. Gulp. Broly's current power level was Gulp 5.6 billion. Cell, who was doing the Golden Rooster Independence, was almost in tears. He was touched. So Frieza really is protecting me, willing to let me stand still rather than let me go to my death. Kakarot. Slap. Bang. Broly's massive hands grabbed Vegeta's arms and then delivered a headbutt to Vegeta's head. The commotion startled the entire planet, causing mountains to collapse and waters to flow backward. Vegeta's scream was enormous. This collision left Broly unscathed, while Vegeta was left in tears and snot. He had seen shameless tactics before, but this was a reckless mutual harm. Bang! While Vegeta was still in pain, a second headbutt came, the third and fourth. The sounds of bang bang were continuous, and everyone was stunned by Broly's fighting style until they realized Vegeta was starting to roll his eyes, his hair color turning back to black. It seemed that if nobody went to save him, Vegeta might just see Yama after the next impact. Roar! Roar! Except for Frieza and those on his side. Android 17, Zangya, the unconscious Dodoria, and Cell, who was doing the Golden Rooster Independence. Everyone else charged forward. Yeah, bang, 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 bang. A series of strikes couldn't stop Broly's rampage. Son Goku panicked and shouted, "I'm Kakarot. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." Broly's bright white eyes flashed with a glint, and he stopped attacking Vegeta. He looked up, ignoring the others who were trying to massage him, and focused on Son Goku. Furious, "Kakarot! Kakarot!" Broly instinctively grabbed the unconscious Vegeta and hurled him at Son Goku. Son Goku was startled. What the hell? You don't follow the rules of martial arts. Whoosh. Fortunately, Son Goku reacted quickly and used instant transmission to dodge. The human punching bag, Vegeta, was abandoned by Broly, who turned to glare at Son Goku in the distance, furious again. Kakarot. Roar. Bang, 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 bang. With just one burst of rage, everyone, including Piccolo and Krillin, who were attacking Broly, was sent flying. Piccolo felt humiliated. He had always been able to keep up with Son Goku, but now he could only fight like Yamcha. He was unwilling. He was not reconciled. Special beam cannon. Son Gohan was shocked. Broly was too terrifying. And Uncle Piccolo's move would definitely not work, and it would likely provoke Broly's counterattack. Puff. The special beam cannon accurately hit Broly's temple, and after a puff of smoke, it left no mark whatsoever. Buzz. Broly vanished and reappeared. Bang. Piccolo was already lying in a pool of blood. His hands that had tried to withstand Broly's punch were nowhere to be seen. Uncle e Piccolo. Broly, I want you dead. I will kill you. I will beat you to death. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Unforgivable. Roar. Crackle. Son Gohan was furious. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2, a long strand of golden hair fell between Son Gohan's eyes, and that gaze was even more ferocious than Vegeta's. You're going to die. You can hit my dad. You can hit Vegeta. You can even hit Frieza. But you absolutely cannot hit my Uncle Piccolo. Wah! Roar. This surge of energy is several times more terrifying than Vegeta's just now. Angry Gohan is much more fearsome than angry Vegeta. Whoosh. Bang. Broly, who was about to deliver a kick to Piccolo, was sent flying by Gohan's kick. This time, Broly's body was even dented. Everyone knows how hard Broly's muscles are. But Gohan's kick caused even those bulging muscles to change. It is evident that Gohan at this moment is ridiculously strong. Chapter 75. Gohan's Outburst. Cell warms up Son Goku was very pleased. His son had made something of himself, and he was happier than Gohan himself. Piccolo could actually sit up and move his hand again, but he didn't. He was playing dead, without him pretending to be dead. How could Gohan unleash his power? Now, aside from Frieza, they could only rely on Gohan. No one dared to give orders to Frieza, so they had to depend on Gohan. Piccolo was very clear about how incredible Gohan's power could be when he was angry. He had known this since Gohan was little. Gohan did not disappoint Piccolo. He was now stronger than ever. At the beginning of Super Saiyan 2, the battle power was 100 times the norm, and as time passed, the upper limit could increase, just like Super Saiyan 1, where 50 times was just the baseline. Hohoho. 17, you say? Number 17 already knew his mission. As a qualified combat power detector, he had to take on the important role of commentator. Frieza the Great, Gohan's current battle power is 5 billion. But why do I feel like his state is unstable? At this time, Krillin had already saved Vegeta and Dent. He chose to come to Frieza's side with number 18. Although Frieza looked terrifying, he seemed much stronger than that madman Broly. As for Cell, he didn't think it was very safe. Every time he thought of that bold kick from earlier, he felt a chill. Gohan's battle power would surge in anger. This was not the first time it had happened. When Raditz came, when Vegeta came to Earth, Gohan had unleashed incredible power. This kind of outburst was strong but short-lived, giving a sense of instability. Krillin answered number 17's question. He was also curious if Gohan could defeat Broly. Goku, could you go get some senzu beans? Vegeta's energy is very unstable. Krillin called out to Son Goku. This was already the second time he had grabbed Vegeta's foot, and each time, Vegeta was in a near-death state. What a mess. Goku really didn't want to miss his son's battle scene, but he knew that life was at stake. He couldn't do what Frieza did, watching the battle with a smile while seeing Dodoria in a bad state. Swish. Son Goku disappeared. Swish. Gohan faced off against Broly. One was a still-growing child. The other was a giant over 3 meters tall. At first glance, the two seemed extremely mismatched. Bang, 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 bang. However, when they fought, Gohan was actually overpowering Broly. The punches were landing, making the blood boil. Unfortunately, this planet was suffering. Crater after crater appeared, and landslides were mild compared to the terrifying sight of massive mountains being vaporized. Boom, boom, boom. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. Huh. Broly was knocked down to the ground by Gohan once again. The power difference wasn't that large, just a 900 million gap, but Gohan's explosive power and anger was astonishing. Relying solely on the data was somewhat misleading. For example, when Gohan and Broly exchanged punches, there were often moments when Gohan's battle power surged. Even if it quickly fell back down, it indeed caused Broly a lot of injuries. Once, twice, 3 times, Broly was smashed down to the ground again. At this moment, there were many fist marks on Broly's chest, and even scratches on his face. Unforgivable. Kakarot. Kakarot. Swish. Son Goku returned, bringing several senzu beans. Broly happened to see Goku's arrival. Instantly, his anger surged once again. Bang! As soon as Goku appeared, he was jolted by the clash between Gohan and Broly, instinctively tightening his grip. Crack! Krillin was stunned. Tien's 3 eyes widened. Yamcha was in tears. Eating some senzu bean powder should be fine, right? Frieza was completely baffled by Goku's actions. Oh, Mr. Goku, are you learning from Butcher Zhang to grind beans? Too bad you don't have a serpent spear. Guan Yu raised his green dragon crescent blade. Everyone let go, I'll chop this fake third brother. What has happened. What can be done? Bean powder is bean powder. It's better than bean milk. Gohan was still fighting, but at this moment, he was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Gohan's outburst was limited. His battle power had dropped to around 8 billion, while Broly had risen to 6 billion. The situation flipped in an instant, and with the roles reversed, Gohan was soon unable to hold on. Gohan was not Broly. He didn't have the ability to grow stronger with each battle. As time extended, Gohan's energy became chaotic, and he might turn into the second tragic tower in the next round. Piccolo stopped pretending to be dead. His hand regrew, and he flew to Frieza's side, shouting, Goku, don't waste time. Gohan can't hold on any longer. Broly is just too inhuman, getting stronger the more he fights. Frieza had long noticed that Gohan was barely supporting himself with the momentary bursts of energy from the fights, and he had completely lost the strength to attack. Looking around, Goku hadn't T-transformed into Super Saiyan 2 yet. Rushing in would be suicide. Even if he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he would just be food for the beast. It seemed that they could only let that golden rooster stand alone. Frieza certainly hadn't had enough of the show, which was much more entertaining than many TV dramas. Ho, Mr. Cell, do some warm-up exercises. Be careful not to cramp your legs. Cell was furious, then obediently began to warm up. Damn Frieza, making me do warm-up exercises. Do you think I'm Hanamichi Sakuragi? Then, ho. Mr. Cell, don't overdo it. You're about to be buried alive. Cell's battle power was 8 billion. Just doing some warm-up exercises caused mountains to crumble. He had indeed entered the ground, with piles of dirt surrounding him. In the center of the battle, a small figure flew out, the golden aura around him not dissipating, but that heart-wrenching scream nearly made Piccolo faint from heartache. Gohan. Son Goku rushed forward and caught Gohan, who was flying back. His own son made him feel distressed. Rubbing Gohan's head and pinching his face, Goku proudly said, Gohan, you did great. You surpassed Dad. Dad is proud of you. Dad, uncle e piccolo. Gohan eventually fainted, his body returning to its black-haired state, even starting to snore. He was just too tired. If Goku fought Broly for 5 minutes, and Vegeta was beaten by Broly for 10 minutes, Gohan had been fighting Broly for no less than 20 minutes. Upon seeing Goku, Gohan also spotted Piccolo rushing towards him, and his heart instantly relaxed. Don't worry, I can finally sleep peacefully. Kakarot. Piccolo was startled, and Goku also had a headache. This Broly was a complete monster, not understanding what a halftime break was. nor the rules of substitutions. Quick, Piccolo grabbed my hand. Let us go behind Cell. Yes, let us do that. Piccolo wrapped his arms around Goku's waist, and with a whoosh, they disappeared. 3 people have already appeared behind the panting Sheru. This guy has really overdone the warm-up. Chapter 76. Nearly exploded twice, Cell twisted his waist. The pose of a golden rooster standing alone was quite exhausting. Halfway through his twist, Cell saw Goku, Piccolo, and the snoring Gohan behind him. He couldn't understand how these 3 had ended up behind him. Hey, you guys aren't thinking of learning that red hair guys move, are you? Don't come at me with a 1,000-year kill. I'm not a regular guy. I have needles behind me. However, Goku and Piccolo didn't respond to him at all, just looking at him with mischievous grins. Cell felt the hair all over his body stand on end. These guys were too shameless. It's either a low blow or a 1,000-year kill. Can't someone else take a turn torturing him? Cell couldn't care less about twisting his waist anymore. He just wanted to leave this creepy place. Suddenly, he noticed Goku and Piccolo's expressions change from mischievous smiles to fear. Fear? What were they afraid of? He wasn't planning to kill them. Swish! Goku vanished. Wow, this instant transmission is really handy. I want to learn it too. Bang! Cell didn't even react before he was sent deep underground, with a green muscle man on top of him. Broly! Bang! Cell was punched by Broly deep into the ground, then shot back up to the surface. It was just a matter of angle, and since this planet was particularly large, it didn't damage the planet's core. Otherwise, this hit could have caused the planet to explode. Gulp! That was too cruel. Luckily, we dodged in time. This Broly is simply a madman. Piccolo swallowed hard. That scene was too terrifying. His little frame really couldn't take it. No, when we get back, I have to merge with that old guy. After all, if I die, he won't survive either. Piccolo's thoughts drifted, suddenly feeling a strong tremor beneath his feet. Not good. Piccolo and Goku hurriedly left. They didn't even realize when Frieza and his crew had already left the area. No one warned them. That was really not being a good friend. Bang! Just as Piccolo flew away, Cell was forced out by Broly. Broly, you madman. You messed up my needle. Come on, Mr. Cell, I believe in you. If you can withstand half an hour of his beating, I'll make sure you absorb Android 16. Swish! Everyone kept their distance from Frieza, except for Android 17 and Zangya, who didn't dare move. Oh, even Dodoria didn't move. He was in a deep coma. Frieza glanced at Dodoria, feeling the punishment was sufficient. He wasn't going to kill him. With a wave of his hand, a green light shot into Dodoria's body. 5 seconds later, Dodoria opened his eyes. Meanwhile, during those 5 seconds, Cell suffered an inhumane beating. Thanks to Cell's tough resilience, being a composite of multiple cells gave him an incomprehensible ability to withstand blows. Boom! 10 minutes later, Cell's hands blew up. 12 minutes later, his feet disappeared too. But none of this was a problem. Cell had super regeneration. 15 minutes later, boom! Cell was gone. Kakarot! Broly killed Cell and then started frantically searching for Goku, which made Goku feel a chill. Damn it, I have to go all out. Give me a bit of that Senzu powder. Goku felt he couldn't keep hiding. Broly was clearly coming for him, and if he didn't confront him head-on, it would never end. With the last bit of Senzu powder in his stomach, Goku's stamina recovered, and with a determination to fight to the death, he decided to face Broly in a life-or-death battle. Dad, let me go. I should be able to hold on for a while. Kakarot, you can't do it. Let me go instead. I'll let Gohan join me. Vegeta wasn't showing off anymore. It was clear that Broly was too much for him to handle alone. But why were they all stealing glances at Frieza? Duan. A thunderous collision, sound erupted. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. The sound was too powerful, and Yamcha was knocked out. Tien's third eye flickered a few times before he too followed in Yamcha's footsteps. That's why they say that a man who lives off others is also a skill. Krillin was fine because he was protected by Android 18's energy shield. Thank you, Lazuli. Android 18's cheeks flushed slightly, but quickly turned fierce again. Call me Android 18. Okay, Lazuli. Slap. Boom. A crisp slap echoed as a green figure fell from the center of the battle and smashed into the ground. Broly, feeling powerful, dove down, launching a massive energy blast at Cell on the ground. That's right, The one Broly slapped down was indeed Cell. He didn't die. He revived again. Although the increase in fighting power after this revival wasn't substantial, he was still slightly stronger than before. Reviving on the brink of death before transforming into a Super Saiyan offered a huge boost. For example, Goku went from 90,000 to 5 million, a terrifying ratio. Now, however, the ratio was much smaller. After reviving, Cell's power increased from 4.8 billion to 5 billion. While that was a 700 million increase, if you convert it to 10,000s, it was just a mere 70,000 increase, hardly noticeable. Moreover, this was only because Cell had built up a lot of anger to achieve this increase. Don't forget, Vegeta had also nearly died. After consuming the Senzu Bean powder, his power only increased from 4.8 billion to 5 billion. In other words, Vegeta's normal combat power was just 50 million. Regardless, Cell had indeed taken a step further. But it was still not enough to withstand Broly's beating. Because Broly was a freak among freaks, his combat power couldn't be explained scientifically. It was purely driven by anger, seemingly limitless. Once Broly felt even a slight disadvantage, he would go berserk, and his combat power would grow like crazy. At this moment, Broly's combat power had skyrocketed to 7 billion, which was simply unacceptable. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud appeared, one never seen before, and many shockwaves radiated out, creating a spectacular scene. Boom! At the center of the explosion, another deafening sound rang out as Broly's massive foot slammed into Cell's abdomen, completely obliterating his lower half. King Frieza. King Frieza, is the time up? I feel like I'm really going to die this time. Wah. Cell felt so suffocated. He hadn't fought back at all. He was either being beaten or blown up. Now, he clearly felt that his chip hadn't absorbed enough energy. If he blew up again, he would really be gone. Hohohoho. Mr. Cell, only 29 minutes and 30 seconds have passed. Just hold on for another 30 seconds. Cell was furious, but he was really scared. Those 30 seconds could be enough for him to die several times. Suddenly, Cell stopped yelling. All his painful screams vanished, and he even lost the ability to breathe. Broly, with his cataract eyes, disdainfully glanced at the Cell that only had a head left, turned around, and continued searching for Goku. Kakarot. Can I make a small request? Could everyone help me recommend some books? My grades are really poor, and I've been struggling with finding good books on my own. 55. Thank you all in advance. Chapter 77. The King Appears. Broly is brutal and unreasonable. As soon as Son Goku heard Broly's beast-like voice, especially when he called him by a Saiyan name, he felt uneasy all over. What did he do to deserve this? He cried a lot when he was a kid. Was that something he could control? And calling him Son Goku would be a bit better. Well, if he couldn't avoid it, then he would fight to the death. Goku glanced at Frieza and said, "Let's go together. I can't handle this monster alone." Vegeta understood instantly and replied, "Kakarot, this time I've surpassed you again. Even if we die, it will be worth it." Gohan didn't understand, but he was willing to fight. "Dad, I'll fight alongside you." Dabura was very conflicted, but he finally said, "Mr. Goku, even though my fighting power is a bit low, please allow me to join the battle." Piccolo also cast a sideways glance at Frieza and said lightly, "Old son, Gohan is gone. I can't fall behind. Goku, I won't let Android 18 go. Her fighting power is too low to change the situation." Ignoring Android 18's furious glare, Krillin turned to his side. He pointed at Tien and Yamcha on the ground and continued, "Besides, I still have to take care of them. As long as they're awake, I will definitely go with you. Even if it means death, I'm not afraid." A green light entered Tien and Yamcha's bodies, and the two slowly woke up. Krillin was at a loss for words when Cell's voice suddenly appeared. It turned out he had been pretending to be dead just to buy those 30 seconds. "Frieza, 30 seconds have already passed. Please, make your move." At this moment, everyone had the same thought. 666. Everyone thought this, but no one dared to say it out loud. Now, Cell had stepped forward. Yamcha, just waking up, immediately fell in line with the current rhythm. He was indeed the old six among the old six. "Frieza, you are the strongest king in the universe. Please, make your move." Tien, with his third eye shining brightly, quickly closed it again, unable to say such shameless words. He still had his ultimate move unused. Once the Kamehameha was unleashed, he would definitely be invincible. It was clear he still hadn't fully woken up, suffering from the aftereffects of his unconsciousness. Krillin glanced at Android 18, who understood immediately. Looking at Android 17 with a hint of threat in her eyes. Android 17 shivered, caught between his older sister and the king, struggling with his internal conflict. Frieza, the second dogleg of the Heavenly Number Pavilion, requests to battle. Everyone. What courage, what determination, to be like Android 17. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Oh, this king approves. Android 17 was stunned. Approved? What does that mean? Wait a minute. Just now? Frieza, I misspoke. I was too excited. It was a slip of the tongue. Duong. Android 17 was kicked away by Frieza, crashing headfirst in a Broly. Android 17 felt his heart sink. He only had a combat power of 900 million. Wasn't this like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Boom. Boom. Broly swatted away an annoying fly. And at that moment, he finally found Son Goku's figure. The downside of cataracts was that it affected his vision, making it hard to find someone. Lying on the ground, Android 17 gasped for breath. The energy shield was indeed powerful. It saved his life once again. Frieza was furious. Oh ho! You dare to attack my people? Even when attacking a dog? You must see who its owner is. You cataract patient. Today this king will teach you how to behave. Swish! Frieza instantly vanished from his spot and reappeared in front of Broly. The originally purple energy wave had been surrounded by a 7-colored energy wave, and the energy surged into the sky, a pillar supporting the heavens. Bang! I was careless. I forgot to transform. Frieza's basic combat power was only 6 billion, and suddenly facing Broly's 7 billion combat power, he was instantly sent flying. You scum, this king won't spare you. Boom! A colorful energy wave with a black core appeared. Frieza transformed. However, this time he only turned into Black Iron Frieza. Frieza was a bit confused. What the hell was going on? Little golden turtle, you've been watching for so many chapters. Here's a little punishment. Duong. Broly didn't care what form Frieza was in. His vision might be poor, but he knew that as long as he killed all the enemies in front of him, Kakarot would definitely have nowhere to escape. What was Black Iron Frieza's combat power? It was actually quite high, a full 8 billion. This combat power was enough for him to crush Broly. If it weren't for Broly's astonishing defense, he might have really been killed by Frieza. Since he hadn't transformed into Bronze Frieza, Black Iron Frieza was also capable of completely dominating Broly. Duong, duong, duong. Broly had no means of defense, even though Black Iron Frieza's figure was still sexy and slender. It couldn't be compared to Broly's explosive muscular build, but combat power doesn't lie. Each strike made Broly scream in pain, creating huge craters on this planet. On planet Bupas. Did I choose the wrong name? Kakarot. 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 Broly fell to the ground. Frieza had just dealt him a heavy blow, the 720-degree rotating dragon's rising strike. This move was the signature move of the purple dragon. Frieza was supposed to transform into Golden Frieza, using a Golden Saint's ultimate move. Isn't that too much to ask? That last move made Broly spit out a mouthful of old blood, showing that even Broly's inhuman body couldn't withstand it. For the first time, Broly was beaten to the point of spitting blood. Then, Broly went berserk. This time, he completely lost control. Kakarot. Boom, boom. Broly's aura doubled again. With a combat power of 14 billion, instantly exploding the scene, increasing wildly without reason. At this moment, Broly's body didn't swell again, but his hair became longer and greener, with black electricity coursing through it, resembling a black snake that devours its prey. Terrifying. Son Goku and the others were dumbfounded. Was it really necessary to go this crazy, without any regard for their feelings? Vegeta even knelt on the ground, muttering, this is the true legendary Super Saiyan, this feeling of suppression from the bloodline. I don't want to admit it, but it truly makes me feel utterly devoid of any desire to fight. Dabura was heartbroken. His proud father had been struck down to this extent. Trunks, let him calm down. This kind of thing can only be overcome by himself. No one else can help him. Piccolo, though disdainful of Vegeta's behavior, also couldn't muster a shred of resistance. Not just against Broly. Even facing Frieza, Piccolo felt deeply powerless. Android 18. What was the current gap between Broly and Frieza? Krillin had already given up. He knew he couldn't fight either of them, but he was still curious. Android 18 looked at Krillin, pursed her lips, and said, "Do we really have to say it?" The result is quite discouraging. Krillin looked at Vegeta, who had lost his fighting spirit, and steeled himself. Go ahead, some people can only be reborn through complete discouragement. Android 18 didn't know Krillin's thoughts, but still answered honestly. Frieza is 11. 8 billion, and Broly. He is 14 billion. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Is it really over 10 billion already? I can't even count with my fingers and toes. Wufan. Is 140 minus 118 equal to 42? Wufan. Everyone. Wukong, are you serious? Everyone, please give a double tap. Help me out with a push for updates, and if you have time, send out a request for more books. Just like Turtle, who is begging for Frieza to make an appearance. I'm asking you all. Chapter 78. The king transforms again. Broly goes completely mad. Oh ho ho ho. In the movie, perhaps you're not the strongest, but you truly are an unlimited bug. Huh. Broly won't waste words with Frieza. He's just a lunatic, a complete beast. Does someone like that care about what you say? It's all about the Iron Fist. Bang 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 bang. The battle reignites, punches and kicks flying. You give me a punch to the stomach and I'll kick you right back. Duong. Frieza lands a punch on Broly's face, then quickly spins 360 degrees, delivering a kick to Broly's chest. Slap. You think Frieza's moves are that simple? No. His pitch-black tail slams down on Broly's head. This combo sends Broly staggering back dozens of meters. Kakarot. Broly shouts. Frieza. Frieza shouts back. The two exchange punches. One shouts, the other roars, leaving Sun Wukong and the others petrified. They're fighting, and it's like a DJ battle. Frieza. Kakarot. Frieza. The two of them compete in volume. One rough and bold, the other sharp and piercing. After a full 3 minutes, Frieza clutches his throat, feeling like he could die from discomfort. Frieza thinks that without a few dozen pounds of gold throat lozenges, his throat won't recover. Of course, this shouting also has a delightful effect. Frieza. Frieza. Look, isn't this successfully distracting Broly? Sun Wukong feels relieved. Frieza is truly a good person, actively drawing the battle fire onto himself. Oh ho ho. Frieza. Frieza. Ah-da-da-da. Bang bang bang. Duong duong. Guang. The rhythmic sounds of impact echo across the entire planet. Tien and others with lower combat power can only sense the commotion and hear the sounds. They can't see the battle at all. Sun Wukong and the others are also doing their best to barely keep up with the movements of the two, each feeling their hearts racing. Finally, Broly, ignoring the rules, faces an opponent with lower combat power, but still keeps missing his hits. He initiates the interstellar battle. Countless green energy blasts appear from Broly's hands, and Frieza doesn't back down, countering with his own attacks. In close combat, Frieza can dodge hard hits with his speed and movement, and in long-range exchanges, he has no fear. Frieza spreads his arms wide, his fingers dark as ink, and black energy blasts emerge from between them. Watch me, Whirlwind Poison Dragon turn. Frieza starts spinning rapidly, dodging Broly's energy blasts while firing back with energy blasts equal to Broly's. The two engage in an even more extreme exchange than the Prince's tactics. This is truly a 360-degree bombardment. Frieza. Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. The more Broly fights, the crazier he gets, while Frieza becomes more and more ecstatic. Whoosh. Bang. Broly switches his attack method again, catching Frieza off guard, and land a punch to his stomach. Fortunately, Frieza in his black iron form can take hits, so this doesn't cause him significant harm. However, Broly's ferocity fully erupts. Before Frieza can move, he grabs Frieza's tail. Whoa. Bang. Oh hot. Bang bang. 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 Oh oh. Frieza is slammed by Broly, each impact with the ground eliciting a scream from him. Yet, he still maintains his annoying laughter. Ah. Boom. Bang. Finally, Frieza is hurt from being slammed, feeling extremely frustrated and enraged, causing him to transform again. With bronze-colored skin, this time it's not the heroic black iron skin, but an epic skin. His combat power skyrockets to 18. 8 billion. The 8 billion combat power difference allows Frieza to finally break free from Broly's grip. Hohohoho. Come on, let's have some fun. You, come over. Now Frieza is absolutely confident. He doesn't believe Broly can go wild again. Frieza. Hohohoho. Duong. The brawl resumes, returning to the state it started in. And this time Broly is intensely trampled for a long time. Oh. Let me show you what a descending kick looks like. Frieza suddenly disappears, then dives straight down from the sky. Not with 5-finger palm prints, but with a giant claw of 3 toes. Frieza's divine foot. Bang! Although Broly has crossed his arms in front of his chest, he is still stomped into the ground by Frieza's powerful kick and shortly after bursts out from the other side of the planet. Frieza disappears again. The whack-a-mole mode is activated. Hohohoho. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong and the others are stunned, looking at the battered planet, the erupting lava fountains, and everyone's faces turn pale. Planet Bupaz. I won't be like Namek. I'm Planet Bupaz. Planet Bupaz holds on, rapidly repairing itself. Frieza. Boom. Broly is indeed Broly. He has no limits to speak of, and his unmatched aura erupts again. Thud, 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 thud. Broly's muscles grow larger again, his height increases, and his hair bursts out, looking wild and mad. Did you think this was the end? No. The green on Broly is deeper, but more importantly, a single green circular shield surrounds Broly, and the energy waves reach a new height. Gulp. All the Z fighters can't help but swallow hard. Oh, not really. At least Tien and Yamcha are knocked out again. And this time Krillin couldn't escape this misfortune because Android 18 was too preoccupied to care for him. Den's heart trembles. He can't believe this suddenly emerging monster can go this crazy. Son Gohan's eyes show a hint of fear. His fighting spirit, already weak, starts to fade. Vegeta still looks lost, while Son Wukong remains excited and carefree. Piccolo, he clutches his head in great pain. Xingya tightly holds onto Android 17's hand, trembling all over, feeling like she might wet herself. Android 17 leaves the unconscious Dodoria behind, his right hand clenched, passionately commenting on the battle. Breaking news, Frieza's combat power is 18. 8 billion, and Broly, that old 6, has broken through to 28 billion. Broly's combat power has doubled again. Crack. Boom. The planet trembles. Planet Bupaz lets out an angry roar, and massive bolts of lightning strike down, their power chilling. Android 17's eyes light up. Android 18 immediately looks at him, and they nod simultaneously, shaking off Xingya, and both rush towards the red lightning in the sky. Sheru stared blankly at the scene before him, his eyes bulging out of their sockets, completely unaware of what was happening. He swallowed a mouthful of phlegm and said dazedly, "So, Bakana." Suddenly, Duong. Frieza appeared beside Sheru and knocked him to the ground with his tail, then vanished again, leaving behind just one sentence. "Next time you speak that bird language, I'll pull out all your needles." 3 chapters delivered. Happy Monday, everyone. If you have time, please help out by following, bookmarking, and recommending for those in need of books. Chapter 79. Full power of the king facing the completely unreasonable Broly. Frieza also began to feel a bit of a headache. At this moment, Broly had already reached the strongest form from the movie. His muscles were stacked together, exuding an overwhelming dominance, and his towering height exerted immense pressure. His eyes glowed with a white light, and his explosive green hair, especially the green energy shield surrounding him at all times, made it uncertain whether any ordinary energy ball could even breach that layer of energy shield, let alone attack Broly's physical body. Swish! Frieza tested the defense of that energy shield, shooting 2 red death beams from his eyes. Unlike ordinary energy balls, death beams have strong penetrating power, a foolproof way to break through. However, the death beams failed to penetrate the energy shield, merely causing it to wobble a few times before returning to its original state. as if the death beams had never existed. In that case, they could only resort to hand-to-hand combat. Broly was angered by FRIEZA'S death beams. With a swift motion, he created a violent sonic boom around him. Clang! FRIEZA'S iron fist struck Broly's chest, but Frieza blocked it with both arms, immediately countering with a knee strike while his tail quickly coiled around Broly's neck. Ada! In an instant, Frieza unleashed over 100 punches, each hitting Broly's body, forcing Broly back a few steps. Just a few steps. With a power gap of nearly 10 billion, breaking through defenses is not that easy. Bang, 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 bang. A series of striking sounds created countless deep craters on the surface of planet Bupas, which were merely the result of the mid-air clash between Frieza and Broly. Frieza! Frieza! Bang! Duong! Boom! Broly quickly landed a punch on Frieza's left cheek, then executed a side kick, catching Frieza off guard as he was sent crashing towards the ground without even having time to teleport. A deep pit larger than all previous craters appeared, and the shape of planet Bupas began to deform. Red lightning continued to strike from the sky, but did not hit the ground, as two figures darted beneath the thunder, repeatedly resisting this divine wrath. Damn wild monkey, damn Saiyan, damn it. Frieza soared into the sky, hugging his shoulders with both hands. His expression exceptionally fierce and terrifying, with veins bulging on his forehead and his crimson pupils glinting with a bloodthirsty aura. Frieza's body was also undergoing changes, his muscles beginning to swell, and even his tail becoming thicker. Star transformation, third form, Trifusion wave. The seven-colored energy waves exploded outward, no longer straight, but overwhelmingly powerful, as if they were going to crush everything. Frieza brought out all the trump cards he had, transforming into Bronze Frieza and using the third form of star transformation simultaneously, something he had never done before. The threat posed by Broly was too great, forcing Frieza to fight with all his might. The transformation into Bronze Frieza provided an increase of about 4 times in combat power, while the Trifusion wave offered a 3-fold increase, but unfortunately, it was not a multiplication of 4 by 3. Rather, it was an increase of 3 times on the base combat power. Simply put, Frieza now had a normal state combat power increase of 7 times. To be honest, this increase was not particularly impressive, mainly because Frieza had not fully mastered the intricacies of star transformation. He had only scratched the surface. Fortunately, after the previous battle, Frieza's combat power had increased from 4.6 billion to 5 billion, and with a 7-fold increase, his combat power surpassed the terrifying threshold of 30 billion, reaching an astonishing 35 billion. All the Z fighters were stunned. It turned out that the king was also a freak among freaks, comparable to that shameless Broly. This time, Android 17 and 18 were not present. They were busy undergoing tribulation all over the planet, and after this incident, they were eager to increase their combat power. Dr. Gero was indeed a genius, imitating ancient legends and using heavenly thunder to strengthen the bodies of 17 and 18. This was something Frieza had never anticipated. Watching Android 17 and 18 darting back and forth, Frieza was speechless, but his eyes were filled with amazement. In just a short time, Android 17's combat power surged from 900 million to 2 billion, an astonishing increase. Android 18 was not far behind. Her power had also risen from 800 million to 1.8 billion, simply from being struck by lightning, her combat power skyrocketing. Buzz! Broly didn't care how strong his opponent was. Waiting for Frieza to transform was already unexpected, but he would not give Frieza the leisure to survey the surroundings. Frieza's eyes narrowed, and he punched towards Broly's fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. Duong! A deafening sound echoed, and a shockwave spread out, forcing the already distant Z-fighters to retreat once more. Sun Wukong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glanced at the unconscious fighters, and made a decision. Piccolo, Zanya, I'll send you back to Earth. You won't be able to withstand it any longer if this continues. Piccolo was reluctant, but he knew that staying here would truly be unbearable. Frieza and Broly completely disregarded their presence, unleashing powerful attacks and overflowing energy. They were genuinely dancing on the edge of a knife. If anything went wrong and Frieza and Broly hit them with a punch or kick, even if they didn't T-land a direct hit, they would undoubtedly suffer serious injuries or even die. Can't you see that Tenshinhan and Yamcha are already bleeding from their mouths and noses? Reluctantly nodding, Piccolo said, "All right, send us back." Zhang Yao was overjoyed. She could hardly contain herself. Frieza had already given her a significant psychological shadow, and now, with Broly added, she truly didn't want to stay for even a second longer. Swish! Sun Wukong took Piccolo away, placing them behind the temple, and couldn't wait to return to planet Bupus. As soon as Zhang Yao landed, she dashed into the temple and disappeared. At this point, Broly was already being beaten by Frieza, with techniques like Wolfang Fist, Rock Paper Scissors, Bagua Palm, Tai Chi, Luan Fist, and the 18 dragon-subduing palms all being used in a dazzling array. The shadowless kick of Foshan, the heavenly severing kick, the sky-soaring whirlwind kick, the 18 paths of Tan leg, the Een-lifting leg, and the wind god leg were all lethal moves. Broly was tough. Despite being pressed down by Frieza, he didn't let out a single grunt. He just kept shouting, "Frieza! Frieza! Frieza!" Frieza was displeased. How could it be only your voice? Doesn't that mean I'm losing face? Oh ho ho! Oh ho ho! Shout all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Frieza! Frieza! Oh ha ho ho ho! Oh ha ho 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 ho! Broly was furious. This shameless guy had once again thrown him off track. Anger. Uncontainable anger. Oh ha ho feta! Kakarot! Boom! Damn you, pervert! Here it comes again. Duam. Broly actually sent Frieza flying with a headbutt. Even with Frieza's physical toughness, he was left dizzy and disoriented. Wow, wow, wow. Kakarot. Frieza. You all have to die. Frieza is shocked. Goku is shocked. Everyone is shocked. Broly actually said a complete sentence. Chapter 80. I, Sheru, come to protect the King Bang. Planet Pass. This is it. We're really down to less than a tenth of the surface now. This freak can't even be scared off by thunder. I can't take it anymore. Broly used his madness to illustrate what it means that there is no strongest, only stronger. In just a few short hours, his battle power skyrocketed from 1.5 billion to 56 billion. What the hell is this? Science? Can science explain this? However, this time, Broly may have reached his limit, as blood vessels had started appearing in the corners of his originally bright white eyes, making him look particularly terrifying. It's unclear whether he broke through his limits, but Broly's hair didn't grow longer. However, if one had to describe his current state with a level, there was only one possibility. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 at full power. Note that it's the legendary kind, not the ordinary one like Son Goku and the others. But even if Broly has reached his limit this time, Frieza is also in full power mode. This is awkward. Swish, swish. 17 and 18 finally stopped looking for attacks, and they both reached their short-term limits with a total of 3 billion. Although it was still insufficient, it was a significant gain, especially just now when Broly erupted. The shockwave that burst forth even contained green lightning, which boosted their power from 2 billion to 3 billion. This shows that the thunder on the planet is of a completely different quality compared to the thunder generated by strong fighters like Broly and the others. Son Goku, stop watching the show. Let's get out of here. 56 billion. Just a single hit, and we'll be nothing but dust. 17 shouted. He had just increased his battle power, and hadn't even had a chance to show off yet. It would be so unfair if he died now. Krillin was not wrong about one thing. When a person is pushed to their limits, miracles can happen. Vegeta jumped up in anger and shouted, "Escape! How could I possibly escape? Trunks, hurry and grab me. Don't let me charge out." Big T. Is this how we do it? He gently grabbed Vegeta's clothing, and sure enough, Vegeta couldn't charge out no matter how hard he tried. Dad, let us go. This is no longer something we can participate in. The gap is too big. It can't be caught up by just shouting. Son Gohan was also persuading. He felt helpless regarding his martial arts-obsessed father. Son Goku also understood the seriousness of the situation. Moreover, he hadn't even broken through to Super Saiyan 2 yet. His strength was only slightly greater than Big T's. Let us go. When we get back, I'll train hard. Son Goku and the others left. Shara was dumbfounded. Hey, you guys forgot about me. I haven't even learned instant transmission yet. Duong. Frieza was grabbed by Broly by the arms. Those iron claw-like hands gripped Frieza tightly and didn't let go. Though Broly was not completely conscious, his battle instincts were incredibly terrifying. Frieza understood how to move and could even use a basic version of instant transmission. But even at 56 billion, he was still a bit slower than Broly. Thus, Broly grabbed Frieza and initiated a self-destructing strategy. Headbutt. Duang duang duang. Smack. At first, Frieza tried to counterattack with his tail, and his legs kicked fiercely at Broly's stomach. Frieza had thought about using a low blow, but Broly was too tall, and Frieza could only reach Broly's stomach when grabbed. His tail could attack Broly's vital areas, but unfortunately, Broly, that madman, completely ignored it. After all, the power of the tail is not as strong as the legs. 5 minutes later, bubbles began to form at the corners of Frieza's mouth, and his legs could no longer execute various techniques. His tail hung straight down. Broly was also not having it easy. Frieza's bronze form has incredible defensive power. The headbutt had a recoil effect, and bubbles were also forming at the corners of Broly's mouth. The battle was so brutal that it could only be described as devastating. Shenron was floating in the low air. There was no ground beneath him, just a vast ocean of lava. This planet was on the verge of disintegration. Frieza, the king. The planet is going to explode. Frieza heard this, but he didn't want to speak. He was so tired. Tired to the point of just wanting a good sleep. So what if the planet exploded? His race could survive in the universe. Shenron was anxious and began to curse. Damn Son Goku, why are you running away? Even if you took me with you, that would be fine. At the very least, leave some Senzu powder. Even the powder would be good. In this situation, Shenron truly didn't want Frieza to lose. Broly had no possibility of communication and would only destroy everything in front of him. Shenron was unwilling. He didn't want to die, and he roared in anger. Broly, let go of King Frieza. Duong. Another headbutt, and Frieza spat white foam, while Broly's mouth once again spewed bubbles. Ultimately, Broly had the stronger battle power. The 21 billion difference allowed Frieza to endure for 5 minutes, which was unimaginable for everyone. Shenron's fist accurately hit Broly's head, but it was useless. 5 billion battle power was now merely like a tickle to Broly, not even qualifying as a massage. Duong. At the moment Broly and Frieza clashed again, the energy waves erupted, directly blasting Shenron away, who then fell into the lava with a plop. Senzu beans? Senzu beans. Frieza's eyes suddenly lit up, and his crimson pupils erupted with an astonishing aura. Awala! Voila! While shouting and spitting out the white foam from his mouth, Frieza wanted to take out the Senzu beans he had stored for emergencies. Duong. Frieza was once again knocked into a daze. Duang duang duang. Blood began to flow from the corners of Broly's mouth, while Frieza's 7 orifices also started bleeding. In his dazed state, Frieza saw a figure. He couldn't make out the specific appearance, but that person had a notable feature, a 7-colored aura, very similar to Frieza's own. A series of obscure characters floated from that person's mouth and landed on Frieza's body, bringing waves of warmth. Since becoming Frieza, he had never felt what warmth was. All he felt was bone-chilling cold, yet these characters made him feel it. Suddenly, a red light pierced through Frieza's temple, and in a flash of insight, Frieza finally understood the true essence of the star transformation. There is only one truth. No, wait, I got it wrong. Let us start over. Boom. Broly didn't give Frieza the time to start over. He stopped using headbutts and instead hugged Frieza, directly crashing into the already shattered ground, plunging straight into the fiery lava. The high temperature of the lava couldn't harm Shenron, let alone Frieza and Broly. But Broly was determined to crash into the planet's core with Frieza. Broly had gone mad. With a 21 billion power advantage, he actually wanted to go down with Frieza. Suddenly, Frieza opened his eyes again, and this time his eyes were no longer just a blood red, but transformed into a star. Brilliant and sacred, inviolable. Get lost. King Frieza. I, Cell, am here to protect you. Boom! Cell just grabbed Frieza's tail, and with a loud bang, Cell's eyes rolled back in his head. Planet Bupas has exploded. Chapter 81. Monster? No, I'm a demon 5 minutes earlier. Earth. Sun Wukong and the others instantly teleported to Zhangjia's side. As for why they weren't next to Piccolo, don't ask. The answer is simply unknown. Zhangjia had just opened the door and walked out of the restroom when he suddenly felt something was off. He turned around. Good heavens. A group of big men along with a blonde beauty were crammed into the tiny restroom. Zhangjia was terrified. Number 17. You shameless. Number 17. What's wrong with him? Why is he calling me shameless? He instinctively touched his smooth face. It was still there. Kakarot, are you doing this on purpose? There's Piccolo's energy and the energy of that useless Tien Shinhan and his group on Earth. And you had to teleport to a woman's energy. Vegeta was furious. Sniff, sniff. What's that smell? Ugh. Boom. Vegeta was enraged, and his aura surged instantly. Bang. The restroom exploded. What appeared before them was a large platform, smooth and sacred without a single flaw. However, at this moment, a group of stinky people was severely polluting this holy land. Bobo remained expressionless and said, God. Their hobbies are quite special. The god and Piccolo stood together, both sweating on their foreheads. These people are out of control. The god couldn't accept that his temple was destroyed and then polluted, so he waved his staff. An invisible energy swept away. The destroyed palace was restored, and all the filth returned to where it belonged. However, the god forgot one thing. That group of out-of-control people hadn't left the original cramped space. Zhangjia, stinky perverts. Boom. The restroom of the god's temple exploded again. This time, everyone learned their lesson and quickly fled the scene, with trails of light appearing. And soon they were nowhere to be seen. The god was speechless and could only restore the temple's structure once again. Sigh, what a sin. A perfectly good restroom had to bear what it shouldn't have. Piccolo, are you serious? Stop fooling around. Now, besides repairing the house, you're useless. Hurry up and fuse with me. Piccolo was quite impatient with the old god, dragging things out time and again. Doesn't he have any sense of urgency? Well, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Come, you embrace the original unity, and you must achieve a state of mind as clear as ice, undisturbed by the heavens, silently reciting the Avalokiteshvara mantra I taught you, Bodhisattva, Palobalomi Dosa. Piccolo's old face turned red, and he spread his hands to draw a circle, then placed his palms down on his lower abdomen, silently muttering, Damn you, immortal. Very good. It seems you have talent. Then I'm coming. The god finally made up his mind and placed his hand, as rough as old tree bark, on Piccolo's chest. He shouted, I, the god, have arrived. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The old god looked at the sky in shock and immediately understood what was happening. Not good. At Bulma's home, a giant dragon resembling an eastern dragon spiraled upwards, exuding an impressive aura. However, the people of West City were already used to the fact that any strange happenings at Bulma's house were possible. The song continued, and the dance went on. Life is short, so one must enjoy it while they can. Those who summon me, please state your wish. Whatever it is, I can help you fulfill it. Damn. Slow down, will you? The dragon had a vision that was definitely 5-0. Just finished showing off and saw several filthy people rushing over. The dragon was scared and immediately performed a dragon dance. I twist my waist, I lift my hips, just barely dodging the human bombs that were Sun Wukong and the others. Phew, why is it always you guys disturbing my sleep? Can't we have a different group of people? Bulma, forget it. The dragon is really down to earth now. Dragon, revive those who were killed by Cell. Bulma was very excited. No matter how many times, the process of making a wish felt so good. This wish is very simple. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of 7 hard objects hitting the ground. Bulma could hardly believe what was happening before her eyes. The day dawned. The dragon disappeared, and the dragon balls turned to stone and fell to the ground. On the god's temple, the god had just shouted not good when he disappeared, almost at the same time as the dragon. Piccolo aura surgi dramatically. Ah, so strong, I'm so strong. Where's Cell, Broly? And Frieza? I can take on 10 of them. Bobo. Sigh, another one has gone crazy. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taking a shower in Bulma's bathroom when they suddenly felt Piccolo's aura and were immediately shocked. Piccolo. Such a powerful aura. Oomph. Still just a waste. Vegeta scrubbed hard with the brush, feeling awful. Number 17 elegantly created bubbles all over his body, casually saying, "Only 35 billion. Once I stabilize for a while, I'll go find the king to discharge." Dieter was curious. What exactly happened to Mr. Piccolo? This increase in power is unreasonable. Son Gohan was overjoyed, excitedly saying, I know. Uncle Piccolo must have fused with the god. That's why his aura changed so much." Vegeta's face darkened, as if recalling something. Hey, was that dragon dance just now the dragon? The god is gone. Did the dragon grant Bulma's wish? Outside, Bulma kicked the Dragon Balls that had turned to stone, confused. Wait a minute, the eyes didn't glow red. So why did they turn to stone? Also, this time I didn't stop you. So why didn't you run? Did the people of Earth really come back to life? Still waiting in line for the King of Hell to register, the Earthlings said, "What do you think? If I were alive, would I still be floating here?" This is a planet called Dabulans, very small, just slightly larger than King Kai's planet. Entirely metallic in structure, quite hard. Dabulans, like the planet Bupas, was prepped with energy signals by Dodoria. Its main purpose was for King Frieza to use for exercise. Just now, a formidable person with a retracted 7-colored aura and an outward bronze aura suddenly appeared, holding a muscular man surrounded by grass-green energy. Alongside them appeared a monster covered in green with countless black spots, grabbing the formidable one's tail. This was Frieza, Broly, and Cell. At this moment, Frieza was very different from before. Simply put, the layers of his aura had reversed. The 7-colored aura was tightly attached to Frieza's body, while the bronze aura wrapped around the 7-colored aura. Don't underestimate this change. Frieza's aura had geometrically multiplied. First, Frieza's aura had become 56 per billion, and it was rapidly increasing, having already broken through the 60 billion mark in just a short while. After deepening his understanding of the star transformation, Frieza could finally double his power again after transforming. With the attributes of the star transformation breaking through physical limits, his combat power rapidly increased. Broly finally regained consciousness, his fierce eyes fixed on Frieza before him. Slap! Cell was sent flying by Frieza's tail, finally regaining his senses. The first person he saw was Broly, and he immediately screamed in terror. "A monster! Broly, you monster! Don't come over here!" Broly glanced at his feet that hadn't moved at all, and a smirk appeared on his face. Perhaps because he had headbutt Frieza so many times, Broly regained a bit of clarity. "Monster? No. I'm not a monster. I am a demon. Since I couldn't use Kakarot as a blood sacrifice, then I'll use you, the trash with Kakarot's aura, as a sacrifice instead." Broly was just about to lift his foot, preparing to walk towards Cell. Hohohoho. You just made me feel so good when you hit me. Now, it's my turn to take revenge, right? Chapter 82. The Tianzi Pavilion grows again. Frieza. Hohohoho. Huh. Frieza was furious. He was actually thrown off course. Boom. Frieza unleashed his 62.8 billion battle power, and the small planet began to hum, yet no craters appeared. Boom. Broly never understood how to write the word coward. Of course, at this moment, in his state, he couldn't write any words at all. 2 waves of energy shot up into the sky and collided violently, sending Cell flying out instantly. Unfortunately, the planet was too small. He quickly circled around the Daburan planet and was blasted away again by the 2 energy waves. Smack! Despite the Daburan planet being incredibly hard, Cell was still slapped to the ground by Frieza's tail, creating a pit that was neither too big nor too small. Cell was foaming at the mouth, accidentally spitting out 3 of his front teeth. Cell wanted to cry, but had no tears. Duong. The battle of the 2 titans began again. The clash of fists and feet caused the Daburan planet to shake and tremble continuously, leaving Cell feeling dizzy, as if he were drunk. Cell, what vendetta, what grievance? Why do you have to torture me while fighting? However, Frieza and Broly absolutely wouldn't care about that little shrimp, as the 2 had fought over 1,000 times already. Crack! Daburan planet. Who named this? It's only been a few minutes, and it's already cracking. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Fist shadows flashed like lightning. Kicks raged. Energy blasts flew through the sky, and the Deburan planet was already pockmarked. Ho-ha-ho-ho-ho. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why aren't you going crazy anymore? Come on, hit my face. Why have you lost your strength? Frieza shouted wildly at this moment. He was genuinely feeling extremely comfortable. Although Broly's aura showed no signs of decreasing, he was indeed stunned by Frieza's attack. Shaking his head with effort for the first time, a look of fear appeared on Broly's face. Frieza's battle power was only 62. 8 billion, just 6. 8 billion higher than Broly. And in a battle of hundreds of billions of power, the advantage wasn't that significant. However, the terror of the star transformation left Broly with no way to counter it. When the 7-colored energy waves tightly pressed against Frieza's body, any punch Broly threw at Frieza would lose 50 of its power, especially when the star gleam flashed by. Broly felt particularly uncomfortable. This was the initial application of divine power, force release. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Oh-ha-ho-ho-ho! Broly, come on, have fun. After all, there's plenty of time. Duong. Frieza was saying the most provocative words while delivering the most brutal beating to Broly. Frieza! Frieza! Boom! Broly shouted madly, but unfortunately, Frieza didn't care at all. Frieza, who was already on a high, directly formed a star destruction bomb, several times larger than the planet beneath them. Oh-ho-ho-ho! Bacana! Frieza! Boom! The Deburan planet truly lived up to its name. Although 99 of the star destruction bomb was withstood by Broly, the remaining one would definitely turn a planet like Earth to ashes. But the Deburan planet did not perish. It only lost about 1/3 of its mass and still stubbornly held on. A pure metal planet was indeed very reliable. Frieza and Broly were even more tenacious than the Deburan planet. They weren't defeated, but Broly was indeed in a terrible state now. Even his pants, which had never rotted for 1,000 years, had only left behind a pair of briefs. Oh-ho-ho-ho! Broly, you were surprisingly tenacious. Not dead, even after all this. Frieza was ready to use the Star Energy Blade, intending to cut Broly into pieces. Swish! A 3-meter-long energy blade appeared in Frieza's hand. Cell had a tragic fate. He had dodged the Star Destruction Bomb attack, but ended up right at the tip of the Star Energy Blade, being stabbed in the thigh. Frieza, spare me. I'm your son, don't kill me. Cell was still quite tenacious, recovering faster than Hyusu. In just a moment, his front teeth grew back. Frieza's crimson, circular pupils swept over, and Cell immediately knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Another flash of inspiration struck Frieza. He remembered something. Perhaps keeping Broly around could lead to a significant surprise later. Swish! The Star Energy Blade disappeared, and Cell let out a sigh of relief, while Broly also secretly breathed out. He was indeed a battle maniac, and he admitted to being a demon, but he wasn't truly unafraid of death. Oh-ha-ho-ho-ho! Kinsey Pavilion number 3 Broly, number 4 Cell, this is your place. Understand? Frieza let out a sneer, but his tone was icy, devoid of warmth. Cell immediately knelt on the ground, banging his big head against the hard ground 9 times in a row. Kinsey Pavilion's 4th lackey. I pay my respects to King Frieza. Frieza nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Broly. Who was Broly? If he were truly Kinsey Pavilion number 3, he might have been able to accept it if he calmed down. But what did that green skin monster just say? Lackey. He couldn't tolerate that. Frieza. Frieza. I'm a demon, not a lackey. Broly wanted to explode again, but unfortunately, this time he had truly reached his limit and couldn't squeeze any more potential from his body in a short time. Frieza's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly appeared behind Broly, his fists tightly clenched, and he struck Broly on the back of the head. Duong. Thud. Broly couldn't withstand this heavy blow and finally reverted to his normal state, returning to his weak form, with black hair and a slender body, fainting on the spot. Cell's eyelids twitched at that sight. What did he just see? Blood spurted from the back of Broly's head. Would that strike turn him into an idiot? Then again, being an idiot was better than being a maniac. At least he wouldn't go crazy easily. Frieza looked at Broly, his fingers coming together. A streak of 7-colored energy slowly covering Broly. This was the mental energy infused with divine power. Frieza wanted to alter Broly's memory. Cell retreated several steps at this scene. Frieza was simply omnipotent. It was terrifying. Broly was still quite tenacious, but unfortunately. Oh-ho-ho-ho. Moments later, Frieza let out a long breath and reverted to his normal state. Once again, with his pale skin and purple hues, Cell's nervous heart finally settled down. In Cell's eyes, this version of Frieza was the most approachable. At least, he would only make him do some silly poses, right? Come on, let's go back to Earth. Cell quickly rolled and crawled to Frieza's side, fearing being abandoned again. On this entirely metallic planet, he would starve to death. Swish! Oh-ha-ho-ho-ho! After a moment of mockery, Frieza, Broly, and Cell disappeared from the Deburan planet. What remained was a planet that looked like it had been bitten, showcasing how inhumanely it had been tortured. Not long after, a person who looked very much like Frieza appeared near the Dabulan planet and then plunged into the gap of the Dabulan planet with such force that it directly penetrated the core of the planet. On Earth, when Frieza appeared in Bulma's family's restaurant, it immediately caused a scream. This chapter is an additional update. Thank you all for your support and love. Chapter 83. The King with Out-of-Control Emotions can be skipped. Boom! Frieza, along with the members of the Heavenly Pavilion, had just arrived at Bulma's home when an explosion sounded from the laboratory. Bulma was startled and rushed toward the laboratory while holding little Trunks. Vegeta, Trunks, hurry, my dad is still in the lab. Frieza remembered that doctor. Briefs was a good person, having helped him set up the gravity chamber, and he owed him that favor. Immediately, he teleported and appeared at the center of the explosion, where he saw that Dr. Briefs was completely unharmed. I almost forgot, this is the Dragon Ball world. Not to mention a small explosion. Even if Dr. Briefs really died, he could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Vegeta appeared second, also teleporting, but just a bit slower than Frieza. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses and said, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. I was just modifying Android 16 and accidentally blew up a small missile inside him." A missile? And it exploded. This is unbelievable. Nothing happened at all. Indeed, the gap between the Dragon Ball world and the real world is this big. Thud! Android 16 stood up from the rubble and moved around a bit, completely unharmed. However, the current appearance of Android 16 was something Frieza couldn't accept. Have you transformed yourself into Optimus Prime? Looking at the familiar shape before him, with a row of tires on his feet, Frieza was utterly speechless. No, I am Optimus Prime. Android 16 no longer exists, and I have completed Dr. Gero's mission. What the? Frieza didn't know what to say. Dr. Gero, how long have you been dead? And yet you could still cause such trouble. But even if you completed the mission, you will still be absorbed by Cell. Crash. Optimus Prime sat down on the ground, causing another tremor in Bulma's house. I don't want to be absorbed. I want to go back to Cybertron. Wow, this guy is really deep in denial. Soon, others also arrived. When Bulma saw that Dr. Briefs was fine, she finally relaxed. She knew that the Dragon Balls on Earth were already ineffective, and the previous wish hadn't resurrected those killed by Cell. Thinking of this, she glanced at Cell, who was obediently following Frieza, and instantly felt her anger rising. Slap. Cell was stunned. The great Cell, the ultimate boss of the Android saga, was actually slapped in the face by a woman. As the saying goes, anger rises from the heart, and evil comes from the gallbladder. Woman, you're seeking death. Cell was about to slap this audacious woman into a pulp. Fourth, calm down. She is not someone you can mess with. Even Beerus was slapped by her, and he was fine. Bulma was a central character throughout Dragon Ball. If she were to be killed, who knows what would happen? Having just finished a great battle, Frieza was now physically and mentally exhausted and didn't he want to stir up any more trouble. Yes, but King Frieza, she is not your woman. Why do you care so much about her? Vegeta was furious. Cell was completely disregarding him. We are gentlemen. Cell asked a good question. Do you think my Frost Demon race could find a woman among ordinary people? Which ordinary woman could withstand our low temperatures? Bulma can't, Android 18 can't, and Zangya definitely can't. I am an elegant and grand gentleman. Since I cannot bring them happiness, why should I occupy them? Bulma is beautiful, intelligent, clever, and generous. I cannot accept such a woman suffering with me. Android 18 is beautiful, sexy, charming, and has good combat power. I cannot accept such a woman being bound by me. I hope they have their own happiness. Who am I? I am Frieza. My woman must be able to endure the special existence of my race. What Frieza didn't say was that he hoped for their happiness and didn't want them to be harmed. After all, Bulma had accompanied Frieza throughout his childhood. Moreover, even if Frieza wanted to find a partner, he had to at least find the Super Dragon Balls to make a wish first. This was his pain. He didn't want to say it, but someone always inadvertently brought it up, making him feel very uncomfortable and sad. Just wanted to lie on a beach chair and do nothing. His childhood idol was not someone he wanted to desecrate. Even if he is now Frieza, he doesn't want to. Turning back, Frieza looked at Cell, his gaze as cold as ice, making Cell tremble with fear. It was this fourth subordinate who had reopened his old wounds. Bang! Cell was slammed to the ground by Frieza, and without a moment's punishment. This Cell wouldn't know what to say or what not to say. Remember your identity. Your master's personal matters are not for you to inquire about. Swish! Frieza vanished from the spot. He was feeling very agitated and just wanted to return to the ice planet to cool down. Frieza's excited demeanor had shocked the Dragon Ball warriors. It was the first time they saw Frieza showing so much emotion. Bulma recalled the process of getting to know Frieza. Indeed, he had always treated her like a gentleman, without any extreme actions. Even when changing her clothes, it was magic and didn't count. In the next moment, Frieza had already appeared beside his clone. Looking at the clone's combat power, which was still only 110 million, Frieza was at a loss for words. Ding! Frieza stepped on the ice surface, then quickly headed towards the core of the ice planet. At this moment, he felt a bit impulsive and wanted to enter the core of the ice planet. Perhaps, if he completely sealed himself, he wouldn't have such wild thoughts. Did you think he didn't want to be with Bulma? Did you think he didn't want Bulma in his left hand? Android 18 is right. And Zanya lying on his chest. He wanted that too. But he just happened to transmigrate into Frieza, and he had no gender. What if the Super Dragon Balls were unreliable and turned him into a girl? Even if the Super Dragon Balls were powerful, could they really withstand his low temperatures? Did he have to personally ruin these women as happy lives? He was Frieza, no doubt, but he had a human soul. He couldn't do such a thing where he couldn't bring happiness to others and still held onto them tightly. Frieza asked himself. He had never expressed any romantic feelings toward any girl. Bulma. He merely hoped she would be more youthful and beautiful. Android 18, Dr. Gero's mission left him unsure how to intervene, so he had to adopt a non-interference approach. In the end, Android 18 still developed feelings for Krillin, and he was actually quite happy about it. Zanya was very cute. To avoid hurting her, he had already let Android 17 be with her. Android 17 was handsome, had high combat power, and the two were quite suitable. Lost in thought, Frieza arrived at the edge of the ice planet's core, hesitating. After going through so much, was he really going to freeze himself over such trivial matters? What about the new members of the Heavenly Pavilion, Android 17, Broly, and Cell? Dodoria was very capable now. His combat power was no longer what it used to be, and as long as he didn't cause trouble, he should live quite comfortably. Boom, boom, boom. The entire ice star exploded violently due to Frieza's roar. Ever since his battle with Broly, his combat power had reached 7 billion, a terrifying figure. On the ice star, mountains of ice rose from the ground, and ice plains collapsed one after another. It was precisely because of the ice star's unique structure that it didn't explode with a deafening roar. Tagma watched as the palace he had just built collapsed with a crash, feeling a deep sense of despair. Now that Frieza the Great King had returned, it was unfortunate that he hadn't even seen the fruits of Tagma's labor before the palace was gone. Tagma couldn't believe he could escape death again. He was only alive because of a trace of the bloodline of a cockroach. He was not immortal. Chapter 84 Emotions Out of Control. Tagma was having a very bad day, and he was extremely scared. However, he was also quite lucky because King Frieza had not returned to the palace. He was currently captivated by the phenomenon created by his doppelganger. Just moments ago, Frieza had vented his anger and unleashed all his power, almost causing a catastrophic disaster to the ice planet. Then, something miraculous happened. The ice planet began to rapidly restore itself. The towering icebergs flattened out, and the sunken icy plains regained their evenness. The culprit behind this was none other than Frieza's doppelganger. A massive amount of energy surged from all over the ice planet, transferring to the doppelganger, causing it to emit waves of energy. Although it was just the ordinary white energy waves, it was still beyond what an unawakened doppelganger could achieve. This situation lasted for less than 3 minutes, and the ice planet had already recovered. The doppelganger also became quiet again, standing there straight as an old popsicle. At that moment, the doppelganger's combat power surged to 500 million. Of course, compared to Frieza's own combat power, this 500 million was pitifully low, but it truly amazed Frieza. Thankfully, during the earlier emotional outburst, he hadn't crushed it with a kick. Otherwise, he would have regretted it later. Frieza did not understand why this happened, and he didn't have time to figure out now, because just then, the divine power he had attached to Broly was shaken and had begun to crack. Whoosh! Frieza vanished from the spot, leaving behind a doppelganger that looked exactly like him. Tagma sensed the changes on the ice planet and knew that Frieza must have left, so he called for people to carry water buckets to build the palace again. This time, he decided to build an ice city, which would save time, effort, and money. And most importantly, it would be sturdy. Paired with cheap neon lights, it would look beautiful. On Earth, after a while following Frieza's departure, Broly slowly awakened. Frieza hadn't mentioned it, and Cell hadn't revealed who he was, so no one knew who this sweetly sleeping boy was. After all, there was quite a difference from the rampaging Broly, and with all his gear blasted away by Frieza, he was left in just black shorts. Broly rubbed the back of his head and sat up, looking around in confusion. Food. So much food. This was simply the place of his dreams. Broly didn't go wild. He quickly devoured everything in front of him at a speed of 1 Jinhua per second. Stinky tofu, snail noodles, stinky salmon, foods that smelled unpleasant. Broly welcomed them all. The kitchen was once again overwhelmed, and they were puzzled as to why the wealthiest family had a glutton, and each one was more extreme than the last. This was simply a reincarnation of a starving ghost. He could eat more than that flaming head and crab head, and at a faster speed. Dude, that's chewable Jinhua ham. How did you swallow it whole? Isn't it salty? Hey, that's mapo tofu, just out of the pot. It's hot. Huh. How could mere mortals understand the digestive system of Saiyans? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a simplified version of a glutton, although they appeared human. Their stomachs were like that of a gorilla. Otherwise, it couldn't explain where all that food went. When Goku and the others returned, they found a guy in shorts who could eat even more than them, and their competitive spirit was instantly ignited. Vegeta was unwilling to lose to Goku in any aspect, so he also joined the competition. Gohan reluctantly participated, and Bados shamelessly joined the fray. In an instant, the 5 Saiyans were like a tornado, devouring everything edible without leaving a crumb behind. 3 chefs had already fainted, and more chefs began to wobble. Bulma saw this and exclaimed that it was bad. She quickly pulled out her phone and frantically ordered takeout, almost about to call Manaka. Just as Bulma was finishing her call, a new situation arose. Broly and Goku simultaneously grabbed a roasted whole elephant, neither willing to give way. In the end, they relied on their own abilities, one starting from the left and the other from the right, and began to gnaw furiously. In less than a minute, they were facing each other. In their haste to eat, their lips accidentally touched, producing a crisp and speechless pop sound. The entire scene was petrified. Vegeta almost vomited everything he had just eaten. Goku didn't care. He wiped the grease off his mouth and planned to continue the competition. For the first time, Broly finally focused his gaze on Goku. That iconic crab hairstyle, that familiar feeling he couldn't quite place, and most importantly, the aura from the other that Broly found unacceptable. Broly was stunned, murmuring, "What was it again? Cockroach? No. Cappuccino? No. Came turtle? Corinta?" Vegeta lost his appetite, but he didn't want to admit he had lost. So he called out to Goku, "Kakarot, can you not disgust me?" Goku scratched his head, feeling that the earlier scene seemed a bit off. If it were Bulma, he could accept it, but with a grown man, it was indeed uncomfortable. Kakarot? Broly finally understood those 4 words. Seeing this, Cell turned to run. Damn it. Frieza isn't here. Who can control this freak? This place is too dangerous. I'll go back to Gao Lao Zhuang. Bulma stepped forward, blocking Cell's path, and loudly questioned, "Hey, ugly bug, who exactly is that guy?" At this point, Bulma's face suddenly flushed, and she quietly said, "He's quite cute and has a good figure." Vegeta felt something on his head, wanted to take it away, but found nothing. Cell swallowed, not daring to act against Bulma, knowing that Frieza would definitely not let him off. Gulp. He is the monster that defeated everyone here without a fight, Broly. Wash. Yamcha ran out of the restaurant like the wind. Then Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Android 18, Android 17, Zanya, and Dodoria all disappeared. Dado was petrified, Gohan was stunned, and Vegeta was dumbfounded. Goku? He didn't tea here. He was just captivated by the 4 words Kakarot that Broly had said. "How do you know my name is Kakarot? Are you also a Saiyan?" "Kakarot. Kakarot. Who is Kakarot?" Bang. Bulma's floor shattered again. "Kakarot. He is Broly. Quickly, before he goes berserk, let's subdue him together." Vegeta shouted, fully aware of how terrifying Broly was. Just like Frieza, he had experienced Broly's fierce headbutt firsthand, and Vegeta was certainly one of those who had suffered. However, he did not want to go through that painful process again. "Broly. Kakarot. Monster. No, I'm a demon. Kakarot. The blood sacrifice is about to begin. I want your blood for the sacrifice. Kakarot." A burst of 7-colored light appeared. The sound of crackling continued. Broly's eyes began to whiten. The veins all over his body started to throb, and his momentum began to rise sharply. "Don't hesitate." Everyone attacked together. "Cell, you join in too." "Ah." Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 first, followed closely by Gohan, and then Trunks also transformed, with Goku doing the same. Cell was blocked by Bulma and had no choice but to unleash all his power. He attacked the back of his head. Cell shouted and charged towards Broly's head. The others were confused but didn't hesitate. Cell must have some extraordinary ability to survive in the battle between Broly and Frieza. In an instant, Bulma's home in West City had turned into ruins. Hohohoho. I haven't heard anyone laugh for 2 chapters. Does everyone miss it? However, no one paid attention to him. The urgent matter was to control the rampaging Broly. Chapter 85. Piccolo's overconfidence. Oh ho ho ho. For the first time, Frieza's entrance effect was ignored by someone, which made him very unhappy. Just because the king isn't showing his power, you think I'm a sick cat? Get out of my way. Bang 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 bang. With several kicks, he knocked Vegeta and the others to the ground. This was faster than both the shadowless kick and the wind god leg, completely leaving no shadow behind, with even greater power. The heavenly destruction kick would be ashamed in comparison. After kicking everyone away, ignoring their cries of pain, Frieza approached Broly from behind. He grabbed Broly's head with one hand, and a dazzling array of multicolored lights appeared, enveloping Broly's entire body. Kakarot, Kawaii. Broly, who was already on the verge of madness, slowly regained his clarity under Frieza's multicolored light. It turned out that Frieza had once again replaced Kakarot in Broly's mind with Kawaii. Hohohoho. Very good, very good. And at most 2 more times, I can completely eliminate your fear of Goku. Everyone was amazed at this scene. It turned out that fighting wasn't a necessity, and Broly didn't have to go mad. Number 17 and Dodoria returned first. As the first and second elders of the Heavenly Pavilion, they needed to do their jobs well. Broly, you are the third of the Heavenly Pavilion, understand? Kawaii, I understand. Having settled Broly, Frieza turned his head, putting on a smile that he thought was modest, but appeared terrifying to others. Miss Bulma, I'm very sorry. My subordinate was quite rude and destroyed your home. Bulma instinctively took a half-step back, feeling that it was impolite, and immediately stopped retreating. It's no problem, just a capsule. Ever since the gravity room kept exploding, I prepared several new houses. Frieza was astonished. A wealthy person is indeed wealthy. This operation is simply amazing. Bulma had everyone leave, then had Vegeta create gusts of wind with his palms to clear the ruins. Bang! A house identical to the previous one appeared. Amazing. Piccolo arrived and instantly charged towards Cell. Bang! Without anyone being prepared, he punched Cell in the face. causing Cell's head to shift an inch. Piccolo, do you think you could take me on? With just this little strength, you dare to sneak attack me? Are you too inflated? Or do you think my blade isn't fast enough? Cell looked at Piccolo with disdain, his expression incredibly arrogant. As if Piccolo's full power punch hadn't harmed him at all. In fact, it had caused no damage at all. Bang! With the same punch, Cell struck Piccolo in the stomach at lightning speed. Ugh! Impossible, I can take on 10 FRIEZA'S. Why can't I withstand one punch from Cell? Frieza heard this and sprayed out a mouthful of nutritional drink, covering Dodoria's face. Dodoria wasn't shy either, immediately bowing and saying loudly, "Thank you, King Frieza, for your generous gift." Frieza's mouth twitched, deciding to ignore this already brainwashed first elder of the Heavenly Pavilion. "Oh ho ho! Piccolo, come here. As long as you can withstand one slap from me, I will forgive your rudeness towards me." Piccolo looked at Goku and then at Cell, who had taken his full power punch without a scratch, and then at the excited Frieza. "Gulp. Can I have a first dog leg of the Heavenly Pavilion? Do it for me. Frieza, you are so noble. How can you do it yourself?" This time, everyone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Gohan didn't laugh, stepping forward to stand in front of Frieza. "Frieza, I will take your slap. Just don't hit my butt or face, okay? Frieza." He was moved by the deep father-son bond between Gohan and Piccolo, instantly losing the desire to strike. If the Ice Gene had feelings, how wonderful that would be. This small interlude was lightly brushed aside by Frieza. Piccolo spoke again. "Goku, can you find Namek? The Supreme Kai is gone, and the Dragon Balls have lost their effect. The people killed by Cell cannot be revived." At the scene, only Frieza and Goku understood instant transmission. He didn't dare to ask Frieza and could only request Goku. "God Piccolo, I don't know where the Namekians are now." Piccolo stumbled and retorted loudly, "Don't call me God Piccolo. It sounds impressive, but it's actually useless. Just call me Piccolo. Oh ho ho. I'll go check if Namek is still there. Wait for my news." Whoosh. Frieza disappeared from the spot and reappeared in the Supreme Kai's realm. Looking at a group of green-skinned Namekians, Frieza smiled. Sure enough, these people were left behind by Shin. The Supreme Kai realm is so vast. Having some gardeners isn't bad. Frieza, you've come a good time. Now that you're so strong, go kill Majin Buu. Shin watched the battle between Frieza and Broly, and his admiration for Frieza was like a continuous flow of water, unstoppable. "Oh ho ho! Stinky chest basket. Get out of the way. I'm here to find Slug." "Where is Slug? If he doesn't show up in 30 seconds, I'll punch Supreme Kai Shin." Shin. Kid had already prepared for full rescue. Shin was furious. "Kid, go teleport and bring him here." His voice was so loud and sharp that it almost cracked. Kid reacted. He still had the instant transmission skill for delivering packages. Whoosh whoosh. Kid disappeared, grabbing Slug and reappearing. Just in time, 31 seconds. Bang. Frieza, being a man of his word, as a gentleman, had to keep his promises. Shin fell to the ground, his limbs twitching. Oh ho ho. With increased strength, he accidentally used a little too much force. "Kid, if you don't save him, he's really going to die." Kid was shocked. Slug leaned on his hoe, with a face that seemed to say, "What the hell? Bring that guy here. You have 1 minute. If the time is up and he's not here, I'll punch Shin again." Shin, who had just sat up. Kid had already left. He had learned to be smart, as Frieza wouldn't stop until he killed the Supreme Kai. This generation of Supreme Kais is truly hard to serve. Tian arrived, with the time stuck at 60 seconds. Hohohoho. Just 60 seconds. I want to need my fists. Smack. A tail slapped Shin's face, causing him to roll his eyes immediately. Kid. Whoosh. Frieza disappeared with Tian, never explaining why he needed Tian. Slug looked at the now-recovered Shin and asked in confusion, "Excuse me, Supreme Kai, are you playing a game with Frieza?" Shin's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that Frieza was just being annoying. This is a game that can enhance friendship. Let's play too. Duong. Slug completely didn't react and disappeared from the spot. That kick was forceful and made a huge noise. Kid go. Kid felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. He wanted to go on strike, but didn't dare. Frieza appeared on Earth like a ghost, throwing Tian towards Gohan. Oh ho ho. Do you know what to do now? Everyone shook their heads, and Piccolo quickly replied, I know. I'll arrange for Bobo to conduct the coronation ceremony for him right away. Chapter 86. The world's greatest martial arts tournament, Shenron was feeling uncomfortable, not because he had become a member of the Tianzi Pavilion, but because of the task that Dr. Gero had assigned to him, which made him feel uneasy all over. Finally, Shenron couldn't hold back anymore, and, while Frieza was elegantly dining, he expressed his thoughts. The world's greatest martial arts tournament? Oh ho ho! This is doable, since we have nothing to do anyway. Let's hold it. This way, we can make a big deal out of it and announce it globally, taking the opportunity to collect some ticket fees. Everyone was stunned. Frieza was actually interested in money. Don't forget, he once asked Bulma for patent fees. Uninterested in money? This matter, you and number 17 will take care of it. Get it done as soon as possible. Shenron hesitated, and finally, with a firm heart, said, Will number 16 still let me absorb him? Frieza fell silent. Number 16 was now a pillar of strength. Would it hurt a lot of people's feelings? How about this? Let the dragon create a number 16. After all, I promised you. Shenron was overjoyed and grabbed number 17's arm and ran off. Wow. Let go of me, you idiot. Zanja is watching. Opposition is futile. Oh ho ho. The tournament can start in at most 15 days. You all need to train hard. If no one can defeat Shenron, and he wants to destroy the Earth, I want to stop him. Kawaii, Broly, stop standing there and eat something. Broly touched his belly, looking rather shy as he said, Burp, I'm full. Frieza secretly wiped away his cold sweat and looked at Piccolo. Let's go check out the God S coronation ceremony. On the God S platform, a group of people appeared on the spacious platform. By the way, it was Frieza's first time here, and the moment he saw Bobo, he felt a slight fluctuation of divine power within him. Although this fluctuation was very small for Frieza, who had already initially grasped the method of using divine power, he could clearly sense that something was off. This Bobo was definitely not as weak as he looked. He opened the detection technique and saw that it displayed. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. If the power of the gods cannot be viewed, then why didn't he, the god of time, Shin, have such a situation? Excuse me, is this the god who is about to ascend the throne? Bobo's expression remained unchanged, and he looked at Tian in a very calm tone. Tian, he still didn't know why he came to Earth. Piccolo nodded seriously and said, Yes, Bobo, please hold the coronation ceremony for him. Without any nonsense, Bobo directly approached Tian, then extended his finger and placed it on Tian's forehead. Coronation ceremony. Start. 3 seconds later. Coronation ceremony. Complete. Everyone was speechless. This is just a joke. Oh divine God, the deity of Earth. Is it really that casual? Tian, you can create Dragon Balls, right? At this moment, Piccolo suddenly remembered that he seemed to have not asked a crucial question. What if Tian couldn't do it? Fortunately, Tian did not disappoint everyone. I can do it. Give me 1 year, I will definitely be able to make it. Piccolo's mouth twitched, and Bulma directly glared at Frieza. She knew Frieza was absolutely unreliable. At this time, Tian spoke again. If it's just to resurrect the Dragon of Earth, I can do it right now. And since it's the first resurrection, I can change the number of wishes. Just like in the original work. Tian quickly resurrected the dragon and adjusted the wishes to 2, which shows that Tian is indeed a genius. Oh ho ho. You can go make your wishes now. Remember, copy a number 16. I just want a robot. It should be no problem. Who dares to disobey? Who dares to resist? The first dog leg of Tianzi Pavilion, Doria, indeed has no ability to deal with them. But the third dog leg, who is not a dog leg, has the strength to teach them a lesson. Once everyone left, Tian started to cry. Hoo. Why did I come here far from home? I don't want to be the god. Shut up. Go to your homework. Frieza impatiently scolded, and Tian ran far away, leaving only Frieza and Bobo on the scene. Who exactly are you? Divine Attendant. Impossible, even the god of time. Shin's divine attendant is not as mysterious as you. Oh, I don't belong to the god of time system. An angel's divine attendant? No. The king of all's divine attendant? No. Then whose divine attendant can you be? I don't remember. I just know one word. What word? God. Frieza was stunned. God? What the hell? You are a divine attendant. Your master is not a god, but a damn ghost. Knowing too much is not good for you. You are not worthy of knowing these things yet. Bobo's calm eyes, combined with his previous words, deeply hurt Frieza. He wanted to fight. Your divine power is just a joke in my eyes. I can shatter it instantly. Frieza. Oh. Hello, Mr. Bobo. Goodbye, Mr. Bobo. Whoosh. Frieza disappeared from the spot. After all, he knew that Mr. Bobo was a bottomless old monster. All his actions in the original work were just for show. A base combat power of 7 billion is impressive. After unleashing full power, multiplying by 4 and then by 3, 840 billion is impressive. In Dragon Ball Super, it would probably be blown away by a fart. Moreover, one thing is very puzzling. In Dragon Ball Super, Bobo seems to have never met the angel Whis and the god of destruction Beerus. This point is very thought-provoking. Perhaps because Vegeta and Son Gohan had already reached Super Saiyan 2, the sense of urgency from the original work was gone. So Son Goku and the others chose not to enter the hyperbolic time chamber again. The gravity room at Bulma's house opened its doors to customers again and was played to death every day. Pitiful. Oh, Piccolo entered the hyperbolic time chamber once, and when he came out, he was glowing all over. He wanted to shout that he wanted to fight 10 Friezas, but he ultimately chose silence. Simply because when Son Gohan was forced by Chi-Chi to recite, Piccolo happened to hear it. History can serve as a mirror to understand gains and losses. Bronze can serve as a mirror to correct clothing and crowns. Piccolo didn't need to use history as a mirror. He just needed to reference what happened a few days ago. The news that Earth was going to hold the world's greatest martial arts tournament quickly spread, with the first prize being a 100 million reward, attracting countless martial artists to sharpen their fists. This news spread like wildfire, even reaching the underworld. And then it spread to the king of all's planet. Instantly, it attracted 2 legendary ghost kings, the kind that didn't know how long they had been dead. Ribrice and Oliver. Ribrice looked somewhat similar to Piccolo, but without the 2 antennas on Piccolo's forehead, and he had some black spots on his head. By the way, this guy, like Piccolo, liked to wear a full set of heavy gear. I hope he won TB like Piccolo, often collapsing without having time to take off his weighted clothing. Oliver was a Western man with golden long hair, muscular, akin to the coach who taught Vegeta to drive. Just right, the king of all had recently become obsessed with the popular sport of square dancing, and to prevent these 2 from disturbing him while he danced, he approved their request to go have some fun on Earth. This is the Dabulan planet, and the Dabulan planet has something to say. Hey, what do you mean by digesting me in your stomach? I've lost a whole circle of weight. Chapter 87. The hardworking Z Fighters the World Martial Arts Tournament will be held in 15 days, and this news has spread globally. People planning to participate in the tournament have begun urgent training. Let's not focus on the lesser characters. Instead, let's see what the Z Fighters are up to. Yamcha, the founder of the Wolf Fong Fist technique, although no one calls it by that name anymore, it is still a highly used fighting style. With a power level of 1 million, he is currently hard at work trying to impress girls. Turtle. Switch the camera quickly. No problem. Tenshinhan, the 3-eyed master with the 4 witches fist, solar flare, and kikaho techniques, who once competed for the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament with a young Son Goku and actually succeeded. With a power level of 5 million, he was knocked out twice on planet Bupas, but finally comprehended the meaning of life. Right now, he is at a tattoo shop. Boss, give me a 5-clawed golden dragon tattoo. Oh yeah. Oh, that feels good. This time, I'm going to shock everyone. Krillin. His signature move is the Ki Sword. But unfortunately, its power is too great and can easily cut someone in half, so it's rarely used in regular combat. With a power level of 2 million, he is undeniably the strongest among Earthlings. No arguments allowed. He is currently feeling down because, with Broly's arrival, number 18 actually thinks Broly has a better physique than him and looks so honest. So she has taken Broly as her new target, forgetting about Goku. Especially after number 18 said, when Broly said kawaii, it was really cute. His heart is shattered, perhaps feeling discouraged or wanting to prove himself with Goku's encouragement. He threw himself into training, ignoring everyone's advice, and resolutely entered the gravity chamber. Thankfully, the scene from Yamcha's past did not occur, which relieved everyone. Dumpling. Master Rashi has given up on participating and, along with Oolong and Poir, has become the four sword masters of the island, dedicated to watching primetime yoga classes. If Krillin is the strongest among normal Earthlings, then among the abnormal, the strongest on Earth is definitely the duo of number 17 and number 18. Number 17, named Lapis, nicknamed Rubbish, has smooth black hair and looks handsome. He may not be wealthy, but he is a top-tier lady killer, with a power level of 3 billion and unlimited energy. As long as his opponent can't kill him, he can outlast them. Speaking of which, Zanya is increasingly satisfied with number 17 and becoming more attached, especially after one night, where she was conquered by his infinite stamina. Thus, number 17 gained another nickname, the Perpetual Motion Machine. Number 18, originally named Lazuli, is young and beautiful with flowing golden hair. She once had Krillin infatuated, vowing to be his devoted admirer. But now, she has taken an interest in the adorable Broly, with a power level of 3 billion and also possessing unlimited energy. Although she is still unable to forget Goku due to Dr. Gero's mission, she is gradually changing her mindset. If 17 is a lady killer, then 18's beauty is lethal to both young and old, with Little Trunks being the first to get a hug from her due to his age advantage. Little Trunks, soft and comfortable. The two of them do not need to train. They just need to find lightning strikes everywhere. Unfortunately, the lightning on Earth is too weak and has almost no effect. Well, no one is too serious, so let us see how those from outer space are doing. Dodoria, the first elder of the Galactic Patrol, personally prefers the title of lackey because it feels more down-to-earth than elder. With a power level of 5 million, the effects of FRIEZA'S beatings are still significant. However, this power level is indeed a bit lacking and basically rules out the possibility of entering the semifinals. Dodoria angrily exclaims, "I never planned to participate." He has a bit of a temper, perhaps due to the inflated sense of status, and can rival Piccolo. Zanya, a synonym for kawaii, has wavy orange hair and looks quite similar to Krillin's former green tea girlfriend, Marin. When Frieza first saw her, he affectionately said, "It feels like first love." Because of this feeling, Frieza let her go and even found her the Perpetual Motion Machine. Number 17 is a boyfriend, and the two are now inseparable. Their current mindset is training. What is more important than dating? With a power level of 1 billion, she is quite impressive. According to Frieza, she has 90 of the battle power, which is still noteworthy. Piccolo, the Namekian who calls himself the Demon King, yet has been doing babysitting work. Piccolo does not need to eat any gourmet food. He can survive just by drinking water. This species is affectionately referred to as vegetative by Zanya's boss, Bojack. After coming out of the hyperbolic time chamber, with a power level of 5 billion, he is currently meditating in the gravity chamber, exuding an astonishing aura. Future Trunks, also known as Harry Potter Conan, is a love-starved boy who traveled through time in a time machine. Future Trunks is the son of Vegeta and Bulma from the future. That introduction seems a bit off, but let us go with it. As a hybrid with Saiyan blood, having lived on Earth since childhood and inheriting his father Vegeta's S cells, transforming into a Super Saiyan is much easier for him than for Vegeta. Unfortunately, due to not receiving Vegeta's training in the future, his foundation is severely lacking, and he is currently doing various basic training in the gravity chamber, such as sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, squats, and rapid punches, crawling to the restaurant every day. His power level has finally reached the peak of Super Saiyan 1 at 3 billion, and he just needs one opportunity to break through to 4 billion and then can transform into Super Saiyan 2 through anger. If Saiyans like to slack off, then Future Trunks is the most stable one among them and the only Saiyan who doesn't slack off. He has the most normal. Gohan, who should be 10 years old, has spent 1 year in the hyperbolic time chamber, making him 11. He was 5 when Raditz came, 1 year of training with Piccolo, 1 year after Goku's return, and 3 years before the androids. He is a Saiyan hybrid born and raised on Earth, and even at a young age, he has already shown extraordinary talent. The most terrifying explosion of power increased his battle level by 500 times, scaring Turtle. Gohan has not only surpassed Super Saiyan 2, but has also made tremendous progress before the World Martial Arts Tournament begins. with a power level reaching 6 billion. He has already surpassed Uncle Piccolo and Dad Goku as the Super Second Generation. Next up is Son Goku. Stay tuned for the next chapter. Chapter 88. The Armored Sheru, Son Wukong, with his crab-like head as a trademark, is a low-level warrior among the Saiyans, born with a battle power of only 2, which is why he was sent to Earth, a remote planet with low combat capabilities. Some say it was Bardock who secretly altered the course, leading to their landing on Earth. Who knows? Anyway, that is no longer important. What matters is that Son Wukong has completed a class leap. He is now a Super Saiyan and even surpassed the Super Saiyan to become Super Saiyan 2. Although he has just broken through to Super Saiyan 2, his battle power has already reached an astonishing 5 billion, so calling him a cheat is not an exaggeration. However, his peak in life was when he was just born. He scared the legendary warrior Broly into near insanity just with his cries. Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, has a proud heart and a strong sense of self-esteem that leaves people speechless. He was also the first warrior to break through to Super Saiyan and the first lucky one to break through to Super Saiyan 2. Spending a long time in the gravity chamber has made him somewhat shorter, but the benefits are clear. He now has the highest battle power among the Saiyans at 5 billion, looking down on all. He has a proactive wife, Bulma, the world's richest person, who has given birth to a well-behaved son, Trunks, little Trunks. Although it was the result of a drunken one-night stand, it was also an inevitability of history, as Vegeta's love for Bulma is genuine, with no pretense. Sheru, a being created by Dr. Gero from the cells of many, is also a time traveler from the future. After devouring the juvenile form of Sheru from this timeline, he directly evolved into his perfect form. With various opportunities, Sheru has achieved historic growth, reaching the second form of Lightning Sheru, with a battle power of 5 billion. Although he has fewer Saiyan cells, he still has a lot of room for improvement. At this moment, he is looking at the unconscious android 16 in front of him, saliva unconsciously dripping from his mouth. This is the gift Frieza sent him for joining the Heaven Organization. Android 16, or rather now known as Optimus Prime, has had his consciousness merged with the avatar created by the dragon. Although his battle power has changed from 2 billion to the current 1200, he never had a competitive spirit, so this is the best outcome. Broly, a pure Saiyan, was born with a terrifying battle power of 10,000, a rare genius who is the legendary Super Saiyan. Once he goes berserk, he becomes completely unrecognizable. However, when Broly is not in a berserk state, he is very well behaved, adorably cute. This harmless appearance has captivated countless girls, especially Android 18, who seems to have finally found her own Prince Charming. Thus, looks can indeed determine many things. Just by standing there, Broly has already overshadowed Krillin, leaving Krillin still struggling for his life in the gravity chamber. He is also the only person Frieza strictly prohibits from getting too close to Son Wukong, and even when Broly is present, Vegeta no longer refers to Son Wukong as Kakarot. As for our great King Frieza, it's better not to say much. He is a fickle character, and even introducing him feels like a waste of breath. Hohohoho. Just these 4 words perfectly encapsulate all of Frieza. In Bulma's home, there are 2 places that Frieza has set up restrictions using divine power. The first is naturally the dining room, one of the few places Frieza likes. The second is the backyard of Bulma's house, where the giant animals have been released, and now it is the battlefield for the Z-Warriors. No matter how much impact occurs in these 2 places, it will not affect the outside, unless the battle power exceeds 50 billion. Boom! A loud noise came from the backyard of Bulma's house. It turns out that Sheru has just managed to devour Android 16, the robot. The immense aura caused an explosion in the backyard, and dust rolled up, but the restrictions prevented it from spreading. The lovey-dovey 17 and Zanja were nearby, sharing sweet moments. But they were also startled by Sheru's overwhelming aura. At this moment, whether they were in love, just finishing a tattoo, struggling for life in the gravity chamber, or fighting in the gravity chamber, even though stunned by Android 18, all rushed to the scene. Oh, and Frieza, the perverted one who eats steak and drinks juice every day to increase his battle power, also arrived at the scene under the service of his #1 lackey. Cheru's aura was rapidly increasing, soon surpassing the previous 7 billion of King Frieza, and was approaching Frieza's current 8 billion battle power. Oh ho ho! Not bad, not bad. It's worthy of the hybrid I carefully cultivated, with a battle power of 7. 8 billion. This progress is quite impressive. A drop of cold sweat appeared on everyone's forehead. Didn't they say that the 4th elder of the Heaven organization was a hybrid? How did it turn into a hybrid now? Look at this fickle person. How can you expect Turtle to introduce him? Should he write a lengthy masterpiece of millions of words? The title would be Dragon Ball, Frieza, Please Be a Person? As the dust in the backyard restrictions dissipated, a figure radiating golden energy slowly walked forward, still with green skin, but now exuding a metallic glow. The black spots have turned purple, appearing more noble and enchanting. The originally purple wings have turned golden, and the material has transformed into a metallic structure, looking very sharp. The needle tip at the tail has disappeared, replaced by a purple armor, perhaps due to a psychological shadow cast by a certain kick, leading to this evolution. With each step Cheru took, there was a sound of metal clashing, and when he reached Frieza, he knelt down with a loud crash. Heaven Organization #4, Armored Cheru, pays respects to King Frieza. May King Frieza be invincible in battle, culturally accomplished and militarily skilled, enduring for eternity, uniting the universe. Swish! Bang! Upon hearing this congratulatory message, Frieza kicked Cheru back into the restrictions, which even protested under the burden. At this time, Frieza had already activated the 3rd form of the star transformation, the tri-stacking wave. With a battle power of 24 billion, he instantly taught Cheru how to be a person. He indeed has no gender, but he is definitely not the kind of androgynous person like Dongfang Booby from the Sunflower Manual. Oh ho ho ho! If I hear such a bizarre congratulatory message again, your purple armor will be kicked to pieces. Remember, I said it. Even the Kaishin 1T help. Dodoria wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That congratulatory message was taught to Cheru by him. What a pity! If he had known, he would have said it himself. He might have been able to raise his battle power another level. Tomorrow is the preliminary round of the #1 martial arts tournament, and I look forward to your performance. Hohohoho! Everyone's eyes shone with confidence. Armored warrior Cheru lying on the ground was no exception. Armored Cheru, is this day finally coming? Let me, Armored Cheru, show you what complete helplessness looks like. Oha! Chapter 89, The First Battle. Rivals meet and sparks fly. Bang! Bang! Countless fireworks exploded in the sky, dazzling and colorful, showcasing the grandeur of this world martial arts tournament. This tournament was held on a small island, which was barren just half a month ago. In just 2 weeks, a massive structure had appeared here. The arena for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Designer, Frieza. Builder, Dodoria. Ticket seller, Dodoria. Food provider, staff from a Universal Capsule Kitchen's prize sponsorship, Bulma. The ground was flat without any bumps, and the stunning yet grand competition venue was all thanks to Dodoria, who worked tirelessly and cried while finishing it. Today, this small island had gained fame, attracting people from all over the world. There were wolfmen, bearmen, dinosaurs, lizardmen, cat people, dog-headed people, and most numerous of all, ordinary humans. The registration area was bustling, with many familiar faces from Sun Wukong's past. Characters such as Keenan, Nam, Tao Pai Pai, UPA, and King Champa were all present, with UPA participating in this kind of tournament for the first time. Other minor characters need not be introduced. Next up were the Dragon Ball Warriors. Finally, the most popular human on Earth, with an explosion of curly hair, a mustache shaped like teeth, and a gold belt representing strength around his waist. His muscles were incredibly developed. He was the favorite to win this tournament, Mr. Satan, a man capable of breaking 14 bricks with his bare hands. His combat power was even higher than a pregnant Bulma, reaching a terrifying 137 points. This is based on the data from his punches on the punching bag. The commentator was the man in a suit with sunglasses, the most dedicated commentator in Dragon Ball. Let's welcome the king to announce the official start of the World Martial Arts Tournament. A person who looked no different from a cat walked onto the stage and cleared his throat. Meow. Thus, the preliminary rounds began. Dodoria truly was a genius in construction. He actually built 16 small arenas. After the group matches, these arenas could be combined to form 4 larger ones. And during the finals, they could even be assembled into one super large arena. During the group matches, Dime used magic to separate all the Dragon Ball warriors, and surprisingly, Satan didn't encounter any of them. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, it took an entire morning to determine the top 16. The participants included Cell and Broly from the Heaven Pavilion, Son Wukong, Piccolo, and Son Gohan, the 2 from the Vegeta family, the siblings 17 and 18, Roboku, Oliver, Zanjia, Tianjinhan, Krillin, Satan, and UPA. Poor Yamcha ended up facing Oliver and was eliminated in the very first match against the infamous King of Demons, losing in just 1 round. Truly embarrassing. This year's World Martial Arts Tournament preliminary round yielded a lot of eggs and soda cans, because besides Satan and UPA, everyone else was a punch man. Except for Broly. It was utterly devoid of entertainment. Regardless, they finally made it to the semifinals without any major incidents, where the arena was larger and the competitors stronger. 4 arenas were simultaneously hosting the 16 to 8 semifinals. It was said that anyone who made it into the top 8 would receive a 10 million prize, and the champion would not only get 100 million, but also have the chance to challenge the hidden boss of this tournament, Frieza. Unfortunately, besides Son Wukong and Vegeta, no one was interested in challenging Frieza. That was just asking for trouble, right? Without further ado, the semifinals officially began. Broly's opponent was Krillin, Cell's opponent was Roboku, Son Wukong's opponent was Oliver, Vegeta's opponent was Zanjia, 17's opponent was Deet, 18's opponent was Piccolo, Tianjinhan's opponent was Son Gohan, and UPA's opponent was Satan. All 4 arenas began simultaneously, and we first turn our attention to the battle on Broly's side. Upon seeing his opponent was Broly, Krillin felt an intense rivalry. Every time he saw Broly's naturally clueless expression, white steam would rise from his flat nose. Bang, bang, bang. I won't let you steal my love. I won't let you have your way. I won't let you continue to be cute. Krillin was furious, starting with a full-on assault, moving as fast as lightning, and his power was astonishing. Every attack on Broly's body produced thunderous sounds. Boom! The audience's enthusiasm was ignited. It was finally not a punch man anymore. They could finally witness some intense fighting. Apparently, there was also some intriguing gossip. Go bald guy. Defeat that pretender. Don't hurt my Broly. He is so handsome and cute. Don't treat my idol so violently. Broly stared blankly at Krillin, who was giving him a massage. Krillin, put in some more strength. My shoulder is pretty sore from 18 leaning on it. Buzz. Broly didn't fight back, nor did he speak. Yet he hit a sore spot, causing Krillin to completely lose his rationality. You owe me my youth. Give me back my goddess. Love and anger can activate a person's potential, especially when combined. Thus, Krillin erupted. Boom! A milky white aura surged into the sky as Krillin unleashed 10 million in combat power, the result of his recent intense training. Kawaii, keep going, don't stop. Keep pushing harder. Broly didn't think much of it, and even extended his arm for Krillin to hit. Bang, 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 bang. The energetic sounds of their collisions ignited the audience's excitement. Boo-hoo, Broly is so pitiful. Getting hit for so long. Is he really okay? This was a cry from a brainless female fan. Solar Flare. Today, let me show you my ultimate move, Key Wave Slash. Krillin was completely reckless. Buzz. A circular disc of light appeared in Krillin's hand, radiating a heart-stopping aura. Broly's eyes finally showed a hint of change, mainly because the solar flare was somewhat uncomfortable. As for the so-called Key Wave Slash, Broly truly did not take it seriously. His normal combat power was already 5 billion. Would he be afraid of a mere 10 million combat power, user-S technique? No matter how impressive it was useless. 18 is mine. Buzz. The Key Wave Slash cut towards Broly's shoulder. In the end, Krillin didn't aim for Broly's neck or chest. After all, he didn't one upset 18. Puff. Ow. The entire audience grew tense. After all, Krillin's Key Wave Slash looked very powerful. That is not bad. Let us have a few more. Broly's calm and clueless voice rang out again. leaving Krillin dumbfounded. The audience erupted. Broly is so strong. Not only is he clueless, but he is also incredibly powerful. Broly, I want to have your babies. Then, the girl who screamed the loudest was met with 18's sharp gaze, immediately scaring her towards the restroom. Krillin fell into despair. He finally understood that he and 18 were completely incompatible. Looks, body, and combat power were all crushed. Wah! Wukong, I want to find a dragon Shenron. I want the Saiyan physique. I want to be a Saiyan. Boo-hoo. Krillin voluntarily exited the arena. In this battle, Broly stood there getting hit the whole time, only using his mouth and not his hands. He won. This has always been Broly's approach. In the preliminaries, he just wore his opponents out. Next up is Cell versus the Demon King Roboku. Stay tuned for the next breakdown. Chapter 90. The aperture can be fun. In fact, the battles are being held simultaneously on 4 arenas, but to allow everyone to clearly understand each battle's process, the announcer Turtle will explain them separately. Cell's opponent is Rib Rice, a ghost king with a halo on his head, who doesn't even know how long he has been dead. With a combat power of 2 billion, Rib Rice is one of the top experts on the King Kai's planet, but unfortunately, he is facing a significantly stronger Cell now. Cell has absorbed the larval form of himself from this timeline, as well as Bojack, and after absorbing Android 16, he is transformed into Armored Cell, with a staggering combat power of 8 billion. Not only can he defeat Rib Rice, but if he wants, he can also eliminate him in an instant. Upon seeing Cell, who is radiating a metallic sheen, Rib Rice realizes he has encountered a formidable opponent today. Without hesitation, Rib Rice removes his gravity suit, which is much wiser than what Piccolo would have done. Ah! Rib Rice shouts, and his combat power instantly rises to 5 billion, with a milky white aura shooting up into the sky. If it weren't for Frieza setting up restrictions in front of the audience beforehand, this explosion of power could have destroyed the small island. Don't underestimate the 5 billion figure. At this point in the original story, a combat power of 5 billion is already enough to dominate. Stop hesitating. Here's your chance to attack, where you'll be hit with cans and eggs again. After absorbing Android 16, Cell's voice has become deeper and more resonant, with a slightly metallic rasp that has captivated countless girls. If it weren't for his appearance being unflattering, his popularity would definitely rival that of Broly. This is the first time Rib Rice has heard such arrogant words. He has been in the underworld for tens of thousands of years, and he goes to dare to speak to him like that has long since reincarnated. Even if he can't win, he will endure until he becomes the strongest in the underworld. This resilience is not something ordinary people can comprehend. Charging forward, Rib Rice uses high-speed movement to instantly appear in front of Cell, launching a series of rapid, powerful whip kicks. Clang, clang, clang. Cell stands still, unmoving, because Rib Rice's attacks don't even break his defense. Bang! Cell finally moves. With just a light punch, Rib Rice can't withstand it and flies quickly out of the ring. His halo reacting 0.01 seconds too late before chasing after him. Halo, damn it, don't think you could shake me off. Stop right there. Rib Rice obediently clings to the edge of the arena and eventually stops. The halo turns back, feeling that it has regained some strength. How strong? I didn't expect to have another target to endure. No worries, I'm already used to it, but I'm still unwilling. So next, let you taste my ultimate move. Thunder Light Wave. Slap. Rib Rice falls outside the arena. They say villains die from talking too much. You lost due to not having enough power. And you still talk too much. Cell retracts his aura, not even glancing at Rib Rice, and turns to walk out of the arena. Boom! The crowd erupts again. Such a battle is unprecedented and incredibly exciting. The announcer, wearing sunglasses, tosses the microphone into the air, and after spinning numerous times, he catches it. He points a finger to the sky and shouts, "After many years, I finally get to witness such an intense battle scene again. My emotions are overwhelming." What do you think, audience? No one pays him any attention. They are captivated by the battle on the third arena. It's not the fight between UPA and Satan. While their battle is highly entertaining, it doesn't bring the same adrenaline rush as Goku's fight with Oliver. Oliver also has a combat power of 2 billion, but he lacks further means to grow stronger. Goku, merely turning Super Saiyan for the first time, is equal to Oliver in battle. Transforming mid-fight causes panic? Don't kid me. Among the audience, some are instinctively transforming into wolves or foxes while watching the match. It's just a hair dye and a golden aura. What is the big deal? Even if you transform into a giant, the audience will just think you have many tricks up your sleeve. Boom boom, bang bang bang, boom boom boom. Goku's old habit has resurfaced. Whenever he encounters a decent opponent, he suppresses his aura to match theirs and engages in an exhilarating battle. If Broly had physically overwhelmed Krillin, Cell sent rib rice flying with a fart, then Goku truly made the semifinals feel like the finals. Punches land hard, and every move is thrilling. Oliver's muscles have bulged out, though his combat power hasn't changed at all. He certainly looks intimidating. For the spectators, Oliver's physique is indeed impressive. Glancing around the arena, Goku is surprised to find that even Satan, who always starts by breaking bricks, has finished his fight, while he still gives the impression of being in a tough battle. Especially up in the viewing area, Chi-Chi, in a gorgeous evening gown, biting a handkerchief with a worried expression, makes Goku suddenly lose interest in the fight. Since there is no financial pressure at home, Chi-Chi no longer forces him to go out and earn money, and he quite likes the current Chi-Chi. It's not good to make someone you love worry. Besides, the real experts are behind. This halo-wearing Westerner can be sent off. Goku instantly transforms into Super Saiyan 2 and charges at Oliver faster than he can react, grabbing the halo on Oliver's head. Get down! Goku yells, smashing the halo against Oliver's big head. Wearing someone else's halo is just asking to be used as a weapon. E-smush, e-smush, e-smush. Aya, Oliver, the Ghost King who has been dead for who knows how long, finally lets out a horrific scream, covering his head and running away. Can Goku let him escape? If he can't quickly end the battle after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, that would be too embarrassing. Seizing the opportunity, he kicks Oliver right in the rear. Bang! Ow! Boom! Oliver crashes straight into the barrier set up by Frieza, but there is not even a ripple. An audience member is just 30 centimeters away from Oliver, staring at him with wide eyes. Hey, which generation of Tathagata are you? Do Westerners believe in Tathagata too? Oliver nearly spits blood, not for being hit by Goku, but for being angered by this spectator. Hey, your halo. Goku looks at the halo in his hand and feels it has a strong desire to escape from his grasp. It's wrong to take someone else's things. Master Roshi taught him this principle when Goku was young, so he decides to return it. With a flick of his wrist, the halo flies back toward Oliver. Oh, I used too much strength, Goku exclaims in shock. Clang! Just like Neza using the Universe Ring to smash the Bull Demon King. It's both flashy and powerful. The halo crashes down on Oliver's head, right on one of the bumps. Oliver, in pain, rolls his eyes and faints. He doesn't revert to his original form. The aperture slowly returned to Oliver's head, and he thought fiercely, if you want to brush me off, no way. The sunglasses man once again grabbed the microphone and shouted passionately. The first round of the semifinals, 16-8, is over. Next, let's welcome the contestants for the second round. Sorry, I wasn't in a good mood yesterday. Spent the whole night revising the first chapter, and then slept in hard this morning, which is why I just finished the first chapter. Now, let's continue with the second chapter. Chapter 91. The battlefield is dominated by me alone. Next up is Vegeta versus Zangia, Rabbi's versus Trunks, Lotzi Lee versus Piccolo, and Gohan versus Tien Shinhan. What kind of spectacular battles will unfold next? Please enjoy a performance first. Oh no, I mean a commercial break for Watermelon Bobo, and we'll be back shortly. This segment was strongly requested by Master Roshi. When Frieza thought about it, promoting Watermelon Bobo could also help him collect patent fees better. So he waved his hand and approved it. In the special audience area, Frieza was drinking an endless supply of red wine, which was a tribute from the planet Paraim. Paraim is a planet of great people. So every sip Frieza took was essentially drinking the blood of the Paramines. However, he didn't know that, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter to him. It's just fruit. At this moment, Frieza was sitting very gentlemanly on a leather sofa, his tail extending through a hole in the back of the sofa. His blood-red eyes looked at Roboku Rice and Oliver. Oh ha ho ho ho. You two must have come from the underworld, right? Roboka, Rice, and Oliver didn't dare to not answer. Didn't they see Broly and Cell obediently standing behind this person? Yes, we took a leave of absence from the King Kai's planet, but unfortunately, we lost. Roboka Rice was startled by Cell's final momentum, while Oliver was beaten into submission by Goku, as evidenced by the numerous bumps on his head. Frieza lightly swirled his wine glass, non-committally, as he was concerned about another matter. The registration fee is $500. Did you use ghost money? Swish. Cold sweat instantly dripped from Roboka, Rice, and Oliver. They were scared. Cell was also sweating cold. Frieza's thoughts were truly inscrutable. He initially thought Frieza wanted to ask about the underworld, but who knew? Broly didn't understand any of this. He just kept rubbing Android 18's head while saying, "Kawaii." Android 18 was extremely happy. Broly always praised her as cute. It was really too romantic. What? Do you want to come over and get beaten? The appearance fee for my subordinates is quite high. You only need to pay a registration fee of $500 each. Is that too much? Contestants need to pay a registration fee of $500. Spectators need to pay a ticket fee of $3,000, plus various advertisement placement fees. The venue costs were covered by Bulma. The prize money was also provided by Bulma. But all the income goes to Frieza. This point was something Frieza fought hard for. Although Bulma didn't hear a word of this, she only saw a fierce glare. Frieza. Staring is also a form of negotiation art. Don't you know about Sakuragi's glaring technique? Roboku, Rice, and Oliver felt the imposing aura of Frieza and instinctively bent down, nervously asking, "Excuse me, elegant gentleman, what would it take for you to overlook our ticket evasion?" Frieza smiled. That's more like it. If they had said this earlier, he wouldn't have gotten angry. However, while Frieza smiled, those around him instinctively took several steps back. This smile seemed even more frightening than not smiling. Hohohoho. Well, I can understand that you came from the underworld and don't have mortal money. I, Frieza, am quite reasonable. Hearing Frieza say this, those who had been near him for a long time shivered in unison, while Roboka, Rice, and Oliver, unfamiliar with Frieza, were overjoyed. However, I opened 2 Watermelon Bobo specialty stores. Each of you can go watch one store. With an annual salary of $1, you can work for 500 years. Uffed. Don't get me wrong, this was Master Roshi spraying blood due to the explosive performance on the arena. Not only Master Roshi, but Oolong also looked like a drunk person, unable to stand steady. Roboku, Rice, and Oliver were dumbfounded. They had only taken a day off. How could they possibly stay on Earth for 500 years? Looking around at the nearby people, Android 18 and Broly were cutely feeding each other, while Android 17 and Zanjia publicly shared a kiss. Vegeta pointed at Little Trunks and said to Big Trunks, "This is your future conduct from your first birthday. Come train with me." Goku was rubbing Chi-Chi's head shamelessly, saying, "Chi-Chi, is it convenient for you to cook in that outfit? I'm hungry." Piccolo looked at Gohan with a fatherly gaze, while Gohan and Tion were solving a linear equation. Tion, your 83 should equal 25. Why did you calculate it as 23? Piccolo. Krillin looked dispirited. Yamcha remained carefree, while Shenron occasionally touched the dragon-shaped tattoo on his body. Master Roshi's nose had not stopped bleeding, and Oolong had already fainted from happiness. It seemed that none of this group were serious. Well, Roboka, Rice, and Oliver decided to go all out. They clasped their fists tightly and loudly replied, "We are willing to serve you." Thinking to themselves, finally, we can legitimately not go back to the underworld. Hohohoho. Very good, very good. Since you are so sincere, I will let you go this time. You can leave now. Roboka Rice was shocked. Oliver was shocked. No, I only want a salary of 10 cents a year. No, even a penny is fine. Please, have mercy and accept our sincerity. Young and beautiful girls are so popular, huh? But now it's time for the battles. In the audience, a little beauty with her hair in a bun shouted, "Hurry up and win, Broly." Next up is the time for the 2 of them. Zhou crying in the bathroom. Android 18 was furious. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the sunglass man finished speaking, a rustling sound followed, and all the fighters appeared on their arenas. Android 17 shouted, "Vegeta, pay attention. If you hurt Zanjia even a hair, I will chase after Bulma." Vegeta. Android 18 softly said to Piccolo. Broly is watching. Piccolo. Big Trunks was wondering if he should say something. Tien Shinhan touched his dragon tattoo, muttering, success or failure hinges on this moment. If successful, I will soar to the skies. If not, it's the tattoo artist's skill that is lacking. Ah, the world says I'm just a bystander, but I, Tien Shinhan, now solemnly declare, even as a bystander, I can fight 3 pounds. Ah, heaven I opens, limitless hell. I alone am supreme. Great demon dragon, world-honored earth store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Brahma, emptiness. Divine might like a prison, golden dragon emerges. All dermas are empty. Roar. A yellow aura surged into the sky. Tien Shinhan, as the weakest person present, activated his berserk mode first. At this moment, he understood. Hell trembled, heaven shouted, and the earth roared. The audience was instantly stirred up, shouting along. Horrific might. Horrific might. Tien Shinhan felt the atmosphere was still not enough, and roared again. From this moment on, the battlefield is dominated by me alone. Demon arrives. Hohohoho. I don't know if you love watching this, but I've completely let go. Love it or leave it. Hohohoho. Chapter 92. In chaos among the 8 participants, except for Tenshinhan, who entered a power-up mode, the others quietly watched Tenshinhan and Gohan. Just now, Tenshinhan suddenly unleashed an unprecedented aura, which piqued their curiosity. What kind of stimulus could cause such a transformation in a usually silent person? Is it love? Is it hate? Or is it jealousy? None of the above. Son Goku, you have a Saiyan talent. Android 17 has the advantages of being an artificial human. And Cell is a hybrid of many cells. I, Tenshinhan, also have the uniqueness of having 3 eyes. Why should I be overshadowed by that noseless sycophant? I refuse to accept this. Whether you believe it or not, I, Tenshinhan, am a 3-eyed alien. I will ignite the whole arena. Huh. Tenshinhan was extremely unwilling. Being silent does not mean he doesn't care. On the contrary, it is precisely because he cares that he silently pushes his potential to the limit. He even screamed all day just to get this tattoo of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Gohan was stunned. Tenshinhan's aura at this moment was completely different from before, especially after he shouted the demon god has descended. The tattoos on Tenshinhan's body seemed to come to life. Android 17 looked like he had seen a ghost, incredulously exclaiming, "This can't be real." He actually transformed, and his battle power skyrocketed to 1.5 billion. If before, Tenshinhan was similar to an ordinary person aside from having 3 eyes now, he still looked like an ordinary person. When 17 said he had transformed, it was because the tattoos on Tenshinhan's body enveloped him at that moment, making him appear extraordinarily imposing. Moreover, Tenshinhan's aura was yellow. Although it wasn't the dazzling golden light of a Super Saiyan, it gave a very steady feeling. Of course, this battle power was indeed outrageous. After diligent training, his battle power was less than 8 million, but just by getting a tattoo, it actually surged to 1.5 billion, an increase of 75 times. Look, this is 17's calculation ability, accurate to 2 decimal places. Not like some idiots who only know how to fight. Piccolo, Gohan, and Tenshinhan are not just fighters, right? They don't even know that 3 times 8 equals 24. Come on, let's fight. My golden dragon is already eager to go. After saying that, he charged at Gohan first, and the golden dragon on him came alive, rushing towards Gohan faster than Tenshinhan. Boom! Great dragon of heaven. Flying dragon in the sky. Duong. The moment Gohan saw Tenshinhan charging at him, he powered up, without transforming into Super Saiyan 1. He wouldn't be able to contend with Tenshinhan's current strength. However, even though Gohan had transformed, he was still able to easily withstand Tenshinhan's punch with 1.5 billion battle power. But what was that golden dragon? Bang! Gohan was knocked away, his shirt torn. This showed just how domineering that golden dragon was. Pain. Gohan really felt pain. Since breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, Gohan's base battle power had been increased, and at this moment, even in Super Saiyan 1, he had nearly 3 billion battle power. Yet, despite this, he was still pushed back far by Tenshinhan's attack, feeling unbearable pain. Huh. Uncle Tenshinhan, you're really strong. I'm going to unleash my true power now. After powering up again, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, surrounded by crackling electricity. With battle power exceeding the normal state of Broly, reaching 6 billion. With a fourfold difference, this was no longer something skills or techniques could bridge, as techniques like Kaioken and Star Change were few and far between. Ha 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 ha. I, Tenshinhan, have nothing to fear. Enhanced version of 4 Demon Fist, 6 Demon Fist. Yellow Dragon Sky Soaring. Seeing Gohan transform into Super Saiyan 2, Tenshinhan decisively used his strongest move. For large hands extended from Tenshinhan's back. Unfortunately, he didn't have 3 heads, so he only managed to achieve a 6-armed form. The golden dragon wrapped around Tenshinhan quickly came to his feet, lifting him and flying towards the VIP audience seats. The entire arena. Tenshinhan furiously shouted, "Damn dragon, I'm not done being hit yet." The golden dragon ignored him. It didn't want to be defeated in the first match. That would be too embarrassing. Its master had already gone mad. Didn't he hear him shouting that he hadn't been hit enough? It had to help him escape from his predicament. The sunglasses-wearing host adjusted his fallen glasses and raised the microphone to announce. In the duel between Gohan and Tenshinhan, Gohan wins. Audience, damn. What a disappointing ending. Unconscionable. It's fine. Look over there. Those 2 beauties are fighting their opponents too. Yeah. The fight of beauties looks so pleasing to the eye. That one was too noisy. Vegeta was fighting stealthily, but he was extremely angry in his heart. 17 was actually threatening him with Bulma again. Piccolo was also furious. Broly's woman. What if Broly goes crazy? Daz is extremely angry. 17 doesn't even confront him directly, relying on his unlimited energy to dodge quickly. The key is Daz was preparing to break through to Super Saiyan 2 in this battle. Zanjia used the leg sweep. Monkey steals the peach. No, you can't use that. No, don't use your hands to touch Vegeta. Use your feet. Use your feet. You're wearing shoes, but you're not wearing gloves. Vegeta, if you dare to fight back, I'll give up the match right now and go find Bulma. 17's voice shocked the entire arena. What the hell? It's just a match, and you're not letting that go, but also threatening others? What is going on? Slap. This finally found an opening and punched straight at 17's mouth. 17 was furious. How could Daz cause trouble at such a tense moment? So, 17 showed no mercy. With 3 billion battle power far exceeding Daz's 2. 3 billion, he immediately slapped Daz's face. With a loud smack, Daz smashed hard onto the ground. Daz was stunned. Vegeta, cornered by Zanjia, was even more furious. Rubbish. You've gone too far. Bang. Oh no. With a furious punch, Vegeta hit Zanjia in the chest, directly sending her flying out of the ring with a scream. Say it again. Say it again. I'll beat you up too. Vegeta was the proud prince of the Saiyans. How could he endure this kind of humiliation? If it weren't for FRIEZA'S sake, he wouldn't even bother listening to 17's words. When 17 saw Zanjia scream and fly out of the ring, especially where Vegeta attacked, 17 immediately lost his mind. Vegeta, I'll fight you. If you don't kill me today, I'll make you suffer. 17, not even looking at the dazed Daz, flew straight to Vegeta's stage, and without saying a word, they immediately started fighting fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Crash, crash, crash. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, fists were flying everywhere. Energy blasts filled the sky. The scene was magnificent. The sunglasses-wearing man was shocked. It was the first time he had seen a martial arts competition where competitors ignored the rules due to jealousy. Hey. Rubbish, you violated the rules. Your competition qualification is cancelled. Cancelled, the man in sunglasses shouted, but he remained completely still. According to Mr. Frieza, the organizer, as long as he doesn't step out of this circle he's standing in, he's absolutely safe. Once he steps out of this circle, the organizer will not be responsible for any consequences. Can number 17 hear the man in sunglasses? Can Vegeta hear the man in sunglasses? Obviously not. But is number 17 really Vegeta's opponent? 5 billion compared to 3 billion. Turtle immediately realizes there's a difference of 5 billion. There's clearly a huge gap. Number 18. Help me. Vegeta definitely won't dare to hit you. Otherwise, Broly won't spare him. After number 17 took a beating for Vegeta, he finally remembered he had a sister. Sister, save me, little brother. Upon hearing this long-lost call for sister, number 18's heart stirred. She remembered her childhood. Piccolo, let's have a truce, my brother's in trouble. I have to help. Brother. Sister is here. United we stand. Our strength is unbreakable. Duong. Number 18 fell to the ground. The gap in power is too great, and numbers can't solve the problem. Kawaii. Kawaii-yo. Chapter 93 Wait. I haven't fallen off the arena yet. Android 18 stepped on Vegeta, which completely stirred up a hornet's nest. Just as Android 18 shouted Kawaii, Broly, who was sitting in the special guest area, suddenly had his eyes turn white, and he instinctively began to roar. Kawaii, Kawaii, Kakarot, how dare that lowly bug touch my Kawaii? Boom! A wave of green energy surged into the sky, and a frenzied aura instantly swept across the entire arena. The indestructible sunglasses of the Sunglasses Man shattered in that moment, and the barriers around the martial arts tournament trembled. Goku was shocked, and in the next moment, he had already appeared in the tournament's restaurant. Phew, it's better to eat something. Even if it's not as good as Chi-Chi's cooking, I don't want to fight that crazy Broly. When Broly is not crazy, he is harmless and quite adorable. But once he goes berserk, sorry, not only will the Tien Shinhan have to take a beating, but even Frieza, the master of Tien Shinhan, will suffer. Vegeta was also feeling weak all over. Android 18, do you want the Earth to be destroyed? Kawaii, your grandpa. Hey, sunglasses guy. Hurry up and announce my victory. I need to run. The host, who had put on his sunglasses again at some point and seemed to realize something was wrong, immediately shouted, Lapis and Lazuli violated the competition rules. Vegeta wins the semi-finals. Also winning are Piccolo, Gohan, and Trunks. Swish. As soon as the Sunglasses Man's words fell, everyone disappeared, not even daring to stay a moment longer, including Android 18. Android 18 felt bitter. She only called out Kawaii. So how did that make Broly go mad? He wasn't like this usually. Boom. A muscular man with green hair crashed into the tournament venue. Debris flew everywhere, and the surrounding audience was in chaos. Everyone, don't panic. The explosion in the arena can't hurt us. This is just a special performance during the intermission, like just now. The Sunglasses Man was quite competent. The venue was in disarray, but he didn't team move an inch, using a microphone to calm the audience. I would like to run, but it seems that everything outside this circle has already collapsed. The audience calmed down, seeing that the host in the center of the explosion was unharmed. So they relaxed and sat back down, with many taking out beers to celebrate. This martial arts tournament is truly spectacular, with such grand displays that the venue was blown apart. Yes, this is definitely not some cheap special effect. The feeling is just too real. Kakarot. Kakarot. The Broly who destroyed the competition venue was still yelling. And at this moment, Broly's battle power had doubled, a 7-colored light forced out of his body. Hohohoho. You actually exploded for the 3rd time so quickly. Then let me help you forget completely. Frieza's figure suddenly appeared above Broly, fingers clawed, using the long-lost 9-in white bone claw technique to grab Broly's head. Of course, Frieza's fingers did not penetrate Broly's skull, but the force was considerable. A light even more dazzling than the 7-colored light that Broly emitted appeared, arrogantly, surrounding him. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Broly is spirit, Frieza has order, forget Kakarot. Quickly as commanded. Boom! The 7-colored light quickly disappeared around Broly, this time directly erasing his childhood memories. I'm Broly. Thank you, King Frieza. At this moment, Broly still maintained the legendary Saiyan state, but the originally glowing white eyes now had red pupils. It seemed that he truly regained his rationality this time. Oh ho ho! Good, return to the audience seats. Broly looked at Frieza, returned to his black hair and black eyes state, and walked toward the audience seats. Now Broly still looked cute, but no longer Navi. He quickly approached Android 18, hugged her, and with the demeanor of a domineering CO, loudly proclaimed to everyone around, Lazuli is my woman from now on. Try to touch her. From today on, you are my wife, Broly. Do you agree? This domineering declaration completely made Android 18 lose herself, floating in the colorful clouds. You can say whatever you want. I'll listen to you. Krillin looked at the two in front of him, his heart bleeding, but he felt helpless. Frieza waved his hand, and the already destroyed competition venue returned to its original state, merging all the arenas together. Next up would be the battles among the top 8. Oh ho ho! Broly versus Mr. Satan, Vegeta versus Goku, Gohan versus Trunks, Piccolo versus Cell. Please begin your performances. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Din, Piccolo, Cell, Broly, Mr. Satan. These 8 people are the contenders for this martial arts tournament championship. 2 of them shouldn't actually be here. The first is Broly, whose power is too strong. Frieza is now firing on all cylinders, and he might only be able to fight to a standstill with him while the others are mere fodder. The second oddity is Mr. Satan, who somehow made it to the top 8 with sheer luck. Is this a distortion of humanity or the cruelty of reality? Whether out of ignorance or bravery, Mr. Satan was the first to step up, completely ignoring the commotion caused by Broly just now. Ha ha! I have long seen through the tricks you all play. Facing me, the national fighting champion, your flashy tricks are useless. Bang! Mr. Satan threw out a capsule, and 15 tiles were laid on the ground. Did you see that? This time, I am challenging 15 tiles. I am the man who specializes in dealing with all flashy tricks. Look, this is my championship belt. Ah, break for me, Mr. Satan took a deep breath and slashed down at the stack of tiles in front of him. The audience was ready to cheer. Boom! A figure fell, not only crushing the tiles into pieces, but also the momentum from above sent Mr. Satan flying out. Broly glanced at the sunglasses man, looking like a neighbor's boy, sunny and confident. Excuse me, did I win? You should have fallen off the arena by now, right? The sunglasses man confirmed the look in Broly's eyes, feeling he should be safe, and indeed, he couldn't see Mr. Satan on the arena anymore. With a flick of the microphone, he caught it elegantly. Wait, I haven't fallen off the arena yet. Working hard on the second chapter. Everyone don't mind it being short.